Rain was sprinkling across his face. Damn it, he was so exhausted he could barely breathe, yet he could not even get a moment of sleep in peace. Woken by the rain, the young man immediately sat bolt upright, grabbed his weapon, and walked step by step to the edge of the ruined building. Down on the ground, the scene was no different from a junkyard, packed with monsters everywhere. They outnumbered ants, while he was alone. But so what? After taking a deep breath, Kim Soo-hyun instantly leaped straight at the monsters. Sharp sword strikes flashed through the air one after another, wildly sweeping through everything. The monsters dropped like flies. Unfortunately, he was alone, so he could not hold out for long before he painfully spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Just as Kim Soo-hyun was running out of strength, a voice suddenly rang out in the air. "So you really are humanity's hero." Oh my god, an absolutely massive creature appeared right before his eyes. A bull-headed, horse-faced thing. No, it was definitely the boss among those monsters. As soon as it finished speaking, just one light slap was enough to leave Soo-hyun's whole body drenched in blood. The boss cursed loudly. "Hero? Hero my ass." Then, with a casual motion, it unleashed a glowing punch, ending the last life of all humanity. Black darkness quickly wrapped itself around Soo-hyun's consciousness. But the moment light entered his vision again, he saw 4 brats in front of him. He hurriedly sprang up, stared at his 2 hands, then looked up at the sky and wondered, is this a dream? While he was still dazed and questioning reality, one of the guys suddenly grabbed him by the collar and swung his fist. By natural reflex, Soo-hyun quickly blocked it. With his other hand, he punched the guy in the face, sending the one who wanted to hit him flying into a corner. The blonde guy was embarrassed and flew into a rage, clumsily getting back up to retaliate, only for another guy to announce that the police were coming. He hurriedly prepared to run off with his gang, but he still did not forget to leave behind a line like some typical school delinquent. "Soo-hyun, you better show up at school tomorrow." They ran off together as if dogs were chasing them. Once they had all left, Soo-hyun was still confused, unable to understand what was happening. He slowly stood up and casually picked up the phone lying nearby. The moment he saw his face reflected on the phone screen, everything collapsed instantly, replaced by an extremely clueless question. Who the hell is this guy? In the year 2042, the world was destroyed. After dungeons started sprouting up everywhere like mushrooms, monsters crawled out from the unconquered dungeons and began invading reality. That phenomenon was called the Cataclysm. Faced with a disaster that threatened humanity's survival, some people possessing extraordinary power gradually appeared, and so the whole world called them Awakeners. Kim Soo-hyun was one of them. After humanity completely kicked the bucket, he became the sole survivor and had to fight the dungeon monsters alone. But because they overwhelmed him with sheer numbers, there was nothing he could do. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly discovered that he was no longer Kim Soo-hyun, the last awakener of mankind, but a weak kid often bullied by his classmates, also named Kim Soo-hyun. The 2-page-long personal information introduction ended, but just like before, it still could not make the police officer believe him in the slightest. Instead, the officer asked things like his name, age, and home address, but then grew irritated because Soo-hyun knew nothing except the name Kim Soo-hyun and the fact that he was 19 this year. The officer said wearily that his mother would arrive in a little while, so he just had to sit and wait a bit longer. On top of that, he warned Soo-hyun not to wander around here anymore, because the news had just reported that those things would appear near construction areas. As the sky approached evening, Soo-hyun, now in the identity of Soo-hyun, exchanged a few words with his new mother on the way home. Suddenly, she stopped, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his face for him before reminding him, "If they do that to you again, make sure you tell Mom right away. I won't let it slide if this keeps happening." After saying that, she took his hand and pulled him along. While the two of them were passing through a park, they were suddenly attacked by a werewolf. Remembering the police officer's warning, and considering that it was now 2022, the period when the cataclysm was erupting violently, it was not hard for monsters to appear right in the middle of the city in broad daylight like this. To defend himself, since he had no sword, Soo-hyun kicked up a nearby umbrella and directly faced them. One wolf lunged at him. Instead of dodging, as his mother told him, he swung hard at its body. The wolf was injured and let out a howl, then pounced at him once again. Unfortunately, his new body was not that of an awakener, so his combat strength could not possibly be as powerful as before. Soo-hyun was pinned flat on the ground. While he was struggling with one werewolf, another charged in to attack. Just when it seemed like 4 black guys with a coffin were about to come carry him away, his mother bravely threw herself forward to help. Do not mess with women, especially women with children. After the powerful collision sent both of them flying backward, Soo-hyun seized the chance, drew back his leg, and kicked the werewolf off him before hurriedly running over to check on his mother. She was injured. Even so, she still tried to act tough. "Mama's fine. You run first." Looking at this unfamiliar woman who had nearly lost her life for him, Soo-hyun's entire body instantly began radiating an overwhelming killing intent. He slowly turned his head to look at the 2 monsters behind him with eyes full of malice and asked bluntly, "Do you two want to die that badly?" Unexpectedly, the werewolves could actually understand human speech. With just one short, concise sentence from him, the 2 creatures turned pale and immediately tucked tail and ran. After the werewolves were driven away, Soo-hyun managed to take his mother home to rest thanks to the address slip in her wallet. After laying her down on the sofa, he finally lowered his head and looked at his own hands again. He wondered inwardly why he was this weak. Had he been reborn as a useless person only to repeat the mistakes of his previous life? While Soo-hyun was blaming himself, a spatial door and a guide system suddenly appeared. User confirmed. Review complete. The connection gate to user Kim Soo-hyun has opened. The system's voice rang out continuously. If it was here, then that meant this body had the potential to become an awakener. Well, now, his time had come, and there was no stopping it. Thinking of the chance to awaken earlier than in his previous life, Soo-hyun no longer hesitated and immediately stepped through the gate. He had not been there long when a voice rang in his head. "Welcome to the Tower of Trials." To explain a little more about this strange tower, if an ordinary person could pass through the tower's first floor, they would be recognized as an awakener. The higher they climbed, the more they would receive, and the stronger they would become. A guide panel appeared in front of Soo-hyun and announced that the first floor trial had begun. Since he had experience, Soo-hyun decided to choose the hardest level to conquer, level 10. That was because he knew very well that although it was still the first floor, the higher the level, the greater the reward, which also meant the stronger the enemies. But so what? You had to risk big to win big. If you did not take risks, you would only scrape by. The scenery around him quickly changed. In the past, the highest level he had conquered was level 8. But in this reincarnated life, he wanted to become stronger. Otherwise, his fate in the end would still be the same. Dying under the fist of the boss, Phania. An armory appeared, filled with countless tools used for combat. As always, he picked up a sword and prepared to fight the first-floor monsters to the death. White clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky. Outside the rest area, a crowd had gathered and was chattering excitedly. One person spoke up. "Have you guys seen the updated rankings?" Another person's jaw dropped in shock. 2,230 points? Is he a monster? Second place only has 940 points. Who is this person named Kim Soo-hyun? After going wild and stepping out of the spatial gate, the name Kim Soo-hyun very quickly became that of a rising new awakener with a sky-high score that completely overwhelmed everyone else. The Tower of Trials was also known as the Abyss. In his previous life, countless awakeners gathered and entered its floors. Every floor had its own environment, climate, and even culture. However, there was still one common feature. In order to climb to the next floor, one had to overcome a trial. But to pass the following floors, he needed to equip himself with a few things. Kim Soo-hyun ignored the chatter about himself and, following the memories of his previous life, entered a shop where he was warmly welcomed by Veli, the skill merchant. "Hello, sweetheart. Just tell me whatever you need. If you don't know what to look for, this big sister will suggest something for you." He had met this beautiful lady before. That aggressive, floor-breaking sales marketing style she used to lure customers had not changed. The only thing was, it had no effect on him because he had already decided what he needed to buy. Soo-hyun calmly said to her, "I want to buy the speed boost skill. Add the conversion skill too." Veli was slightly stunned, but she did not sell them right away and instead asked back, "Can you afford them?" Speed boost costs 150 points and conversion costs 1,000 points. Japan may have its king of cards, but here we had the king of swiping points. Without saying a word, Soo-hyun swiped his points immediately. Good heavens! Meeting a VIP customer like this for the first time, Veli could not suppress her shock and slammed the table while shouting, "What the hell is with these points?" Her shock was understandable because in her life as a merchant, perhaps the only person to earn over 1,000 points while still on the first floor was this young man. One did not even need to think to know how insane that was. Soo-hyun was not bored enough to stay and give her a long explanation. After obtaining the things he wanted, he left, sat down on a bench, activated his new skills, and checked everything all at once. 2 books immediately appeared before him. If an awakener wanted to possess a certain skill, they needed a certain mana level. But there was only one growth-type skill that could be found in the shops of the Tower of Trials, and that was the conversion skill. A vial of chemical liquid appeared in Soo-hyun's palm. This was an equally important item called the lowest grade mana catalyst. It might sound useless, but it would amplify mana level and capacity based on the user's ability. It was usually found in the basic reward shop after a trial ended. Most people would ignore it, but for someone as experienced as Soo-hyun, nothing was useless. As long as one searched carefully, they would find many hidden treasures. "Excuse me, may I speak with you for a moment?" A young man's voice sounded by his ear. Soo-hyun felt slightly startled because he had not sensed the man's presence. Just as he turned his head to see who it was, a figure covered entirely in slaughter appeared in his memories, along with the name Choi Hak-jun. He knew this man. In his previous life, the person standing in front of him had once been considered a genius among awakeners. But in the near future, he would become a villain guilty of a grave crime after massacring a famous guild. Hak-jun was a little stunned when he saw the person opposite him staring at him. But he still clearly explained that he had followed Soo-hyun the whole way simply to ask whether Soo-hyun wanted to join a party with him. The system announced that Floor 2, Level 10, had opened. The content stated that he had escaped with the treasure of the Shackley family. The family members were extremely furious and would pursue him to take back the treasure. The requirement was to escape with the treasure and try to survive in this forest. After grasping all the information, Soo-hyun hid on a tall tree trunk, while below him were pursuit-type monsters prowling around and searching. He looked at the necklace in his hand and muttered to himself, "I think that aside from having to protect it, this thing doesn't have any special function. I wonder what approach I should choose to resolve this." After thinking again about the words "try to survive," he suddenly understood the issue, so he immediately activated Speed Boost and began attacking the monsters below. It turned out that "try to survive" meant eliminating everything in this forest. The battle began, and this was like Florentino, with sword strikes as swift as the wind, cutting everything apart. Each monster immediately brought in 20 achievement points. While taking down these green monsters, Soo-hyun recalled the earlier conversation between himself and Hak-jun. Hak-jun needed to form a team for the goal of conquering Level 8. Unfortunately, Soo-hyun's answer had been no, because Level 8 was far too low compared to the goal he had set for himself from the beginning. For someone with as much experience as Soo-hyun, those monsters were only low level, so it did not take long for him to completely clean them all out. The boss of the second floor appeared only then. One glance was enough to tell there was a difference. It was riding on the back of another monster. Soo-hyun had been waiting for a long time, so he kicked off the ground and leaped high into the air. Then he activated Speed Boost and gifted both Master and Servant hundreds of cuts in the blink of an eye. The second floor was complete, and this time the reward was the necklace called the Family Treasure. Its effect was to heal all injuries and remove every condition that caused pain to the body. However, it was limited to 5 uses. At the same time, thanks to the conversion skill, he absorbed the ability Berserk after defeating the head of the Shackley family. Soo-hyun smiled in satisfaction at what he had gained after completing the mission. With his current strength added in, perhaps nothing on these lower floors could take him down anymore. Then again, maybe not. He was defeated by hunger and had no choice but to return home, because if he kept wandering around the floors forever, he would collapse from exhaustion. As soon as Soo-hyun left his room, a lavish meal was already set out before his eyes, steam rising with a fragrant aroma. His mother had prepared everything to thank him for risking his life to save her earlier. Soo-hyun did not think he was the one who deserved much credit. He said, "You're the one who had it harder than me, Mom. You even went to work yesterday while your body was still that badly injured." After the two exchanged a few more words, they sat down at the table and began eating. Soo-hyun choked up as he scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. It was delicious. With cooking like this, even if he was not truly her son, he would still be willing to do everything he could to protect her for the rest of her life. 1 year later, Saturday, December 7th. Today, he had just left home under the pretext of wanting to take a break after his exhausting semester exams. During this time, he had hidden things from his mother and cleared the tower floors one after another. The plan to conquer the 10th floor was about to begin, but he did not know how long it would take. So making an excuse and leaving at this moment was the most reasonable choice. For Awakeners, the 10th floor was a barrier that they very much needed to overcome. The difficulty of the trials increased terribly after every 10 floors. Most people usually chose 1 or 2 levels lower than the level they normally challenged. However, once they gradually got used to that, the later floors would become difficult to conquer. Soo-hyun still clearly remembered the green dungeon that would appear in Anyang 1 year from now. It would be a large-scale cataclysm, followed by the Gungdu Island accident that happened right during the new year. He gazed toward the blazing red sunset sky, so glaring it made his skin prickle, and muttered to himself, "I'll change all of that. This time, I will definitely protect it." Soo-hyun went alone straight to the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. There, he met an old man whose appearance was no different from a beggar. The other party held out his hand toward him and said, "I won't try to stop you, but give me something before you go." Soo-hyun knew very well that this old man was the gatekeeper of the 10th floor. Most people who came here would think he was a beggar and ignore him, but his role was extremely important. Unlike them, Soo-hyun was willing to donate 5,000 achievement points in exchange for a bit of information about the place he was about to go. According to the gatekeeper, information related to the 10th floor was all extremely expensive, and the only thing he could reveal was this: be careful of the village chief. Soo-hyun nodded in satisfaction, continued forward, and chose level 10 to conquer. The system guide appeared very quickly. This time, its contents were rather unusual, with only 2 brief requirements: find out its purpose and do not die. In the forest near the village, an adorable child was picking wild fruit. Just as she happily opened her mouth wide, about to pop one in as a reward for herself, she accidentally saw a terrifying creature. "Hello, cutie. I've been waiting here since afternoon." The giant lizard gave the little girl no chance to even cry out before lunging into attack. Soo-hyun had only just entered the simulated world when he happened to witness this, so he immediately rushed out to save her. He activated his transformation skill, raising his physical abilities to their limit. Carrying the child, Soo-hyun leapt high into the air, then immediately drew his sword and dealt with the lizard right in front of the girl. Soo-hyun had just done his duty as a good citizen, saving someone and killing a monster for the good of the world. Yet when he brought the child home, her mother scolded him harshly. "Even if you take my daughter hostage, it's useless. There's nothing in this village for you to take, so hurry up and leave." "Huh? What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Soo-hyun was driven away and refused any conversation. He wandered through the village in the middle of the night, surrounded by furtive gazes watching him from afar. The guide screen suddenly issued a requirement: rescue this village from its crisis and survive. He kept walking while thinking, as everyone stared at him as if he were a gorilla locked inside a glass display case. Soo-hyun knew very well that the villagers here were NPCs, but their appearances and thoughts were frighteningly human-like. He stopped, looked up at the sky, and silently thought about their extremely hostile attitude toward outsiders. Together with the unpleasant, gloomy atmosphere of the village, it felt far too similar to that time, the sight of a world standing on the brink of destruction, which he had experienced in his previous life. Along the way, no one was willing to talk to him or approach him. It was not until Soo-hyun sat down in frustration beside a large tree that the child he had saved earlier came looking for him. She seemed quite wary and timid. Even so, she gathered her courage, ran over, and gave him some fruit to thank him for saving her life. Soo-hyun now knew what he had to do. He immediately gave her food in order to coax out a bit more information. Thanks to that, he learned that the reason everyone was unfriendly was because they were guarding against having their food stolen. As the little girl happily ate, she said, "My dad told me the village chief has spent his whole life doing everything he can to protect this village, so we have to trust him. The monsters can't get close to the village. They say it's because the village chief made it that way." Soo-hyun realized there was something wrong with the little girl's words, but just as he was about to ask more, the village chief arrived with another man. The man was not friendly at all. As soon as they met, he threatened that Soo Hyun's reckless act of distributing food on his own could cause discord. Therefore, as the village chief, he demanded that Soo Hyun stop giving out food without his permission. The gatekeeper of the 10th floor had told him to be careful of this man, but in order to clear the 10th floor, Soo Hyun brought his spatial storage bag, which contained a great deal of food, in front of the village chief and asked for permission to stay. He even added enthusiastically, "If you give me a place to sleep, then while I'm here, I'll provide the food you need." He thought the man would refuse, but unexpectedly, the village chief nodded easily. The village chief turned away, even putting on a friendly expression as he said he would give Soo Hyun one of the remaining houses. Since he had been accepted, that night, Soo Hyun began wandering around the village in search of clues. On the way, Soo Hyun happened to see many villagers gathering to pray for something. This was nothing strange, because he had seen it thousands of times in his previous life. When facing the apocalypse, people began to go mad in different ways. Even so, in the end, nothing was left. Soo Hyun had been allowed to stay, but how could he know that in his study, the village chief was planning a sacrifice? The man spoke first. "The ritual has already succeeded, village chief, but we still don't have a sacrifice for the ceremony 3 days from now." After hearing this, the village chief merely murmured in acknowledgement. He had made his calculations, which was why he decided to let Soo Hyun stay. He then handed the sleeping medicine to the man and instructed him that in 3 days, after making Soo Hyun lose consciousness, they should throw him down to it. He said that they simply needed to sacrifice a few offerings for everyone's safety. A serpent monster had appeared beneath the village and only ate humans, but thanks to it, the other monsters did not dare come and invade this place. As the village chief, he would rather sacrifice a few villagers for the common good, and he felt no remorse at all, because that was what a hero had to do. 4 days later, Soo Hyun was pushed by the villagers to the altar while unconscious. The rope was cut, and he was dropped into a basement where the serpent monster lived and incubated its eggs. After a day passed, the village chief quietly wandered over to see which area the serpent had marked. As he walked, he thought to himself, it must have finished digesting by now. It should be about time to expand its territory again. Unexpectedly, the moment the heavy basement door opened, the sight that met his eyes was the giant serpent he had been raising, now chopped into several pieces by the outsider Soo Hyun, ready to be pickled in liquor. Not only was Soo Hyun not dead, he was standing there with his sword gripped tightly in his hand, his entire body drenched in blood. He coldly asked the old man before him, "What brings you all the way here, village chief?" The village chief could not answer right away. He could only tremble, as if unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Seeing the dead serpent, he immediately flew into a rage and scolded Soo Hyun for ruining everything. If this serpent fiend could not continue marking its territory, other monsters would come to attack the village. He kept insisting that he was saving this place, but Soo Hyun did not think so. Carnivorous serpent fiends spent most of their time in deep sleep aside from eating. In particular, they would not regard the person raising them as prey. Soo Hyun stepped closer to him and said that it was time for his heroic performance to end. A joke was fine, but taking it too far would cause a massive mess. Soo Hyun carried the serpent fiend's head before everyone and, while he was at it, exposed all the village chief's lies for them to hear. Next, he poured the eggs he had obtained onto the ground and explained clearly, "I said before that this carnivorous serpent fiend species has a trait. It won't harm the person who raises it, correct? Based on this trait, all of you will raise these young serpent fiends together." Looking at the villagers' pale, gray faces, he added that if they agreed to this method, then from now on, they would not need to sacrifice any more people. Instead, they would offer monsters as sacrifices. It sounded very feasible, but everyone believed that they had always been farmers with only farming tools, so there was no way they could hunt monsters. They pushed the responsibility back and forth, and in the end, no one dared step forward to shoulder what they saw as such a heavy burden. Soo Hyun was quite angry at these cowardly words. He said bluntly, "Then just accept it. If you don't protect yourselves, you can give up everything and continue sacrificing villagers to them." The atmosphere quickly sank into silence. He had already expected this. It was precisely because of this dependent way of living that a reluctant hero, like him, had been born. But just as he was about to find another method to complete the mission, a childish voice rang out. The little girl stood behind her mother, trembling slightly, yet still insisted that she wanted to help. "I want to become strong like you and help my village." "No need to say more. 10 points, take your seat." The child's words instantly became a spark that lit everyone's courage. Now, no one dared refute Su Hyun's suggestion anymore. A young man walked up to him and asked quietly, "While you're still here, can you teach us how to fight?" Since they had already asked, Su Hyun naturally agreed gladly. Thanks to those words, his mission was now 60% complete. Next, he only needed to follow the plan and go wild. Several days passed. After gaining their trust, Su Hyun began instructing the villagers on how to fight the monsters. The villagers also came to understand for themselves that catching the young ones could already provide food. After Su Hyun took down a giant centipede as easily as slicing through a bundle of vegetables, he opened the system panel to check it, only to notice that its progress was stuck at 90% and showed no sign of changing. While he stood there pondering whether this had something to do with the village chief, the ground suddenly shook violently. Something enormous abruptly landed in front of him, sending earth and stone flying everywhere before soaring high into the sky again. Su Hyun looked up and discovered that the only natural enemy of the predatory serpent beasts had appeared. It was called the Blue Flame Holy Bird, a huge blue bird whose fiery shrieks could burn everything to ash. The evil village chief, who had been missing for the past few days, was the one who had released it. He watched it fly around with visible delight. "Look at the appearance of the holy bird. Long live the holy bird. With something of this level, those villagers will treat me like a hero." He thought his time had come, and that very soon he would be a village chief capable of controlling an entire terrifying monster. Unexpectedly, a bird does not care where it leaves its droppings. The village chief had not watched the creature he raised fly around for long before he received a scorching flame from it. As expected, side characters disappear very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he went from 70 kilograms to exactly one handful of fine dust, no more no less. The monster was flying toward the village. Su Hyun knew something bad was happening, so he immediately gave chase. He pursued it madly, activated speed boost, and slashed quickly toward the bird's belly. Unexpectedly, his luck was terrible. Not only did his slash miss, but he was also struck by its claws. Su Hyun fell freely through the air, still clinging to the stubborn obsession of being a hero. He did not give up. He continued by tying a rope to the hilt of his sword. Then as soon as his feet touched the ground, he stomped hard and shot back in the sky to fight it. Su Hyun threw the sword hard like a hook, then waited until the rope had wrapped around the bird's beak before tightening the other end of the rope, using it to get closer to the monster. If he could not reach it, then he would force himself to reach it. Su Hyun affirmed it firmly. The moment he gained an opportunity, the conversion skill was immediately activated, copying all of his opponent's skills. This time, it would be his turn to answer the blue flame holy bird with fire. Su Hyun's entire body blazed with fire in an attempt to suppress the monster's heat. Although he had copied its ability, just as he had feared, his current level was still too low and not enough to inflict damage on this thing. Suddenly, the rope was burned by the flames, and Su Hyun's body was also affected by the holy fire. It seemed as though he could no longer hold on, like a kite whose string had snapped. He continued falling freely through the air with nowhere to grab hold, yet he still gripped the sword tightly in his hand. A huge pillar of flame blasted against his body, the pain so searing that Su Hyun could no longer hold back and unconsciously cursed aloud. At the moment when his life was hanging by a thread, his fighting spirit surged once more. The Shackley family treasure recovery item activated at just the right time, restoring all the injuries on his body as well as his attack power. The protagonist's halo shone brightly once again. Su Hyun gripped his sword and used all his strength to drive it into the bird's back, followed by a fierce roar. A huge explosion rang out, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Both of them fell to the ground together, the bird dead, the man injured. By the time Su Hyun opened his eyes and woke up, the battle had already reached its end. After a loud shout, Su Hyun jolted awake and realized that he had been saved by the villagers. They said to him, "That monster bird is dead. It won't cause any more trouble." An older man also chimed in, "We butchered it, so we won't need to worry about food for a while. It's all thanks to you." The mission on the 10th floor had been resolved. Although he felt a little reluctant to leave, it was already time for Soo-hyun to return to the outside world. That night, he secretly walked toward the gate, but the child called out to stop him. "Are you leaving? How can you leave in secret like this? And what is that?" Although she was an NPC, she was still a child after all. Soo-hyun had no other choice but to lie and say that he would continue going around to save other villages. Hearing that, the little girl stopped pestering him, handed him a bag of fruit, introduced herself as Melly, and then officially said goodbye one more time. The car carrying Troy Hacksun sped along the road. Guildmaster Dung Rong Yeong saw that he kept silently thinking and tried to strike up a conversation, but he still could not make him any happier. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately brought it up. "Oh, right. A rookie reminded me that Kim Soo-hyun will be coming in for his ranking evaluation soon." He said this because he wanted Hacksun to quickly bring that rising newcomer, rumored to be a genius, over to him. Because if he did that, then once there was someone to replace him, he would consider setting Hacksun free. The government-affiliated Awakener Certification Agency was a place that evaluated the many ranks of Awakeners. They managed everyone from foreign awakeners to awakeners without affiliated companies. In order to gain the right to enter dungeons, every awakener needed to receive ranking certification from the council before they could enter dungeons to earn money. Naturally, the money earned from dungeons would also depend on their rank. A few days after leaving the 10th floor of the tower, Soo-hyun decided to come here today to get his card. He had only just been let inside by an employee when he saw a noisy argument. The man in the orange shirt seemed extremely hot-tempered, so he began shouting at the person opposite him. "Look at these stats. My mana is at level 3. That's enough to receive C-rank certification. So why am I D-rank?" He did not even bother listening to the professional's explanation, instead grabbing him by the collar and accusing him of arbitrarily lowering his ranking. Unexpectedly, Hacksun appeared midway through, grabbed the troublemaker's wrist, and twisted it behind his back while exposing him. "This thing can increase your mana value for a short period of time. I don't know how someone like you got hold of this, either." Ignoring the other man's curses, he bluntly told him that if he wanted to take this further, he should take off the bracelet first and then talk, because no one should play dirty like that. Seeing the situation growing more and more tense, several security guards immediately rushed in, seized that mad dog by the collar, and dragged him outside. Since Soo-hyun happened to see Hacksun here too, he happily walked over to greet him. He spoke first. "I met you on the 2nd floor before. Do you remember me?" Hacksun was quite surprised to meet someone he knew again. The two sat on the waiting room chairs and took the opportunity to chat for a bit. But before they could even introduce themselves, the announcement speaker called Hacksun up for his test first. Soo-hyun sat in place, carefully observing the young man, smiling brightly at him. He had now joined the Eretz Guild, which was also the very guild that would be wiped out in the future. Soo-hyun silently wondered, why would he do that? Sure enough, just as everyone expected, down in the hall, even though this was the young man's first time here, his mana had already reached 44, enough to be ranked B. After the measurement was complete, Hacksun returned to his seat and was just about to continue his conversation with his new acquaintance when the announcement speaker rang out. "Unaffiliated Awakener Kim Soo-hyun, please come down." Amid the suddenly noisy atmosphere, our protagonist cheerfully stood up with a completely calm expression. Then he even told Hacksun to wait for him a moment, because he would be back soon too. Following the staff member's instructions, Soo-hyun placed his hand on the mana measuring machine. He closed his eyes tightly, and only then did he let his power burst forth. Although he had calculated everything carefully, that brief instant was still enough to leave Hacksun stunned. Unaffiliated with any guild, Kim Soo-hyun, mana amount 29, C rank. The moment the result was announced, Hacksun could not help crying out. Just now, he had clearly sensed that it had to be A rank or higher. So how could the result be this low? His emotions surged, then very quickly sank again, because Hacksun trusted the measuring machine. He figured he had probably been mistaken. After all, no one would be foolish enough to do something like that. Even if someone wanted to, only a world-class awakener could pull it off. On Soo-hyun's side, as soon as he got his card, he hurriedly slipped out of the hall, his face covered in cold sweat. Damn it, this is bad. Although he had tried to restrain himself, in that single brief second, he had accidentally revealed his true power. Part of the reason was that after conquering level 10, all his stats had increased. Among them, the Holy Fire skill was also the type that grew quite powerfully with his level. While he stood there gloomily pondering life and people, Hacksun approached from a distance, and struck up a conversation. He was still hung up on what had happened in the hall, so he wanted to ask Soo Hyun about it clearly. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, a D-rank thug cut in. As it turned out, the reason that guy had come here acting tough was because he was still furious about being exposed in front of so many people, so he had decided to come take revenge. Unfortunately, he had picked the wrong day to step outside. Before he could even shine for a moment, he was killed by Dung Rong Eong right in front of them both. Dung Rong Eong did not do much besides touch the opponent's body. The next moment, the man had gone limp and collapsed at his feet. He walked straight over to Hak-sun and exchanged a few greetings. When his eyes shifted towards Soo Hyun, he asked his little brother clearly who the person in front of them was. Hak-sun answered stammeringly, saying that he had just met Soo Hyun in the testing room and wanted to invite him to join the guild because his rank was not bad either. While Dung Rong Eong approached Soo Hyun with interest and began greeting him, Hak-sun, for some reason, frantically signaled for Soo Hyun not to accept. Dung Rong Eong introduced himself as the guild master of the Eretz Guild and asked what Soo Hyun's full name was. "My name is Kim Soo Hyun." When Hak-sun heard that, he panicked. What kind of friend misses the signal even when it is that obvious? He hurriedly cut in to explain, No, he isn't that Kim Soo Hyun, brother. The other one is a C-rank awakener. There's no way he could be Kim Soo Hyun. At first, Dung Rong Eong had been delighted because he thought Soo Hyun was the person he had been looking for. But after seeing that his certification card only listed him as C-rank, he immediately turned cold and no longer wanted to talk. "I'm not interested. Even if you're the rumored Kim Soo Hyun, I would never join your guild." While Soo Hyun made it clear that he hated Dung Rong Eong's casual act of killing someone, Dung Rong Eong instead felt proud of the guild backed by a powerful guild master like himself. A guild possessed enough authority to escape all sins, even if its members committed murder. One was a lifelong vegetarian, and the other ate nothing but meat. Their ways of thinking clashed head-on, so it did not take long for the conversation to reach a dead end. Dung Rong Eong saw that there was nothing more to say to Soo Hyun, so he dragged Hak-sun back with him. But of course, things would not end so easily. Halfway through, when Hak-sun passed by, Soo Hyun stopped him. Soo Hyun secretly handed him a note and said that if he ever needed help, he should contact him. Only then did Soo Hyun step aside and let them leave. That evening, Soo Hyun returned home and began digging through news online to see what that A-rank awakener and his guild were up to. It turned out he was nothing more than a gangster who liked solving everything with his fists. Since old habits die hard, after forming a guild, his evil deeds only expanded even further. Soo Hyun also wanted to get involved in the conflict between Hak-sun and the guild, but for the time being, there were still some main matters he had to deal with first. To distinguish dungeon difficulty, people usually relied on their colors. It was a range of colors like a rainbow, and the closer it was to violet, the higher the difficulty. An orange dungeon ranked as the second lowest level. If a party had too many C-rank members, then this was exactly the kind of dungeon worth joining to accumulate experience. Time passed. On January 1st, 2024, in Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province, Soo Hyun joined the raid team for the Gwangju Orange Dungeon. The first person to strike up a conversation with him was the team leader, Lee Ju-ho, a friendly and approachable middle-aged man. But the same could not necessarily be said for the others, especially this short-haired woman. After learning that he was not the rumored Kim Soo Hyun, she came over and said irritably, "Did you even get properly evaluated? I don't know whether you'll be of any help to us." Soo Hyun had once been the last human being alive on Earth, so he was not afraid of anyone. He immediately snapped back, sharp as a whip. "I didn't think I'd hear that from someone who's the same rank as me." To be fair, aside from her, the other girls were all easy to get along with. While he was talking with Kim Eun, the team's nurse, he pointed toward the completely bundled up guy and asked who he was. But just like Soo Hyun, not many people here knew that person either. They had been gathered from various places, so they did not know much about one another. Soo Hyun had come to this team because he knew very well that, in the future, everyone here would die. What caught his attention was that only 5 out of the 6 members had been murdered, and his goal this time was to find the culprit behind it. Not long after the whole team entered the dungeon, a green cyclops suddenly attacked them. The swift ambush sent earth and stone flying everywhere, but fortunately, no one was injured. Soo Hyun realized something was wrong, because this kind of monster normally only appeared in yellow dungeons or higher, not in a place like this. Then there was only one reason. The dungeon had upgraded itself. The whole team was thrown into chaos by the monster's appearance. While they were arguing over whether to leave or stay, the Cyclops suddenly swung its club toward the group. Ju-ho was the team leader and the only B rank here, but unfortunately, his strength still was not enough to block that malicious attack. The moment he was sent flying, the next blow came crashing down. This time, the one who blocked that giant club was Soo-hyun. In that critical moment, he even managed to dodge a surprise punch, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing the whole group standing there frozen, Soo-hyun made it clear that since the dungeon had changed on its own, the old exit had also been sealed off. Therefore, from now on, they had to protect themselves and stop waiting for a miracle. The raid team had just received that thunderbolt of news when the dungeon suddenly shook violently. It was over. At this rate, the whole group was headed straight for their coffins. They had already struggled to hold off just one Cyclops, and now a swarm of bizarre-looking monsters was pouring in. What were they supposed to do? Leave the Cyclops to me. Soo-hyun said that to team leader Ju-ho and then ran off. With his extensive battle experience, he knew what he had to do. Right now, in front of them, there were about 30 small monsters and one Cyclops. Aside from that green monster, the rest were all weak. Leaving them to the others was just about right. Soo-hyun could defeat them with a single strike, but if he did that, his identity would be exposed. So he would target only that one monster. The Cyclops' weakness was its hidden eye. Soo-hyun kicked off with his heel, accelerated, and flew high into the air, then landed on the monster's wrist. Next, he drew his sword and used all his strength to drive the blade straight into the back of its hand. The reason for this action was that the Cyclops always gripped its club very tightly. It was not only for attacking. It must also have been for concealment. Soo-hyun, watch out. As soon as someone's shout ended, Soo-hyun was grabbed by the monster's enormous right hand. Because he had been careless and had underestimated his opponent, he did not dodge in time. The true eye was not in the hand holding the club, but on the other side. The Cyclops' two huge hands clapped together. Compared to it, the people here were nothing but tiny figures that could be crushed to death in a single squeeze. Everyone thought Soo-hyun would be the first one sent to the altar, but unexpectedly, a miracle occurred. Not only did Soo-hyun escape, he even shot high into the air. It was all thanks to the conversion skill being activated just in time. He had just copied the Cyclops' strength, making his body surge with power. That sudden increase in strength, combined with the stats he had already accumulated before, meant his current combat ability was even greater than expected. Nearby, Ju-ho, worried about him, ran over to see whether he was all right, only to be ignored by Soo-hyun. The moment Soo-hyun's feet touched the ground, he leaped up again and unleashed a series of slashes, taking down the low-level monsters in the blink of an eye. It was time to pay his respects. After avoiding another sneak attack, he continued slipping behind the Cyclops and slashed hard at its head. Finally, he unleashed an explosive burst of power, sending out countless sword blades that sliced the unfortunate Cyclops into thousands of tiny pieces. The others had also just managed to finish dealing with the chaos on their side. Team leader Ju-ho helplessly admitted to the remaining members, "Honestly, this is the first time I've ever fallen into a situation like this. I don't have any guidance or support instructions for something like this." Everything was over, so they decided to rest for a while. Since he had put on a slightly excessive display compared to what a C rank should be capable of, Soo-hyun now had to pretend to be tired so he could receive treatment. Following the team leader's instructions, Kim Eun came over and used her ability to restore his health. While doing so, she did not forget to whisper and gossip. "Brother Soo-hyun, aren't you worried?" Seeing that Soo-hyun did not seem to understand, she added, "I mean the people here. Min Seo-ok is scared out of his wits. Lee Un-mi keeps complaining, and there's even someone we know nothing about." After saying that, she moved on to team leader Ju-ho and his assistant, Kim Bar-ryun, bringing up some bad information about them. She was worried that after they escaped the dungeon, the people here might not receive any appropriate reward at all. At that same moment, Ju-ho happened to approach Soo-hyun and said bluntly, "I want to talk to you for a moment. Can you come with me?" He had arrived at just the right time. Soo-hyun did not refuse and nodded cheerfully, while his gaze suddenly changed in a strange way. No one knew what the two of them said to each other, but the whole group still had to continue onward. A large door soon blocked the team's path. One by one, they entered, but before they had gone far, they noticed another door on the opposite side. Everyone thought the exit was there, so they happily walked toward it. Halfway there, the system window suddenly appeared and announced that the trial dungeon would begin soon. It offered two choices. The first trial, they had to fight monsters continuously for 30 minutes. The second trial, they had to flee from the monsters for 30 minutes. If they did not make a decision after 10 minutes, the system would choose at random. Once the members of the raid team understood the situation, they began arguing loudly over whether to run away or fight the monsters. The short-haired woman, Lee Un-mi, was always the first one to want to run. She said, "We should definitely flee. Think about the difficulty of this dungeon. Fighting the monsters head-on is impossible." The young man with the undercut scratched his face and smiled awkwardly as he objected. "But if we fight instead of running away, won't the reward be better? Besides, we've been fighting pretty well so far." The more they talked, the more heated they became. And the more heated they became, the closer they were to beating each other bloody. Ju-ho decided to take a step back so he could see everyone more clearly. That was why he handed full authority to Soo-hyun, because the reason they had won the previous battle and made it this far was entirely thanks to him. "I think it would be better for us to choose to fight." Soo-hyun explained more clearly that, comparing running away and staying behind, running would definitely be easier. However, that would be the same as playing a death-level game of provoking dogs, with unbeatable monsters chasing right behind them. Not to mention, who knew what was waiting beyond that door that seemed to be the exit? Ju-ho quite agreed with this opinion, so everyone formed a circle and prepared for battle. Their thinking time was over. When the giant door opened, monsters of all shapes and sizes immediately flooded in and attacked from all sides. While everyone was fighting until they were utterly exhausted, the exit door suddenly opened a crack. The one who appeared there was, unexpectedly, the mysterious young man who had made such a show of being wrapped up from head to toe. He had been pierced full of holes after unluckily stepping into a trap. The monsters suddenly vanished, and the system sent a notification stating that the mission had been canceled and would restart in 10 minutes, requesting everyone to pass through the gate and wait at the exit. The short-haired woman flew into a rage and began cursing loudly. We had less than 5 minutes left before clearing the trial. Who opened the gate? While everyone wanted to change their choice to fleeing, only Soo-hyun and Ju-ho maintained their original decision to keep fighting. Soo-hyun explained to them, for the second trial, the system said monsters would be summoned, but it never mentioned traps. The system doesn't lie, so the traps were probably only activated when someone abandoned the path they had chosen. In any case, we'll all die after 3 minutes. So why not try doing something before then? The two of them spent a few minutes convincing everyone, then told them to follow the system's instructions. But when the members left one after another to prepare for the door to close, only Soo-hyun insisted on staying behind. And of course, he did not stay behind alone. He dragged Kim Eun with him. Since the plan had been discussed beforehand, Ju-ho immediately stepped forward and pulled the door shut. Kim Ba-ryun did not understand and immediately asked, "What the hell are you doing? What did Eun do to be treated like that?" No one had extra time to explain. So regardless of Kim Eun screaming noisily and demanding to go with them, Ju-ho firmly shut the door according to Soo-hyun's prior instructions, preventing her from having any chance to escape. Now there were only 2 people left in this place. Soo-hyun did not bother being friendly. He turned hostile, swung his sword, and cut away part of her clothing, revealing the tattoo on her shoulder. He confirmed that the girl in front of him belonged to the Damn Gang, a group of sinful murderers who always targeted awakeners. At this point in time, the name murder maniacs had not yet become widely known, but in just 1 year, they would expand and become a guild that threatened the safety of all mankind. To put it bluntly, they were the culprits who brought the apocalypse to Earth, so if Soo-hyun wanted to stop it, he needed to eradicate these vermin from the roots. He asked bluntly, "Did you plan to wipe out every participant in this dungeon conquest so you could achieve an evaluation achievement for your guild?" With his sharp insight, Soo-hyun had eliminated the members from suspicion one by one and exposed the scheme she had intended to use to mislead him. Now that the matter had been exposed, Eun immediately activated her evasion and stealth skill and prepared to leave, knowing perfectly well that she could not beat him. Unexpectedly, Soo-hyun suddenly said, "Well, I wonder whether that skill can erase the smell of blood on your body." By the time Eun realized the problem, it was already too late. The monsters had arrived, and the wicked woman quickly died under their claws and fangs. While Soo-hyun stayed behind and turned the monster's entire den upside down, Ju-ho had already led the others quite a distance away. Thinking of his earlier conversation with Soo-hyun and everything Soo-hyun had done so that everyone could survive, Ju-ho's conscience stirred, so he decided to stop. He said to his assistant, "No matter how much I think about it, I still can't just abandon abandon Mr. Soo Hyun and leave. After that, he immediately turned around and ran back in the opposite direction to help. The moment the heavy, large door opened, an extremely horrifying sight rushed into Juho's eyes. Monsters lay scattered all over the ground, and the air was thick with the smell of perfectly roasted meat. A flying lizard suddenly swooped down from midair toward Juho. Unfortunately, before it could even touch him, Soo Hyun gave it a taste of a terrifyingly hot flame called holy fire, taking it down instantly. The entire cave full of monsters had been almost completely burned clean, and the only one who had done all of it was Soo Hyun. Seeing that Juho had not followed his instructions, he asked, "Why did you come back? I remember telling you to get out of here." Juho lowered his head in apology, then scratched his head with an embarrassed laugh when he realized he had run back like a madman, only to be of no help at all. Just then, a golden gate suddenly appeared, cutting across the conversation between the two men. The dungeon boss had arrived in the form of a dried-up skeleton, holding a staff embedded with a magic stone. Juho stared at it for about 2 seconds before turning to Soo Hyun and quietly asking, "What the hell is that?" Soo Hyun answered readily, "Like I said, it's the boss of this dungeon." Juho did not believe him and scoffed. How the hell can a shriveled-up skeleton so dry even a dog would refuse it be the final boss? People often say that holding back once brings 9 humiliations. The skeleton, which had been silent for a long time, finally could not take it anymore and spoke up to correct them, saying that it was a lich, an undead dark priest, not some skeleton this or skeleton that. Soo Hyun ignored what it called itself and immediately started cursing it out. "Undead, my ass. You weakest piece of trash. Useless bargain bin knockoff. Fake undead with a rotten personality." The fight had only just begun, and before the lich could even do anything, it was suddenly cursed out so badly by its enemy that it could not even respond. The lich was furious to the point of insanity. It let out a loud roar, then used dark magic to control the corpses below, making them rise and attack the 2 men in revenge. Seeing the monsters that had just been defeated now staggering toward them like mindless machines, Soo Hyun silently guessed the reason the dungeon had changed from orange to yellow. It had to be because of these things' influence. The enemy was not as easy to defeat as they had thought, and this battle should probably be left to Soo Hyun alone. So Soo Hyun decided to use holy fire to draw a protective circle around Juho. It was just like in a certain world where a monkey named Wukong once did the same thing so that demons would not eat his monk master. Only then did he explain clearly to Juho, "Your current level isn't enough to fight these monsters. If you stubbornly rush in, I won't be able to split myself between fighting and protecting you." Then he charged toward the boss alone. The enemy could fly, so his first sword strike missed. This half-dead seller of corpses was like a fly. It hovered in front of Soo Hyun and deliberately taunted him. "You're pretty fast, kid, but you're not old enough to catch me." Soo Hyun did not get angry. He stood still and calculated. This monster was not strong in close combat, so it would normally summon corpses and keep its distance from its opponent to hide its weakness. The life crystal on its forehead. Soo Hyun still did not give up and continued charging in, swiftly swinging his sword. Unexpectedly, his opponent teleported upward, then fired a pitch-black pillar of evil energy at him. Soo Hyun hurriedly blocked it with his sword, then countered with a large amount of holy fire. The blue flames blazed violently. Against evil energy, this was its natural enemy. Unfortunately, the lich managed to dodge again in time. It laughed loudly and mocked him. "Holy fire, is it? If I'm careless, I'll take heavy damage, won't I? But how could you possibly touch me?" Not only that, it also told him to look at his sword, because anything that came into contact with death energy would gradually corrode. In just about 5 more minutes, his only weapon would be finished too. "Oh please, I still have a whole 5 minutes." Soo Hyun had never feared anyone. He immediately drew his sword back and slashed straight down toward the enemy's position, determined to settle this with it once and for all. Juho stood inside the circle, watching his comrade fight. In front of him were the huge, mindless undead, and up above were his teammate and a boss. He thought, "I didn't come here just to stick my face out like this. But if I try to do something, I'll only get in Soo Hyun's way." After hesitating and weighing it over for a while, Juho finally made his decision. He raised the Japanese sword in his hand and swung it with all his might into the back of the monster in front of him. After all, for a B-rank awakener, sitting still in one place had never been his style. Soo-hyun turned his head and saw that Ju-ho was refusing to stay put and follow his instructions. However, Ju-ho was using the holy fire Soo-hyun had created to fight the monsters. A smart teammate who knew how to use his brain like this was definitely not dead weight. Soo-hyun smiled and decided to change tactics. He kicked off the ground, abandoning his fight with the Lich and returning to lend his teammate a hand. A sharp whirlwind swept through everything it reached. Soo-hyun landed in front of Ju-ho, then turned back and said to the skeleton, "What are you running for? We've only just begun." Soo-hyun said frankly to the team leader, "I want to apologize for what I said earlier. Let's deal with those small fry first. After that, I want us to take that guy down together." After they whispered a few words to each other, Ju-ho finally said, clearly, "I'm not confident, but I'm sure you have a reason for saying it's possible, so I'll try not to get in your way." The boss had been waiting off to the side for a long time, and now it had run out of patience. It immediately ordered all the undead to advance at once, intending to show them what fear truly was. Soo-hyun and Ju-ho charged forward at the same time. While Soo-hyun stayed on this side to hold back and destroy the monsters, Ju-ho rushed straight toward the Lich. As Ju-ho closed in on the boss, Soo-hyun took the chance to create holy fire, then swung his sword and sent those blue flames toward the other man. The Lich prepared to use its teleportation skill, and before doing so, it arrogantly shouted, "A joint attack? Good plan, but none of you can touch me." "Sure, keep bragging. Brag while you still can." One above and one below, the two worked together with perfect rhythm. Soo-hyun launched the holy fire forward, and the one responsible for delivering it to the boss would be Ju-ho. Once the opportunity arrived, Ju-ho immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, Sword Storm, carrying the holy fire with it and slamming a powerful blow into the Lich's back. After the first strike, Ju-ho lost momentum and began falling from above. Then it was Soo-hyun's turn below. He hurried over and used his sword as a platform to send Ju-ho back into the air. After taking a blow as painful as being struck by lightning, the boss did not want to fall into the same trap again. It immediately released a large amount of death energy, blasting Ju-ho away and refusing to let him approach. It focused only on one opponent, unaware that Soo-hyun was taking the chance to close in from the other side. "Hello, sweetheart. I've been waiting here all afternoon. This will be your end." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword fiercely at its head. Unexpectedly, the sword snapped in half midway through. The Lich escaped death, and seeing its enemy look so stunned, it triumphantly threw its head back and laughed loudly. "You're killing me. What a pity. It seems you forgot that your sword had already been corroded by death energy. How will you fight me without a weapon?" While I was laughing at him over that humiliating display, Ju-ho appeared once more. Now it was too late to run. Ju-ho flew in like a god and unleashed a fatal strike, splitting the Lich cleanly in two like Gojo. At the same time, he destroyed the life stone in the middle of its forehead. To make the enemy's defeat perfectly clear, Soo-hyun said bluntly, "You probably thought you had a chance to win because my weapon broke. However, when Ju-ho and I chose to face you, we had already decided that he would be the one to finish you off." The Lich trembled, desperately clinging to its final breath as it cursed them. "This is not the end. When the sun is covered by darkness, our king will be reborn. He will make you suffer eternal pain." Then it vanished without leaving anything behind. The dungeon had been conquered. However, instead of gathering with everyone, the two young men were crouching behind a roadside bush. Aside from the two dead people, all the Awakeners were safe. Not only that, they had even had time to call both rescue workers and reporters to the scene. Ju-ho asked, "You don't want other people to know, right? That you're actually Kim Soo-hyun on the rankings." Hearing that, Soo-hyun scratched his cheek and gave a vague response. But basically, he still did not want to reveal this secret yet in order to avoid dealing with troublesome matters. Ju-ho suddenly stood up and said he would handle that mess for him. However, there was one thing he wanted Soo-hyun to agree to. Soo-hyun had to take all of Ju-ho's share of the item rewards. Although they were very valuable, Ju-ho absolutely refused to accept them because he felt he did not deserve them. He added, "I know that if you really wanted to, you could have handled that skeleton by yourself. You let me join in and help simply because you wanted to give me a chance to grow." At this point, everything was clear. The two parted ways, each returning home. But before that, Ju-ho was kind enough to call a taxi for him in secret, helping him leave the area without being discovered by everyone. In the private office of the Etherstone department manager, a man named Lee Kyung-jong was leisurely sitting around on his phone when an employee ran in to report that a guest was waiting. At first, he did not even want to meet the guest, thinking it was only a C-rank customer. However, as soon as he heard his employee say that the young man had brought more than 500 ether stones to sell, his eyes widened and he immediately rushed off to find him. The manager dashed to the waiting room like a madman. Having finally found a VIP customer, he was extremely enthusiastic. "It is an honor to meet you, sir. My name is Lee Ki-Ung-jong, and I am the manager of the Etherstone auction house. I heard you brought quite a few ether stones today." Soo-hyun did not hesitate and immediately took out a heavy bag and placed it on the table. After examining and appraising them for a while, the manager acknowledged that they were all genuine goods from a yellow dungeon. However, just as he was about to offer a price, his tone changed. "I'm not doubting you or anything, but as far as I know, you only recently awakened as a C rank. So I find it a little strange that you were able to find ether stones that only appear in yellow dungeons or higher." Soo-hyun laughed silently to himself. He had lived 2 lives. How could he not know these business tricks? He did not bother explaining or offering any proof, merely giving a casual answer that he had obtained them by luck. Next, he took a special golden ether stone out of the bag. Anyone in the business could tell at a glance that it was a high-rank ether stone, so it was no wonder that 2 people across from him stared with eyes as wide as frogs. Not many people knew that a bone demon's life stone was also an ether stone. Destroying it was necessary when dealing with skeleton-type bosses. But the chance of it appearing in the item chest on the dungeon's lowest floor was extremely low, and Soo-hyun was one of the lucky ones. Soo-hyun pushed himself up and prepared to leave, but the manager quickly reached out to snatch the gem, trying to keep his customer there to negotiate the price further. Yet when he looked again, both of his hands were completely empty. Not only that, Soo-hyun had flash-stepped to the door, leaving both of them stunned. After showing off just a little of his strength, Soo-hyun said one final sentence. "I'll listen to the price you're willing to pay, but only once." His lightning-fast business deal with the stone buyers soon came to an end. Soo-hyun returned home, looking at the enormous number in his bank account as he walked. 600 million for everything. This was quite a high price. It was enough to cover the living expenses of him and his mother for a long time. He pushed open the door and entered the house, and his mother hurriedly came out to greet him. There were a few scratches on her cheek. The moment they entered his sight, he froze. All right. Which bastard dared hit my mother? You're finished." His mother was cooking dinner, and she was very happy to see him return. She said, "You should have told me you were coming home early. Dinner isn't even ready yet. Did you have fun going out with your friends?" Soo-hyun did not answer, and instead changed the subject. "Your face has gotten too thin, Mom. Where did that scar come from?" Soo-hyun's mother raised her hand to touch her cheek, reminding herself that there was a wound there. She laughed it off and told him not to worry too much. Then she casually explained that while working at the bar, she had noticed a few guests who seemed blessed by the god of alcohol, throwing punches at one another. She had gone over to stop them, so she had only gotten a few tiny scratches. Hearing this, Soo-hyun could not hold back and began arguing with her. He wanted her to quit her job, but his mother stubbornly refused. The reason was that he would soon be going to college, and they badly needed money to pay for all their living expenses. She took both of Soo-hyun's hands and continued, "I can't give you a rich and comfortable life, but as your mother, I want to help you as much as I can. After everything, you have always been the son I'm proud of, so I also want to become a mother you can be proud of." In the past, Kim Sung-in's mother had once thrown a stack of papers into her son's face while scolding him. "Do you think you can become an awakener with this amount of mana? Try harder." Rather than becoming someone he could be proud of, she wanted the opposite. To that woman, he had to do so because he was obligated to become a hero who carried the responsibility of fighting monsters for humanity. Returning to the present, Soo-hyun lowered his head and frankly told his mother that there was something he needed to explain to her. After telling her everything, he also stated plainly that he would become an awakener instead of going to college. His mother did not immediately show any attitude. Instead, she asked him, "Do you truly want to do this job? Not for money or fame, but deep in your heart, do you want to do it?" Thinking of humanity's final day, Soo-hyun nodded firmly and said that he wanted to do it. Fortunately, his mother in this life was a wise woman. Of course, she worried about him, but she still wanted her son to find happiness in the things he did rather than sheltering him or forcing him to follow. her wishes. With that matter settled, Soo Hyun advised his mother to quit her job, because after more than a year of grinding, he had earned a decent amount, enough for the two of them to live more comfortably. A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire apartment building. 600 million won, which was still a modest amount in his eyes, instantly turned him into a rich man in his mother's eyes. The woman shouted, "Good heavens! How do we become rich in such a short time? Do awakeners usually earn this much money?" A lavish meal was quickly laid out. In that cheerful atmosphere, he gradually thought about giving up that exhausting event and starting a normal life like this instead. But unfortunately, he was not Kim Soo-hyun, and these things were not meant for a stand-in like him. However, with the responsibility of a hero ingrained deep in his blood, he would turn this second body into a true hero. After dinner, Soo-hyun returned to his room and considered preparing to climb the tower once again. But his only sword had broken, so before that, he needed to get a new weapon and meet his old friend again, the master weapon craftsman, Kim Daeol. In his previous life, the holy sword Balmung was the weapon he had used when he was Kim Sung-in. It was a magnificent sword made from many rare materials, and the one who had created it was the blacksmith Kim Dae-ho. And on a day when the rain poured down so hard it could make a man go bald, Sung-in went to the forge to pick up the sword he had ordered. However, the other man brought out an extremely fine sword that surpassed all of his expectations. Sung-in tried to refuse it because those materials were things the blacksmith had saved up for almost his entire life. He felt that he did not deserve to receive it, nor did he have enough items to compensate him. At that time, Kim Dae-ho was stunned. But compared to anyone else in this world, he was willing to give up everything to make Sung-in the best sword possible. "I can sense that the more famous you become, the more pressure you bear. Isn't that unfair? Everyone in this world owes you far too much, yet they cannot repay you with anything." To him, those who always insisted that Sung-in was the only one capable of doing it were cowardly and unreasonable. So the fact that he could make all that unfairness disappear meant forging the best possible weapon for him. In his previous life, Soo-hyun had been unable to save him when the apocalypse came. That was why, now that he stood before the man in the present, he vowed in his heart to protect him as much as he possibly could. He had met an old acquaintance again, though the other man knew nothing about him, and even shut the door in his face because he did not want to receive him. Using what he knew, Soo-hyun persuaded the homeowner to open the door, then presented him with the highest grade ether stone he had obtained after conquering the Yellow Dungeon. At the current point in time, this item was priceless. The world would only come to know of it as a dungeon reward after the Gwangju dungeon outbreak. Kim Dae-ho did not ask too much about Soo-hyun and simply stared fixedly at the object in his hand. After examining it for a while, he happily said that, for the sake of this magnificent stone, he would craft a sword for Soo-hyun free of charge. It would take about 10 months to complete, so Kim Dae-ho told him that if he needed a weapon in the meantime, he could take anyone he liked. Well, having something to use was better than nothing. Just as Soo-hyun stepped outside, a spatial gate happened to appear in front of him. He once again continued his return to the tower and began leveling up there. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, half a year had gone by. On a fine day, he realized the time had come, so without hesitation, he picked up his phone and called his friend Ju-ho. He boldly asked the other man for 3 things. First, to find him a place to live near the outskirts of Seoul. Second, to have Ju-ho trace the damn gang's movements and dig up some information on them. Kim Ae-eun was one of the lowest earners in the gang, but the other members would grow suspicious if she disappeared without completing her objective. Soo-hyun wanted to track them, but he had no time. Fortunately, Ju-ho agreed to take on the task, even though he was still lying in the hospital with a cast on. And the final thing Soo-hyun wanted to ask was that he needed an ally to help him when the Blue Dungeon outbreak occurred on December 24th in Anyang City. Though Ju-ho was not sure whether any of it was true, he still nodded and accepted. So from now until that time, Soo-hyun needed to conquer 20 floors of the tower in order to gain enough strength to deal with this disaster. In the trial on the 19th floor of the trial tower, he was sent to a rat cave with the mission of surviving and escaping from it. The rats had gathered in massive numbers inside an enormous skeleton. Fortunately, the system dropped him at a spot relatively far away from them, rather than right in the center of those disgusting creatures. Although they had just finished butchering their prey, Soo-hyun's appearance at that moment immediately turned him into their next snack. The entire army of starving rats surged toward him. Soo-hyun welcomed them with countless sword strikes at an incredibly swift speed. Suddenly, one rat flashed in from behind and slashed across his right arm. Soo-hyun hurriedly dodged and raised his sword to cut it down, but then he realized in time that the creature's bite contained poison or something similar. If one of them had bitten his arm, then he would burn down their entire nest in revenge. As soon as the thought came to him, Soo-hyun released a large amount of holy fire to burn them. Blue flames flickered and crackled. He clung to a rib bone, looked at everything before his eyes, and began to calculate. They were not strong, but there were far too many of them. If he kept using holy fire like this, it would consume a lot of mana. He did not even know what would happen after this swarm of rats. If only there was some way to wipe them all out at once. He let his attention slip for only a moment, but when he looked again, the rats had piled on top of one another to form a long chain, chasing right up to him. Soo-hyun did not falter. He swung his sword several times and killed quite a few of them. As the writhing swarm chased after him and tried to bite him, Soo-hyun's eyes happened to catch sight of a crack in the ground. He wondered whether there might be an empty space beneath it. Without hesitating for even a second, Soo-hyun immediately grabbed his sword and quickly kindled a flame. Then he hurled it straight into the crack in the ground, intending to use holy fire to blow up the entire tunnel below. After a terrifying explosion, a large pit opened up with a gaping mouth. Eliminating the rats had not been too difficult, but now the truly arduous battle was about to begin. After falling underground, Soo-hyun discovered that a colossal structure existed down there, with walls carved in strange patterns. In front of Soo-hyun was a rat. It had fallen down here along with him, but for some reason, something frightened it so badly that it kept trembling nonstop. The rat hurriedly dashed away. Unluckily for it, it happened to step on a trap, and its body was instantly pierced several times. The ground suddenly shook violently. Soo-hyun knew that, one way or another, something bad was coming. The moment he turned his head, he realized this place was ruled by a terrifyingly huge python. A single whip of its tail shattered the floor tiles and sent fragments flying everywhere. Soo-hyun dodged in time and countered with a powerful slash. Who would have thought that his sword would rebound, making his hand tremble violently? He muttered to himself that if even Daeho's sword was not working, then this thing must have considerable physical resistance. If this method did not work, he would switch to another. He threw a magic attack straight at its face, yet none of it had any effect, not even leaving a scratch. This damn thing not only had physical resistance and magic resistance, but it was also extremely fast. The python charged in for a frontal attack. Soo-hyun hurriedly ran to one side to dodge, but before he could even regain his footing, its tail came at him next. He sprang high into the air, thinking he might be safe this time, but once again, its wide-open mouth appeared right before his eyes. Soo-hyun used his own sword to block the sneak bite. That meant allowing himself to be driven straight into the wall by the monster. After that high-speed attack, the python opened its blood-red mouth wide to threaten him. It looked terrifying, but the current Soo-hyun was still more than capable of defeating it. Soo-hyun stood up and gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Timing it just as the enemy lunged at him, he leaped high to evade it. He swung his sword at its head. Though he knew full well he could not bring it down that way, he could enrage it and make it chase him. Next, he grabbed a vine hanging from the wall and used his acceleration skill to move all around the tunnel at terrifying speed. He attacked as he moved. He even remembered to give it a fire magic blast to the face, making it topple over. Only then did he grip his sword tightly, coated in holy fire, and carve a long line along its body. The boss of the 19th floor roared in pain and hurriedly used its tail to fling Soo-hyun off its body. Just as it slid toward him, preparing to swallow him whole in revenge for the earlier sneak attack, Soo-hyun had already stalled for enough time, causing the python to be tightly bound by the vines in the tunnel and left dangling in front of him like a wrapped rice cake. Soo-hyun cheerfully complimented his opponent. Physical resistance, magic resistance, and above all, regeneration. Up until now, you're the first monster to have all three of those resistances. But you still can't beat me, baby. The time had come. Soo-hyun's hand blazed with holy fire. He raised his hand high, and before long, the blue flame took the shape of a phoenix and flapped its wings as it soared into the air. This was the result he had gained from leveling up his skill while conquering the 18th floor. Although it consumed a great deal of mana, its destructive power was 10 times stronger than holy fire. He commanded it, "Go." The phoenix immediately obeyed Soo Hyun and shot straight toward the python at a speed faster than a bullet fired from a gun barrel. This direct strike was personal, so a single blow was enough to turn the monster into a giant donut. The guide panel appeared, announcing that the 19th floor had been cleared. What Soo Hyun needed to do now was wait for his weapon to be completed and then proceed to the 20th floor, where there was a high chance he would be beaten black and blue, just like when he had conquered the 10th floor before. In the tower's rest area after the end of each floor, news that the Awakener Soo Hyun had cleared the 19th floor with a score on the altar spread at breakneck speed. Someone asked, "Did you see it? That ranking. Looks like he did it again." Another person began to complain. "Is that Kim Soo Hyun guy even human? How can he clear the 19th floor with a score like that?" In the real world, a sports car stopped in front of a cafe. The male lead stepped out of the car, looking exactly like the young master of a billionaire family. Juho had been sitting there waiting for him for a while, so as soon as he saw Soo Hyun, he ran out to strike up a conversation. "Mr. Soo Hyun, do you like the car I bought?" Soo Hyun hesitated before answering. "I think it looks a bit too flashy." Juho, however, thought his younger friend was far too modest. He earned a huge amount of money, yet spent all day taking the subway and the bus. At that rate, when would he ever spend all that money? He was about to open his mouth and promote the car brand he had bought, but Soo Hyun cut him off and pulled him into the cafe. Only then did Juho report the information he had gathered. Thanks to that, Soo Hyun learned that the gang was extremely skilled at concealing information. The number of deaths and disappearances among Awakeners had increased, but since most of the causes were attributed to dungeons, there was no reason to be suspicious. However, Juho had recently discovered an Awakener who died on the street. According to the autopsy report, the death was linked to poison. Soo Hyun's memory immediately turned to the guild master of the Eretz Guild. Even so, he did not rush to say the name, and instead asked back, "Can you investigate it? I feel like we'll learn something if we follow that lead." The two talked a while longer before Soo Hyun returned. As scheduled, Soo Hyun went to Kim Dae-ho's place to pick up his sword. Unlike in his previous life, this time Soo Hyun's sword had a rather plain appearance. To put it bluntly, there was nothing about it that could be called beautiful. However, its quality was still the same. He drew the sword he had temporarily borrowed from Dae-ho earlier and tossed it into the air. Then he tried slashing it once with a new weapon to test it. That sword instantly shattered into 3 pieces. Although its appearance could not compare to Balmung, its sharpness and sturdiness were exactly the same. Not only that, it could sense his mana and understand what he wanted to cut and what he did not want to cut. This proved that it was undoubtedly a living sword, a perfect sword. Dae-ho took a drag from his cigarette and asked, "Have you thought of a name? It's your sword now, so you should give it one." Soo Hyun remained silent for a few seconds, then decided to call it Graham, another name for Balmung, both sharing the meaning of a dragon-slaying sword. He left blacksmith Kim Dae-ho's house in such a hurry that he did not even stay for a cup of tea. After that, he went directly to the 20th floor of the trial tower. Just like on the lower floors, the first person he met was the gatekeeper. The other party seemed to know who he was and immediately struck up a conversation. Well, who do we have here? You're pretty famous these days. Are you here to ask for advice?" Since this was the 20th floor, Soo Hyun generously handed him 100,000 points in exchange for information. The other man froze with a blank, foolish expression. After a while, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. "You're paying me an amount of points that would take most people 10 years to save up? You really are different. But that's life. Everything is decided by material things. Once I've taken the points, my mouth loosens right up." He said, "If you can avoid it, you shouldn't kill anyone, and you must always know what your objective is." That was right. He had spent a full 100,000 points only to get that tiny bit of information. Though he thought it was too little, Soo Hyun still could not pry anything more from the man's mouth. The moment he stepped through the gate, he was dropped from the sky toward a cliff. Fortunately, he was the male lead. Otherwise, he might have died without even leaving a corpse behind before the mission began. The contents of this floor required him to bring down the kingdom of Randalum, known as the Iron Fortress, within 1 month. The mission required him to remember that he was not their enemy, to uncover the secret of the castle, and lastly, to survive. That night, Soo Hyun sat alone in a forest not far from the castle gate and planned how to approach. From what he knew, the walls were very thick and sturdy, while the guards and mercenaries all possessed skills equivalent to C rank. They were not weak nobodies. He racked his brain for a long time, and in the end, he followed his plan and went right up to the castle gate to ask if he could stay the night. The moment he said it, the people there immediately cursed him out. "Are you insane? Which kingdom are you from? Can't you see we're preparing for war? Get lost already." The time of the dungeon outbreak was drawing near, and Soo Hyun had no time to waste on nonsense here. He had asked politely, but they refused and forced him to resort to violence. Soo Hyun sprang high into the air. Before countless faces gaping in astonishment, he split the enormous city gate, said to be the sturdiest of all, in half with a single sword strike. The thunderous noise immediately threw the entire city into chaos. The crowd of soldiers began shouting, "What the hell kind of stunt is this? The gate collapsed. Hurry and stop him." Countless soldiers surged toward him, but that was not a problem. Soo Hyun had Graham in his hand, and not only that, it was a magnificent weapon that would kill or spare people according to his will. Soo Hyun broke through every barrier alone without causing a single death. If he could send a gate flying with one slash and punch a hole through a wall with one blow, then he might as well play this game by himself. Who would dare face him? The guards were helpless. The archers were helpless as well. Soo Hyun leaped onto the castle wall so he could observe everything more easily. At that moment, Commander Maxman appeared. Even as he shouted that he would personally go and deal with Soo Hyun, several of his subordinate soldiers desperately stopped him. "No, you cannot, Commander. If something happens to you when you charge in, what will become of our kingdom's future?" According to Soo Hyun's assessment, this man was quite important here. Those soldiers would rather protect him than surround and capture Soo Hyun. Not only that, they did not even listen to their superiors' orders, which showed just how important he was. There was no need to think any further. Soo Hyun immediately ran straight toward that commander. A piercing scream rang out. "No, don't let him get close to the commander." An arrow connected to a rope was immediately fired. One of Soo Hyun's legs was bound, but unfortunately for them, not only did they fail to hold him back, they were dragged along by him instead. Soo Hyun threw the guard aside to free his hands, then brought his sword down fiercely from above toward the commanding officer. The two powerhouses exchanged continuous blows. Their strength was so overwhelming that the nearby soldiers were blown away in every direction. Amid the thick cloud of dust, with people lying flattened on the ground all around from the impact, Maxman said to a soldier behind him, "I will deal with this man. You all keep watch on the situation outside the castle. He is not a spy from the kingdom of Odrum. He is an outsider acting independently." Soo Hyun paused when he heard the other man's assessment of him. This commander was not only sharp, but also as strong as an A-rank awakener. In that case, there was no doubt about it. He was a true opponent for Soo Hyun. From the words of the soldiers under his command, Soo Hyun realized that Maxman was the war hero of this kingdom. Although he was the golden pillar supporting all of them, he was also being restrained by that absolute trust. To put it plainly, he was no different from Kim Sung-in in Soo Hyun's previous life. Soo Hyun got straight to the point. "Commander, I am very sorry for blowing away the castle gate without permission, but I am in a great hurry, so could you let me into the castle?" What he received was more like a slap in the face. Maxman immediately refused. "Our kingdom is at war. We cannot allow someone who destroyed the castle and threatened our soldiers to enter." His second attempt at asking had failed. With no other choice left, Soo Hyun could only rush in and attack him. He swung his sword at the other man to draw his attention. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he used the rope from earlier to bind the man's wrist so quickly that his opponent did not even notice. The attribute transformation art, Gigantomachia's hand, was activated at once. Following his movement, a gigantic fist suddenly appeared in midair, then came crashing down toward the commander with an earth-shattering blow. A thunderous explosion rang out and quickly died away. When the dust and smoke cleared, both Soo Hyun and Maxman had vanished without a trace. While the soldiers split up to search for the two of them, a mysterious black stain appeared on a wall. Maxman was pushed out from within it and fell to the ground. He fell headfirst, wondering who he was and where the hell this place was. The skill Su Hyun had just used was called Dark Assimilation, a skill commonly used by assassin-type awakeners that allowed movement from one shadow to another. He had obtained it after conquering the 15th floor, preparing for situations where he would need to secretly infiltrate and escape like this. Like the good young man, Su Hyun walked over and helped the man up from the ground. As he untied him, he apologized for everything. Everything he had done earlier had been unavoidable because no one would let him enter the castle. He was in a great hurry because he had just sensed that something was about to go wrong inside this castle. He was not certain what it was, but if it appeared, it would be a far bigger problem than the war between the two nations. Su Hyun asked directly, "Has anything suspicious happened inside the castle recently?" Of course there had, but Maxman could not reveal everything to him. The reason was simple. He did not trust him. Who knew whether Su Hyun was a spy or not? Su Hyun did not mind and said bluntly, "If I really were a spy, I would not use such a roundabout method, because I could destroy this castle all by myself." Put that way, Maxman had no response. When their two swords had clashed, he had already realized that no one in this entire kingdom was Su Hyun's match. Left with no other choice, he brought Su Hyun to a large room before explaining. It was used as a prison about 100 years ago. Heavy death energy still lingers here because many prisoners died in this place. According to him, they had sealed off the old site and built a prison somewhere else. However, it matched Su Hyun's question because it was connected to a place where no light could be lit. While the two of them were talking, someone suddenly approached from behind. That person wore a mask that covered him completely from head to toe. As a guardian of the castle, when he saw Maxman bringing in a stranger, he questioned him, asking what he was doing here. Su Hyun was the one who answered. He turned that very question back on the person before him. This prison was sealed until the commander opened it. "How did you know to come here?" The guardian gave the excuse that he had only happened to be passing by and sensed someone's presence in this place. It was not a convincing answer at all, causing the commander to suspect that he had been following them. The guardian spoke up to deny it, but before he could say more than a few words, Su Hyun slashed him down and left him flat on the ground. Maxman was enraged by that action and was about to draw his sword and fight Su Hyun to the death, thinking that he truly was a spy from the enemy side. But then Su Hyun suddenly cut him off. A guardian of the king. What an interesting disguise, isn't it, Lich? Seeing this thing for the first time, Maxman was scared stiff and wondered what was happening in his country. Su Hyun knew because the smell of death and darkness had been spreading through the castle even before the war broke out. He had met something similar in the Gwangju Yellow Dungeon. However, that one had only been a half undead, while this one was a true lich. It fired a magic bullet filled with death energy toward the two of them. While Maxman stood frozen in shock, Su Hyun charged forward fiercely with Gram in hand and cut the attack in half right before their eyes. Since he did not have a teammate with a holy skill here, he had no choice but to fight alone using holy fire. The first strike had no effect. Because it could fly, it shot high into the air while firing a pillar of death energy down at the person below. Su Hyun immediately used holy fire to block it, but then realized he was being outmatched, and his flames could not withstand its death energy. If this continued, he would run out of mana. Therefore, the best method was to drive his blade straight into its life stone. But theory and practice were completely different. Because of its constant attack and evasion style, no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close. After finally finding a suitable opening, Su Hyun immediately kicked it in the head, sending the lich flying to the side. Then he closed in, preparing to skewer it in one strike. Unexpectedly, the monster managed to release countless streams of death energy from behind its back in time, preventing him from advancing. The distance widened again. Su Hyun stared at his enemy, wondering what it was plotting, since it was not using its full power and only kept dodging. Suddenly, the two-horned lich spoke. "It seems the preparations are complete. That is enough playing around." As soon as it finished speaking, a pitch-black column of energy suddenly surged from behind the bars toward where Maxman stood. Su Hyun instantly rushed over and took the fatal blow for him, right before the bewildered eyes of the man he had saved. Maxman asked, something suddenly attacked from behind. "Can this lich control darkness from a distance too?" Su Hyun shook his head and replied, "No. A place that is both dark and hidden, with no light shining in, is only meant for madmen filled with hatred for being surrounded by death." a place filled with the sweet screams of the dead. "This is our home." Right at that moment, two more skeletons suddenly appeared from inside the dark room. The three superhuman brothers who had been cheated on appeared one after another, each with its own style, all perfectly complete and flawless. Suhayun Fainili understood. Thousands of guards inside a vast, enclosed castle. These liches had infiltrated this place and disguised themselves as the emperor's attendants. If so, they had only one main objective: to summon the Lich King by offering up the lives of the Empire soldiers. The Lich leading them was quite surprised by Su Hyun's knowledge. It said bluntly, "Yes, that's right. While searching for offerings for our king, we found this castle. After killing the emperor, we controlled his body and disguised ourselves as the emperor's attendants." It added that the plan had been meant to take place next month, but because the two of them had appeared midway after dealing with them, they would begin gathering the soldiers. As it spoke, a frame made of death energy instantly surrounded Su Hyun and Commander Maxman. Su Hyun knew it. This was called the Guide of Darkness, one of the Lich's highest level techniques, used to crush the space within a confined area. By the time he realized these horned ones were apostles of the Lich King, it was already too late. In his previous life, he had only conquered level 8, but now he was attempting level 10, so when he was pushed into this situation, he truly did not know how to resolve it. The darkness slowly framed both of them. At that critical moment, just when it seemed they would lose their lives, everything suddenly shattered. Not only Su Hyun, but even the leading Lich was equally shocked. The magic it created was supposed to be impossible for any physical technique or magic to withstand, yet had been broken with a single blow. Maxman, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "This is only an old horn sword. It is just that I happen to be a holy knight. You assassinated the emperor and even intend to offer up all the soldiers. I will not forgive you." As soon as he finished speaking, Maxman charged toward the monsters in front of him, intending to smash them into pulp. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the leader ordered the one-horned Lich to take the corpses out of the castle. When Commander Maxman chased after them, the red-cloaked one suddenly shot a pitch-black arrow down at him from above. However, with Su Hyun still alive and kicking, there was no way he would let a teammate die so easily. The Blue Phoenix was summoned at once. Following his command, it flew forward to directly confront the arrow of death energy. To these demonic creatures, this was their natural enemy. The Blue Phoenix opened its beak wide and, as quick as lightning, bit the arrow apart right in front of the red-cloaked Lich. It did not stop there. The Phoenix flew toward the enemy, ignoring its miserable screams. After thoroughly frightening the one above, it now descended toward the one below. The short Lich was chased so hard it nearly lost its pants, shouting as it ran, "Help! I wasn't going to do anything! SOS!" At this point, Su Hyun asked the dazed Maxman, "Are you ready?" Meaning, was he ready to stay and fight alongside him, or to go back and lead his soldiers out of the castle? Maxman showed mixed emotions. "I'm not sure whether I should leave you here. I already owe you too much. At the very least, I should fight by your side." Su Hyun thought for a moment, then said there was not much time, so Maxman had to decide quickly. "This castle, or the lives of your soldiers, which do you think is more important?" After all, he understood that this was the Lich's lair, and the leader was a monster comparable to a high-level mage. If they stayed in the castle, everyone would die. Although Maxman still could not fully believe the words of this intruder, in the end, he chose to retreat. Su Hyun recalled the gatekeeper's reminder, "At each moment, do what you must do." In other words, there was clearly a division between what he had to do and what others had to do in this battle. So he would entrust protecting the soldiers to Commander Maxman. As for him, he would stay behind and deal with these skeletons. Once the job was done, he might very well gain an ally during the trial. After he said that, some kind of energy ran through the walls. The castle began to shake, leaving the two-horned one still unable to understand what was happening, asking in confusion, "What did he just do?" The walls shook more and more violently and began to collapse. Only then did all three horned ones realize what was happening. They only had time to curse Su Hyun as a madman, but it was already too late. The one-horned one could only raise both hands and surrender. "Oh my God, someone save me!" At that moment, a stream of black, dark energy appeared. It was the leader of the Liches. He began cursing the one-horned subordinate. "You fools really are troublesome. I will not say more. Go gather the undead. Otherwise, I will personally kill you before he gets the chance." The one-horned skeleton was like, "Why the hell am I the only one getting yelled at? This is so unfair." Then he ordered the red-cloaked skeleton to check the shrine, because only if the shrine remained intact could they continue the ritual. The red-cloaked one was still lying on the ground receiving the order when the blue phoenix suddenly charged toward him. Fortunately, he was nimble enough to fly into the air and dodge it. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Soo-hyun appeared behind him. With one slash, he split the skeleton in two, and it immediately turned into ash. It even asked, "When did you get there?" But before it could hear the answer, it had already died before it could even reincarnate. Seeing its comrade turn to ash, the remaining one roared furiously. "Arrogant human!" Then it used death energy to attack Soo-hyun, but he struck it and sent it flying down to the ground. Unable to do anything, it used the same move again, forming a frame of death energy around Soo-hyun while he was suspended in midair. Left with no other choice, Soo-hyun called the blue phoenix for help. The phoenix charged in and immediately broke the encirclement for Soo-hyun. Finding this somewhat troublesome, he suddenly wondered whether he had pushed himself too far. The leader seized the opportunity and began attacking. Resistance is useless. I know perfectly well that the flames from that holy bird are consuming your mana. If you surrender now, I will let you suffer less pain. In truth, that phoenix consumed quite a lot of Soo-hyun's mana, so he could recall it now. But this guy had underestimated his strength far too much. Who said I'm useless without mana? But just as he was about to grip his sword and attack, Commander Maxman suddenly returned and asked if there was anything he could help with before leaving. "No, I am fine. I already owe you a great deal." "What?" Maxman froze, with them owing each other back and forth. Who even owed whom anymore? "Then let's fight properly." Soo-hyun spoke with determination. The scene changed. Outside the castle, the soldiers were checking the number of casualties, telling one another to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. They simply did not know what had happened inside the castle. Suddenly, the one-horned lich appeared. He had been ordered to raise the undead, and this was his chance to threaten the soldiers. But he still did not forget to badmouth his boss. "That guy talks too much anyway, but if you don't listen and make him lose his temper, he's seriously terrifying." After that, red magic sprayed from his hands and spread in all directions. Death energy began to emerge from beneath the ground. Hundreds of undead rose one after another, each with eyes shining like two marbles and filled with killing intent. Only then did the soldiers realize that he had summoned the undead, but that did not make them afraid. They understood that only by eliminating that one-horned skull could they destroy these monsters. Hearing this, they immediately told one another to attack him, while he merely laughed smugly. At that moment, Commander Maxman appeared and called out to Luke, one of his close soldiers. When Luke saw the commander, he was overjoyed. "Commander Maxman, thank goodness you are all right." But he was still worried, because ever since the gate collapsed, the castle had been crumbling. Commander Maxman reassured him that he had calculated everything, and all the soldiers were nearby, so there would be no casualties. However, that was not important. What mattered was whether Luke had finished repairing the gate, otherwise the undead would easily charge in. But it seemed things were still not stable. The undead outside were still swarming around, trying to break through the door. At this point, no matter what, they had to block the gate and rebuild the castle. But first, they had to deal with that one-horned bastard. After saying that, Commander Maxman intended to go deal with him alone, leaving Luke behind to watch over everyone. However, their fighting spirit was now high, and the soldiers did not want to let their commander fight alone anymore. They volunteered to provide cover for him. Commander Maxman was surprised. "Then what about the undead outside?" "Rest assured, sir, the frontline troops can handle those weaklings. If the living can still fight, then what are a few skeletons?" Seeing his men so determined, Maxman no longer stopped them and ordered the soldiers to follow him in a defensive formation. In his heart, he thought, "I do not need to fight with all my strength. I still have to protect them. As for the rest, I will leave it to that young man." That was right. The young man here was Soo-hyun. Returning to Soo-hyun's side, he was now fighting one-on-one against the leader. Soo-hyun held Graham, with magical blue flames covering his sword. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the lich, then he began charging toward it. At that moment, the lich also released a stream of death energy. The two currents of magic clashed and burst out in every direction. But then Su Hyun managed to cut through the Lich's magic. He flew into the air and tried to bring his sword down on its head. Fortunately, it could fly, so it managed to dodge the attack. Su Hyun seized the opportunity to close in and gave its skull face a slash. It fell backward from high in the air, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. After being slashed, the Lich became a scar-faced skull. It began clutching its head and groaning weakly. Impossible. It was astonished by Su Hyun's unexpected strength. It was already too late. Su Hyun rushed forward and swung his sword, cutting the life stone on its forehead in half. This time, the Lich collapsed. It could not accept it. For the past 100 years, it had grown this powerful. It could now be considered the strongest among the apostles. Why could it only stand there and watch the human kill it? No, I cannot fail in a place like this. Su Hyun looked at it and thought, this guy's stone was cut in half, yet he still has not vanished. He really is no ordinary creature. But what the hell is he mumbling about? Su Hyun spoke up, stop wasting time. Your plan is finished. Who would have thought that even with death right in front of him, this Lich would still be running his mouth? What a waste of time. Hee. You are the one wasting time, you foolish human. We are not the only ones who wish to resurrect the king. Countless apostles are preparing day and night to bring the king back to life. Even 10 people like you could never stop it. The king will be resurrected and plunge this world into darkness. Su Hyun stepped closer to him and sighed. Don't worry, the Lich King will die by my hand too. As soon as he said that, his blade stabbed straight into the Lich's life stone, and the Lich instantly crumbled into ash. In truth, what Su Hyun had said was real. In his previous life, the Lich King had shattered the world in order to invade reality. But in the end, he had still been defeated by Su Hyun. Even in the Gwangju dungeon, the Liches kept mentioning the Lich King, so he would probably be resurrected sooner than expected. Su Hyun realized something truly unpleasant. Everything might be happening faster than it had in his previous life. But for now, he had to deal with the remaining Lich. Meanwhile, in another area, Commander Maxman and the soldiers were handling the one-horned Lich. His swordsmanship was by no means ordinary either. But these Liches relied on their ability to fly, dodging every attack, while laughing from high above and provoking Maxman. He thought this enemy was extremely difficult to deal with, because the Lich used aerial combat, and that was not Maxman's strong point. But that was fine. From the very beginning, he had not intended to kill him. He only wanted to distract him in order to protect the soldiers, then wait for Su Hyun to make his move. So buying as much time as he could was enough. At that moment, the one-horned Lich sensed that his comrade had died. He froze in shock and began groaning. Dead, why? How? How could he die? My comrade is dead? The mastermind is dead? It seemed he could not stay calm after seeing his comrade die, because he kept hovering up there and repeating dead, over and over. Then he went berserk, using death energy to surround and strangle all the soldiers, making them unable to breathe as they cried out to Commander Maxman for help. Furious, Maxman shouted, "You bastard, what have you done? Stop right now." In that dangerous moment, just as Maxman was about to use some kind of skill to save the soldiers, Su Hyun appeared at exactly the right time, flashing past like a god. He immediately flew upward and landed a fatal punch on the Lich, nearly knocking his skull clean off. With just one punch, the Lich was sent flying into the wall, and dust billowed everywhere. Commander Maxman asked, "Did you defeat it?" Yes, Su Hyun had taken him down, but probably only temporarily. The situation did not look very good. If he had been even a little later, the soldiers might have had their death energy absorbed. It was a technique that absorbed the energy of the living and the dead in the surrounding area to strengthen the Lich's core. That was why the gatekeeper had warned him not to kill anyone, because the technique would become more effective the more people died. But he had not expected the Lich to be this strong, even if he was an apostle of the Bone Demon King. Although he was a subordinate of the one Su Hyun had just defeated, he had probably obtained far greater power. At that moment, a circle of death energy enveloped the Lich, while he mumbled a spell. "I will not forgive you. I will not forgive you," repeating it dozens of times. Then he roared, and a staff appeared with an orb of death energy on top of it, spewing out from his mouth, followed by bright red blood energy. At this point, I have to wonder where he was hiding that weapon for it to come out of his mouth, especially when his body was just a dried-up skeleton. It turned out he had just absorbed the soldier's death energy to create a barrier protecting his magic circle. Soo-hyun seemed to have anticipated this, but Commander Maxman was still staring with his mouth wide open in shock. That lich was also a master of death magic. Looking at the giant pattern drawn on the floor, with its incredibly complex symbol, it was clearly a magic circle meant to absorb the power of death. Soo-hyun worried that the lich would keep using the death energy absorption technique, so he had to finish him off quickly and cleanly as soon as possible. He had to destroy the life stone before that happened. But even when his magic sword Graham swung toward it, the circle surrounding the lich immediately blocked the strike. The lich started laughing and mocking him again, calling him a fool. "You cannot break it. This is a curse for which I risk my life. If you want to break the curse, your only choice is to kill me." Soo-hyun was slightly flustered. He did not know what to do. Although he could defeat him, if the fight dragged on too long, many soldiers would definitely die. At that moment, Commander Maxman said to him, "Do not worry. Your job is simply to defeat them. Protecting the soldiers is my job." As he spoke, he used the skill he had intended to use earlier. It was the strongest and final skill he could use to protect his soldiers. Maxman drove his sword into the ground with force, and a blue pillar of energy shot straight into the sky from it, spreading everywhere and covering all the soldiers both inside and outside the castle. To everyone's surprise, the energy weighing down on them vanished. The same was true for the others, and none of them understood what had happened. This was the sacred boundary. It increased the moral value of soldiers within its range and nullified all effects related to dark factors. However, using it would shorten Commander Maxman's lifespan. Even so, he had resolved that even if he had to risk his entire life, he would protect his soldiers. Then the rest was definitely up to the male lead. Soo-hyun flew high into the air and looked down, his gaze deep in thought. Everyone below was fighting bravely and risking their lives, which made him certain that he had to destroy this monster. The two sides rushed into battle, and two kinds of magic collided with each other. While attacking, the one-horned lich kept cursing nonstop. "You piece of trash, how dare you kill my friend? And now you still do not know your place and dare fight back against me? You are weak, useless, a stupid fly, incapable of doing anything on your own. For our sacrifices, we need thousands of people like you." This guy usually looked stupid, but he did care about his comrades. Hearing that, Soo-hyun became furious. "Even someone like you values your friend? But do you know this? The thousands of people you killed, and the people you're trying to kill now, were all precious to someone too. Do you know what it feels like to lose someone precious to you? Remember that feeling, and pass it on to your friend on the other side as well." As he spoke, he swung his sword, aiming to cut apart the lich's staff. Soo-hyun's swordsmanship was extraordinary, so much so that the lich was shocked by its power, and that power transformed into blue flames, burning away all the dark magic and engulfing the entire lich. In their direct clash, Soo-hyun slashed down with a fatal blow, splitting both the skull and the life stone in two. The lich only had time to cry out, "Am I losing to an ordinary human again?" The lich was reunited with his comrade, and his magic staff was also shattered by the blue phoenix. The undead now gradually collapsed and disappeared. Commander Maxman was utterly exhausted, but at last it was over. Soo-hyun went over to help him up and thanked him for his efforts. Only then did Maxman relax, sit down, breathe a sigh of relief, and say, "I want to rest for a little while before celebrating the victory." Soo-hyun was about to ask if he was all right, only to see that he was very much not all right. Who knows whether resting for just a little while would even be enough. The scene shifted to the Awakener Management Company. Lee Joo-ho reported some news to the chairman. Within the next 3 months, a dungeon would appear in Anyang City and cause a dungeon outbreak. The necessary action was to evacuate the residents living nearby. This man was Song Kyung-tae, the chairman of the Awakener Management Company. Hearing that, he did not believe it was true and harshly scolded him. "Ridiculous. Do you think I would believe something so absurd? You are saying someone can accurately predict when it will appear, and that this dungeon will cause an outbreak that throws the entire city of Anyang into chaos? Even if a dungeon does appear, it will not cause an outbreak immediately. It takes at least a month to turn into an outbreak. That is common knowledge everyone should know." As he spoke, he pointed at Joo-ho's face. Apparently, he did not know that when you point one finger at someone else, the other 4 point back at yourself. Well, never mind. Since he was the chairman, whatever he said was right. Lee Ju-ho still insisted that the dungeons that had appeared in the past were not just common knowledge. This was an issue that could not be taken lightly. Anyang had a population of about 600,000 people, and the safety of its citizens would be affected. The chairman still did not believe him, saying that if nothing happened, he would have acted too recklessly. Not only would he cause panic among 600,000 people, but among 60 million people as well. While they were arguing, a handsome man wearing glasses, exactly the type women love, suddenly walked in and stopped them. "Stop. If you keep talking like this, nothing will ever be resolved." This handsome man was Kim Do-yu, an A-rank awakener, and an employee of the company. He acknowledged that nothing similar might have ever happened before, but Ju-ho's words were reasonable. The only issue was whether the source of that information was trustworthy. Du said, "If you want us to believe you, can you tell us who gave you this information?" Ju-ho was confident that his source was very trustworthy, because Kim Soo-hyun was the one who had told him. At the mention of Soo-hyun, the two of them showed surprised expressions. Yes, the person who had ranked up rapidly and suppressed the riot in the abyss, that mysterious super rookie. Was it really that Kim Soo-hyun? The chairman was doubtful. The handsome D spoke up. "I know someone named Kim Soo-hyun, a member of the attack team from the Gwangju dungeon a few months ago, but he was only C-rank." Ju-ho confirmed that it was him, but this chairman still refused to believe it. First, he was afraid Ju-ho was lying. Second, he was afraid Soo-hyun was lying too. In short, this man must have lost faith in life, so he trusted absolutely no one. The problem remained that if he believed Ju-ho and evacuated the entire population, then if nothing happened, the responsibility would fall on the chairman's head, would it not? In the end, he was still afraid of being implicated. Then he thought of something else. Ju-ho, from another perspective, are dungeons not just like natural disasters? Even if there are casualties, I will not have to bear any responsibility. There was nothing more to say. Ju-ho angrily thought that the chairman was deliberately playing dumb simply because he did not want to take responsibility. But since he was a subordinate, he could only give in. The chairman wanted the two of them to forget the whole matter. This was his final decision, and he would take responsibility for that decision. Returning to Soo-hyun, after clearing the 20th floor, he was taken to the hospital to recover. Ignoring the nurse's attempts to stop him, he stubbornly insisted on being discharged. He said he was an awakener, so he recovered very quickly. They could just give him a few prescriptions, wrap him in bandages, or give him painkillers. Anything would do. And just like that, he walked out of the hospital with his bandaged arm, thinking that a few minor wounds like this were nothing and wondering why they were making such a big deal out of it. At that moment, Ju-ho, his face drenched in sweat, ran up in front of him, startling Soo-hyun so badly that he nearly jumped out of his skin. "Are your injuries all right? From the way you're moving, it looks like you were badly hurt." Soo-hyun said that being able to move at all was already lucky. Ju-ho looked worried and said, "You cleared the 20th floor in one day and then went to the hospital. I thought you had been seriously injured. I saw your ranking. It was really impressive. Can you give me some advice?" Advice? There really was no advice to give. It was just that Soo-hyun had gone a bit too hard, which was why he had ended up injured like this. Ju-ho thought he probably did not need to worry about him. As for the matter Soo-hyun had asked him to warn the chairman about, Ju-ho said he had failed. Not only had he failed, but he had also accidentally revealed Soo-hyun's identity. "I sincerely apologize." Soo-hyun let out a sigh. It was nothing surprising. After all, he had never expected anything from that chairman in the first place. Ju-ho was very surprised. Did Soo-hyun even know the chairman? Of course he did. In his previous life, Soo-hyun had been an awakener in that man's company, and on top of that, he had been a workaholic. Although Ju-ho had failed in the negotiations, he said he had managed to gather some information from Kim Do-yu, the man beside the chairman. He had heard that a green dungeon had appeared in Ansan City, and everyone was planning a raid. At present, most of the awakeners were gathered in Ansan. In his previous life, Soo-hyun had gone there before, which was why he had been unable to properly prepare for the outbreak in Anyang. But part of the reason was also that the chairman was a hopeless fool who was only good at avoiding responsibility. Soo-hyun thought that idiot only knew how to cover up his own sins. He really could not understand how someone that stupid had managed to become chairman. Just wait and see. He would definitely be made to experience what true busyness felt like. Just thinking about it made Soo-hyun's expression turn unpleasant. At that moment, Ju-ho wondered why Soo-hyun knew the exact time the dungeon would appear. Soo-hyun said it was simply a man's sixth sense, or rather, an awakener's sixth sense. but from now on, Soo-hyun would probably carry it out alone. After saying that, he thanked Joo-ho for helping him, feeling that Joo-ho had already helped more than enough. Joo-ho wondered why this guy wanted to work alone and not let him join in. That would not do. So he hurriedly spoke up. We cannot count on the authorities to help anymore. In that case, just tell me your plan. I am sure there is something I can help with. Hearing that, Soo-hyun immediately agreed happily. Okay, then I will tell you my plan. Before we could even find out what the plan was, 2 months had already passed. It was December 17th, 1 week before Christmas. An online news report from AB announced, on December 24th at 6 p.m., Anyang City will be attacked by terrorists. The group responsible for this attack is the Dam Gang. They are a suspicious organization made up of the most cold-blooded murderers in the world. If you value your lives, run away from Anyang as far as you can. I hope no one dies because they think, no, that could never happen. At that moment, the citizens in the city were buzzing with discussion about the news. Of course, with the Korean media, reporters immediately could not pass up the opportunity. A terrorism warning from the Dam Gang. Could it be true? That is why today, we have invited someone who claims to have personally seen the Dam Gang. That person is none other than Joo-ho. It turned out this was the mission Soo-hyun had given him. He had to claim that he had personally met them. Meanwhile, at the Awakening Management Company, another piece of news about the Royal Capital Dungeon also surfaced. A few hours ago, we received information that there were massive casualties during the raid on the Royal Capital Dungeon. All of this was because Soo-hyun had deliberately set off a media storm. The chairman was furious over the news Soo-hyun had released. How dare he use the media like this? The Anson Dungeon incident was already crazy enough. This is all because of that Soo-hyun. Have you found out his identity yet, do you? The handsome man wearing glasses calmly said that there was nothing they could do about him. Even a management agency could not stop the actions of an ordinary awakener. He had found out his identity. Apparently, he had been hiding at AB since last month, so they could not immediately bring him before the chairman. After saying that, he fell into deep thought. He could not understand why Soo-hyun dared to cause such trouble. What scheme could he possibly have? The scene shifted, and Soo-hyun appeared with a muscular body that would make women swoon. After leaving everything to Lee Joo-ho, he entered the tower. Soo-hyun had spent all of his save points to buy the highest grade mana catalyst. As long as he drank it, his energy regeneration and health would recover quickly. When he asked for the highest grade potential catalyst, the middle-aged shopkeeper stared in shock without blinking. He could not believe someone would look for this medicine on the 21st floor because it cost at least over 2 million points. Soo-hyun was not joking. He spent a full 2 million points to buy the medicine. The shop owner had never imagined anyone would earn that many points and buy something so expensive. Back at his rented room, Soo-hyun was drinking the medicine. Its horrible smell filled the entire room, to the point that he could not help blurting out, "It tastes disgusting." But after drinking it, he could clearly feel the medicine flowing down his throat, then into his stomach. Then it began amplifying his magic, and a purple magic started spreading throughout his body. Soo-hyun slowly used his own magic to suppress the catalyst's aftereffects. It felt as if someone else's power was inside his body. At that moment, Soo-hyun felt intense pain. His body felt like it was burning. The catalyst began reaching his heart and circulating through his blood vessels. Soo-hyun finally completed the process with a strained expression. Just then, the innkeeper was pounding on the door and shouting outside, "Hey you rented the room for a whole month, so why haven't you shown your face? What the hell are you doing in there? If you're about to die, at least pay the rent first." After saying that, he saw the door open and immediately barged in. Seeing that Soo-hyun was completely fine, he was relieved that Soo-hyun had not run away. Suddenly, he frowned. The room was filled with a terrifying source of mana. Soo-hyun had no intention of skipping out on the rent either. He apologized to the owner and offered to pay extra. Seeing Soo-hyun's now sturdy, muscular body, the owner gaped and asked how much longer he planned to stay. But 1 month had been enough. He had recovered his energy to its perfect state, and now it was time for him to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Soo-hyun vanished right in front of the owner, leaving only a bag of money behind. Soo-hyun checked the time remaining. Tomorrow was the day. Young Dong-jeon and Haek-jun were discussing the news about the Dam Gang. Young Dong-jeon was very surprised when he saw the news. He could not believe someone had openly spoken about the terrifying Dam Gang like this. It was a secret criminal organization, and even after it grew powerful, only a few awakeners knew of its existence. Haek-jun looked at his phone screen and kept reading the comments on the post. It seemed many people thought the same thing. What do you think, Haek-jun? Haek-jun said there was a 50-50 chance that it would really happen. It would be possible right when the Green Dungeon appeared in Anson. But was there any reason to go that far? In fact, Young Dong-jon had investigated the person spreading information about a gang only a few Awakeners knew about, and he found out that the person who wrote the news was Kim Soo-hyun. He said he would investigate further to find out why that guy wanted to bring down the damn gang. He seemed very upset about this. Hearing Kim Soo-hyun's name, Haek-jun suddenly flinched as if electricity had shot past his ear. It seemed he knew who Kim Soo-hyun was. With a thoughtful look on his face, he wondered, strange. Why would a guy who only cares about his own interests care about this? What does he have to do with the damn gang? Could the Aries Guild, Young Dong-jon, and the damn gang be connected somehow? Haek-jun had met Soo-hyun before. Soo-hyun had even left him a business card and said to contact him if he needed help. But Haek-jun still could not believe that Kim Soo-hyun, who had only reached C rank, was the kind of person described in the rumors. Right now, in Anson, Gyeonggi Province, in a small alley, 3 robber brothers appeared. They were probably in the robbery business, but today business was bad, and they had not found a single target. The blonde one complained, "This is so boring. Why is Christmas so quiet? There's nobody to rob. At this hour, everyone's probably at home hugging their lovers. Who has time to wander the streets like you guys?" That said, the people in this city had probably already evacuated. The curly-haired one worried, "Shouldn't we run away too instead of loitering around like this?" Ahaha, you idiot. You actually believe that? Why are you worried because of some bastard who likes tricking people? It's obviously bullshit. These guys really were fools who knew no fear. Suddenly, a young man wearing a mask appeared behind him and interrupted, "It's not bullshit." Hearing that, the 3 robber brothers, another guy with a bowl cut appeared from somewhere. So now there were 4 brothers. Each looked annoyed and asked who this masked young man was. They only thought he was some weirdo wearing a ha-ha mask for Christmas, then burst out laughing together. "Our chance is here. Let's rob this guy. He looks like a lunatic." But what they did not expect was that this was Kim Soo-hyun. He grabbed the blonde man by the collar and lifted him into the air, then gently threw him to the ground. Soo-hyun drew his sharp treasured sword and pointed it at the blonde man, shocking and frightening them. Calling him crazy was a bad move, but he was only scaring these guys a little. "I'm not a lunatic. I'm a terrorist." As soon as he finished speaking, the building behind him immediately exploded. At that moment, all 4 robbers turned pale and trembled. Only then did they realize the danger, and each of them ran off on his own, crying for help. Soon after, the media arrived and reported, "An explosion has occurred in Pyeonchang District, Anson, Gyeonggi Province. Residents are being urgently evacuated." The news quickly reached Chairman Song Kyung-tae's office. Before his subordinate could report it, he had already seen the news, and the look on his face was truly unpleasant. He had still thought it was only Joo-ho's scheme to make the residents evacuate, but now that it had actually happened, he was put in an awkward position. Kim D was sitting in a chair, staring at his phone. According to witnesses at the scene, this act of terror was caused by just one person. At that moment, Song Kyung-tae anxiously remembered what Joo-ho had warned him before. The information from Kim Soo-hyun was accurate. If only he had believed it from the start, would things not have turned out differently? But no, he immediately ordered Du to gather as many Awakeners as possible and to capture Kim Soo-hyun no matter what. He was the terrorist. It was already too late to realize it now, director. Returning to Kim Soo-hyun, he looked extremely cool as he stood in the flames and wondered, is this chaotic enough? At that moment, the buildings and cars seemed to be burning, but in reality, that was not the case. It turned out that the entire scene was merely magic he had created. He had learned how to make everything appear submerged in a sea of fire without actually burning it, thanks to controlling divine fire and changing its color. His mastery of this skill had reached 66.7%. It was all just his performance. It really was an incredible illusion. Right now, there are no injuries at all, but things were still not over. He needed to reach the center of Anyang, but he also knew that once things reached this point, Awakeners would appear to try to stop him, and leading them would still be the handsome guy. Du, we are from the Awakener Management Company. Stop this act of terror. It turned out Du was an Awakener cooperating with the nation, and also the deputy director of the management company. No wonder he often appeared together with Song Kyung-tae. With a serious expression, he said, "Surrender, Mr. Kim Soo-hyun." The Awakeners behind him began to look surprised, not expecting the terrorist to be a rookie like Soo-hyun. While D was doing his best to persuade him to stop and cooperate, Soo-hyun had already drawn his sword and was ready. "Stop babbling. Come at me. I don't want to waste time." Those words angered the other awakeners. One after another, they rushed forward, each striking towards Soo-hyun. The first one had hair like Son Goku. The two sword strikes collided, and Soo-hyun quickly realized that he was an awakener above B rank. But no matter what attack he launched, Soo-hyun blocked it. Another one behind him, below B rank, could not wait either and immediately wanted to show off his skill. He created a magic circle with strange blue-purple patterns and fired a pillar of magic straight at Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun only tilted his head slightly to the left and dodged it. The next one launched countless streams of magic like swords flying towards Soo-hyun, intending to close in and attack, but Soo-hyun kicked him in the arm. At the critical moment, another man came to the rescue with a hammer. Or else that guy might have ended up on the altar watching naked chickens. That huge hammer was also quite powerful. One smash down was enough to make the ground and rocks explode, filling the air with dust and smoke. Soo-hyun moved away nimbly, so he was still safe. These awakeners were all around B rank. Only Kim Du was the strongest, but he still did not attack. He was watching and analyzing Soo-hyun's abilities. He alone knew there was still something Soo-hyun had not shown. Suddenly, Du did something. He opened his book and used magic. Blue energy surrounded Soo-hyun, and a pair of wings lifted him into the air. At that moment, Kim Du had also realized that there were no injuries. Everything looked like it was burning, but in truth, it was not, and there was no economic damage either. But why did you fake a terrorist attack to evacuate the residents? Are you trying to evacuate them from the outbreak? Soo-hyun did not care much and merely provoked him, wanting Kim Du to fight him. Do you close the book then? And the magic disappeared as well. Soo-hyun fell freely from the sky, and Du teleported after him. He used 5-star magic, creating lightning to roast Soo-hyun. But Soo-hyun immediately blocked it with his sword, and the collision caused an explosion. Soo-hyun remained safe despite being in free fall. He landed lightly and carefully brushed the dust off his clothes. Du was quite surprised as well. Even though Soo-hyun had been attacked by numerous awakeners, there was no way he should have been able to avoid his mid-air attack like that. He lifted his chin and asked his opponent what he thought. Kim Soo-hyun immediately replied, "I feel like I've shown enough. You people are no match for my level." Hearing that, Du confirmed that his judgment of Soo-hyun had been right. He was very strong, and there was still something he had not revealed. The awakeners rushing in still did not understand what was going on, and all wanted to take credit for defeating Soo-hyun. Only now did you know that he needed to contact the company for support and ask them to send every available awakener here. Soo-hyun's true goal was not to fight the other awakeners. That was why he did not truly attack anyone. If someone rushed in to hit him, he used technique to dodge, and when necessary, he only threw a very light punch or kick. For example, this awakener with Son Goku hair. He attacked, but Soo-hyun kicked in the head, leaving a huge bump. All he could do was angrily say, "Please fight properly with a weapon." At that moment, Kim Du stopped everyone and told them not to attack. He had already called for reinforcements. What they needed to do now was focus on defending against Soo-hyun's attacks. In other words, they should conserve their strength until it was truly needed. As I said, Kim Du was the only one who knew how strong Soo-hyun was, and he definitely had not shown everything yet. He was certain that his opponent possessed the skills of an S-rank warrior, or perhaps even higher. But he simply did not know why Soo-hyun was doing this, so he kept wondering inwardly. Why would someone who had never shown himself before suddenly decide to appear as a terrorist? If you do not know, then let me explain. Soo-hyun did this to provide proof that none of the awakeners here were as strong as him. There were two reasons why he had to hide his identity and perform this act. First, to evaluate the combined strength of the current awakeners and see how powerful they were. Second, to make them send more awakeners as reinforcements. If he did not keep up the appearance that he was a terrorist, director Song Kyung-tae would certainly never send reinforcements. He did not care whether the outbreak occurred or not. He only cared about catching the person causing a disturbance that had been broadcast on national news. So the important thing Soo Hyun needed to do was drag this out until more reinforcement arrived. Then there would be many Awakeners fighting alongside him against the outbreak. Not long after, a voice came down from above. "We have arrived to respond to your request for reinforcements." That was right. The voice belonged to the Awakeners who had come as reinforcements. A group of people wearing matching outfits stood on the roof of a building, appearing brilliantly amid the flames. They were the Federal Awakener team selected by the Awakener Management Company, the Special Force of the Awakener Company, also known as ACT. The current captain of ACT was S-Rank Park Jong. Due beside him was ACT's current vice captain, A-Rank Kong Sung-cheon, along with other Awakeners. Their appearance surprised Yu and the others a little. Wow, the director must be really angry to deploy such a powerful team. Everyone on this team looked incredibly cool, especially Captain Park Jong. Due hearing his voice, one Awakener below immediately asked, "Sir Park, could you open up a few more positions and act?" "No, you idiot. ACT is made up entirely of Awakeners above a rank. You youngsters aren't qualified." Returning to Soo Hyun, he recognized a familiar person at first glance. Park Jong-do was one of the strongest among the S-rank members. Moreover, in his previous life, when he was still Kim Sung-in, the man had once been his master and taught him. But of course, the captain had no idea who he was. He was only slightly surprised that capturing one terrorist required gathering so many Awakeners. Du hurriedly reminded him that, according to reports, Kim Soo Hyun was registered as C rank, but his true skills were S rank or perhaps even stronger than Sir Park Jong. There were too few people here who could match him, which was why reinforcements were needed. Hearing that, ACT's vice captain immediately grew angry. "What are you saying, Deputy Director Kim? Don't tell me you're scared just because you haven't been on the battlefield for a long time. No matter how you look at him, he's just a kid." Before he could finish, the captain interrupted him. "Don't underestimate him. Deputy Director Du, I don't know how strong he is, but I still don't plan to do anything yet, right?" His subordinates could handle it. There was no need for him to act personally. They understood what he meant and immediately jumped down, charging towards Soo Hyun. Vice Captain Kong Sung-cheon led the way. "All I have to do is catch him, right, Master?" Seeing this, Du looked worried and said to Park Jong-do, "Even if he is your student, he is still only an A-rank member. Can he really fight Kim Soo Hyun?" But the captain was quite confident in his team. "Relax. ACT's Awakeners are different from ordinary Awakeners." At that moment, Soo Hyun and Park Jong-do faced each other. Soo Hyun had a chance to see the captain's face more clearly, and he realized the man had not changed at all. He was still as handsome as before. He wondered whether the man's ability to teach students was still as good as it had been in the past. "I'll verify it myself, Master." The ACT Awakeners charged forward one after another, each with a murderous look on his face. They rushed toward Soo Hyun like a gust of wind, moving at light speed, surrounding him and forming a circle. The remaining Awakeners only stood watching and commenting. The Son Goku hair guy saw it and immediately criticized, "What kind of stupid skill is that? Actually, you are the stupid one." This was a perfect coordinated attack technique, a unified action with prominent distinguishing features. It looked like they were just running in circles, but in reality, they were creating an incredible barrier. Their attacks were highly distinct, targeting a single objective with formidable speed, making it very difficult for Soo Hyun to find a chance to attack. Not only that, it was also difficult to block each person's attacks. In other words, this was an organized attack that fully combined support, restraint, and a terrifying flow of wind. It could defeat any extremely powerful individual. Really? But it looked to me like Kim Soo Hyun was still calmly blocking each attack. His swordsmanship was extremely refined, not to mention he had not even used the magical energy inside his body. Kong Sung-cheon attacked, while provoking Soo Hyun. "Hey, Kim Soo Hyun, stop running away like a coward. Show us what you can do." After saying that, he thrust his blade straight at Soo Hyun's body, but Soo Hyun dodged it. However, the purpose of this was not so simple. Kong Sung-cheon only did that to make him lose his balance, giving the others a chance to bind him from all sides. This move could be called the Tangled Spiderweb. Chains containing magical energy fixed Soo Hyun's body in place and tightened around his neck. At that moment, Kang Sung-cheon used his full strength, intending to finish Soo Hyun off with a single strike. There was a thunderous boom, and dust, dirt, and stones flew everywhere. The chains were also cut apart. Everyone thought Kang Sung-cheon had taken down Soo Hyun, but before they could rejoice, to their shock, the one who had been tied up was actually Kang Sung-cheon. He had been bound by his own chains to his own blade. Everyone at the scene gaped in astonishment. Kang Sung-cheon, feeling rather humiliated, began cursing. "Damn it, how the hell did you do that?" The other Awakeners started to doubt their strategy. Did the pincer tactic not work? Did we make some kind of mistake? From the very beginning, Soo Hyun had known their plan. Although he'd been tied up, the moment the vice captain swung his sword, Soo Hyun twisted his body in the direction of the sword swing, cutting the chains apart and using those very chains to bind him instead. The man froze on the spot, completely stunned, unable to react at all. You said that even if Soo Hyun had a wealth of combat experience, it should have been impossible to pull off such a move in such a short span of time. But in his previous life, Soo Hyun had become far too familiar with this technique. He had practiced these tactics until he was sick of them, so it was no surprise that he could do it. At that moment, as Soo Hyun was fiddling with his cracked mask, the captain drew his sword and said, "It seems I was mistaken. I should have been the one to deal with you. You said your name was Kim Soo Hyun, correct? It seems youth favors you quite a bit." Yet he also seemed to feel regret over Soo Hyun's strength, because if they had met under different circumstances, he might have been persuaded to invite Soo Hyun to work with him. Seeing this, Du anxiously warned him, "Captain, the Awakeners are beginning to regroup. Please be careful so the rankings do not fall into chaos. I will do my best." Their regrouping was exactly what Soo Hyun had wanted. Now was time for the curtain to fall. Standing before the captain, Soo Hyun thought that for a very long time he had wanted to face him head-on. However, now was not the right time. Then he lowered his sword and raised both hands in surrender, leaving the captain and the Awakeners surprised again and again. "I surrender. What did you just say? What is this supposed to mean?" the captain asked in surprise. The other Awakeners also began murmuring among themselves. "He's surrendering? After we went through so much trouble to get here." At that moment, the watch on Soo Hyun's wrist struck exactly 6 p.m. This was the exact moment the green dungeon appeared. Only then did Soo Hyun reveal his hand. There is no need to waste strength on meaningless battles. The real battle begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, heaven and earth suddenly shook. A stream of green light appeared in the air. Do you realize that this was a new green dungeon opening? Kang Sung-cheon also said in surprise, "That's not all. This could be a dungeon outbreak." The other Awakeners began to worry that it would explode the moment the dungeon appeared. Soo Hyun explained, "As you can see, the appearance of dungeons and the speed of outbreaks will become harder and harder to predict. I know everyone is very confused right now, and you may be angry that I did not tell you the truth from the start. Awakeners, fight with me. Let us protect this city of Anyang together." As he spoke, Soo Hyun clenched his hand, absorbing the flames around him. The flames returned to their familiar blue color and enveloped his body. At this moment, Haek-jun had actually been here for a long time. He had witnessed everything. Just as he had guessed, that person really was Kim Soo Hyun. Returning to the dungeon outbreak, an outbreak was currently known as a phenomenon that occurred when a dungeon was not completed within the time limit. But this time, it was an outbreak that happened the moment the dungeon appeared. The unexpected outbreak in Anyang would become the catalyst for a threat to the entire world. Soo Hyun knew that from now on, this would happen more and more frequently. At that moment, he asked Kim Du, "Mr. Du, how many reinforcements do we have?" "At least 100. Soo Hyun immediately thanked him, thinking that Du had understood what he meant. But in truth, he had not. It was only because of Soo Hyun's commotion and fake terrorist attack that Du had been able to call reinforcements more quickly. At that moment, the other Awakeners said fearfully, it looks like they knew in advance that an outbreak would happen. "Look over there." A monster emerged from the dungeon. Everyone hurriedly shouted, "The monsters are coming out. The outbreak has begun. Everyone, prepare for battle." The outbreak had begun. Monsters crawled out one after another, each of them completely green. Every monster was at least on the level of a boss from a red or orange dungeon. A gigantic boss wearing nothing but pink underwear appeared, and in no time at all, several people had died beneath its feet. At that moment, it was about to swing its fist and eliminate the next person, but this awakener seemed utterly terrified. His body froze, unable to move, and tears filled his eyes. No matter how much everyone shouted at him, he made no move to resist and did not run. His feet seemed rooted to the ground as he waited for death. Fortunately, before the monster's fist came crashing down, Captain Park-jong-do appeared in time and stopped it. Pull yourself together if you do not want to die. Only after hearing that did the man hurriedly run away. The captain ordered ACT, move out, support formation, assist the other awakeners in preparing for battle. Kong Sung-cheon had just taken down a monster at that moment. Hearing this, he immediately objected. Sir, wouldn't it be faster if we handled this ourselves? Kim Soo-hyun appeared behind him and replied, all the awakeners are extremely confused because of this unexpected situation. In a situation like this, helping everyone calm down is the top priority. Isn't that something only ACT can do? Do your best in every situation. After saying that, he charged toward the dungeon, leaving Kong Sung-cheon furious. Damn it, who does he think he is? How can he talk like the boss? But that was only natural. Soo-hyun thought, Master, no, Park-jong-do will be able to handle the green dungeon monsters without any problem. Since ACT is here, the situation with the civilians should also stabilize. At that moment, countless winged monsters surrounded Soo-hyun. He swung the sacred flame once, and each of them was instantly cut in two. Now he no longer had to worry about every little small fry. He was only waiting for something to appear. The half-black dragon monster, Igalus. Down in the city, the awakeners were focusing on evacuating the civilians. Dee was extremely worried. Fortunately, we prepared in time, and there still have not been any civilian casualties. But we have to hurry before the monsters go out of control. If not, it will not just be Anyang in danger, but the entire country. Monsters still filled the sky. Do not let them approach the ground. Make sure none of them leave Anyang. At that moment, the Awakener Son Goku was also very worried as he tried to reassure the civilians. Stay calm and follow the Awakener's instructions. Kim Doo quickly used the power of his book to eliminate a monster. He looked towards Soo-hyun, who was standing on a rooftop, and thought that at this moment, they could only rely on Kim Soo-hyun alone. But he was worried that Soo-hyun would not be able to wipe out all these monsters by himself. His dazed thoughts caused him to lose focus. He did not even notice a huge boss appearing behind him. Fortunately, before it could do anything, someone rode onto its head and drove a sword straight into it. That's right, it was none other than the captain of ACT. The monster collapsed just like that. The captain looked incredibly cool. He fought monsters as casually as if he were out for a stroll. He reminded Doo that he needed to focus more because if not for him, Doo's role might already have ended there. After saying that, the captain calmly wiped his glasses and assigned tasks. We do not have much time, so I will get straight to the point. Leave killing the monsters and evacuating the civilians to me and the members of ACT. As for you, focus on supporting the Awakeners. At that moment, Soo-hyun also happened to be there. The captain asked him, "Can you handle the half-black dragon?" "Of course. I have done this kind of thing many times," Kim Soo-hyun replied. "Then good luck." Immediately after that, everyone went to do their own job. Soo-hyun summoned the blue phoenix, clung to its leg, and flew into the sky. He faced a purple dragon with 2 horns like a bull's. The dragon looked unbelievably tacky, but what could be done? It might have been ugly, but its build was extremely powerful. This monster often used its tail as a special move to destroy anything in its path. Soo-hyun had already slashed its tail once, but seemed to have no effect. He circled around, wanting to attack from behind. He used all his sword skills in an attempt to cut the monster in two, but it was not that easy. Its back was so thick and hard that even Soo-hyun's hands trembled. He tried his best to slash the monster several times, but every strike was like a mosquito biting stainless steel. With no other choice, he summoned the phoenix and had it drop him to the ground. Immediately after that, the dragon's eyes lit up. Its mouth spewed dark magical firepower towards Soo-hyun, but the phoenix protected him. It charged forward and struck the dragon in the face. The dragon howled in pain and immediately used its 5-meter-long tail to whip Soo-hyun, sending him skidding across the ground in a long trail. Fortunately, he was still safe. Although this was the second time he had faced it, it was still extremely difficult to deal with. He recalled his previous life during the outbreak in Anyang. Somewhere over 15,000 people had been killed or injured, and more than half of them had been slaughtered by that dragon. At that time, because the dungeon phenomena had been impossible to predict, there had not been enough awakeners nearby to help everyone as there were now. Moreover, back then, he had just finished clearing another dungeon and had to rush over to check the situation right away, so he had not had any energy left to fight it. But things were different now. He had many chances to eliminate this monster. Your firepower is strong, but as long as I focus on it, I can cut through anything. After saying that, Su Hyun passed through each wave of fire the dragon spat out. He remembered that after breathing fire, there would be a brief moment when the dragon lost focus. He only needed to wait for that opportunity. This is it. At that moment, he took out the dragon-slaying spear. This was a weapon based on the legend of an undefeated warrior, and it had been sold in the Abyss item shop. Although it was extremely expensive and was also a one-time use item, it possessed terrifying power. Su Hyun gripped the weapon in his hand as energy radiated around it. Then he launched himself straight down at the monster and spoke in a resolute voice. "I will make sure no one ever dies under your firepower again, you damned dragon." Countless spearheads pierced through the monster's body, through its neck, its head, and its chest. It fell from high in the sky. At that moment, its body looked no different from a porcupine. The dragon crashed down and died miserably. But was it really dead? It was dead, yes, but after this dragon, Igalus, was defeated, its soul would appear. The soul of the half-black dragon Igalus was the true final boss. All it had been doing until now was crying out, "It hurts. Yes, it hurts. You killed me. Who are you?" Before answering, Su Hyun asked in return, "Why don't you ask yourself who you are?" He was nobody at all. He was merely his soul. He could not answer who he was. He only lowered his head, covered his face, cried, and screamed, "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much." His tears were bright red, and they gradually transformed into thousands of blades, rushing forward with increasing force and piercing through Su Hyun's body. Then it threw a punch that sent him flying far away. At that moment, Su Hyun did not look to be in good shape. When everyone heard the loud noise, they immediately looked up. At the same time, Lee Ju-ho also arrived. As soon as he got there, he hurriedly asked where Su Hyun was. At that moment, the black dragon had opened its mouth, filled with hideous teeth, and eaten Su Hyun. Ju-ho only managed to see one of Su Hyun's blood-covered arms sticking out. He could not believe his eyes. Thinking his friend had died, he shouted angrily, "Su Hyun!" The system announced, "Your vitality has dropped to a critical level." Could Su Hyun really die this early? Of course not. Su Hyun had activated the Immortal Hero technique. The system announced, "You will recover the vitality you have lost. Your vitality recovery speed will increase. Your physical abilities will increase significantly." At that moment, Su Hyun, his body covered in blood, used both hands to pry open the monster's mouth and even said, "Thank you. Thank you, half-black dragon. Thanks to you, I have become stronger." To explain why Su Hyun had defeated Igalus but a soul still appeared and made it immortal again, and why, strangely, when asked who it was, it could not answer, it was because at this moment, when it saw Su Hyun with its own eyes, it seemed to see itself in him. It wondered why it had become one with Igalus, and it also vaguely remembered that in the past, it had once been Falcon, a hero of the Tezram Empire. Back then, he had been in the same situation as Su Hyun. He himself had been the person everyone trusted and entrusted with the mission of eliminating the half-black dragon. At that time, the half-black dragon Igalus had still been an extremely powerful monster. No matter how they fought, they could not destroy it. Because the battle showed no sign of ending, Falcon thought of a final method. He believed that if he could control that bastard, he would be able to destroy it. That was why his body merged with the monster, turning him into a soul that dwelled inside it while searching for a way to kill it. But because too much time had passed, he forgot his own past and simply became a soul within Igalus' body. Returning to reality, Su Hyun was now in peak condition. His body could float as lightly as a feather. This was thanks to the effect of Indomitable Hero. Indomitable Hero, Manarang, proportional to the user's mana. Skill type, passive. Level 1. Proficiency, 0%. The body of the tower climber who challenged the demon lord. The body of the indomitable hero cannot be destroyed or harmed and has approached immortality. When vitality exceeds a certain threshold, it will automatically activate. At that time, your recovery ability and stamina will recover faster, and at the same time, your physical condition will develop tremendously. With his skill, it was no wonder Su Hyun escaped death by a hair's breadth. He wanted to quickly eliminate this half-black dragon, but he could not approach it. He was still trying to find the dragon's weakness. Its body was extremely tough, making it difficult to target any part of it, but there had to be a weakness. There it is. Su Hyun quickly found his opportunity. He swung his sword and slashed at a wound on the dragon's arm. One of its arms was immediately cut in two. The dragon screamed in pain. At that moment, Su Hyun spoke to Falcon's soul. "Isn't it time for you to think this through, Falcon? The ones you saved and the ones you could not save, all of them. Do you think they will want to see you in your current form?" As he spoke, he continued fighting the dragon. He had just cut off one of its arms, and of course it would not sit still. At that moment, Falcon also finished thinking and said, "I fought Igolas, and I could not defeat him. So now, hero from another race, in this." After saying that, he opened a glowing hole in his chest. Su Hyun immediately understood that this was the key to destroying the half-black dragon. It turned its head and fled, but there was nowhere it could run. Su Hyun took hold of the dragon-slaying spear. Once again, he hurled it straight through Falcon's soul's chest. The dragon fell to the ground just like that. Only a thunderous crash could be heard, and dust billowed everywhere. On the dragon's corpse, Falcon lay there, as if something still lingered within him. At that moment, Su Hyun landed beside him and asked, "Have your memories returned?" Falcon replied, "Yes. The past I have forgotten was filled only with failures and mistakes. I am a knight of the Tezram Empire. Falcon, I tried to defeat the half-dragon monster Igolas for a very long time, but because the battle dragged on, my country suffered tremendous damage. In the end, I used magic to trap both myself and the monster in another dimension. But because the battle was endless, Igolas entered my body. Even after escaping that dimension, I kept fighting to kill it inside me. But every time, I ended up killing innocent people by mistake." After listening, Su Hyun comforted him. "After all this time, do you still regret that? I think instead of being too caught up in what was lost, you should focus more on protecting what remains. If you hadn't fought to protect your country, perhaps even more people would have died." Falcon was moved. "Are you trying to comfort me? You're not very good at it." Su Hyun was a little embarrassed and admitted he was not good at such things. Falcon continued, "You're right. It would be a lie to say I feel no regret. But if I could return to the past, I would still make the same choice." Hearing this, Su Hyun suddenly remembered his previous life as Kim Sung-in. Back then, he had also fought desperately to save the world. But in the end, the bull-headed, horse-faced monster had ended the last life of all humanity with a single punch. Still, he had done everything he could back then, hadn't he? At that moment, Falcon took out a treasure and gave it to Su Hyun to thank him for helping him in this long, drawn-out battle. It was the finest iron armor the Tezram Empire had made for Falcon when he set out to fight Igolas. Since a great item had fallen into his lap, there was no reason not to accept it quickly. Su Hyun took it and thanked him. At that moment, the system also notified him, "You have obtained an item, Falcon's heavenly armor." Falcon then spoke his final words. "I want to thank you once more. This battle was truly too long. Now I can finally rest in peace." After that, Falcon's body and the half-black dragon gradually broke apart into fragments and scattered into the air. Su Hyun also bowed his head before the hero of Tezram. Rest in peace. The sun shone over the city once again, and only now did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Ju-ho and Du came running over from afar in a panic. As soon as Ju-ho arrived, he looked around frantically. "Are you all right?" "As you can see, I'm fine. That monster was stronger than I expected. I thought I was going to die, huh?" Ju-ho shouted right in Su Hyun's face, spraying spit everywhere. "That monster was terrifyingly strong. You almost lost your life." As for Du, after checking on Su Hyun, he suddenly bowed 90 degrees. "The chairman may not accept this, but as a representative of the company, I sincerely apologize and thank you." Su Hyun said he did not need to do that. He was also glad that no one had been hurt. Seeing that everyone was all right, all of his worries completely vanished. It was just that he was a little tired. After saying that, his body suddenly swayed, and he fell backward onto the ground. Juho panicked and caught him. Suhayun, you must be hurt somewhere. Only you knew he was fine. In truth, he was simply sleepy. He must have been exhausted. Fortunately, he had not suffered any serious injuries. Once everything was resolved, a massive storm would arise, and the young man Kim Soo-hyun would be at the eye of it. The main character of that storm was currently sleeping very soundly. That's right. At this moment, the media had exploded. News stations were continuously reporting that a dungeon break had occurred in Anyang. Fortunately, the citizens had been evacuated. Experts were now heatedly discussing this incident. In a place like Anyang, where disasters often occurred, terrorism by extremist guilds was something that could have been predicted. However, when it came to the dungeon break that had been resolved, it was thanks to the awakener Kim Soo-hyun. 3 days had passed since the incident. Soo-hyun had just woken up in the hospital. He had slept for 3 straight days. When he woke up, he could not remember when he had passed out, so he reassured himself. I must have overworked myself. After regaining his senses, he saw a fruit basket on the table along with a letter. It had been sent by Lee Ju-ho. I came by to visit you, but you still hadn't woken up, so I left this note. I think we need to sort things out a bit, since the whole world is talking about this incident right now. So I handled all the troublesome calls on your behalf. I'm sorry for doing that without asking you first, but I believe you'll understand. You saved a lot of people. You must be very tired right now, so don't think about anything and just get plenty of rest. I thought you might be hungry when you woke up, so I prepared some fruit. Soo-hyun picked up an apple and said, I'm really grateful to him. No wonder when he had checked his phone earlier, there had not been a single notification. It turned out Juho had handled everything for him. But he did not seem hungry either. He held the apple without eating it, merely tossing it up and down while thinking, I resolved the dungeon in Gwangju, and now the dungeon break in Anyang too. When I think about it, I've been pretty useful, completely unlike my previous life. But from now on, there's still a lot I need to do, so I can't let my guard down. I need to think about what to do next. Such was the life of a male lead, fighting, resting, and preparing for the next step. While he was deep in thought, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? At that moment, a foot stepped inside. Soo-hyun looked surprised. It was Choi Haek-jun. He was as handsome as ever, except this time he was injured and wrapped in bandages, making him look as if he had lost one eye. Seeing him, Soo-hyun asked, Why did you come to visit me? What happened to your face? But before he could even finish speaking, Haek-jun cut him off. He slammed his hand hard on the table and said with a tense expression, I have something to ask you. How would you feel about joining our guild? Oh, so he was just here to invite him into the guild. Did he really need to be that intense? Haek-jun was now trying very hard to convince Soo-hyun to join his guild. If you think about it carefully, this isn't a bad deal. You must be receiving a lot of calls from guilds and the association. But if you join our guild, I guarantee no one will dare bother you. All you need to do is join the guild. Without waiting for Haek-jun to continue, Soo-hyun realized that something was definitely wrong. He replied, In this situation, I think you know this is pretty awkward, don't you? Before trying to persuade me to join your guild, I think you should explain exactly what's going on. There's a problem, isn't there? That was right. There had to be some reason why Haek-jun was doing this, and the wound on his face had not appeared for no reason either. Before he came to see Soo-hyun, something had happened. At the Aries Guild, Young Dong-jang had gathered all the awakeners in his guild to remind them of something. Soon, there would be a test to be promoted into a major guild, and it was truly important for their future. Although there were many benefits to becoming a major guild, the most important was that the amount of financial support they received would increase. He hoped everyone would prepare well for this test. If anyone makes a mistake, I will kill that person with my own hands. Everyone in the room listened seriously and accepted the order. Understood, Guild Master. When it was time to dismiss them, Young Dong-jang called Haek-jun to stay behind. At that moment, he revealed an angry expression. Don't you think we have something to talk about? After he said that, 2 large bodyguards could be seen standing outside, while the sounds of fighting echoed from inside. Inside the room, Haek-jun was beaten by the guildmaster until he coughed up blood and collapsed to the floor. The reason he did that was because he believed Haek-jun had betrayed him. How dare you deceive me? As he spoke, he crouched down and grabbed Haek-jun by the hair, even though Haek-jun said he really did not know Soo-hyun. You don't know him? You saw him at the bottom of the abyss, And you even took the rank verification exams together, yet you say you don't know him? Are you saying you didn't know he was Kim Soo-hyun? After saying that, he struck Haek-jun again. Haek-jun simply fell to the ground without resisting. Young Dong-jang's goal was to make him recruit Soo-hyun into their guild, because if they had someone as powerful as Soo-hyun, they could easily pass the promotion test. However, Haek-jun did not want to do that. He protested weakly. How am I supposed to bring him here? I've only met him on a few occasions. I've never contacted him first, and I can't force him to come. You know how strong he is too. Young Dong-jang merely lit a cigarette, gave a cold smile, and approached him. I don't care how you do it. If I tell you to bring someone here, then you bring him here. If you can't do it, then I suppose I'll have to teach IU-sun a lesson. Hearing IU-sun's name, Haek-jun suddenly became angry and glared at Young Dong-jang. Young Dong-jang pressed the lit end of his cigarette against Haek-jun's forehead and warned him, I'll give you one last chance. Before the promotion test begins, bring Kim Soo-hyun to me. When Haek-jun returned home, his girlfriend was applying medicine to his wounds. She was IU-sun, the person Young Dong-jang had mentioned. She asked worriedly if it hurt. It's fine. I was just a little startled. She knew all of this had been done by Young Dong-jang, and she was very worried about him. He tried to reassure her. This happened because I fought a monster. What kind of monster would only aim at your face like this? Indeed, no monster could make one eye swell up like that. Hey, June, I'm really fine, so please stop. Right after saying that, she began coughing violently. If that was fine, then what was not? Haek-jun worriedly brought medicine for IU-sun to take, and only then did she stabilize again. IU-sun was actually suffering from an extremely painful illness, one that could not even be cured by modern medicine. Only Young Dong-jang possessed an effective pain-relieving medicine that could help IU-sun. So that was the deal between the two of them. Young Dong-jang had always used IU-sun to threaten him. Haek-jun did not want to see the person he loved suffer, and that made him obediently follow Young Dong-jang's orders. That was also why he had to personally bring his not-so-good-looking face to find Soo-hyun and persuade him to join the guild. But when asked what was going on, Haek-jun did not say anything. He simply drew his sword and pointed it straight at Soo-hyun's face. If you're concerned about what's happening, then fight me. If you win, I'll tell you everything. However, if you lose, join the Ares Guild. Seriously? The guy had only just rested and recovered from his injuries, and now he was being forced to fight? In his previous life, Choi Haek-jun had been the youngest A-rank awakener in the country, a member of the high-class Ares Guild, and a famous figure praised as a genius. On the night before his S-rank promotion test, he massacred the entire Ares Guild. Soo-hyun had met him a few times back when he was Kim Sung-in. He had once advised Haek-jun, but at that time, Haek-jun had been a completely different person. You want me to save the world? Don't be ridiculous. Why should I waste my time for other people? But the current Choi Haek-jun was a very good person. He was gentle, and when he met Soo-hyun in front of the company, it seemed as though he had something he wanted to say. And he had tried his best to pretend not to know Soo-hyun in front of Young Dong-jang. Even in Anyang, he had fought to protect others. Why was that Choi Haek-jun now forcing Soo-hyun into a fight? Back at the hospital, Haek-jun did not wait to see whether Soo-hyun agreed to fight or not. He decided that no answer meant agreement, and just like that, he attacked Soo-hyun right in the hospital room. Soo-hyun hurriedly dodged the attack. He could not understand why Haek-jun was forcing him to fight while he was injured. The Haek-jun he knew was not that kind of person. If you won't tell me why you're doing this, then Choi Haek-jun, I'll find out for myself. After saying that, the two began fighting. The booming impacts made the hospital seem as if it were shaking, and the doctors and nurses downstairs thought it was an earthquake. At that moment, a female nurse hurriedly ran down from the upper floor and said in a panic to another nurse, "Ma'am, there's a problem. Awakeners are fighting upstairs." Soo-hyun had not yet found his weapon, so he had no choice but to fight his opponent barehanded. He calmly dodged each of Haek-jun's sword strikes. Not only that, with agile movements, he even kicked Haek-jun. However, he was then sent flying toward the hospital bed. He thought that if the fight dragged on, it would damage the hospital, so he would probably have to end everything as quickly as possible. And to do that quickly, he needed a weapon. Soo-hyun began looking around for his sword. He saw it over there, but there was no way Haek-jun would give him the chance to pick it up. It might be a little underhanded, but Haek-jun would not let Soo-hyun get his sword. After all, he knew he was much weaker than Soo-hyun, so he had no choice but to force Soo-hyun to fight while injured. Haek-yoon attacked Isu-hyun continuously. At that moment, Soo-hyun grabbed a blanket and used it to block Haek-jun's vision, taking the chance to run for his weapon. Seeing that, Haek-jun launched an attack at him. Its terrifying power sent Soo-hyun and everything in the room flying out through the glass window. Although Soo-hyun avoided the attack, the pressure from it was truly astonishing. This Choi Haek-jun really was strong. Just then, Soo-hyun spotted the fruit knife beside him and hurriedly grabbed it. Well, if he did not have a proper weapon, at least he had something he could use for now. Since he did not want innocent people to be affected, Soo-hyun lured Haek-jun up to the rooftop. He used Sacred Flame to fly up, and Haek-jun immediately understood his intention and followed him. To be honest, if Soo-hyun were in his normal healthy state, he could absolutely defeat Haek-jun barehanded. But right now, he had not fully recovered from the battle in Anyang, so he needed a weapon. Still, how much could this kitchen knife really help him? Because it was not a proper weapon, there was not much he could do with it. Without his sword, he would definitely be lacking magic resonance. Even so, he was still confident in his ability to control magic. Every attack Haek-jun launched, Soo-hyun blocked. He grabbed Haek-jun's hand tightly, and the power from the kitchen knife carved 2 slashes into Haek-jun's body. Haek-jun cried out in pain, "Damn it!" Then, in anger, he unleashed the terrifying power of full moon burst down at Soo-hyun. A brilliant surge of magic shone across the rooftop. The police and fire department, having received reports, had already surrounded the area below. Meanwhile, on the rooftop above, Haek-jun had gifted the roof with a long crack. The force could be seen approaching Soo-hyun, but he blocked it with magic, causing the crack to split in 2 directions while he remained safe. Only now did Haek-jun stop. He gave a faint smile and said, "Just as I thought. I can't beat you, Soo-hyun." If so, it was time for him to tell Soo-hyun what was going on. Haek-jun began to explain. "Kawa Ayu-sun is the only person in this world I want to see happy. Ayu-sun and I have known each other since childhood. She is my best friend and also my girlfriend. After Ayu-sun graduated from high school, she took over her family's flower shop. She helped me a lot when I was unemployed. She always encouraged me. That was why I became an awakener, and I was very happy. But then one day, when I went to her shop, I found her violently coughing up blood. While I was wondering who had done this by coincidence, Young Dong-jang appeared right then. He examined the situation and determined that Ayu-sun had been severely poisoned. He also happened to be very knowledgeable in that field. He offered to help us, and the medicine my girlfriend takes is also supplied by him. After hearing that, Soo-hyun understood everything. He said, "You needed medicine for your girlfriend, so Young Dong-jang has been using you all this time?" "Exactly, because he is the only one who can make that medicine." Haek-jun stood up and said to Soo-hyun, "Do you remember what you said before? When we met in front of the certification center, you said that if I needed help, I should call you. I really wanted to believe what you said. Please save Ayu-sun and me from Young Dong-jang's control. Please save us." Kim Soo-hyun was still stunned and had not managed to say anything when Choi Haek-jun immediately changed his mind again. "But if I accept your help, I'll never be able to trust myself again, just like how I've been controlled by Young Dong-jang all this time. If I keep relying on other people like this, the same thing will only happen again. I have no choice. I have to end everything myself." After saying that, Choi Haek-jun turned and left, not forgetting to turn back and thank him, Soo-hyun, for everything. How strange. What exactly did he want? One moment he wanted help, and the next he did not. He left Kim Soo-hyun behind in complete confusion. Meanwhile, at a newsroom, Lee Joo-ho had bought some information about the Aries Guild from the man wearing glasses. It seemed to be something quite important, so Lee Joo-ho asked suspiciously whether it was true. The man got angry. "I make a living selling information. Why would I lie to you? This is top secret. I'm only saying it once, so be careful. Whatever you do, don't drag me into it." Just then, Lee Joo-ho received a call from Kim Soo-hyun. He said goodbye to the older man and left right away. Kim Soo-hyun called to tell him what had just happened at the hospital. Lee Joo-ho was worried, but Kim Soo-hyun reassured him that he was fine and that nothing was wrong. At this time, the police were also searching for Choi Haek-jun's location. In addition, Kim Soo-hyun wanted to ask him what he should do about Choi Haek-jun. He explained, "Well, that's basically what happened." Lee Joo-ho was a little surprised. So that was what had happened to Choi Haek-jun. Just then, he also had information he wanted to report to Kim Soo-hyun about the Aries Guild. At the Aries Guild office, Young Dong-jang was sitting with his legs crossed on the desk, reading the newspaper a cigarette in his mouth, looking extremely smug. Suddenly, someone walked in. He was a little irritated and complained about why they had entered without knocking. But then he realized it was Choi Haek-jun. He wondered why Choi Haek-jun was here, then suddenly noticed that his entire body was covered in blood. Holding a sword stained bright red with blood, Choi Haek-jun asked Young Dongjang with a cold expression, "Guildmaster, I want to ask you one question. If an awakener uses his ability on someone else, and then that awakener dies, does the ability stop working?" So that was his way of ending his problem himself. People say that if you cannot solve a problem, solve the person who created it. He had come to eliminate Young Dongjang. He had killed the other awakeners first, then come to find Young Dongjang. Young Dongjang looked surprised, but immediately realized what was going on. He angrily asked Choi Haek-jun in return, "What are you planning to do, asking me something like that?" News that Choi Haek-jun had attacked Kim Soo-hyun at the hospital quickly spread across the media. Breaking news: an awakener has attacked Songju Hospital in Gangnam District, Seoul. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The Awakener Management Company is currently investigating the case. The main suspect is Choi Haek-jun of the Aries Guild, and the victim of the attack is also an awakener. Ayu-sun had also seen the news by this point. Restless with worry, she called Choi Haek-jun, but all she received was the automated operator's response. "The number you have dialed cannot be reached. Please." She was only afraid that he would do something reckless. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled her, and she anxiously asked, "Who is it?" It turned out to be Kim Soo-hyun, who had come to see her. Ayu-sun invited him in her home and made him a cup of hot tea. He said awkwardly, "Thank you for inviting me in. I came rather suddenly, didn't I? You must feel uncomfortable." Ayu-sun was not uncomfortable because he had come here. She was uncomfortable because the person sitting in front of her was the one her boyfriend had attacked. "No, you've become quite famous lately. I've also heard a lot about you from Haek-jun. He always said he wanted to become someone like you. I saw the news reports saying that Haek-jun attacked you, but he isn't the kind of person who would do something like that." Kim Soo-hyun hodiden gomfot Ayu-sun. Although he did not know the details, Choi Haek-jun had briefly told him about Ayu-sun's situation. The reason Choi Haek-jun came to him was probably also because of the guild's orders. Kim Soo-hyun said Choi Haek-jun had looked extremely desperate when he came to see him, but in the end, he did not ask for help and said he would solve it himself. At that time, Kim Soo-hyun could not force Choi Haek-jun to follow his wishes. That was why he had come all the way here to learn more. He said, "I want to know what you think, Miss Ayu-sundae." Hearing this, Ayu-sun covered her face and burst into tears. Choi Haek-jun had always stayed by her side and encouraged her. She recalled what he had said. "Ayu-sun, as long as you're okay, everything is okay. So don't give up. I'll do anything for you." Ayu-sun spoke words of desperate plea, just like the words Choi Haek-jun had used when asking Kim Soo-hyun for help. "Please help us. I still haven't been able to fight beside him even once. So please don't let Haek-jun fight alone." Kim Soo-hyun had been waiting to hear exactly those words. Perhaps he had wanted to help Choi Haek-jun, but Choi Haek-jun had not wanted to accept his help. Now he had a reason to help him. As for Choi Haek-jun, at this moment, he was being beaten to a pulp by Young Dongjang. Honestly, when it came to fighting Young Dongjang, he was no match for him. On top of that, he was already badly injured, so just one kick from Young Dongjang made him cough up blood. That blue poison controlled Choi Haek-jun's body, causing him to collapse to the floor. Young Dongjang sneered mockingly. "Haek-jun, oh Haek-jun, no. This older brother of yours has pitted you so much, but out of all the choices you could have made, this is the worst thing you've ever done. Did you really think you could defeat me just because you got a little stronger?" At this moment, Choi Haek-jun could only feel pain. His body would not obey him. It felt as if thousands of thorns were piercing through him. Seeing this, Young Dongjang became even more smug. "Do you see the difference between you and me now? Even if I don't lift a finger, you'll still die." "Shut up, Young Dongjang," Choi Haek-jun said angrily. In truth, he had known. Ayu-sun's illness had been caused by Young Dongjang poisoning her. There had been no coincidence and no salvation. "You set all of this up to force me into your guild, you bastard." And then Young Dongjang had continued using that same trick to force him to invite Kim Soo-hyun into the guild. Choi Haek-jun angrily blamed himself. He had understood everything long ago, but he could do nothing because he was too weak. Wearing a pretentious expression, Young Dongjang acted as if he was remembering and said to Choi Haek-jun, "Well, you guessed right. I almost forgot about that little girl. Young Dong-jang's attitude made Choi Haek-jun resolve to destroy him no matter what. He calmed himself. Stay calm. Choi Haek-jun, things are different now. This time, I'll take you down with me, Young Dong-jang. After saying that, he used all his strength to grip his sword and tried to attack Young Dong-jang. But Young Dong-jang calmly snapped his fingers, and Choi Haek-jun's body was immediately controlled by the poison. He fell to the ground in agony. Young Dong-jang thought his actions were truly stupid. Young Dong-jang possessed many different kinds of poison. He admitted that there were chronic poisons, like the one he had used on IU's son, but there were also types that silently accumulated and then erupted, like the poison currently controlling Choi Haek-jun's body. He had predicted that Choi Haek-jun would betray him one day. That was why he had poisoned him every time they met. You should have controlled your expression a little better. As he spoke, he kicked Choi Haek-jun into the door as if kicking a ball. Choi Haek-jun was now gravely injured. Because he could only see the world with half-open eyes, all he could see were Young Dong-jang's legs. He knew he had failed. Disappointment filled his mind, and he thought of Kim Soo-hyun as he blamed himself. In the end, I couldn't kill Young Dong-jang. I couldn't cure IU-sun's illness either. I really am irresponsible. I knew that if I failed, IU-sun would be left all alone, but I still recklessly came here. IU-sun, I'm sorry. Perhaps he had only been trying to escape this hell through death. Just when it seemed everything had ended here, a figure appeared. That is right, it was Kim Soo-hyun. He had come to save Choi Haek-jun. Young Dong-jang was quite surprised by this appearance. Hello, we've met before, haven't we? I came here to register as a member. Young Dong-jang's expression at that moment was basically, huh? Am I dreaming? Kim Soo-hyun had come on his own to ask to join the guild. The two of them sat down to talk on the sofa. Before saying anything else, Young Dong-jang had to hand Kim Soo-hyun the membership application first. Kim Soo-hyun glanced toward Choi Haek-jun, his eyes seeming to contain something he wanted to say. Young Dong-jang said in surprise, "All I can say is that this is extremely unexpected. I thought you were quite reluctant to join our guild, yet you came to us first. I'm a little curious. May I ask why you changed your mind so suddenly?" He thought things could not be that simple. He was not an honest person himself, and surely everyone knew that. If Kim Soo-hyun had come to him on his own, he definitely had another purpose. Kim Soo-hyun responded as well. "You're not exactly a good person either. It's just that I look down on all this hero business. If Young Dong-jang and he could make a deal for what each side wanted, then it did not matter who he worked with." But that was exactly what Young Dong-jang wanted to hear. As someone who cared only about profit, he was very pleased by this. However, to be sure before making any agreement, he wanted Kim Soo-hyun to sign the contract first. Kim Soo-hyun signed it immediately without the slightest hesitation. Young Dong-jang was like, "Oh my god, I didn't think it would be this easy. Then let's officially talk business. What are your conditions?" The first thing Kim Soo-hyun wanted to do as a member of the Aries Guild was to demand that Young Dong-jang remove the poison from Choi Haek-jun. This surprised Young Dong-jang greatly. Of course, to keep Young Dong-jang from suspecting him, Kim Soo-hyun had a reasonable explanation for this. He mentioned guild work and said that leaving Choi Haek-jun lying here was not good for his work. And I don't know if you've seen the news, but I still have a few matters to settle with him. Yes, Kim Soo-hyun wanted to use that incident as a suitable excuse. Unexpectedly, Young Dong-jang believed him right away. He burst out laughing. "Haha, you want me to heal him so you can settle things yourself? Actually, that is possible. But even if I remove the poison, he won't be useful anymore. After all, the after effects of the poison will still remain in his body." Kim Soo-hyun said he did not care. One Choi Haek-jun was better than 100 C-rank awakeners. Hearing that, Young Dong-jang also agreed to remove Choi Haek-jun's poison immediately. Wait, I thought this guy was suspicious by nature, but he actually trusted someone just like that? As soon as Kim Soo-hyun said it, he did it without hesitation. Who knows whether his mind is really clear right now. After that, Young Dong-jang grabbed Choi Haek-jun by the neck, and the poison was sucked out through his hand. Once he was finished, he coldly threw Choi Haek-jun aside without the slightest mercy. Kim Soo-hyun then went to Choi Haek-jun's side and placed a hand on his shoulder. He whispered to him that he had come here after meeting IU Sunday. Choi Haek-jun, whose strength had been completely drained, suddenly opened his eyes as if he wanted to say something. Kim Soo-hyun immediately signaled for him to stay quiet. don't make a sound or we'll give everything away, bro. Next, Young Dong-jang told Kim Soo-hyun about how rewards would be distributed and what his position in the guild would be. His reward would be 70% of dungeon income, and he would serve as the representative of the guild master, who is Young Dong-jang himself. That was because Young Dong-jang thought the way Kim Soo-hyun worked was not very good. By this point, Kim Soo-hyun no longer cared about any of that. He turned away and said coldly, "If everything you do is just business, then I don't need to stay in this shady deal. What I want is 100% of the income and the position of guild master of this guild. Hand everything over to me." Surprised, old man? Kim Soo-hyun finally showed his hand. Young Dong-jang was shocked, then laughed angrily. "I knew you were planning something. You want to hand my guild over to you just for joining? Don't joke around." Kim Soo-hyun did not understand what this madman found so funny. Young Dong-jang was a cruel man. He had extracted information from people weaker than him and used their weaknesses to threaten them. That was how he had built this guild. Because that was how this guild operated, Kim Soo-hyun would use that same method to seize the guild from someone weaker than himself. That only made Young Dong-jang even more furious. "Don't look down on me with your fake sympathy, you brat. I didn't exploit their information. I simply made thorough use of them. Do you feel sorry for herbivores when they are hunted by carnivores? From the very beginning, they were stupid and weak creatures. Their lives had no value at all. By the laws of nature, they were destined to be eaten. But I'm the one who used them properly. I turned them into something useful to this society. Lacking strength, lacking resolve, lacking intelligence. That is the true sin in this world where only the strong survive. That is the world of awakeners." This guy's theory sounded grand, but it was total garbage. He considered himself strong, so he believed he had the right to use those weaker than him. But it seemed he only knew that much and had forgotten something else. Those herbivores who appeared weak would fight back against predators to protect themselves. At that moment, a miracle occurred. Choi Haek-jun appeared right behind Young Dong-jang. "Hello. You didn't see this coming, did you, old man?" By the time Young Dong-jang noticed, it was already too late. Choi Haek-jun leaped up and slashed that vile man with terrifying power. Surely that had finished him off, right? That was exactly what Young Dong-jang needed to feel, the resistance of the weak. Being cut down by the guy he had beaten senseless must have felt amazing. But wait, Choi Haek-jun had been on the verge of death just a moment ago, and there should have been after effect from the poison in his body too. Maybe he revived through the power of love. After being cut by such a long sword, Young Dong-jang should have already been on a memorial altar staring at roasted chicken. How could he possibly still be alive? Choi Haek-jun removed the bandages on his head, and his wounds had fully recovered. He himself did not know why. He asked Kim Soo-hyun what had happened. He had thought he was definitely going to die from Young Dong-jang's poison. Even after the poison was removed, there was no way a body so heavily damaged could heal. At that time, he could not feel any part of his body, and he could not see anything in front of him. Only when Kim Soo-hyun placed a hand on his shoulder did it seem as if some kind of energy was transmitted into him, making him feel better. "Why are you helping me this much when we only just met, and even now?" But perhaps this was not a good time to talk about that, because Kim Soo-hyun knew Young Dong-jang was not dead yet. Young Dong-jang rose like a zombie and laughed loudly. "A sneak attack? I'll teach you a proper lesson, Haek-jun. I've always wanted to do that." The reason he had not died was because he knew how to use a healing skill. Hemostasis. Magic Tier 2, Level 9, Proficiency 55%. It heals external wounds, and the treatment speed increases based on the user's proficiency. Kim Soo-hyun was also quite surprised. He had not expected Young Dong-jang to be able to use a healing skill as well. Seeing that there were now two of them, Choi Haek-jun started talking big. "Shut up, Young Dong-jang. I really want to kill you right now. You have no chance in a 2-on-1 fight against me and Kim Soo-hyun. If you stop here, I'll give you a chance to repent in prison." After hearing that, Young Dong-jang laughed like a madman. "Are you messing with me?" Then blue energy radiated from his body. A moment later, he was standing in a puddle of sludge. No, a puddle of bright green poison. Choi Haek-jun hurriedly warned Kim Soo-hyun to run. The two immediately climbed onto a table to avoid it. Kim Soo-hyun, still calm, asked, "What the hell is this?" This was Young Dong-jang's strongest skill. Green Poison Zone, Magic Tier 4, Level 5, Proficiency 55%. It creates an area covered in lethal poison. The range of the skill and the damage caused by the poison increase according to Magic Tier. Yung Dong Jang could cover an area in lethal poison. It was a deadly area of effect damage skill. At this moment, Yung Dong Jang said to Kim Soo-hyun, "Hey, Kim Soo-hyun, you think I built this guild by suppressing the weak? I think you're right to a certain extent. But you know what else? The fact that I can do those things is the privilege of the strong." After saying that, his face turned red like a bloodthirsty demon. He spread the poison toward the two of them. It seemed he could control the poison beneath his feet. When Choi Haek-jun rushed in to attack, Yung Dong Jang kicked the poison toward him as well, but his sword was large enough to block it. At that moment, the two of them realized the poison only worked on living creatures. The table and the sword were both fine even after being touched by it. So Kim Soo-hyun thought that, in this situation, as long as there was an obstacle and the poison did not get on their bodies, they would be fine. But things were not that simple. Yung Dong Jang unleashed a purple acid zone, corroding a huge hole through Kim Soo-hyun's table shield. Fortunately, he retreated in time. Now he understood. Yung Dong Jang used the poison skill, Green Zone, to attack and defend against living creatures at the same time. He also used the acid skill to attack other targets. Both the Green Zone and the purple acid surrounded him, protecting him from attacks from every angle. The harmony between those two skills was truly astonishing. At that point, Yung Dong Jang smugly provoked him. "Kim Soo-hyun, you may be considered one of the best, but you still aren't qualified to become a hero. Did you really think you could remove me from the guild like this?" Kim Soo-hyun was like, "Okay, I was wrong. I admit I was wrong. But then what exactly would be right with someone like you?" Immediately afterward, red drops of blood appeared from Kim Soo-hyun's hand. Does that look familiar? That's right. It was the skill Kim Soo-hyun obtained from the A-rank fight, Blood Iron Spear. Those drops of blood transformed into countless arrows. The characteristic of Blood Iron Spear was that it covered the entire target. "If you're that strong, then dodge all of these for me." Kim Soo-hyun flicked his hand. Hundreds of spears attacked Yung Dong Jang, making him run for his life. However, at that moment, he used poison to create a barrier. Choi Haek-jun charged in and used his sword to open a path, creating an opportunity for Kim Soo-hyun. But strangely, when Blood Iron Spear met the green poison zone, it had no effect. Choi Haek-jun continued trying to ambush him from behind, while Kim Soo-hyun attacked from the front, striking in the east while making noise in the west. However, Yung Dong Jang was extremely agile. Not only did he dodge, he continued using the green poison zone to create a shield blocking every blood spear. Once again, Kim Soo-hyun's attack could not pierce through. Yung Dong Jang laughed proudly. "No matter what you say, my poison can both attack and defend. It is perfect." That was true. His skill was extremely troublesome. However, he did not know that Kim Soo-hyun also had the sacred flame. Kim Soo-hyun said to Yung Dong Jang, "I just need to burn it all away, right?" Then he launched the sacred flame toward Yung Dong Jang. Yung Dong Jang's green poison zone was completely burned away, and taking that opportunity, hundreds of blood iron spears pierced through his body. With a boom, that terrifying power pinned Yung Dong Jang's body tightly to the wall. At that moment, he was severely injured, and his poison skill also lost its effect. All the poison was gradually returning to his body. This was the perfect chance to end it, but perhaps knowing he was about to die, Yung Dong Jang still unleashed his final move. He used his words to attack Choi Haek-jun psychologically. "I'll make the antidote for you. Even if you kill me, the poison inside IU-sun won't disappear. Are you hoping the poison in that girl's body will be neutralized when I die? Are you going to bet on that? Or will you let me live and save IU-sun?" When Choi Haek-jun heard that, he was extremely conflicted and did not know what the right thing to do was. Kim Soo-hyun advised him not to listen to that bastard anymore. If anything happened, he would handle it. With him there, nothing was impossible. After that, Kim Soo-hyun stepped onto the green poison zone without the slightest hesitation, shocking everyone. The poison slowly seeped into the blood vessels in his body. Strangely, he was completely fine. Golden energy spread throughout his body. The poison was completely healed, and his energy was also fully replenished. It was very clear that Kim Soo-hyun had the ability to heal himself and others. It was also thanks to his energy that Choi Haek-jun had been able to recover so quickly. This made Young Dong-jang think he had encountered a monster. "Your poison has no effect on me." Young Dong-jang was truly stunned. What the hell was that blinding light? That skill came from the treasure of the Holy Relic. It was a reward from the second floor of the Trial Tower if one reached stage 10 and completed it 100%. It was an item that recovered all injuries and removed all negative effects. However, it could only be used 5 times. Kim Soo-hyun explained this to Choi Haek-jun. He had used this skill for the first time on the 10th floor of the Trial Tower and the second time on the 15th floor. Another time was when he saved Choi Haek-jun, and once was to recover from the poison for a total of 4 times. And for this final use, he gave it to Choi Haek-jun so he could save his girlfriend. Choi Haek-jun accepted it and was deeply moved, repeatedly thanking Kim Soo-hyun. As for Kim Soo-hyun, he then dealt with Young Dong-jang, who was still tirelessly cursing. He tightened his grip around his neck, clearly intending to show no mercy. Even then, Young Dong-jang kept running his mouth. "I'm the guild master of Major Guild. Even if people don't care, because this was a fight between awakeners, what will happen if they find out you killed me? I know many important people. Even if you are a famous rookie, you will pay the price." If he was the master of Major Guild, then after killing him, Kim Soo-hyun would not be able to walk away easily. However, Kim Soo-hyun knew that Young Dong-jang was connected to the criminal organization Chaos. That was the information Lee Joo-ho had previously reported to him. Lee Joo-ho confirmed that the Ares Guild had connections to the Chaos Guild. Because the Chaos Guild had its base in another country, it still could not extend its reach to South Korea. Therefore, to infiltrate South Korea more easily, they chose the Ares Guild as a bridge. Above all, by using the Ares Guild's network and abilities, they eliminated anyone who suspected the relationship between them. And now, the Chaos Guild had also set its sights on Kim Soo-hyun, threatening members of other guilds and breaking the law, along with murdering civilians together with the Chaos Guild. Do you think that's enough legitimate reason to kill you? And I'm waiting to see how everyone reacts. This is the perfect moment to rip off someone's mask. In other words, Young Dong-jang was just bait. This time, there was no need for any last words. Kim Soo-hyun did not hesitate to finish off Young Dong-jang. Young Dong-jang used the last of his strength to try to poison him, but at that moment, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. His poison had no effect against Kim Soo-hyun's magic resistance. Kim Soo-hyun had only been putting on a little act for fun, and it would be even more amusing if he let Young Dong-jang taste what it felt like to be struck by his own poison. After saying that, Kim Soo-hyun injected the poison into his body. Young Dong-jang screamed in agony. "It hurts! Damn it, it hurts!" Then he quickly reached for the antidote. But what was the point of drinking it when he was going to die anyway? Kim Soo-hyun drew his sword and cut off both of Young Dong-jang's hands, destroying the bottle of antidote as well. You love watching others suffer for the sake of your antidote, don't you? Don't you think you should experience that feeling yourself? The pain from that poison seemed unbearable. Young Dong-jang looked as if he was going mad. He would rather die immediately than endure that agony. After saying that, he suddenly rushed toward the glass window. He had committed suicide. Kim Soo-hyun felt utterly disgusted. It hurt so much that Young Dong-jang himself could not endure it. Yet he had forced others to suffer through that. Now everything was over. Kim Soo-hyun released the phoenix and blew up the building. Everything obtained through his crimes would be erased from this world. In January 2023, the Ares Guild officially disbanded. At this time, Choi Hae-jun had brought the treasure back to IU Sunday. When she wore that necklace, a pure light surrounded her body. Very soon, she felt recovered and at ease. The two of them joyfully embraced and sobbed. Choi Hae-jun said to IU-sun, "I couldn't have done it without someone's help. And not only me, IU-sun, you also received someone else's help. That's why I'll stop regretting the past. Just as others helped me, I will help others too." IU-sun also comforted her boyfriend. Hae-jun, Do you remember what I always tell you? Don't try to do everything alone. I can't fight beside you, but I will definitely cheer you on along the path you've chosen." While the two lovers were crying together inside, outside, a figure was talking on the phone. It was Lee Joo-ho. He was talking to Kim Soo-hyun about their situation. Kim Soo-hyun wanted to know whether Choi Hae-jun was safe and how IU-sun was doing. Lee Joo-ho reported everything to him, saying the situation was very stable. Choi Hae-jun had arrived safely, and IU-sun was also much better. They looked very happy. It turned out Kim Soo-hyun had always wanted to keep an eye on Choi Hae-jun and be ready to help him, which was why he asked Lee Joo-ho to do this. Now that everything was fine, he could finally feel relieved. After that incident, the South Korean media reported, at around 9 o'clock last night, we received a report that the headquarters building of the Aries Guild, located in Gangnam, Seoul, had collapsed. Although we have confirmed that there were no casualties caused by the incident, the body of the awakened guild master Young Dong-jang was found beneath the building, and the police are currently investigating. Investigators say he died from the impact of the fall, but there are signs that a battle took place. At that moment, at the Awaken Management Company, the chairman was demanding that Kim Soo-hyun explain what had happened. However, Kim Soo-hyun did not want to answer. He had already told Kim to do everything. He had only done what he believed was necessary. The chairman angrily rebuked Kim Soo-hyun. "You not only infiltrated a guild headquarters, you also killed the guild master and destroyed the entire building. You have just committed what some people would consider an act of terrorism." Young Dong-jang had used his ability to blackmail many people. Kim Soo-hyun was certain that the chairman knew about the crimes the Aries Guild had committed in the underworld, but he had not acted and had merely stood by and watched. He still believed that he had done something beneficial for this association. Weren't they a mess that needed to be cleaned up? But the chairman only thought Kim Soo-hyun was making excuses for himself and demanded that he present crucial evidence proving what he had said. The chairman believed that even if the Aries Guild had committed all those illegal acts, Kim Soo-hyun still had no right to judge them. "Do you think you're the people's true hero because they supported you throughout the A-rank incident?" The chairman mocked Kim Soo-hyun. Even Kim Do-you, who was beside him, could not stand listening to the chairman's words and hurriedly stopped him. "Chairman, what are you saying? Soo-hyun has never asked for anything." There was one thing about Kim Soo-hyun that people did not know, a very good feeling repeated over and over. He felt that he was the farthest person from what people considered a hero, risking his life to save the world and help others. He did not do all those things simply because he pitied people. He did them because he did not want anyone else to be able to do them. Everything he had done until now had been following his own instincts. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun walked toward the chairman's desk, his expression becoming frightening, and said coldly, "You two had better be careful. I will do whatever I want, even if that means killing you." Hearing that, the chairman was probably scared out of his wits. He could only force a smile. "Come now, don't act so cold over a joke. Isn't the title of hero a good thing? It's not as if I was insulting you or anything." The joke was not funny, and Kim Soo-hyun had become serious. The chairman hurriedly said that he would use the association's power to help Kim Soo-hyun get out of this, but there was one condition. He wanted to use this incident against Kim Soo-hyun and make use of him for any mission he had in mind. Kim Soo-hyun seemed to read his thoughts and immediately refused, making him furious. "Hey, Soo-hyun, this isn't as simple as you think. It doesn't change the fact that you just committed a major crime. Do you understand? No matter how strong you are, without help from a guild or other awakeners." This man was truly stubborn, rambling on and on. Kim Soo-hyun said nothing and simply opened an audio file on his phone. The voice that came out was extremely familiar. It was the conversation between the chairman and Lee Joo-ho about the incident in Anyang. "Do you remember your attitude during the Anyang incident? Even if everyone dies, that is not my responsibility." The chairman was shocked and could not understand why Kim Soo-hyun had a recording of that conversation. But now, Kim Soo-hyun had obtained his weakness. An awakener who killed the guild master of a major criminal organization against the chairman of the association who does not care about public safety. I wonder whom the public will oppose. I don't think there's much I actually need. Even the chairman can't do his job properly. If you're trying to threaten me, I'll retaliate. Kim Soo-hyun made the chairman so furious that he shouted. After that, Kim Soo-hyun provoked him again. "I was just joking. Don't overreact." But indeed, he always had a way to solve every problem. As he left the company, Kim Soo-hyun recalled the chairman's resentful face. You had better keep this matter a secret, understood? He then wondered whether he had gone too far. No, he only wanted to teach the chairman a lesson. He could not believe the chairman had dared to threaten him. Fine, he supposed he should give up a few things. Kim Soo-hyun did not want to cause any problems right now, so he decided to go to the tower until everything calmed down. The title of hero? At some point, that title had haunted Kim Soo-hyun, and he had only wanted to run away from it. However, throughout that process, he had helped many people and received their gratitude. So if what he wanted to do was walk the path of a hero, then afterward, a hero was what he would become. After the collapse of the Aries Guild, public opinion about Kim Soo-hyun began to spread. Was he a hero, or was he a demon who existed only to show off his power? This very question opened up meetings. One side believed he was a hero who had saved Anyang City. If not for him, all 600,000 people would have died. Kim Soo-hyun was strong and made quick judgments, so he was able to save them. The opposing side argued that he was not a hero. Kim Soo-hyun is a man obsessed with power, so he constantly flaunts his strength. The Aries Guild was an important guild in dungeon exploration, but because he disliked them, he destroyed the entire guild. However, not only did he not receive any punishment, he was even given special treatment with his dungeon exploration card, despite being only an unofficial S-rank awakener. This made that side think he had connections with the association and that the association had allowed him to do it. The other side argued that the number of dungeons he had cleared, including Anyang, had already reached dozens. If he only wanted power, he could climb the trial tower. Why would he clear dungeons? The heated debate continued while Kim Soo-hyun had already gone into hiding. However, regardless of the rumors and criticism from the public, he did not care. What he cared about now was only what he wanted and what he had to do. Awakener Kim Soo-hyun was returning to the real world. Lee Joo-ho was sitting leisurely in a cafe when Choi Haek-jun happened to appear there as well. Choi Haek-jun could not believe that this workaholic was still working even after coming all the way here. He pulled out a chair and sat down. It had been a very long time since they last met, roughly a month. Choi Haek-jun asked Lee Joo-ho how he had been doing since then. Lee Joo-ho only sighed. Don't even ask. I need more time because no matter how much I have, it's never enough. I have to keep going to the Awakener Management Association, I have to enter the trial tower, and I even have to go clear dungeons. Choi Haek-jun asked if he was still helping Kim Soo-hyun. That's right. Since I'm also working for him, I should probably demand a salary. Choi Haek-jun fell silent, his expression somewhat embarrassed. He thanked Lee Joo-ho for helping him during the Aries incident. Thanks to Lee Joo-ho, he had been able to prove his innocence and spend time with Ayu-san. Lee Joo-ho cheerfully accepted his thanks and did not forget to remind him not to worry. He should just think of it as a debt he had to repay. In return, Choi Haek-jun would treat him to a meal. Lee Joo-ho asked about Ayu-san's health. She was still doing well. The two of them were always together. Now, that Haek-jun was trying to return to the tower. She was trying to stop him. Suddenly, Soo-hyun appeared behind them. Greatly surprising Haek-jun, Joo-ho was annoyed at his friend, who was always late. With a completely calm face, Soo-hyun picked up Haek-jun's cup of water and drank it in one gulp, making Haek-jun furious. No matter how close they were, he still should not steal someone else's food. He should order his own. How could he be so handsome and yet so mean? Soo-hyun took out an egg and said, "You too, take a look at this." It was an egg of a sacred beast. The two of them stared at it with curiosity and excitement. He had received it while clearing the 10th floor. Haek-jun was so excited he could hardly believe his eyes. This was an extremely rare item. He had once heard that it possessed a special power. This was exactly the matter that had forced Soo-hyun to stay here and deal with it. It had not reacted at all since he got it, but it had started reacting while he was clearing the 20th floor. After that, nothing happened again. Perhaps because this was an item with life in it. He thought he should ask an expert. The S-rank Awakener, Song Hyung-ki. No one knew more about sacred beasts than him. Joo-ho worried whether he would agree to help. Song Hyung-ki did not accept other people's requests because he belonged to one of the top 3 reconstruction corporations. And although he was an S-rank, he had nothing to do with any association, so asking him for help would be very difficult. However, Soo-hyun was not worried about that. He knew that person was extremely passionate about sacred beasts. He definitely would not ignore something this interesting. Soo-hyun sent a message to Hyung-ki, saying that he had a sacred beast egg and asking him to contact him. Soo-hyun knew very well that to receive that man's help, he had to be extremely patient. Hyung-ki would come on his own terms. Meanwhile, Hyung-ki had read that message. Suddenly, a subordinate came in from outside to report and saw that the dragon was trembling in fear. Hyung-ki gently calmed it down. The subordinate had finished looking up information on the person named Kim Soo-hyun. He was an awakener with a mage foundation, usually developing toward both swordsman and magic paths. They said he was an S rank. Hearing that, Hyung-ki could not understand where Soo-hyun had found the nerve to use a public channel to contact him. All of that information was official. However, Soo-hyun currently held first place in every week's Trial Tower rankings up to the 29th floor, and he was also known as the #1 reason the broken dungeon in Anyang City had been cleared. In reality, it could be concluded that he was close to S rank. Hyung-ki fell into thought. Long stories always hid secrets, and this man was the same. Everything was only a facade. The subordinate continued, saying that there were currently rumors that Soo-hyun frequently went to the association to carry out the procedures for promotion to S rank. Song Hyung-ki was surprised by this information. Kim Soo-hyun was going to complete the procedures to become S rank. Outside, many reporters and journalists were gathered there, hunting for news. It seemed the rumor about Soo-hyun's S rank evaluation had spread. Although Joo-ho had tried to keep it secret, it appeared to have been useless. Haek-jun pointed at the glowing egg and said, "Are you really going with that? I already told you. I'm going to make Song Hyung-ki want it." At that moment, the reporters also discovered Kim Soo-hyun. They quickly aimed their cameras at him and began asking questions. "Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, you were chosen as an outstanding rookie. Please say something about that. Is there a reason you received an S rank evaluation after all this time? Is there any guild you want to join? We are certain about your actions in Anyang City, but how did you know that would happen?" Joo-ho and Haek-jun had to work hard to control the chaos and protect their boss. One reporter saw the egg in Soo-hyun's hand and wondered about it. Another suddenly realized it was the rumored egg. Soo-hyun did not hesitate to say that it was only a sacred beast egg. He also said that because there were many things he wanted to know about it, anyone with information on the matter should contact him. The reporters and journalists continued asking questions. "How did you obtain something so precious? Did you take it from Song Hyung-ki?" But Soo-hyun did not give any more information, because this was exactly his plan. Soo-hyun thought to himself that this should be enough. Since he had shown the egg, that man would come to see him soon. Suddenly, Soo-hyun was surprised by a question from the reporter from earlier. "Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, please answer this question. Regarding the terrorist act against the Ares Guild, there are sources saying that you are responsible for the destruction of the Ares Guild. Please give your opinion on this matter." Soo-hyun quietly turned his head and looked at that person with eyes full of killing intent. "It seems everyone has become braver. If I really were a terrorist, what would you do?" After hearing that, everyone turned pale with fear, their faces drained of all color. The encirclement of reporters and journalists also broke apart. Haek-jun admired how incredibly cool his boss looked. Joo-ho reminded Soo-hyun to relax, because his public image was plummeting. But Soo-hyun did not care. If he had to keep worrying about things like that, he would not be able to do anything, and so he had achieved his goal. The bait had now been cast. All that remained was to sit and wait to see whether he could hook any big fish. The three of them marched proudly to the evaluation room. The staff member there said that before entering, he would be allowed to bring one reporter in with him. Soo-hyun only needed the two people beside him to enter. As for everyone else, they should go back. The reporters began discussing among themselves. He chased everyone away. Does he have no intention of joining any guild? I guess that's hot news. I have to tell my manager. Meanwhile, Kim Suk-jin, the vice guild master of the Death God Guild, was reporting to the association that Soo-hyun had chased everyone away except for his two close friends. He would continue to observe. Inside the evaluation room, the guide began explaining the regulations and benefits Soo-hyun would have to follow if he passed the S-rank evaluation. First, all S-rank awakeners received a salary on the first day of every month. In exchange, all S-rank awakeners would regularly enter a designated dungeon, rotating with other S-ranks as a mission. The guide was about to briefly explain the test when someone suddenly came down the stairs. He said, "From now on, I will explain." It was Kim Du. Soo-hyun was rather surprised by his presence here. Du said that he was an employee, so he had a duty to participate in and observe every test. Above all, he could not miss the chance to see Soo-hyun's limits with his own eyes. Du began explaining the procedures, and they moved together to the next floor. The S-rank evaluation was very different from ordinary rank evaluations. Soo-hyun would have to complete a test similar to the trial tower. Through the test, his level, physical limits, magical ability, and even his ability to control magic would be examined. Not only all his stats, but every factor that affected battle would be tested. The system and the test itself were the ability of one awakener. Depending on the time or location, it could create a place where an S-rank awakener could display their abilities. It was the power of America's top awakener. Famous for his illusion skill, Johnny Breath, Soo-hyun entered the machine. Du reminded him not to try to reject the magic from the machine, but to accept it. Now, they would begin the test. Soo-hyun was sent into a dark space. Even though he had known about it in advance, he still could not get used to the feeling of this illusion. Suddenly, a huge hand attacked him. Soo-hyun quickly dodged the strike. It was an ugly monster with tremendous destructive power. It did not even give him time to look around. The insect-like monster and its underlings roared and attacked Soo-hyun. If that was how it was, then he would draw his sword and fight too. It was time to warm up a little together. His ability to conquer dungeons would be tested to see whether he was qualified to be promoted to S rank. Not only his basic stats in battle, but also his ability to survive adversity, his physical endurance, his attack power, and even his mental resistance would be examined. Everything would be tested during this process. His stamina, decision-making ability, composure, field of vision, judgment, and grit would all be tested. However, he had to be careful not to be swept away by his own power or fall into the illusion created for the test. The number of heroes who had died here because of arrogance and weakness had reached the hundreds. When he recognized his current abilities, he had to break through that unpredictable future and survive. And in that process, he had to prove that he himself was a hero. And so, after only 15 minutes and 48 seconds, Soo-hyun completed the first test. It truly was impressive. Du thought to himself that Soo-hyun's completion time was not much worse than that of other Awaken S ranks. The original purpose of the first test was to evaluate survival ability, especially in situations involving large hordes of monsters. However, not many people passed this first test. But to Soo-hyun, it was nothing more than a simple test, almost like a joke. Du looked forward to Soo-hyun's performance in the next part, the second test. The second test began immediately, without even giving him time to rest. Suddenly, a strange red light appeared. The second test was meant to examine intuition and magical control ability. Soo-hyun began using his power against the monster, but it quickly recovered. Unless their cores were destroyed, no matter how many times they were defeated, they would revive. Therefore, to complete this test, he had to find and destroy the cores hidden inside them in a single strike. Magic, stamina, the amount of mana activated, accuracy, and concentration, all of them had to reach a perfect level. As soon as that was said, the two sides charged at each other and clashed. Soo-hyun calmly and precisely pierced through the monster's body and obtained its core. He did not have much time, so he would end it quickly. And so, the second test was also completed in 17 minutes and 3 seconds. Ju-ho, after witnessing everything, still could not understand why Haek-jun had once intended to fight such a terrifying person. Well, Haek-jun had thought it was cool at the time. There really had been no other choice. But he also had not thought Soo-hyun could be this strong. He was even stronger now than he had been back then. Ju-ho knew that the people below must also be surprised. They definitely were not here just to see how strong Soo-hyun was. The director must have sent Du here to check Soo-hyun's weaknesses. The staff member in the white coat was extremely shocked. In the first test, although a little time was needed to evaluate the candidate's overall abilities, 15 minutes was more than enough time to complete it. Yet Soo-hyun had only taken 1 minute from the moment the monster appeared to complete the second test. He had broken Park Jun's previous record of 40 minutes. The staff member could not believe he was witnessing this with his own eyes. Du also could not believe it. In Korea, no, perhaps even in the entire world, Soo-hyun might be the greatest hero. Suddenly, the screen displayed the words, "No signal." Everyone panicked when the connection was cut off. Meanwhile, something was also happening to Soo-hyun. Inside the illusion, a gigantic bullhorn monster appeared. Soo-hyun could not believe his eyes. "Why are you doing this? I think this joke of yours has gone a bit too far." The monster roared, displaying its power. Soo-hyun sensed that something must have gone wrong. Outside, everyone was still actively checking the energy source and calling the technical room to deal with the problem. Everyone was urgently trying to contact Johnny Breath. They were currently attempting to reach the American Awakener Agency, but it would take some time. Do you felt that something was very strange? Regardless of what kind of ability Soo-hyun was currently displaying, Johnny Breath's skill should not have been able to be removed. Even if it was difficult to accept, once the ability was restored, Kim Soo-hyun's mind should have returned by now, unless someone or something was blocking his exit. Inside, Soo-hyun was still struggling to fight the monster. But it was very strong, and he kept getting blown away. As far as he knew, the S-rank test should have ended after he cleared the second round. Could there be an error? This was an event Soo-hyun had never seen in his previous life. He did not even know where this thing had come from. The uninvited guest continued attacking him wildly. But perhaps it had chosen the wrong opponent. Soo-hyun gripped his sword and rushed rapidly toward its body. He cut off its arm, then split its body in two. However, the arm that had just been severed could still move, and it grabbed Soo-hyun tightly, lifting him into the air. It was about to attack him head-on. His ability could instantly gather and release mana from both inside and outside his body, surpassing the limits of mana amplification. Soo-hyun immediately poured in all his mana and released it at the same time. His sword, empowered by his strength, successfully cut the monster's throat. It slowly vanished just like that. Soo-hyun looked up at the sky in exhaustion. Was everything over now? When he opened his eyes, he saw his two little brothers, their faces blue with fear, screaming and pounding on the outside. Damn it, were these people trying to scare him to death? Haek-jun shook Soo-hyun so hard it felt like his brain would fall out. Hyung, do you know how worried I was? He hurriedly asked about Soo-hyun's condition, then apologized. He thought that some kind of technical issue had occurred just now. Fortunately, Soo-hyun was fine. He asked about the test results. Even after going through such a deadly incident, he did not seem flustered at all. Do you announced? Haha, of course you passed. Actually, I prepared a new Awakener registration card for you in advance. That meant even before the test began, you had already known for certain that Soo-hyun would become an S-rank Awakener. They handed him the new card. Now, he was officially an S-rank Awakener. From now on, Soo-hyun would only be assigned to dungeons registered by the Awakener Management Association. He had the highest priority to enter them, and even his bank loan limit would be increased. Soo-hyun looked at his new card. No matter how many benefits an S-rank Awakener had, there was only one purpose for which he had wanted to reach S-rank. It was so he would be able to participate in world-class dungeon raids, because future threats did not exist only in Korea. With this, his preparations were more or less complete. The preparations to become a hero. Suddenly, everything began to shake. Some kind of pressure was weighing down on everyone. It was pressure from an enormous source of mana. In this place, the only person who could possess such powerful mana was Song Hyung-ki. Soo-hyun could not believe it. How could he have taken a bait so quickly? But Hyung-ki truly had arrived. Come out, Kim Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun was rather surprised. He had not thought Song Hyung-ki would decide to act this quickly. He calmly took out the egg and held it in front of Song Hyung-ki. He felt that Song Hyung-ki's appearance had been far too noisy. In any case, he had probably come here because of the egg and this unidentified sacred monster. When Song Hyung-ki saw the egg in Soo-hyun's hand, his eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, I am simply responding to your awakening. Now, put it down and get lost. As soon as he said that, Hyung-ki released his pet, which shot towards Soo-hyun like a streak of light. Soo-hyun still managed to dodge and realized that this Song Hyung-ki did not like negotiations, but wanted to use force to seize the egg. However, the situation was rather bad, because Soo-hyun had just used up all his mana in the previous test. So he thought that if he could not attack, he would defend instead. As long as he protected this egg, and did not let Song Hyung-ki take it, then he would not lose. But before he could put it away, Song Hyung-ki blocked him and demanded that he hand over the egg. At that moment, the egg suddenly shook violently and began to hatch. Both of them watched in surprise as a red creature with two horns, unbelievably cute, crawled out. Although it was still very small, Soo-hyun was certain this was a dragon. Dragons were among the most sacred creatures, possessing the most well-rounded power. He really was lucky. The moment this dragon emerged from the egg, it opened its eyes. The first person it saw was Soo-hyun, so it mistook him for its mother and happily leaped up to cling to his face. What was even more surprising was that as soon as Song Hyung-ki's dragon saw this little dragon, it bowed its head. Shocked and unable to understand what was happening, he stroked his dragon while asking it what was going on. After communicating with it for a while, he seemed to realize something. The two of them changed locations to talk. Only then did Song Hyung Ki learn that Soo Hyun had received this little red one as a reward for clearing the human floor after handling everything with a 100% completion rate. It seemed rather fierce, because when Song Hyung Ki teased it a little, the little thing got angry and bit down on his entire hand. The dragon told him that the little one's rank was even higher than its own. This was the first time Soo Hyun had heard that dragons had ranks among themselves. He asked Song Hyung Ki whether he still planned to take it away, but Hyung Ki changed his mind and told Soo Hyun not to worry. Song Hyung Ki played with the baby dragon with great interest. Then he asked Soo Hyun, "Do you know how long dragons live?" Just looking at that clueless face, I can tell you don't. Song Hyung Ki explained further that even if they drank dewdrops, they would fully mature after 3 years and then live for another 1,000 years afterward. Unlike humans, dragons are pure sacred beings, and they give their masters unconditional loyalty, trust, passion, and affection. They choose their masters even before they hatch. Their nature changes according to their master's ego and behavior. So if their master is evil, they can only become evil dragons. Even if they do not become cruel monsters, there will still be people who see them only as tools. That is one reason I collect unidentified sacred beast eggs, so they cannot be led down the wrong path. Besides, it is also for their safety and happiness. After hearing that, Soo Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps he realized that the Song Hyung Ki standing before him was not actually a bad person. He asked how old that blue bastard, no, Song Hyung Ki's dragon was. Song Hyung Ki stroked it with a face full of affection. Although the dragon looked huge, it was actually only about 5 years old. To Hyung Ki, it was still a child. He himself could only live for another 100 years, and even if he lived longer, the dragon would still have to live on alone for another 900 years. So all he hoped was that, during those remaining 900 years, the dragon would be able to forget its current master. Soo Hyun had originally thought Song Hyung Ki was just an eccentric rich man with a hobby of collecting sacred beasts. But now he saw that Hyung Ki was actually very considerate. At that moment, the red dragon ran into Soo Hyun's arms, interrupting his thoughts. Song Hyung Ki said this little one had chosen Soo Hyun as its master. A sacred beast would not hatch if it disliked someone or could not sense compatible mana from them. That meant his job now would be to keep watching Soo Hyun. If Soo Hyun failed to raise it properly, he would take it away at once. You had better raise it well, you lucky bastard. Learn about sacred beasts. But first, you need to give this little one a name. Soo Hyun thought for a moment and decided to name it Mia. By then, Mia was already curled up on his shoulder, sleeping soundly. On the way back, Soo Hyun walked while thinking that Song Hyung Ki seemed better than he had expected. He had been a little worried because, in his previous life, Hyung Ki was an unpredictable person. He had never imagined Hyung Ki had this side to him. Hyung Ki even said he would visit Mia often and told Soo Hyun to make sure to welcome him properly. Meanwhile, Mia was still sleeping peacefully in Soo Hyun's arms. He and Mia continued heading home without noticing that someone was secretly watching them from a rooftop. Immediately afterward, that person reported to some mysterious individual. Kim Soo Hyun is currently returning with the sacred beast. Should I continue observing him? On the other end of the line, the mysterious person ordered him to report every action Soo Hyun took. They were trying to complete some kind of scenario. The watcher immediately continued tailing Soo Hyun. At that moment, a masked figure appeared behind him and suddenly attacked. After that, there was no after that. The watcher probably went straight to meet his ancestors. Soo Hyun, unaware of anything, stood there thinking about what they would do next. He felt as if they had withdrawn. He only hoped they would not break into his house. But whatever you worry about is exactly what happens. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed something was wrong. Before he could even turn on the light, Soo Hyun realized someone was inside his house. Suddenly, someone attacked him from above, but he dodged lightly. Soo Hyun really did not want to fight inside his own home like this. However, whatever came, he would deal with it. The two of them charged at each other and exchanged punches nonstop. Soo Hyun realized that this intruder was quite strong. He could keep up with Soo Hyun's speed. Suddenly, the intruder drove up his knee and nearly hit Mia. Fortunately, Soo Hyun stopped him in time. He warned the intruder, "I can understand you breaking into my house, but you had better not lay a hand on this little one. At the moment, continuing the fight would not be a problem for Soo-hyun because he had already recovered a considerable amount of mana. However, he still did not know the intruder's objective. Afraid that the intruder wanted to snatch Mia away from him, he still could not let go of Mia. Suddenly, the intruder raised a finger to provoke Soo-hyun, as if saying, "Come at me if you can." Only then did Soo-hyun realize that he and the intruder had only been fighting barehanded this entire time. The intruder's goal was merely to test the difference in strength between them. After that, Soo-hyun felt reassured and placed Mia, who was still asleep, on the table. He raised his hand and provoked the intruder in return. The two charged in and continued fighting. After a while, the intruder noticed an opening in Soo-hyun's guard. He punched Soo-hyun in the ribs, making Soo-hyun furious enough to drive a full elbow strike into his shoulder. At that point, both sides used mana as they fought, and they seemed evenly matched. Both were drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the intruder stopped, removed the mask and hat, and revealed herself to be a beautiful woman. She was Park Zion, the guild master of the Death God Guild. It turned out that her reason for coming here was to recruit Soo-hyun into the Death God Guild. Had she really fought him to this extent just to invite him to join? Soo-hyun's face went completely blank, and while he was still stunned, Park Zion kept urging him to answer. After a moment, he looked confused and asked, "Does the Death God Guild always recruit people by attacking them?" She answered calmly, "Since you're still alive, that doesn't really matter, does it? But what's with that attitude of yours?" She was clearly the one who had caused trouble first, and there was not much of an age gap between them, so there was nothing wrong with him showing a little attitude. Park Zion was the guild master of guild, so there was no way she had come here for a simple reason, like testing how strong Soo-hyun was. She was quite famous among S-rank awakeners thanks to her impressive skills and attractive appearance. In Soo-hyun's previous life, she had always been at the center of attention as one of the people capable of leading humanity. However, in the battle against the Chaos Guild, she had lost her life before she could fully develop her potential. For that reason, Park Zion and the Death God Guild could clearly be considered enemies of the Chaos Guild. Although only for a short time, Soo-hyun had once used the Chaos Guild's name, so there had to be some reason she had come here. Soo-hyun asked why she had come looking for him, but she asked him in return why she was here. Then she pretended to stand there thinking. Was she being too clueless? Soo-hyun had no idea what else to say. He had heard rumors that she was rather eccentric, but he never expected the rumors to be true. "If you have no other reason to be here, then leave. I have no intention of joining any guild right now." However, sending her away like that would be a little awkward, so Soo-hyun decided to test her a bit. He asked whether Park Zion had come, because she was curious about the Chaos Guild. It seemed he had understood correctly. After that, the two sat down to talk. The intruder acted as if she were the owner of the house and sat on the sofa, while the actual owner had to sit on a wooden chair. Soo-hyun explained that the reason he had acted as if he had ties to the Chaos Guild was to lure them into coming after him, because they always operated in the shadows. Finding them was extremely difficult. Above all, because they were made up of separate teams. If they cut ties with one team, he would no longer be able to trace them. Park Zion felt that Soo-hyun knew quite a lot about the Chaos Guild. She wondered whether that was why he had decided to destroy the Ares Guild as well. But the reason for that was simply that there was someone he wanted to save. In any case, even if he had not defeated the Ares Guild, it would have collapsed sooner or later. That was because every Korean guild involved with the Chaos Guild had been attacked by Park Zion. Hearing that, Zion was quite surprised and burst out laughing. This had been beyond her expectations. Soo-hyun had guessed correctly. Park Zion had wiped them all out. In order to purge the Chaos Guild, Park Zion's goal was to destroy absolutely everything connected to them. So she was still as bloodthirsty as before. Whenever anything related to the Chaos Guild was mentioned, her emotions always went beyond her control. Soo-hyun wondered whether she had the ability to suppress those uncontrollable emotions and convert them into magic. Because both her attitude and her magic were excellent, but her talent was on an entirely different level. As you said, I targeted each organization in Korea one by one. However, what I found were only tales, and in the end, I still couldn't obtain any information about the body or the head of the organization. If I fought them head-on, I would have no information about their manpower or identities. That is why I chose to wait until the head began to move. And that was when Su Hyun appeared. With the recent incidents, Park Zion was certain the Chaos Guild would begin to act, so she could not miss this opportunity. People say that the enemy of your enemy is your friend, so Zion intended to support Su Hyun as much as possible in preparation for the fight against the Chaos Guild. In other words, she wanted to use Su Hyun. He asked Park Zion why she was so obsessed with the Chaos Guild. She recalled something that had happened in the past, and it seemed very painful. I simply hate them. That is why I must take their guild master's life with my own hands. After saying that, Park Zion said goodbye to Su Hyun and slowly disappeared into the night. Su Hyun sat there thinking about the hatred Zion had just mentioned. Perhaps that was why the Death God Guild had hunted down the Chaos Guild in his previous life. Suddenly, the phone on the floor rang with a message notification. Su Hyun picked it up and checked it, only to find, unbelievably, that it was a message from Park Zion. "This is my number." The next morning, Haek-jun and his girlfriend came to Su Hyun's house. Only now did the two of them finally have a chance to visit his home. Recently, Su Hyun had been a little busy climbing the tower and having his rank reevaluated. Ayu-sun brought a large basket of roses to thank Su Hyun for all the trouble he had gone through. "You've helped us a lot recently, but I still haven't had a chance to thank you properly. You are the hero who saved me and Haek-jun. It isn't much, but I hope you'll accept this gift." As for Haek-jun, although he was too embarrassed to say it aloud, he was truly very grateful to Su Hyun as well. Su Hyun looked at the two of them and smiled. "A hero?" He lowered his head and smelled the fragrance of the roses with a deeply satisfied expression. "Thank you both. The flowers smell wonderful." Ayu-sun asked Su Hyun about his pet. He hesitated, unsure whether he should call it a pet or not. When she heard that it was a dragon, Ayu-sun became excited and wanted to see it. Su Hyun awkwardly refused. "Sorry, but Mia is asleep right now. Since it's a baby dragon, it sleeps a lot. It only hatched recently." Before he could even finish speaking, Mia woke up and quickly jumped onto Su Hyun's head. The two of them fell in love with the little guy's cuteness at first sight. Mia was not shy either and flew over to lie on Ayu-sun's shoulder. Su Hyun was surprised. He had never seen Mia approach anyone other than him like that. It looked very comfortable beside Ayu-sun. Seeing that, Haek-jun felt a little left out and wanted Mia to lie on his shoulder too. "Mia, don't you think you'd be more comfortable on my shoulder?" The answer was no. Mia looked visibly annoyed when Haek-jun touched it. At that moment, Su Hyun received a call from Park Zion. He went upstairs to answer the phone. Park Zion informed him that a green dungeon was about to open in Busan. She had never seen a green dungeon open after such a short interval. That was why the association seemed to be struggling to determine its difficulty. Even in Su Hyun's previous life, there had not been many cases of green dungeons opening one after another like this. Although there had been a few exceptions, they should not have happened at this time. Was the future ahead changing? Su Hyun asked Park Zion who had been chosen as the leader of the exploration team, and the answer was none other than Song Hyun-ki, but he had refused. Park Zion would have the right to choose anyone she wanted, and she asked whether Su Hyun was interested. Su Hyun felt he should personally check the situation, so he agreed at once. The two of them reached an agreement. Zion said, "Those trash bastards were supposed to show up at the meeting you told me about. As for any problems that might arise with the Chaos Guild in Korea, leave that to me." Su Hyun could hardly believe it. Previously, the Chaos Guild had repeatedly targeted the United States, China, Korea, the United Kingdom, and France in terrorist attacks, exposing their true nature. It had all started when a blue dungeon appeared in America during a dungeon raid. They assassinated several Awakeners disguised as S ranks, and after failing to complete the dungeon, a dungeon outbreak occurred, resulting in countless deaths. He thought this arrangement was perfect. He would leave the matter of the Chaos Guild in Korea to Park Zion, while he would begin investigating the events here. Su Hyun did not forget to warn Park Zion to be careful. If she acted recklessly, she would definitely be eliminated. But it seems Su Hyun had worried for nothing. Before calling him, she had already dealt with dozens of Chaos Guild members by herself. She merely replied coldly to Su Hyun, "Don't worry about that. I'll send you the details by message." As if he had any right to nag her. If she were that easy to kill, she would have been dealt with long ago. Su Hyun received the message. The guilds participating in the raid included the Gambler Guild, the Red Demon Guild, and the Papillon Guild. He was somewhat worried about whether they would listen to him. The next day, Kong Sung-cheon came to inform the Papillon Guild about who would be the team leader. The man, there was Lee Kong-hee, the guild master of the Papillon Guild and an A-rank awakener. When Kong Sung-cheon told him that Kim Soo-hyun would be the team leader, he expressed strong disagreement. Does the association not realize he only just received the title of S-rank? Are our lives so worthless that they would let a rookie like him command us? But even a rookie S-rank was still an S-rank. Kong Sung-cheon thought there was nothing wrong with the rules. Lee Kong, he stubbornly refused to accept a rookie. He said he would only participate in this raid if the leader were a proper S-rank awakener on the level of Song Hyung-ki or Park Zion. Kong Sung-cheon went along with him. If that's what you want, I'll tell them the Papillon Guild won't be participating. Lee Kong, he shouted angrily. Are you messing with me, you bastard? Kong Sung-cheon could not hold back and burst out laughing, which made Lee Kong, he even more furious. Human lives were in danger, yet this man could still laugh. Kong Sung-cheon laughed and said, everyone reacts like this when they find out Kim Soo-hyun will be the team leader. It seems your past achievements in the trial tower mean nothing, doesn't it? You still have a long way to go. Looks like you have a lot of work left to do. Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun had been personally chosen by Park Zion for this mission. How could an A rank like him understand that? Even as Lee Kong, he cursed and fumed. Kong Sung-cheon had only been trying to remind him to keep an eye on Soo-hyun. Who knew? He might change his attitude once he saw Soo-hyun in person. Gwangali Beach, Busan. Soo-hyun had come here with his attachment, Lee Ju-ho. Soo-hyun said to him, why are you following me? It's not like I came here to play. Because this is your first time leading a raid team, so I thought I could help. Soo-hyun appreciated Ju-ho's good intentions, but he could issue orders on his own. Ju-ho was thinking, seriously, is there anything this guy can't do? But the real reason he was here was as a senior in life. He did not want to be left far behind by Soo-hyun and Haek-jun. He had to do anything he could to become even a little stronger. Then good luck, senior. Many awakeners were already present here, around 50 to 60 people, which was quite impressive for a first raid. But when they saw Soo-hyun, their faces clearly showed dissatisfaction. There was nothing Soo-hyun could do about them. To them, he was just a rookie with no dungeon raiding experience. Lee Kong, he took the initiative to approach and speak. Ah, look who it is. Isn't this our team leader, Mr. Kim Soo-hyun? Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Kong-hee, Guild Master of the Papillon Guild. Before Soo-hyun could even greet him back, he deliberately added with a provocative look, since you don't have any experience, you must be very nervous, right? I guessed as much from the fact that you brought a guardian along with you. As he spoke, he shook Soo-hyun's hand. Soo-hyun said nothing and only tightened his grip on a man's hand. Perhaps realizing the situation was not good, Lee Kong, he hurriedly said, I'm joking, just joking. If you need any help, just tell me. I'm a professional when it comes to dungeon raids. Thank you for your sincerity. I only hope everyone will follow my orders. Everyone wore fake smiles, but inside, they secretly refused to accept Soo-hyun. Another man appeared and interrupted the conversation. It was the guild master of the Red Demon Guild, Kim Tae-hyun. He also came over and shook Soo-hyun's hand repeatedly. Tae-hyun explained that people like Lee Kong, he had rather high pride, and asked Soo-hyun to understand. Next, the person standing beside Tae-hyun was Park Mo-young, the master of the Gambler Guild. After exchanging greetings with each of them, Soo-hyun immediately felt that this matter would not be easy. Kim Tae-hyun's mana was extremely powerful despite the smile he showed on the outside, while Park Mo-young was extremely skilled at concealing her own mana. Although she tried to hide her aura, Soo-hyun could still smell blood coming from that body, so he needed to keep an eye on them. Soon after, Soo-hyun told everyone to set out and raid the Green Dungeon. The battle quickly began. With this many awakeners from the guilds, conquering the dungeon was fairly easy. Just when everyone thought things were over, Soo-hyun's baby dragon growled, as if it had discovered something. Soo-hyun also felt that there had to be something right along this route. It might be a trap. Ju-ho quickly reminded everyone to stay alert. Seeing that, Lee Kong, he looked down on Ju-ho because he was only an A-rank hunter. He said Ju-ho should feel grateful to be working with an S-rank. Ju-ho fell silent, not knowing what to say. Only when Soo-hyun spoke did Lee Kong, he shut his mouth and say it was just a joke. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Hyun grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away, dodging an attack. At that moment, Su Hyun shouted a warning, "Everyone run!" Countless blue lights shone down. On the ground, a strange blue drop of water gathered. Everyone was utterly shocked by the scene before their eyes. An underground current was gushing up in a white spray, and water began to surround the place where the raid group stood. Lee Kong, he stood up in fear. The others were all panicking, looking around and asking what the hell this was. An underwater city was appearing before their eyes. Strangely, they could still breathe as usual. An underground city under the sea? It looks like Atlantis. Why does this dungeon look so luxurious? Juho found it very interesting. We can still breathe, and it doesn't feel like we're under the sea at all. There aren't any waves or bubbles either. Su Hyun said this was all thanks to the dungeon's arrangement. Kim Tae-hyun, however, felt that this place was suspiciously quiet. It was not like the legendary Atlantis. Instead, it felt eerie, like a ghost city. Suddenly, Mo Young screamed and pointed in one direction. "Look over there." Everyone looked toward a ship drifting in the sea. The ship looked very ancient and radiated a dense, ominous aura. An awakener approached Kim Tae-hyun and said, "Guildmaster, something here is giving me chills." Hearing that, Kim Tae-hyun said he felt the same. Something seemed wrong. He was about to suggest something to Su Hyun, but before he could finish, a skull with blood-red eyes appeared in front of Tae-hyun. When he saw it, he froze for 5 seconds. Seeing that, Lee Kong he turned and shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle. It's charging toward us." The ghost ship rushed toward the raid group at top speed. On the ship, countless black shadows were laughing loudly. The captain leading them was clearly a skeleton wearing a hat and a pirate-style suit, and he actually looked rather handsome. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Wake up, brothers. It's hunting time." After that, a whole mob of skeletons swarmed forward. Kim Soo-hyun gathered mana into his sword, and with a single slash, sent all the enemies charging in front of him flying. They immediately turned to ash. Soo-hyun muttered, "I thought only attacks with a holy attribute, like Sacred Flame, were effective against Dark-type monsters, but thank goodness they could be taken down with magic." Hearing that, Lee Kong-hee thought that magic must work. He said to everyone, "Magic works on them. Don't panic. They only have numbers. There's nothing to fear. Anyone who dares to desert will be dealt with by me immediately." Soo-hyun saw that the situation was unfavorable, but the guild masters were still handling it quite effectively. Although he could not expect more organized strategies like formations, the guild master's ability to lead their members was still quite reliable. He thought he could leave this matter for them to handle. With that thought, Soo-hyun told Ju-ho that he was leaving things here to him. While Soo-hyun intended to fly over to the ship, Ju-ho, who was being attacked by a monster at that moment, complained angrily, "Damn it, I knew you were going to pull something like this." Soo-hyun ignored him and summoned the Phoenix, flying toward the ship. At that moment, the captain drew his gun and fired 3 shots in a row at the Phoenix, making it disappear. Soo-hyun also jumped down. He guessed that this was probably the boss. The captain continued firing at him, but not a single shot hit. Soo-hyun moved quickly and closed in on the boss, cutting off his head with 1 slash. At that moment, a cloud of blue smoke spread out. His soul flew toward his subordinates. Before they could turn around and do anything, he swallowed them whole. It turned out he was absorbing the souls of his subordinates. His head returned, and the blue flames blazed much larger than before. 3 more skulls appeared on his head, constantly speaking. "Souls. Need more souls." Soo-hyun observed him. He had the ability to absorb souls to heal and strengthen himself, especially since there were at least 100 souls scattered around here. This battle could easily become a war of attrition, but the souls being absorbed by him were constantly crying out, "Help me! No! Let me out! Please let me go! I can't take it anymore!" The scene unintentionally reminded Soo-hyun of the past, of countless hands desperately reaching out to him for help. Soo-hyun's face suddenly darkened, and he glared at the boss angrily, saying coldly, You're starting to get on my nerves." The boss also grew furious and began pulling out his sword, attacking Soo-hyun relentlessly, but Soo-hyun dodged everything. However, dodging seemed to make Soo-hyun feel that something was wrong. He charged in and used blue flame to attack him, cutting his body in 2. But Soo-hyun was shocked to discover that he was still alive and counterattacking him. He was sent flying into the ship's mast, but he did not fall. "Fine then, watch me dance." Soo Hyun planted his sword firmly into the deck. He lightly stood on the sword and thought, what should I do? It isn't that strong, but dealing with that recovery speed is pretty difficult. Dragging out the battle would not only waste time. Even an attack that powerful has no effect. If this continued, it would be quite dangerous. He stared at the captain, and the captain stared back at him. Just because he was a skeleton did not mean he could not think. He was also thinking, dangerous. That kid keeps using Sacred Flame without hesitation, and my attacks have no effect on him. However, I'm certain he'll run out of mana first. Thinking that, he said to Soo Hyun, this will be the last time you get to laugh. As he spoke, he reached out and sucked in the souls fighting below. At that moment, many more small skulls appeared on his head. He laughed madly. I'm starting to get bored. Let me devour you. Soo Hyun was extremely shocked when he saw that. The captain tried to absorb even more souls, to the point that his body was covered in countless eyes, looking truly horrifying. Ha ha ha. I can feel my body overflowing with souls. Soo Hyun's gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. He charged in and used Sacred Flame to slash the captain repeatedly, but nothing happened at all. He began to worry. Damn it, my mana is almost gone. The captain also realized this and began mocking him. Looks like those flames aren't as hot as before, are they? Then a blue beam of light flew towards Soo Hyun. He reached out and tried to block the attack. Its power was so terrifying that it snapped the mast in two. At that moment, the ship was filled with dust and smoke. The captain gathered his power once more and attacked Soo Hyun without any mercy. Juho looked up from below, somewhat worried about Soo Hyun. But at the critical moment, Mia's eyes lit up. A sacred flame suddenly shot toward the captain and burned his entire skull. The flames grew larger and larger, causing him to writhe in pain. Soo Hyun felt that his mana had been replenished, and his physical abilities had also been strengthened. It was probably Mia buffing his power. Soo Hyun looked at Mia in surprise. Mia also looked at him and happily wagged its tail. The captain kept wailing. What the hell is that bastard? I was sure he had run out of mana. How many souls have I lost? Soo Hyun asked him in a voice full of confidence. Are you still alive? If so, I'll have to send you back to meet your ancestors again, and I'll keep doing it until you can't come back anymore. He charged forward powerfully. The quiet ship suddenly exploded from one of Soo Hyun's attacks. Seeing that, Juho became much less worried. He guessed that Soo Hyun would be completely fine. Soo Hyun beat the captain down until he had almost no souls left. Knowing he would not survive if this continued, the captain hurriedly stopped Soo Hyun. Wait, it was the Bone King. The Bone King ordered me. He told me to deal with anyone who dared approach the ship. That's why he has his pet here. Hearing that, Soo Hyun paused for a moment. The captain thought Soo Hyun was afraid and continued. I'm simply a servant in charge of feeding his pet whenever it's time. I had no choice but to stay here. I was only here to survive. Soo Hyun did not let him finish. A blue flame flashed past and coldly sent him down to the 18th level of hell. He smiled and said, thanks for the hint. So to clear this floor, I need to deal with that thing too, right? Lee Kong, he wiped the axe in his hand as he spoke. I told you we have to go by ship. Are you planning to keep waiting for Kim, Soo Hyun, to do everything alone? Tae Hyun was bandaging the arm of an injured guild member. He felt they needed to treat the wounded first. Moreover, Soo Hyun had not sent them any signal, meaning it was not yet time to charge in. Lee Kong, he again claimed that Tae Hyun was afraid. Tae Hyun looked too fed up to even speak. He sighed and replied, I understand that you also want to achieve something, but you put everyone in danger at the start, and you still haven't grasped the situation? I just can't understand how someone like you became the master of a guild. The two went back and forth. In the end, Tae Hyun asked Juho for his opinion. Mr. Juho, what do you think about this? Juho looked around and answered, I can't really say either. More importantly, have you seen Park Mo Young anywhere around here? Thinking about it, not only Park Mo Young, but the entire Gambler Guild was nowhere to be seen. Lee Kong, he simply assumed they had boarded the ship to loot it, and he also wanted to hurry onto the ship and leave immediately. Juho found it very strange. They had suddenly disappeared without leaving any trace. Boarded the ship to loot it? If they had gone to such an eye-catching place, someone should have seen them. After that, Juho told everyone to search for the Gambler Guild together first. On top of the ghost ship, which looked extremely ruined, an object appeared before Soo Hyun, reeking strongly of blood and surrounded by killing intent. He looked at it and wondered, isn't it still small? Remembering the captain's words that the Bone King had a pet here, he realized that this must be why there were rumors that it was raising a kraken. It was weak, but it was covered in the Bone King's deathly power, so Su Hyun still raised his sword to defend himself first. Mia, standing on his arm, was also waving its legs around to drive away the killing intent. Thanks to the divine armor's magic resistance trait, Su Hyun was not affected by the killing intent at all. However, most Awakeners would be unable to resist it and would surely die under its effects. So this ship was like a cradle for the Bone King to raise the Kraken, while the Ghost Captain and his crew killed people and brought them into the ship. The souls and subconscious minds of those killed in that manner became food to raise the Kraken. Its structure ensured that those who entered the ship to kill the Kraken would also quickly die because of the deathly power inside. Its purpose was to nurture the Kraken's self-control and strength a little more. The preparations were quite meticulous, but currently, it was lying still beneath a seal. Su Hyun realized he could use all of his magical power to kill it instantly while it was still sealed. Su Hyun took a ready stance and thought to himself, thanks, Bone King. Because of your seal, this became easier. But unexpectedly, two swords stabbed him from behind. The two ambushers were extremely surprised when they saw that their swords could not pierce Su Hyun's body. It turned out that a layer of turtle shell protection had appeared behind him. He immediately turned around and delivered a powerful kick, sending the two ambushers flying far away. Then two others attacked Su Hyun. He reacted very quickly, swinging his sword twice and striking both of them. He had just thought this would be easy, but now it fell a little wrong. Fortunately, he had converted the iron turtle art he had obtained on the 21st floor into a trait, which allowed him to preserve his life. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "You can stop hiding and show yourself now, can't you?" A woman's voice rang out. Just as I thought. You knew. It was Park Mo-young. She stepped out with a blade in her hand, and behind her were thousands of glowing red eyes. Su Hyun said calmly, "That thick stench of blood. How could I not know? Are you advertising that the Chaos Guild is here?" At that moment, Mo-young took off her mask and said with a smile, "You really are the person those higher-ups have their eyes on. Even an S-rank assassin would have trouble seeing through our disguises. It's only because your little tricks are too obvious. Aren't you tired of assassinating Awakeners in dungeons and launching terror attacks to create chaos? This time, you plan to assassinate me. Disguise yourself as me afterward, then cause chaos in the blue dungeon that's going to appear in America and pin all the blame on me, didn't you?" Hearing that, he flinched, thinking, what the hell? How does he know that? Even information related to America has been restricted, so only a few people know about it. At that point, he laid all his cards on the table. That's right, you're not wrong. The day has finally come for us to step out and show the world a chaotic blood festival in every nation. I can't even imagine how many people will die. And the one responsible for this tragedy will be Kim Su-hyun, the man who murdered every S-rank assassin while conquering the dungeon. It truly is a grand plan. As he spoke, he became more and more deranged. Su-hyun merely sighed and said, "But your plan can only be carried out if you get rid of me first, right? Can you kill me?" The man took a battle stance. "Keep barking, because today, I'm definitely taking your life." With that, he charged madly at Su-hyun, followed by his underlings. Su-hyun also prepared himself for battle. He thought they definitely could not be the only ones who had come from Korea. The people who entrusted them with this mission had to be here as well. For now, his job was to deal with these guys. As for the rest, he would leave it all to Park Zion. On Park Zion's side, she had already dealt with all the small fry and was calmly sitting there, waiting for someone to arrive. At that moment, a stylish-looking bald black man in a suit appeared. He was talking to someone on the phone, reporting that he had just arrived. The vanguard has entered the dungeon. He was confident that even if Su-hyun survived and came out, he would just need to land one more blow afterward. He promised the person on the other end that he would hand Kim Su-hyun over to them. Suddenly, he took off his sunglasses and saw his subordinates sprawled all over the ground, while Park Zion sat there. He immediately hung up. "I will contact you later." Then he asked indifferently, "Who are you?" "Hello. I've been sitting here since this afternoon. Unlike these guys, you seem much stronger, don't you?" He calmly asked, "Did you do all of this by yourself?" Park Zion teased him. "Who else could have done this? Some random bald uncle passing by. He slowly took off his jacket, cursing those useless pieces of trash for losing to a lone woman. The humiliation was unbearable. Park Zion stood up in boredom. One after another, every single guy here said the same sort of thing without knowing what was about to happen to them. So aside from Kim Soo-hyun, Korea still has plenty of annoying insects, huh? First, I'll deal with this bug. Park Zion did not want to waste words. She gripped her sword and charged straight at the bald man. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun was fighting the Chaos Guild. Mia's whole body was also emitting energy to provide him with mana. It even strengthened his sword. One slash from him broke his opponent's sword in half and cut into the opponent's body. The others rushed in to ambush him from behind, but the defensive properties of the Iron Turtle art protected him, so he was completely unharmed. He turned around and slashed one man across the stomach. The man who had provoked him earlier was also struck across the face. Realizing what was happening, that man warned his underlings, if possible, don't aim for his back anymore. Hide yourselves and attack him. So they immediately used stealth techniques. Soo-hyun stood there and assessed the situation. Thanks to the traits of assassins, surprise attacks would be more dangerous than a head-on fight. These guys had made the right decision. Even so, Soo-hyun was very confident in his own danger detection. On top of that, with Mia by his side, he was not afraid of a damn thing. In the past, he had used that skill to stop an ambush, but he had not expected the Bone King to help them conceal all their killing intent like this. So now, he could only trust Mia. Mia, you can smell them, right? He placed Mia on his head and told it to notify him immediately if it felt that he might get hurt. Mia also signaled its agreement. It began concentrating intensely and sniffing them out. Soo-hyun closed his eyes completely and followed Mia's warnings. Suddenly, Mia pointed to the left and cried out. Soo-hyun immediately sensed it, swung his sword, and dealt with one of them. Even as that man was about to die, he still could not understand how Soo-hyun had done it. Mia's danger detection was even better than Soo-hyun's, and thanks to that, he took down another one. The remaining men began to feel that something was wrong. Does stealth not work? Another man said, earlier, we disguised ourselves as people from the Gambler Guild, right? Then why don't we disguise ourselves as someone else and attack him? No, that won't work. If petty tricks like that worked on him, he would have become Captain Ghost's prey already. The man who had been loudly declaring that he would take Soo-hyun down was now worried. I underestimated this guy. He's too strong. From the very beginning, he wasn't someone we could handle. Not to mention, we could go insane at any moment because of the killing intent. But suddenly, he discovered something and smiled in satisfaction. He looked toward the Kraken, the killing intent. That's it. They stopped using stealth and directly faced Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun was still very confident in a frontal fight, but then he realized that their target was not him, but the Kraken. Soo-hyun hurriedly charged forward, trying to stop them, but the others turned back and blocked his path. At that moment, he could only watch helplessly as the man disguised as Mo Young stabbed straight down into the Kraken with a sword. His sword strike split the Kraken's seal into two pieces. It was about to awaken. Suddenly, the top of the ghost ship shook violently. An explosion occurred, and dust and smoke filled the air. The ship shattered. The man disguised as Mo Young looked at the result of his work and laughed loudly. Ah, this is my victory, Kim Soo-hyun. The Kraken monster had awakened. It was a giant octopus. It used its tentacles to crush the disguised man's body. At that moment, he could no longer laugh. Go on, brag. Keep bragging. Why aren't you bragging anymore? Kim Soo-hyun landed safely, then kicked off with force while holding Mia in his arms. He calmly said, "Long time no see, Kraken." It glared at Soo-hyun with blood-red eyes. At that moment, energy poured from Mia's body. Hearing Soo-hyun's command, Mia buffed his strength, and his sword overflowed with energy. With one strike, he slashed straight into the Kraken's blood-red eye. With this blow, it would lose consciousness for a while. He had to take advantage of this chance and finish it quickly. Suddenly, he realized the enhancement effect was disappearing. It turned out that because it had buffed him with too much power, Mia was exhausted. Soo-hyun fell straight downward. At that moment, thoughts echoed in his head, telling him he had to stay calm. Mia's ability had not fully developed yet, and since it was still unstable, he naturally could not use this cheat-like skill without limits. This was a huge gamble. After using up all his magic, he had been able to withstand the explosion when the seal broke. Right now, he had no strength left at all. His only choice was to use Indomitable to recover and fight. Just then, Juho rushed in like a god and caught Soo-hyun. He scolded him, "You little punk. Everything you do makes me worry. It's because you don't know how to value your own life. Fix that habit of trying to solve everything by yourself." Soo-hyun asked in surprise why Juho was here. Since the Gambler Guild had disappeared, the whole team had no choice but to board the ship. However, the ship suddenly exploded, so they had to find a safe place. Only Juho came back because he was worried about Soo-hyun. At that moment, Soo-hyun felt guilty. "Thank you. As the commander, I should have been the one doing that, and yet I made you. Don't worry about it. Just treat me later. But that thing won't suddenly chase after us, will it? It's blind and trying to recover, so that won't happen." The team below stared in shock at the giant monster. Everyone was confused, not knowing whether they could kill it or not. Lee Kong, he lost his composure and complained. "The raid team commander, the Gambler Guild, and even Lee Juho are missing. This is driving me insane." Kim Tae-hyun also stared at the Kraken, wondering where this monster had come from. Just then, Soo-hyun appeared and explained everything. After hearing it, Lee Kong, he scolded Soo-hyun again, asking why he had acted on his own and made everything even more complicated. Tae-hyun calmly asked Soo-hyun, "Forget that. The situation is bad anyway. Do you have a plan?" He explained that the Kraken's weakness had been completely exposed, so if they worked together, they could hunt it without getting injured. Then Soo-hyun said something that embarrassed all three of them. "But if you keep being this disorganized, then you don't need my plan, right? In that case, I'll assume you're all following my plan. This is my plan." The Kraken was still in great pain from the wounds Soo-hyun had just inflicted on it. At that moment, Juho, Kong-hee, and Tae-hyun shouted together. Everyone, they had all prepared Group 1 magic. Ready, fire. All the magic they created aimed straight at the Kraken's eyes. Streams of power shot continuously into the Kraken's body. Juho continued shouting, "Next, Group 2 ready." He remembered what Soo-hyun had said. The Kraken's weakness was speed. It needed to approach them in order to use that enormous strength. If they kept attacking with magic and maintained their distance, it would be unable to approach and would be forced to retreat. It was true that it could not approach, but it really was enormous. Juho thought eliminating it was impossible. But that was not a problem, because their mission was to keep the Kraken away from this place while Soo-hyun recovered. The other Awakeners were trying to assist Soo-hyun in recovering his mana. While everyone was delighted that everything was going according to plan, one person in the team suddenly pointed toward the Kraken. "Someone is approaching the Kraken." Juho turned his head to look. He was thinking that Soo-hyun had already recovered, but it was not him. He was stunned, speechless, and nearly fell over. It was that troublemaker Lee Kong-hee again, leading a pack of little troublemakers from the Papillon Guild as they rushed toward the Kraken. Among them, one member still had doubts and asked Lee Kong-hee, "Guild Master, are you sure this will be all right?" Soo-hyun clearly said we must not go near the Kraken. Hearing that, Lee Kong-hee angrily grabbed him by the collar. "If you said you were going to die, would you just die for real?" The young man still insisted. "But won't the Kraken's powerful vitality and regeneration make it difficult for us to defeat it?" The troublemaker Lee Kong, he still did not realize the problem. He still believed Soo-hyun was lying. "Idiot. Can't you see it's dying?" Kim Soo-hyun said that just to monopolize the reward. "If you don't want to lose your job, follow me." Then he declared loudly and heroically, "The Papillon Guild will take down the Kraken." With that, they rushed in and began slashing wildly. Their goal was to keep the monster from having time to recover. The others were confused and did not know what to do next. If they continued attacking the Kraken with magic from a distance, Lee Kong-hee and his guild would also be hit. With no other choice, Tae-hyun ordered everyone to stop attacking. From now on, focus only on controlling the situation. As for Lee Kong-hee, he did not give a damn. While swinging his axe again and again into the Kraken's body, he bragged, "That's right, you bastard. You think you can act arrogant just because you're a little strong? Look, in the end, I'll be the one to take down that monster." He chopped and chopped, but it was like mosquitoes biting stainless steel. The cuts on the Kraken's skin were only enough to scratch an itch. By the time Lee Kong-hee realized this, it was already too late. The Kraken had recovered. It began letting out a massive roar. Everyone there clutched their heads in dizziness. Lee Kong, he did not understand what the hell was happening. Its wail made his mana unstable. At that moment, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, retreat immediately." But how could they retreat? The monster's tentacles were already preparing to crush Lee Kong-hee. In that critical moment, Soo-hyun appeared, cut off its tentacle, and saved his life. Having almost died, Li Kong he gave an awkward laugh. Ah, yo gamakikali, have you recovered? Before he could finish speaking, Su Hyun turned and looked at him with killing intent in his eyes. His voice was completely furious. Do you want to die? Then he immediately gave Li Kong he a punch right in the face. Seeing that, the members of the Papillon Guild were somewhat frightened and asked Su Hyun what they should do next. Following Su Hyun's order, they returned to the raid team's position. He warned them that he would not take responsibility if they stayed and got themselves killed. Su Hyun summoned the Phoenix and ordered it to seal the Kraken's mouth. Then he charged upward, aiming straight for the Kraken's eye once again. But this time, it dodged, causing his attack to miss its mark. The Kraken became agitated and swung its tentacles wildly. That was disadvantageous for Su Hyun. A surprise attack would not work. After observing for a while, Su Hyun thought there was no other way. He could only cut off each of its tentacles one by one. Watching this scene, Tae Hyun was completely dumbfounded. He said, all we can do is leave a few scratches on it, yet he's chopping through it like he's cutting bananas. Seeing his blank expression, Juho even thought he had been affected by the monster's earlier wail. Juho said they should leave the Kraken to Su Hyun and keep the guild members where they were, because they were not on the same level as Su Hyun. Su Hyun would take down the Kraken, and the dungeon raid would end. Tae Hyun shared with Juho that before meeting Su Hyun, he had actually been quite confident in his own skills. He had thought that within 2 years, or even 1 year, he could become an S-rank assassin. But after meeting Su Hyun, he felt pathetic. Juho, you should think about it carefully too. Juho was slightly confused. What do you mean? You may not have realized it yet, but Su Hyun could become the strongest awakener in the world. If you keep chasing after him, one day you'll collapse and suffer defeat. Because a light that shines too brightly can even burn everyone who gets close to it. If you feel you can't endure it anymore, you can come to my guild. After all, among ordinary people like us, you are still different. Juho quietly looked at Su Hyun fighting alone, cutting off the monster's tentacles one after another. At that moment, Su Hyun felt it was time to end it. The Kraken opened its mouth wide and wailed. Su Hyun did not hesitate and charged straight into its mouth full of teeth. Immediately afterward, the monster's body split open and was cut in two. Su Hyun had cut the Kraken in half from inside its own body. The entire team watching burst with emotion and shouted joyfully. He eliminated the Kraken. We did it. We won. Only Juho continued to watch silently. Then he muttered, honestly, that guy and his nonsense. What nonsense? Oh my god, you scared the hell out of me. Su Hyun suddenly appeared from behind, making Juho jump in shock. Su Hyun was surprised. Why are you reacting so dramatically? It's like this is your first time meeting me. Anyway, I'm asking you, what nonsense did you hear? Juho only patted Su Hyun's head. It's something a kid like you doesn't know about. Su Hyun saw that Tae Hyun was still standing there in a daze and was about to check on him, but Juho pulled him around and said, the dungeon raid is over now. Let's go back. You did well. Su Hyun sensed that something was off, but although he did not understand it, he did not think too much about it. Suddenly, he remembered Lee Kong-hee. The man had been unconscious ever since Su Hyun punched him and was about to keel over. Su Hyun wanted to meet Lee Kong-hee to finish what he had left undone. Lee Kong-hee had only just groggily awakened and had not even had time to gather his senses when Su Hyun was already standing right in front of him, staring him down. Su Hyun said in a serious voice, don't you have anything you want to say to everyone? Lee Kong-hee began, trying to change the subject. The Kraken pawn. Did you eliminate it? Haha, looks like you killed it. In that case, let's do some calculations. The whole team was waiting for what Lee Kong-hee had to say, but he stood up and began calculating instead. Well, since our Papillon Guild dealt most of the damage to the Kraken pawn compared to the Red Demon Guild, Su Hyun cut him off. Are you seriously going to say that here? Lee Kong-hee still acted as though he did not understand. The raid is over. Isn't it only natural to divide the spoils? Let me put it another way. This man really had not changed at all, which enraged Su Hyun. Lee Kong-hee drew his sword, rushed forward, and took the initiative to attack Su Hyun. Su Hyun was quite disappointed. It seems you don't know what you've done, but because of your selfishness, everyone could have died. I gave you a chance to apologize, but this is what it turned into. As Su Hyun spoke, he stopped Lee Kong-hee's fist, then tightly crushed his hand. The force was so strong that Lee Kong-hee grimaced in pain, but his pride was so high that he shouted at Soo-hyun, "Let go of me! How dare you hit me? I'm the leader of the raid team. You think you can get away with this? Once I get out of here, I'll report you to the association," and Soo-hyun coldly interrupted him. "Go ahead, report me. But I think you're misunderstanding something. Being the raid team leader doesn't only give you the authority to set strategies and issue orders. It also makes you responsible for the life of every person on the team. If someone like you is blinded by rewards and puts everyone's lives in danger, then everyone has the right to execute you immediately without going through a court." As soon as he finished speaking, Soo-hyun drew his sword, preparing to cut off Lee Kong-hee's head. Everyone panicked. Seeing this, Joo-ho hurriedly rushed over to stop him. But the moment Soo-hyun brought the sword to Lee Kong-hee's neck, Lee Kong-hee froze stiff in terror. Soo-hyun only wanted to teach him a lesson. He said to Joo-ho, "If I don't scare him, he'll end up hurting other innocent people when I'm not around." And in truth, after this incident, he has lost the trust of his guild as well, so he won't be able to keep this position anyway. After saying that, Soo-hyun told everyone to gather their belongings and leave. Through this raid, Soo-hyun had obtained Mia's power and guessed the Bone King's plan. He thought he should find the dungeons he still did not know about in order to prepare for unforeseen events. In addition, he also needed to look into Park Zion's situation. After all, every member of the Chaos Guild was extremely powerful. A few hours before Soo-hyun successfully cleared the dungeon, Park Zion was struggling quite a bit against this bald-headed man. She was sent flying into a wall, and dust and smoke billowed everywhere. He used fists fitted with sharp spikes and punched straight at Zion. With her nimble movements, she dodged one strike, then closed in on him and used the skill Shadow Form. This skill covered the user's body in darkness, nullified all damage for a short time, and allowed them to move in the form of shadow. Thanks to that, she easily moved behind him. Without waiting for him to react, she slashed at the nape of his neck, intending to end the life of a man who dared to look down on women. But what she had not expected was that this man could defend himself with his bare hands in such a short amount of time. He blocked her blade with both hands, so he was only slightly injured. He seemed surprised by Zion's ability, but still calmly provoked her. "You really surprised me. I didn't expect you to possess a skill like that. I can't believe you actually managed to injure me. This is getting more and more interesting." Zion could not stand still. She shot forward, confronting the bald-headed man head-on. He laughed loudly in delight, took his stance, and a massive amount of mana surrounded his body. Still unable to understand why Zion dared to face an assassin head-on, he fought while laughing to himself inwardly. Hey, you fool. All my skills are focused on physical damage resistance. Go ahead and attack as much as you like, because you won't be able to leave even a scratch on me. And indeed, Zion's attacks were extremely fast and accurate, but none of them could injure him. He judged that although her skill was fast and sharp, making it difficult for him to counterattack, it surely had a limit. For example, perhaps the duration of the technique was short. He correctly guessed the limit of Zion's skill. Whenever she attacked, he would defend solidly, making her attacks meaningless. After thinking for a moment, she decided she had no choice but to use it. She then took out a purple blade and slashed his right arm. A small, bleeding scratch appeared on his arm. "Is that your secret weapon? I'm getting excited, looking forward to your next move." As he spoke, he gathered his strength and punched the ground, forcing Zion to retreat. This man began growing crazed. It had been a long time since he had felt this excited in battle. She was truly very interesting. Keep struggling and entertain me even more. Suddenly, Park Zion stood there very calmly and stopped attacking, making the bald-headed man confused. She said, "It's over. There's no need to do anything else. It would only waste my strength." He was still hungry for battle and provoked Zion to keep attacking, but she did not care at all. Her behavior made him fly into a rage, and he shouted, "How dare you ignore what I'm saying?" As he rambled, he charged toward Zion. Zion still stood there very calmly. His fist suddenly stopped right in front of her eyes. Something had made his body unable to move anymore. He was utterly bewildered. His body gradually collapsed in front of Zion. She walked closer and said seriously, "Didn't I tell you? It's over." As she spoke, she fed him a lethal punch, knocking him flat onto the ground. This time, all of his defensive skills had been deactivated. He realized the main problem was not that his magic power was failing to circulate, but that his body had gone stiff and could not move. You must be wondering why your body isn't obeying you. Just as you said, this is my secret weapon. I don't use it often because the number of times it can be used is limited. But this sword has the ability to disrupt the mana inside the target's body when it lands a hit. Once you take damage from this sword, the magic will make your body suffocate. And the result of the battle was decided from the moment you were struck by my blade. After hearing that, the bald-headed man's face looked as if he knew it was all over. Zion grabbed him by the throat with one hand and punched him repeatedly in the face with the other, threatening him as she asked, "Who is your master? Who is your boss? Talk." Even though he was beaten until blood sprayed from his mouth, the bald-headed man still smiled to provoke Zion. I don't know the answer to what you're asking. Instead, do you want to join us? With you by my side, I feel like I could kill a great many people. Park Zion felt there was nothing more to say to this man. In anger, she moved to finish him off with one strike of her sword. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses appeared and stopped her. It was Vice Guild Master Kim Suk-jin. Calm down. I completely understand how you feel, but this man is a high-ranking figure in the Chaos Guild. That means he knows a great many things. If you kill him here, we won't be able to achieve our goal. Park Zion glared at Kim Suk-jin. I said let go, but after thinking for a moment, she also managed to calm down. I got too heated. Since you're here like this, the information we can extract from him must be valuable. Yes, we don't have much time, so it's best to question him as quickly as possible. The bald-headed man lying on the ground kept running his mouth. Hey, she and I were in the middle of something important. Why are you suddenly jumping in and interfering? Before he could finish, Park Zion kicked him and shut him up. Kim Suk-jin continued. Well, the fact that he came here to act alone proves that Kim Soo-hyun's information was reliable. The information about the Blue Dungeon opening in America as well. The claim that the Chaos Guild is planning a terror attack in that Blue Dungeon seems to be true. Kim Suk-jin said that Kim Soo-hyun's dungeon conquest had just ended. The bald-headed man, who was sitting to the side and eavesdropping, was also shocked, unable to understand how they knew all the information about their plan. The fact that his comrade had been captured by Kim Soo-hyun was not as important as the fact that Kim Soo-hyun knew about his plan. This is bad. Right now, I can't even lift a finger. I can't report this to the guild. If this goes on, the boss's plan will fall apart. I have to buy time at any cost. When he saw that Park Zion was also wondering where Kim Soo-hyun had gotten his information from, the bald-headed man seemed to think of something, and he suddenly laughed like a madman. Park Zion turned to him in confusion. Did getting beaten to a pulp make you lose your mind? How hilarious. Eliminate the Chaos Guild, and then crush the guilds that oppose you. Kim Suk-jin also asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? Hahaha. You'd understand if you thought about it for just a moment. Very few people in the guild know about this plan to cause chaos in the Blue Dungeon. Isn't it strange that he knows about that plan? As he spoke, the bald-headed man thought to himself, these people are only like flies. They're not too big of a problem. I can deceive them. The most dangerous one is Kim Soo-hyun. If this continues, everyone will become puppets in his hands. I have to make them turn against Kim Soo-hyun at any cost and create a chance to inform the guild about this. He continued, make a deal with me. If this goes on, all of you will be led around in circles by Kim Soo-hyun. Eliminate Kim Soo-hyun first, and then I'll tell you everything about the Chaos Guild. Hearing that, Park Zion's eyes wavered slightly. Kim Suk-jin walked toward him coldly. He drew his sword and threatened him. Shut your mouth. You think we believe someone like you? Not only was the bald-headed man unafraid, he even deliberately laughed with delight. Oh, stupid. Kim Soo-hyun even betrayed the Chaos Guild, and there's no guarantee he won't do it again, is there? If he betrays you and all the information spreads, do you think you'll be able to find the Chaos Guild's people again once they go into hiding? Kim Suk-jin still paid no attention to those words. He told Park Zion not to believe anything the bald-headed man had just said. He was definitely trying to take advantage of this conflict to scheme something. Park Zion pondered something. Then she told Kim Suk-jin to summon Kim Soo-hyun and the members of the Death God Guild here. She thought that even if they ignored what that man had said, they still needed to know where Kim Soo-hyun had obtained this confidential information. Seeing the two of them waver, the bald-headed man was very pleased. Thinking he had achieved his goal, he even proposed cooperation. Just eliminate Kim Soo-hyun. I'll become a spy for you. But it seemed he had misunderstood. Park Zion would rather die than join hands with a cold-blooded man like him. If Kim Soo-hyun were on the same side as the Chaos Guild, she would have killed him from the start. Park Zion's main goal was to destroy the Chaos Guild, and she would chase them all the way to hell. A red Lamborghini appeared, and Kim Soo-hyun stepped out looking very handsome. He asked Kim Suk-jin, "What's going on that you're calling me this late at night?" Kim Suk-jin told him to go inside and see for himself, and Soo-hyun grew a little worried, wondering if Park Zion had perhaps been captured. When he stepped inside, everything was enveloped in pitch-black darkness, but he still could not sense anything at all. Suddenly, knife blades surrounded Soo-hyun from every direction. A little surprised, he looked at Park Zion, who was brimming with energy, and asked, "What the hell are you doing? You have a lot to explain." Only then did the light gradually return to normal, and Soo-hyun could see everything clearly. He thought in surprise, is this the shadow form skill? A power that becomes one with the darkness and freely controls and transforms it. Usually, it's limited to hiding one's body in the darkness. But I can't believe she can cover this entire place in darkness. She can even hide the presence of others, not just herself. She really is talented. Park Zion calmly explained, "There isn't any particularly major reason I called you here. It's just that this person here told me some interesting information, that you were a former member of the Chaos Guild." The bald-headed man was also very good at acting. As soon as he saw Soo-hyun, he hurriedly pretended they were acquainted. "Hello, Kim Soo-hyun. It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Soo-hyun did not think Park Zion was the type of person to believe his words. And he was not wrong, because she was not someone easily swayed by another person's words. Honestly, after following Soo-hyun's information for so long, she did not think that was true either. There was just one question she wanted Soo-hyun to answer. "I'm wondering how you were able to obtain information from the Chaos Guild. The man told me that only a small number of people in that guild knew about this. Unless you're also a member of the guild, isn't the fact that you know this information extremely suspicious? So, I need to determine whether or not you are a member of the Chaos Guild." Soo-hyun knew that the bald-headed man was Ethan. He was the leader of the Chaos Guild and a battle maniac. But Soo-hyun had not thought Ethan would seize the opportunity of being captured to cause conflict between him and Park Zion. If he answered her question, this matter would be resolved simply. But the source of his information came from his memories of his previous life, and it would be difficult for Park Zion to believe that easily. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Soo-hyun. The one holding the advantage was Ethan, and if he lied now to escape this situation, the chances of success were very low. Even if he managed to get away, it would come back and become a problem in the future, and it would also proceed exactly according to Ethan's plan. There was a high chance that Soo-hyun's plan would reach a dead end. Seeing that Soo-hyun seemed to be calculating for too long, Park Zion demanded that he speak quickly, and Kim Suk-jin placed a blade against his neck to threaten him. Soo-hyun thought that he first needed to take back control of the situation. He answered, "Fine, I have never worked in a Chaos Guild. I can provide proof. But as for the source of my information, I can't tell you. And why is that? Our relationship is mostly based on a shared goal. My obligation is not to tell you everything. Besides, whether I am or ever was a member of the Chaos Guild is the more important issue, isn't it? Follow me to my house. I'll show you my proof. But you'll be the only one allowed to see it." At that moment, Kim Suk-jin's blade had already cut into Soo-hyun's neck, drawing blood. Kim Suk-jin threatened him. "Do you think we'll listen to that absurd proposal of yours?" This Suk-jin was not even the leader, so why was he always acting so important? The one who would decide was Park Zion. Another member spoke up. "Guild Master, don't go. This is definitely just part of his plan to get out of this." After thinking for a while, Park Zion agreed to Soo-hyun's proposal, and when the female member saw that, she hurriedly tried to stop Zion. "What the hell? What is this? That is definitely a trap. It's far too risky." Park Zion remained very calm and reassured her. "Don't worry. If he really is lying, I won't hesitate to end his life." Then she turned to Soo-hyun and said, "Now show me that you are not one of the Chaos Guild's people." Soo-hyun brought Park Zion to his mother's house. When she saw him, his mother was extremely happy. Soo-hyun, how long has it been?" He hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mom. I've been so busy with work lately that it's been hard for me to visit home." When Soo-hyun's mother saw Park Zion, she mistook her for her son's girlfriend, whom he had brought home to introduce to her. She hurriedly asked Soo-hyun, "Who is this? Could she be your girlfriend?" She happily took Zion's hand. "Oh my, Soo-hyun, why are you only introducing your beautiful girlfriend to your mother now?" Park Zion was so embarrassed that she could not speak, and she had not had time to explain either. Soo Hyun's mother hurried off to prepare a meal for their honored guest, and the table was soon filled with food. "Mom, why did you cook so much? You brought your friend all the way here, so of course I had to prepare properly." Then she turned to Park Zion and smiled warmly. "I'm sorry about what happened earlier, dear. You're the first girl Soo Hyun has ever invited home, so I couldn't contain my happiness." Park Zion quickly replied, "It's all right. I'm Yufina." After that, Soo Hyun's mother kept placing delicious food into her bowl. Looking at the kind woman before her, Zion was moved and thanked her. She sat quietly, watching Soo Hyun and his mother happily talk with each other. Suddenly, she felt something stir inside her. Afterward, the two of them went into Soo Hyun's room to talk. He asked Zion, "How was the food today?" She replied, "It was very good. You're pretty close with your mother, aren't you?" "You could say that. What do you think? Do you still think I'm a member of the Chaos Guild?" Soo Hyun had brought her home to meet his mother because he wanted her to understand that someone with such a kind mother could not possibly be a member of the Chaos Guild. Park Zion understood that, but she could not stop suspecting him simply because he had someone who cared for and looked after him. Seeing that it still was not enough proof, Soo Hyun set down the cup of hot tea in his hand and suddenly stripped off the shirt he was wearing, revealing his firm abs. Park Zion turned bright red with embarrassment, thinking he was trying to seduce her with his looks. Her face flushed as she shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Have you finally revealed your true nature now that you have nowhere left to run?" Soo Hyun was stunned. What was that supposed to mean? He was handsome, but he was not easy. "What are you talking about? You said you still couldn't trust me." "The Chaos Guild has a symbol tattooed on the body of each member. I'm just showing you that I don't have one." Knowing Park Zion was embarrassed, he deliberately teased her. "Should I take off my pants too?" Park Zion closed her eyes and said, "Do whatever you want. Talking to you only makes me more tired." Soo Hyun only said it as a joke and immediately put his shirt back on. Only then did Park Zion truly believe him, because if he were a member of the Chaos Guild, there was no way he could really have family by his side. There was no chance they would let his mother live peacefully. So she felt that she had overcomplicated the matter. Seeing that the situation had settled down, Soo Hyun seized the chance to ask Zion what had happened between her and the Chaos Guild. But the answer he received was, "Our relationship is mostly based on a shared objective. I have no obligation to tell you everything." It sounded like Park Zion had memorized that line by heart. Soo Hyun only thought that if the two of them could learn more about each other, their relationship might develop into complete trust. In the end, Park Zion shared her story. It began around 2 years ago, back when she was still working independently without a guild. Ever since she was young, Park Zion had received a lot of praise for being obedient and beautiful. She wondered if it was because of that image that people approached her with countless expectations and hopes. But after seeing her strange personality, perhaps because she was far different from what they had imagined, they quickly became disappointed and left, even her parents. Park Zion was left all alone. That was when she realized she did not belong anywhere. Time passed, and she became an awakener. 2 years ago, during a dungeon raid, Park Zion was there along with many other awakeners. A young man named Kim Ki-hoon approached Zion and tried to get acquainted with her. At first, she thought he was trying to flirt with her, so she ignored him and quickly turned away. Kim Ki-hoon hurriedly said, "A team. Let's form a team. There are many Awakeners here, so this is normal. Since the Awakener Association has allowed independent participation, and there's no leader or support, it would be better for us to form a team instead of going alone." Park Zion did not even turn back and coldly replied, "No need." Kim Ki-hoon stood there with a dumbfounded look after being rejected so bluntly. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Kim Ki-hoon, get over here. We're leaving now." He hurriedly ran toward his team, and the battle against the monsters soon began. While Kim Ki-hoon struggled to take down each monster, he glanced toward Park Zion and saw that she had already wiped them all out with ease. A large man holding a shield and hammer asked Soo Hyun, "Wow, how many has she killed already?" Beside him, a short-haired girl also spoke up. "You invited her to form a team earlier, didn't you?" "Yeah, but I got rejected." She continued, "It's fine. With skills like that, she'll be okay on her own. I'd rather go with a cute girl like that than these useless guys." The big man, named Gushik, asked Ki-hoon what he thought of Park Zion. Ki-hoon looked at Park Zion's back and, for some reason, felt that Zion looked truly lonely. The raid was not over yet. Ki-hoon's team continued fighting, and Ki-hoon faced a monster twice his size. He let his guard down and nearly got slashed by it, but fortunately, he came to his senses in time and blocked the attack. Seeing that, the short-haired girl worriedly asked Ki-hoon, "You were like that earlier too. What's wrong?" Before she could finish speaking, a monster suddenly appeared behind Ki-hoon. The girl shouted, "Hey, Kim Ki-hoon, behind you!" At that moment, Gushik rushed over in time and used his shield to take the blow for Ki-hoon, then defeated the monster. Ki-hoon explained that he had always been fine before, and he did not know why he was like this today. Gushik struck Ki-hoon right in the face to snap him out of it. He told Ki-hoon, "Tell everyone. Is it because you're thinking about that girl from earlier? Don't do something you'll regret later. Go after her." Hearing that, Kim Ki-hoon smiled brightly and hurried off to find Park Zion. At that moment, Park Zion was still focused on taking down each monster. There had been a time when she had not wanted to die, but also a time when she no longer wanted to live. A gigantic boss monster holding an axe appeared right in front of Zion. It attacked continuously, swinging its enormous axe down at her. Fortunately, she managed to block in time, but the exhaustion from all her previous battles affected her, and her body could no longer move. Looking at the monster before her, she wondered, is this the end? It's fine. I have nothing left to hold on to. Just when it seemed everything was over, the hero arrived in time to save the beauty. Kim Ki-hoon defeated the boss in front of Zion. I told you, didn't I? Going alone is tough. So, what do you think about joining my team? Park Zion lifted her head, looked at Ki-hoon, and smiled without saying a word, then quietly continued walking. Ki-hoon happily assumed she had accepted his offer and hurriedly chased after her. The hero saving the beauty tactic really was effective. Park Zion would never forget that moment. It was her encounter with the person who made her want to keep living. At that very moment, a dark figure was hiding in the distance, watching the two of them without her noticing. After the dungeon raid ended, Park Zion met Ki-hoon again. He had the same expression and said the same thing. "Zion, we meet again. This must be fate. How about joining our guild?" This time, he did not only want her to join his team, but his entire guild. Zion still refused, whether it was coincidence or intentional. The two of them kept meeting in every dungeon Zion entered, and every time, he would only run after her with the intention of making her join his guild no matter what. In a way, Ki-hoon's invitation became an everyday event for Zion. He never stopped approaching her. Persistence paid off, and in the end, she took that hand. After joining the guild, Zion initially felt somewhat out of place. But after connecting with everyone, she felt as if she had found where she belonged. She and Ki-hoon conquered many dungeons together. Little by little, their ordinary relationship began to develop in a different direction. Once, the two of them were eating ice cream in a park. Ki-hoon was holding his phone and reading the news, while Zion occasionally stole glances at him and felt her heart pounding. That feeling drove her crazy. If your heart beats fast beside someone, there's at least a little love there. Ki-hoon also stole a glance at Zion and smiled. Then he took the initiative to hold Zion's hand and said, "Zion, after tomorrow's dungeon raid is over, do you want to go somewhere together? Just the two of us." "Sure," she agreed without thinking at all. At that time, Zion did not know that this was the end of her happiness. Meanwhile, the news reported, recently, the number of awakeners going missing in dungeons has been increasing. The authorities have discovered evidence that the culprit behind the killings in dungeons is an awakener, not monsters. It is believed to be the work of a serial killer. Awakeners are advised to remain vigilant. The next day, after the raid was completed, Zion's mind was filled only with thoughts of her date with Ki-hoon. Ki-hoon was also preparing for a romantic date. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared. "Excuse me, I'm from the association. I'm currently investigating the recent murders of awakeners, so I hope everyone can cooperate." Ki-hoon remembered the news he had watched yesterday. "Ah, the case that's been on the news recently. So you're investigating inside the dungeons too?" "Yes. We are also conducting on-site investigations at the same time." Park Zion was a little irritated and thought to herself, why did it have to be today, of all days? She only wanted to hurry up and go on her date. Ki-hoon said to the white-haired man, "Then how can we help you?" At that moment, the man's expression changed. "You don't need to do much." As he spoke, he lunged forward and attacked Ki-hoon. Fortunately, Park Zion reacted quickly and pulled him away in time, allowing him to dodge. The man was slightly surprised that Park Zion could avoid his attack. Zion held her sword and prepared to attack him, but his mana-covered hand stopped right in front of her blade. Shocked, she asked who he really was. "I suppose you could call me an unforeseen misfortune." As he spoke, he knocked one of Zion's swords away. He launched repeated attacks, but Zion was able to counter them all, leaving both him and everyone watching astonished. The short-haired girl even exclaimed that Park Zion was truly impressive. Only Ki-hoon observed the fight and realized that on the surface, it seemed like an even match. But every move the man made was one step ahead in every way. Zion also felt that he was overwhelming her. At this rate, she would be defeated by him. He broke Zion's sword in half with his bare hand. At that moment, he had the chance to finish her off, but suddenly he changed his plan. He wanted to invite Zion to join his guild. Park Zion asked in surprise, "Join your guild? That's right. You know I have a goal I must accomplish. But one tree alone cannot make a forest, so I want to establish a guild. I've already decided on the guild's name, too. The Chaos Guild, a place where the craziest people gather. You seem interesting too. You qualify to join. What do you think about building the guild together?" Park Zion glared at him. "What if I refuse?" After hearing that, the man seemed unable to believe his ears. His expression changed. "Then you're dead." At that moment, how could Ki-hoon just stand by and watch his girlfriend be bullied? He rushed toward the white-haired man like a gust of wind. He intended to slash off the man's head, but it was not that easy. The man quickly dodged. The remaining team members also unleashed magic attacks at him. Ki-hoon anxiously asked Zion, "Zion, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but that man is far too dangerous. I'll buy time for everyone, so all of you run now." Zion was more worried about Ki-hoon and the others. But of course, Ki-hoon would not let her stay behind and fight alone, because they were comrades. With that, Ki-hoon assigned Hyun-jun and Iajin to prevent the man from using his skills, but that was certainly still not enough. Ki-hoon would distract him and create a path for everyone. He attacked the man from the left, but the man was able to block without even looking. Ki-hoon shouted and asked him, "Why are you killing all the Awakeners?" The white-haired man replied coldly, "Do I need a reason to do that? The same goes for you, brat. You're really annoying." As he spoke, he punched Ki-hoon in the chest with a fatal blow. Blood seeped from Ki-hoon's mouth, but he still forced himself to grip the man's arm tightly and hold him in place, shouting, "Now's your chance." At that moment, Park Zion, who had been using an invisibility spell to hide herself, suddenly appeared and slashed at the man's neck. Everyone waited anxiously for the result. Surprisingly, the wound was still not deep enough to take his life. But that was fine. Ki-hoon's plan still included the bulky Gushik. In the event that Zion could not finish him off, Gushik would ambush him from behind. Gushik's hammer carried enough power to crush everything. An explosion erupted, and dust and smoke scattered everywhere. But shockingly, the white-haired man blocked that attack with just one finger. Now he was truly angry. These little games have gone on long enough. After that, what happened next, I don't really know anymore. Park Zion vaguely woke up and remembered that he had struck the back of her neck, causing her to lose consciousness. While she was worrying about the other team members, Zion was horrified to realize she was holding Ki-hoon, whose body was covered in slashes. Ki-hoon spoke in a weak voice. "Zion, you're awake. I'm glad you're still alive." Park Zion became extremely worried when she realized Ki-hoon's wounds were very deep. Flustered and not knowing what to do, she shouted, "Everyone, come help." Only then did she realize that everyone had fallen. Iajin, Gushik, and Hyun-jun were all lying there, none of them moving. Park Zion could not believe her eyes. All she could do was keep asking what had happened. The white-clad man spoke. "Oh, look who's crying for her friends." Park Zion turned back with tear-filled eyes brimming with hatred and said, You killed them, didn't you? I will never forgive you. I will take your life." Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers. Ki-hoon used what little strength he had left to stop her. "Don't, Zion. Run. I only have you left. You can still escape." As he spoke, he handed Zion a necklace. "I'll stay here and hold him back." Zion did not want to, but Ki-hoon shouted, "Go." Zion knew there was no other way and escaped alone. After that, she tried to track him down, but in the end, she could not find any trace of the man. Park Zion told Soo-hyun the entire truth because she thought Soo-hyun knew him. She pleaded with Soo-hyun, "Please tell me about the guild master of the Chaos Guild." Soo-hyun recalled his own past and said, "All right, Phoenix. The guild master of the Chaos Guild is a first-generation awakener. He is known as a Chinese-American Hollywood actor, Hwang Junfo. He was very famous and had many fans. Every time he appeared, he would be surrounded by fans and reporters. Someone wanted to ask for his autograph, but he politely refused. "Thank you, everyone. I'm afraid I can't sign autographs for all of you because of time constraints, but I'd be happy to take photos with you." A reporter asked him, "There are rumors that you donated all of your income from this film. Is that true?" He replied shyly, "Yes, that's true." Hwang Junfo was the leader of the Chaos Guild. After learning the truth, Park Zion shed tears. Then her eyes turned cold. The leader of the Chaos Guild, the one who took away the people important to me. At last, I can have my revenge. Seeing that, Soo Hyun became worried. Wait, don't tell me you're going to rush to him without any plan. Park Zion reassured Soo Hyun. She had a reason not to act immediately. Even after learning his identity, she did not want to ruin everything in a fit of emotion. But although she said that, Zion's hands were clenched tightly together and trembling violently, she still found it difficult to restrain herself. Soo Hyun explained that Hwang Junfeng usually hid the fact that he was an awakener with his transformation skill while operating within chaos. He was extremely cautious. On the outside, he was still a beloved actor who always wore a friendly smile in front of the public. But when no one was around, he revealed a cruel face, ready to curse the audience as a bunch of annoying insects. That was why provoking Hwang Junfeng after learning his identity was a terrible idea. In the worst case, he might hide himself at the top of the trial tower. So Soo Hyun reminded Park Zion that they needed to act according to the plan. Their goal was to wipe out the Chaos Guild, while I'm in the Blue Dungeon stopping Chaos's terrorist attack. You and the Death God Guild will attack their base. At that moment, Hwang Junfeng arrived for a meeting with the core executives of the Chaos Guild. As soon as he arrived, he asked about Ethan. Mark River, an executive of the Chaos Guild, said he still hasn't arrived. Considering that even we can't contact him, he's probably gotten himself into trouble. The blue-haired woman beside him, who was taking selfies, laughed delightedly when she heard that. Ho, that's perfect. I hated seeing the huge guy's smug face. Now I won't have to look at him anymore. She was Chloe Lafferty, the master of the Star Guild and an executive of the Chaos Guild. Mark River did not show her any courtesy just because she was a woman and bluntly called her an idiot. He believed Ethan might have leaked information about their guild. Chloe still did not care. So what? What can Kim Soo Hyun do anyway? It'll all be wasted effort. Don't let your guard down. If he could defeat Ethan, that means he's quite strong. Chloe remained extremely confident. I still don't think I'll lose. Hwang Junfeng tied up his extremely long hair while agreeing with Chloe. Chloe is right. It's a shame we couldn't kill Kim Soo Hyun, but it's not a big deal. We just need to handle it our own way. And that meant eliminating every single person who had touched them. He looked out over the city with vicious eyes and said to the two of them, "How does it feel now? Isn't it exciting? Exciting to witness the moment this dazzling city collapses." The next day, the four of them, Kim Soo Hyun, Park Zion, Hackson, and Kim Suk-jin, were on a flight to America. Hackson was very happy that Soo Hyun had asked him to come, but the atmosphere felt rather quiet and awkward. Hackson looked at each person one by one. This uncle looked too scary, so he did not dare start conversation. When he turned to Park Zion, she also seemed hard to approach. As for Soo Hyun, he was focused on his phone. Soo Hyun stared at the screen and thought, as expected, after checking the dungeon support supplies from the association, is this change because of the green dungeon in Busan? Fortunately, the future has not completely changed, but I still have to stay alert. Suddenly, Hackson spoke up and interrupted Soo Hyun's thoughts. "Brother, I have a question. Why are we going to America?" Only then did Soo Hyun suddenly realize that he had not told Hackson the blue dungeon had opened there. After hearing that, Hackson's face turned pale, but by the time he found out, the plane had already landed. Still, once they arrived in America, Hackson seemed to like it very much, completely different from his shocked expression earlier. This was his first time riding a plane and going abroad. Hackson asked Soo Hyun if he had ever been here before. "Of course I have in my previous life." No. Hackson wondered, isn't the Blue Dungeon the first dungeon of its kind in the world? This should be a hot topic, so why haven't I heard anything about it? Soo Hyun explained that America was keeping the information secret. They wanted to handle it in their own way, and that might lead to a dungeon outbreak. Hackson said worriedly, "The situation is a bit complicated. To put it simply, America currently possessed the largest number of awakeners in the world, but most of them were below B rank, so they were considered rather useless. What they wanted to prove to other countries now was that they did not merely have numbers, but also reliable quality." Hackson truly could not understand it and sighed. What if innocent civilians get hurt just because of that empty pride of theirs. How do they plan to deal with that? Soo-hyun patted Haxon on the head. You're right. Pride is something rather unrealistic. At that moment, Park Zion was off to the side, calling someone. It's been a while, Sir Robert. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Oh, isn't this Miss Ji-yun? I heard you would be coming to America. What's the matter? It's a long story, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to discuss the Blue Dungeon. Very soon, Park Ji-yun's team arrived at the office of the Medical Guild, and Robert Williams was the guild master. Thank you all for coming all this way. You're Soo-hyun, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a fan of yours. Soo-hyun silently thought. Robert is known for his ambition and his many achievements. Even in the past, when he was an awakener, should I shake him up a little? Seeing Soo-hyun remain silent without answering, Park Ji-yun thought he did not understand Robert's words and could not speak English, so she tried to help. But then Soo-hyun spoke directly. I'll get straight to the point. Please allow me to take part in the Blue Dungeon conquest. Soo-hyun spoke fluent English, surprising even Haxon, who was sitting beside him. Robert hesitated slightly. I don't know how you found out about it, but to be honest, this is quite an unreasonable request. As you know, our country, America, has never asked for help from foreign awakeners. However, this time is different because I approached you first. Soo-hyun immediately put forward his condition. If you agree, I will give you half of my spoils. You won't lose out. When Robert heard this, he was very surprised and thought to himself that it really was not a loss. The spoils earned by an S-rank awakener were always equal to those of an entire guild. Moreover, the current conquest team was short one S-rank member. If the medical guild could recruit Kim Soo-hyun, he could become a hero of America. But he was quite greedy and felt that half was still not enough. He said to Soo-hyun, that is a proposal worth considering, but how will the American people feel about it? Soo-hyun calmly said, I know that the American conquest team currently has only 2 S-rank members. When you are this short-handed, if the medical guild earns the reputation of bringing in an S-rank member, you will become the hero who saves the entire country. Robert broke out in a cold sweat after hearing that, thinking Soo-hyun could read his mind. Oh dear, was I asking for too much? It seems I've made things difficult for you. As Soo-hyun spoke, he pretended to stand up. Then there's nothing to be done. I'll ask another guild. This bargaining tactic always worked. Robert hurriedly stopped him. Although he was somewhat reluctant inside, he had no choice but to yield. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I will do as you said. At that moment, Soo-hyun added another deal. However, now that I think about it, only giving half does seem a little too little. So how about this? If any American S-rank member returns alive, I will participate in this conquest for the medical guild free of charge. But if not, transfer all the spoils and the management rights of the medical guild to me. After hearing that, Robert secretly rejoiced and immediately clapped in approval. All right, high risk, high reward. This will be fun. After saying that, he hurried off to get the contract and write it up right away, afraid Soo-hyun would change his mind. Seeing this, Soo-hyun smiled and told himself not to burst out laughing. From the moment he proposed the bet, victory had already belonged to him. It was only natural because he knew the future. Meanwhile, the greedy Robert still thought this was his time. He believed that at least one person would return alive. In short, Robert had been played. After the contract was signed, time passed very quickly. 3 days before the Blue Dungeon opened. Just as Soo-hyun had predicted from the future, not a single S-rank awakener returned, and Robert once again broke out in a nervous cold sweat. As for the Chaos Guild, when they heard that Kim Soo-hyun would participate in the conquest on behalf of the Medical Guild, they believed he had walked into a trap on his own. 2 days left, 1 day left. In order to carry out the plan to eliminate the Chaos Guild, after everyone finished preparing, the final decisive battle finally arrived. Deep in a forest in Los Angeles, a man looked at his watch and said, I arrived earlier than expected. He was Jordan Rogers, the Vice Guild Master of the Maximum Guild and an S-rank awakener. He asked his subordinate where Kim Soo-hyun was and was told that he had not arrived yet. People always say he's a genius. I am curious. Chloe appeared and began mocking him. Looks like your instincts have grown weak, Jordan, relying on a rookie like that. Jordan did not back down either. You probably don't know this, but he is the only person who passed the level 10 trial. Instead of putting on makeup to hide your age, you'd be better off gathering more information. No matter what, he's still a low-rank awakener. Are you afraid that rookie will take your place? Haven't you heard? This dungeon requires at least 5 S-rank awakeners. We are in no position to be picky, Chloe said cheerfully. That is why my Star Guild brought an extremely skilled mercenary here. As she spoke, she pointed toward Mark River, who was standing behind her. Is that so? Of course. They're practically dying to help me. Jordan patted Mark River on the shoulder encouragingly. You're a strange one. Did she threaten you? Then he turned to Chloe and said, Tisk, as long as her skills are good, there's no problem. Impressive, Mom. Hearing the word ma'am struck her like a bolt of lightning. After all, touching on age easily drives women mad, especially an older woman like Chloe. Did I not make myself clear? If you call me ma'am one more time, I'll kill you. At that moment, blue energy covered Chloe's entire body. Jordan was not backing down either. He had already raised his fists, ready to teach Chloe a lesson. You provoke me first, Chloe. The others witnessing this wanted to stop them, but they were afraid a murder might occur, so they did not dare approach. I'll break a few of your bones, woman. Break my bones? Try it if you can, you bastard. Even Mark River, standing to the side, was fed up with this woman. She suddenly got angry over nothing, but he was afraid the plan would not proceed smoothly, so he had no choice but to stop it. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun had also arrived. He walked toward the two people facing each other like fire and water and shouted, Stop! That's enough! Both of you! All three of them turned in surprise to look at Soo-hyun. He appeared surrounded by a vast amount of mana, narrowing his eyes at the two people in front of him. Soo-hyun spoke coldly. You came here to conquer a dungeon, yet you're acting like children. What kind of disgrace is this? Looking at the enormous amount of magical power radiating from him, Jordan frowned and asked, You are? Soo-hyun did not hide it and calmly said, I am Kim Soo-hyun. If you want to continue, I will join the fight too. Jordan hesitated for a moment, then looked toward Chloe and said, That's enough. I have no intention of fighting. Let's stop here. Chloe, furious and unconvinced, shouted, Who said we're stopping? Seeing this, Mark walked over, grabbed her shoulder, and advised her, No, stopping is the right thing to do. Calm down. Fiercely biting her lip, Chloe turned and left unwillingly. Mark also hurriedly followed her. Only, before leaving, whether intentionally or not, his eyes glanced towards Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun also stared closely at their backs, seeming thoughtful. Just like in my previous life, the most outstanding people have all gathered here. But there is also a chance that Hwang Junfeng will cause trouble. That man has two choices. 1. Participate in the Blue Dungeon. Or 2. Prepare for unexpected situations and wait at the Chaos Guild headquarters. He felt sorry for Ji-yun, but if possible, he hoped Hwang Junfeng would choose the first option. On this side, Mark walked behind Chloe and asked in a low voice, You felt it too, didn't you, Chloe? Chloe fiercely bit her lip and nodded unwillingly. That bastard was suppressing his own magical power. Mark's expression became somewhat grave, and he said in a low voice, No wonder Ethan was defeated. We need to change the plan. They could deal with Jordan later, so they would handle Soo-hyun first. At that moment, Jordan walked over to Soo-hyun and said awkwardly, I made a fool of myself just now. Allow me to formally introduce myself again. He reached out to shake Soo-hyun's hand and introduce his name, also saying that he was the Vice Guild Master of the Maximum Guild. Soo-hyun nodded slightly and politely said, It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kim Soo-hyun. Jordan raised an eyebrow as he looked at him and casually said, If possible, I'd like to conquer this dungeon without suffering any major losses, so I'm counting on you. You are underestimating this matter too much. With a cold snort, Soo-hyun continued, The Blue Dungeon is not a place where you should worry about avoiding losses. You should be thinking about how to come back alive. Jordan was somewhat surprised, but then he smiled and said, You're surprisingly cautious. Genius. Don't worry. He was very confident in his raid team because every member was among the best. He had staked all of his pride on this success. After saying that, he left. Soo-hyun curled his lips slightly. That pride of his is exactly the problem. Just then, Haxon ran over from behind. Brother, I'm ready to depart. Looking at the back of the man who had just left, he asked doubtfully, Was the person you were just talking to Jordan Rogers, the man who conquered the world's largest green dungeon? His eyes immediately lit up. He had not expected them to raid a dungeon with someone like him. and even the ice, which Chloe was here too. Since this was a blue dungeon, he had been a little worried, but after seeing these people, it did not seem like there was anything to worry about. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Soo-hyun asked in a low voice, "Do you think so too?" Haeksun was a little startled and looked at him in confusion. They all did not know that the danger ahead was far more terrifying than they imagined. At that moment, a voice urging them on sounded from the other side. They were about to begin the blue dungeon raid. Immediately afterward, Jordan took the lead and opened the teleportation gate into the blue dungeon. This time, the blue dungeon also involved a terrorist attack by the Chaos Guild. If things continued like this, the raid would fail and the monsters inside would pour out and devour this world. It would be the second outbreak after Anyang City. Soo-hyun had to stop it from happening at all costs. At that moment, Soo-hyun glanced at Haeksun and asked, "Do you remember what I told you before we came here?" Haeksun nodded slightly and replied, "Of course I remember. In dungeons, unexpected problems always happen, and as soon as we enter the dungeon, the battle will begin." Soo-hyun smiled unconsciously and said with satisfaction, "That's right. You only need to remember those two things." As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the two of them vanished without a trace. The blue dungeon trial had begun. To escape the dungeon, they had to find the designated exit gate or survive for 10 days, but it was almost impossible for them to escape. Chloe kept grumbling until Jordan grew impatient and shouted, "Stop making so much noise. You're ruining our atmosphere. And where is the man you brought with you?" She snorted coldly and said she did not know. Haeksun glanced around, inwardly amazed. "So this is the blue dungeon?" While he was staring blankly, Jordan walked over and asked suspiciously, "Wasn't Mr. Soo-hyun with us?" Haeksun was startled and panicked. "I don't know English. Brother, translate for me." But when he looked to the side, Soo-hyun was nowhere to be seen. Jordan's expression looked somewhat unpleasant at that moment. Two people had disappeared as soon as they entered the dungeon, and the missing people were both very strong, so their risk would become even greater. But after seeing Chloe's reaction, he realized she was confused. Was it because the unknown man had vanished, or because of Soo-hyun? Either way, he no longer had time to think about it, because at that moment, many monsters had appeared in the sky. At the same time, in another corner of the forest, Mark was heading somewhere unknown, moving in extremely fast speed. However, before long, he realized someone was following him. It could not be Chloe or his boss, and Jordan was not this fast. Having guessed who it was, he decided to stop and said coldly, "Come out, Kim Soo-hyun." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Soo-hyun answered at once, curling his lip in mockery. "You're faster than I thought. I almost lost track of you." Glancing at him, Mark River gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want?" "I was assigned to investigate this dungeon from the moment I entered." "Investigate?" Kim Soo-hyun curled his lip disdainfully. "You mean assassinate, don't you?" As soon as those words came out, Mark River's expression immediately darkened. However, Kim Soo-hyun did not panic. He said calmly, "If we're comparing abilities, I hear you're second only to Ethan, right? I want to see what your skills are like." Hearing this, Mark River's face grew even more alarmed. He had not expected Kim Soo-hyun to know his boss's name and even their plan. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. He thought Kim Soo-hyun might have obtained this information from Ethan. With that thought, he glared at him and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" Kim Soo-hyun smiled unconsciously and could not help praising him. As expected of an assassination-type awakener, "You're quite good at controlling your emotions." Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Mark River moved into an offensive stance. He said coldly, "I don't know how much you found out, but it doesn't matter. Because if you die, everything ends here." Now, Kim Soo-hyun would not be able to catch him. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight. A wave of disturbance rose around them. This was a skill that wrapped the body in wind to increase strength. Mark River had already closed in extremely close to Kim Soo-hyun. He growled, "I'll tear you apart." The raid team has entered the dungeon, along with everyone else. However, Kim Soo-hyun simply waited calmly. At that moment, a streak of energy rushed fiercely toward him along with a loud shout. "You don't need to worry about being lonely, because everyone will die." "I'm sorry, but," Kim Soo-hyun said as he slowly drew his sword, "from a moment I stepped into this dungeon, your terrible plan already failed." Immediately afterward, he slashed down fiercely. That strike pierced straight through Mark River's body. causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Kim Soo-hyun raised his eyes to look at him, his face filled with contempt. Elsewhere, Jordan Rogers' group was currently fighting monsters. Chloe Lafferty used her frost to freeze the monsters. Jordan Rogers was not idle either. Flames continuously burst out, burning the monsters in front of him alive. Outside, Haxon saw this scene and was stunned speechless, unable to believe it. Chloe Lafferty was acting as the shield with her ice magic, while Jordan Rogers served as the spear with his fire magic. The rest of the guild was also remarkable. Those people were far too strong. While he was still dazed, a giant ape charged fiercely toward him. Haxon tightened his grip on his blade. When the ape drew close, he swung his blade and cut it into 2 pieces. Jordan Rogers was fighting the monsters, but he was also paying attention to the situation outside. Seeing this, he could not help sighing with emotion. That boy only needed a little more training to become a powerful awakener. A moment later, monster corpses were scattered everywhere. Jordan Rogers looked around and let out a sigh of relief. The blue dungeon is easier than I thought. Chloe Lafferty walked over from behind and curled her lip. Isn't that obvious? Saying our team is the strongest in history isn't an exaggeration. Jordan Rogers nodded indifferently and replied calmly, "You're right. There has never been a dungeon that a party of this size couldn't conquer." But at that moment, Chloe Lafferty suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. "But there's something I forgot to tell you." Jordan Rogers looked at her suspiciously. "What nonsense are you planning to say?" With a cold snort, she said icily, "What a shame, but we're going to fail in this dungeon." As soon as those words came out, Jordan Rogers' expression immediately turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but he was attacked by a surge of blue energy. With a boom, a massive explosion erupted in the area. When the dust and smoke cleared, everyone there had no idea what was happening. Even Haxon was affected. Fortunately, he had raised his sword to block it. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Everyone suspected another monster had attacked, but Haxon saw it clearly. It was Chloe Lafferty who had attacked Jordan Rogers. This shockwave had been created by the collision between the powers of 2 S-rank awakeners. This explosion was a magical blast. On this side, someone suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Star Guild, help us carry the wounded. Don't just stand there." The members of the Star Guild smiled mysteriously when they heard this. One of them slowly stepped forward and chuckled. "Let me help you." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a knife to stab that person to death. The Chaos Guild's plan had officially begun. Immediately afterward, a chaotic battle broke out. The members of the Star Guild continuously eliminated people from the other guilds, and fresh blood flowed like a river. Haxon stared blankly at the scene, not knowing what was happening. But at that moment, someone launched a sneak attack from behind him, startling him slightly. However, he quickly came back to his senses and struck him with his blade, finishing him off on the spot. The remaining members of the Star Guild had now surrounded Haxon. The leader narrowed his eyes at him and said warily, "He won't be easy to deal with. Don't be careless. Attack together." Haxon frowned as he looked at them. Why was the Star Guild attacking everyone? Their relationship with the Maximum Guild might not have been good, but this was another matter entirely. But thinking back, Kim Soo-hyun had said the battle would begin from the moment they entered the dungeon, which meant he had already predicted that this would happen. Moreover, he first had to survive. Thinking this, Haxon tightened his grip on the blade in his hand and snorted coldly. "Come at me." At the same time, on Jordan Rogers' side, one of his arms had been frozen by Chloe Lafferty. He blamed himself for being too careless. Now that arm could no longer be used. Chloe Lafferty might hate him, but she was not stupid enough to do something risky. That meant she had planned this from the start. Thinking this, he asked coldly, "You wouldn't do this over a personal grudge. What are you planning, Chloe Lafferty? A personal grudge?" After hearing that, Chloe Lafferty snorted coldly. Of course, he would not know just how badly she wanted to kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, another layer of frost rushed fiercely forward, forcing Jordan Rogers to grit his teeth and resist. He did not know whether he could hold out. At that moment, Chloe Lafferty shouted fiercely again, "Idiot! Do you think you can block my attack with just one hand?" She was not wrong. After being injured, a prolonged battle like this would not favor him. Fortunately, when considering the compatibility between their powers, he had always had the upper hand. He still had one chance, and he would pour everything into that chance. Chloe Lafferty's frost was now surging toward him without pause. But Jordan Rogers concentrated all his firepower into his remaining arm. Then he shouted loudly, "Take this, you cold-hearted bitch. I'll burn you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist toward her. A hole was punched through her body, and the surrounding area was engulfed in flames. But Jordan Rogers did not feel happy. His face was full of shock, because what stood before him was ice, not her real body. Chloe Lafferty's savage laughter rang out at that moment. Looks like you've only just realized it, but it's too late. As soon as she finished speaking, she placed her hand on Jordan Rogers' back, causing his body to begin freezing. Jordan Rogers' expression immediately darkened. She had deceived him. Biting his lip fiercely, he asked doubtfully, "Tell me just one thing. Although we hate each other, we're in the Blue Dungeon. Do you think your guild can clear this dungeon alone?" Hearing this, Chloe Lafferty curled her lips and chuckled. "Why are you so naive? Their goal is to ensure this raid fails." As soon as those words came out, Jordan Rogers' eyes filled with disbelief. Even in his dreams, he had never expected their objective to be this. Jordan Rogers looked at her angrily and questioned her coldly. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what you're saying? This is the Blue Dungeon. If they fail and it erupts, do you know what will happen? Right now, there are no S-rank Awakeners in America. Because there is no information about the Blue Dungeon, Awakeners from other countries will also be delayed in providing support. If a dungeon outbreak occurs, in the worst case, all of America will fall into chaos." He said that if she wanted the spoils, he would give them all to her, so she should reconsider. Hearing this, Chloe Lafferty could not help clapping in admiration. As expected of Sir Jordan Rogers. What a wonderful explanation. I can already picture all those scenarios in my head. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled down her shirt, revealing the tattoo on her shoulder. Jordan Rogers recognized it. It was the tattoo of the Chaos Guild. With a chuckle, Chloe Lafferty raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you think? Interesting, isn't it? I wonder how many people will die." His horrified expression truly delighted her. How could Jordan Rogers not be horrified? What did she think human lives were? She was not human. She was a monster. Only a monster could think like that. At this moment, Chloe Lafferty spoke again. "All right, I've thought it over." She would make an exception for him. She would not kill him now. She wanted to see his expression of despair. At the same time, Kim Soo-hyun was urgently rushing back. He had to stop this. On the battlefield, Chloe Lafferty was still waiting and did not interfere with the battle in front of her. By now, the members of the Star Guild had almost taken down everyone there. Only a few people were still desperately resisting. In addition, there was Haxon, who was fighting alongside those people. Chloe Lafferty walked over to someone and asked suspiciously, "Hey, where's the boss?" The man shook his head and said, "I don't know. We still haven't seen him." Chloe Lafferty narrowed her eyes and shouted into the air, "Boss, everything is about to end. Come out." But after a long while, no one answered. She helplessly held her head and cursed inwardly. That guy, seriously. Following him was fun, but the fact that he kept his identity hidden was also quite troublesome. If anything happened and the Chaos Guild became a target, they would definitely trace things back to her and the Star Guild first. There was no guarantee that he would not abandon her. Therefore, she was considering whether she should leave after this mission. But just then, she heard footsteps approaching. Thinking it was Mark River, she said unhappily, "You're later than I expected." She also asked if Kim Soo-hyun was rather strong. But the voice that rang out startled her badly. I'm late. The one who had arrived was Kim Soo-hyun. He swept his gaze around and sighed. "I did my best, but it looks like I was still too late." This place had already been turned into a tragic scene by the Star Guild. The instant she realized the person who had arrived was not Mark River, Chloe Lafferty immediately created a layer of frost. She had not expected Kim Soo-hyun to defeat Mark River. She acknowledged that Mark River's talent was quite strong, but the magic power Kim Soo-hyun revealed was far too overwhelming, making everything around him seem as though it was about to explode. Seeing this, Chloe Lafferty could not help biting her lip. She immediately shouted, "All of you, forget the others. Kill Kim Soo-hyun first." As soon as those words came out, the members of the Star Guild changed direction, preparing to attack Kim Soo-hyun. On this side, Haxon saw that they wanted to leave, and said coldly, "Who said you could go?" Just like that, the members of the Star Guild were blocked by Haxon. Chloe Lafferty had no other choice, and had to fight Kim Soo-hyun herself. Frost continuously burst out to attack him. In the blink of an eye, one of his arms had been frozen. However, it could not restrain him for long. With one sword strike, he cut through it. Seeing this, Chloe Lafferty bit her lip fiercely and created another wave of ice. But in the end, Kim Soo-hyun still broke through it easily. Chloe Lafferty frowned slightly. What was her boss doing right now? She could not defeat him alone. Although she did not want to admit it, he was truly too strong. She did not understand why the boss still had not appeared. Was he waiting for an opportunity? If so, she would create that opportunity for him. With that thought, she immediately waved her hand. Countless layers of ice connected together, forming a gigantic ice golem. Narrowing her eyes at him, Chloe Lafferty said smugly, "I admit you're strong, but this golem won't be as easy to destroy as that barrier earlier." However, as soon as she finished speaking, the giant ice golem's arm was cut off. Kim Soo-hun laughed mockingly in disdain. "Is this all you have?" With that, he quickly charged toward her. But at that moment, another layer of frost appeared. Immediately afterward, Kim Soo-hyun's body was firmly held by that layer of ice. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to be able to do this. Seeing his reaction, Chloe Lafferty became even more pleased. "Did you think I was stupid enough to fight a monster like you alone?" Kim Soo-hyun ignored her and swung his sword, cutting off one of the ice golem's arms. But in the end, he was still seized by its other hand. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Chloe Lafferty immediately shouted, "Boss, act now." However, the area fell into silence. No one answered her at all. Was she looking for Ethan? Naturally, he was currently at the Star Guild headquarters. He was even standing leisurely by the window, enjoying a drink, and his mood was very good. Unable to wait for a response, Chloe Lafferty still did not give up. She continued shouting, "Boss, come out and deal with him. I've created the opportunity for you." Kim Soo-hyun was strong, but the two of them could definitely kill him. This was the perfect chance to strike. Where on earth had he gone? Yet even after she shouted for a long while, the person she was waiting for still did not appear. In the end, she could not help coughing. Looking at her blood-stained arm, she could not stop it from trembling. At this point, she had realized it. She had been abandoned by Ethan. Kim Soo-hyun was currently being held back by the ice golem. Seeing her fall into despair, he was somewhat confused. After pondering for a while, he finally acted. He exerted a slight amount of strength, and the entire layer of ice was destroyed by him. Just as he thought, Ethan was not here. Ignoring everything happening inside the Blue Dungeon, Ethan was currently at the Star Guild headquarters. There was another man in the room at the moment. The man asked hesitantly, "Boss, why aren't you carrying out the plan? Why did you come back here?" Hearing this, Ethan frowned and fell into deep thought. Returning to when Jordan Rogers and Chloe Lafferty were fighting, he had disguised himself as someone else and appeared. He stared closely at Jordan Rogers. For someone with Jordan Rogers' reputation, this matter was not difficult. Killing him would not be fun either. But just when it seemed everything was over and he was preparing to leave in victory, Kim Soo-hyun's appearance shattered his complacency. His first impression of Kim Soo-hyun was that he was stronger than Jordan Rogers. But very soon, his eyes widened in horror. Kim Soo-hyun was surrounded by a terrifying power, giving him an ominous premonition. In the end, he decided there was no need to take a pointless risk, so he disappeared before anyone noticed his presence. Returning to the present, after pulling himself out of his thoughts, he shook his head and said, "I don't know." Hearing this, the other man frowned. He did not know what Ethan was thinking, nor what he should do now. Just then, someone rushed in from outside and shouted, "We're in trouble." The man turned to look at him and asked, "What's the problem?" The newcomer replied solemnly, "It's about the terrorist attacks in countries outside America. The associations of those countries have caught the terrorists." Ethan's expression immediately darkened. Even the other man cried out in disbelief. "What? You mean the associations know about our plan?" At that moment, Ethan suddenly burst into laughter. "Now I understand. They already knew everything." The other man looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Boss, is this the time to laugh? This wasn't part of the plan at all. This isn't the time to stay calm." Ethan did not seem worried at all. He stood up and said, "I've made up my mind." The man grew more confused the more he listened. "What nonsense have you been spouting all this time?" But before he could finish speaking, Ethan ended him with a single slash. Immediately afterward, he slowly walked toward the door and finished off the other man as well. Only after he was done did he speak coldly. "Founding the Chaos Guild was fun, but because of you people, my identity has been completely exposed. That means I have to make myself scarce." After all, he still wanted to continue being an actor. Inside the Blue Dungeon, the group was currently trying to wake Jordan Rogers. A moment later, Jordan finally came to and asked in a daze, "Where am I?" But he quickly regained his composure and cried out in alarm, "What about Chloe? What happened to the raid?" The person in front of him hurriedly told him to calm down, saying everything had already been resolved. Those words startled Jordan. Only then did he realize that Chloe's people had been captured. He asked in confusion, "What the hell happened? We clearly lost." The other person hurriedly explained, "Kim Soo-hyun came and saved everyone. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead." At the same time, Kim Soo-hyun was having to coax Haxon. "Listen to me. The moment I entered the dungeon, a suspicious guy jumped out. If I had stopped to tell you, he would have escaped, so I had no other choice." With a light snort, Haxon said in dissatisfaction, "A few of us blindly followed you, and you abandoned us here." It felt like we had been betrayed. Kim Soo-hyun knew he was angry and truly did not know what to do. Just then, someone called out to him. When he turned around, he saw Jordan leading people toward him, so he asked how Jordan was feeling. Jordan narrowed his eyes and observed him. Kim Soo-hyun had clearly known about the Chaos Guild's plan, but that no longer mattered. Chloe's arrogance had led to this outcome. Seeing that Jordan said nothing, Kim Soo-hyun felt a little suspicious. Why had the atmosphere suddenly become so tense? In the end, he opened his mouth and broke the silence. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it." After hesitating for a long while, Jordan finally spoke. "There are many things I want to say, but I think I should start with this. You saved them. And not only that, if it weren't for you, everyone in America would have died." They wanted to express their gratitude to the hero who had saved America. With that, Jordan bowed his head to him and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving us. Thank you for saving all of America." After hearing those words, Kim Soo-hyun frowned. Considering Jordan's position and authority, setting aside his pride like this could not have been easy. Honestly, Jordan was truly impressive. Kim Soo-hyun looked at him awkwardly, smiled, and said, "Thank you, but this is a little embarrassing too. Let's continue searching." However, at that moment, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, Kim Soo-hyun's expression darkened, and cold sweat covered his forehead. A figure filled with killing intent appeared in the forest and threw something toward everyone. Kim Soo-hyun hurriedly summoned the sacred flame phoenix and said in a low voice, "Sorry, but I haven't saved America yet." As he spoke, he reached out, grabbed its leg, and flew high into the air. To be precise, I'm only saving it now. As soon as he finished speaking, the sacred flame phoenix let out a roar and blocked the thing flying toward them. With a boom, a sky-shaking explosion erupted. The people behind him immediately asked in confusion what had happened. Kim Soo-hyun replied calmly, "I told you, didn't I? You should be worried about the monsters being revived. The Chaos Guild won't let things end quietly. But more than anything, what I meant was that this blue dungeon is extremely dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, countless monsters once again bared their claws and rushed out. Kim Soo-hyun charged forward with his sword and killed one monster with a single slash. The people behind him were not idle either. They hurriedly picked up their weapons and joined the fight. However, the monsters kept advancing, throwing everyone in a panic. Dakja said calmly, "The monsters inside a forest dungeon have one major advantage: overwhelming numbers." Jordan took 2 steps forward, then pressed his back against Kim Soo-hyun's. Kim Soo-hyun said calmly, "At a time like this, we need to wipe them out in one sweep." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a blue flame. Jordan was not idle either and summoned flames in his palms. Immediately, the two of them attacked the monsters. Seeing this scene, Haxon could not help but exclaim, "Amazing." Jordan's people hurriedly reminded everyone, "Get ready. We can deal with those monsters." With those words, everyone immediately straightened their backs and prepared to face the monsters. At the same time, the Black Shadow hid somewhere and muttered softly, "They are very weak here." As soon as he finished speaking, another swarm of monsters charged over. Jordan shouted an order to everyone, "The monsters are back. Wipe them out now." The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward like a rocket with flames around him. But then something unexpected happened. The monsters simply swept past them. Jordan's expression instantly turned ugly, and he shouted gravely, "They're targeting the wounded. Stop them." Just as he said, the monsters rushed straight toward those who had no combat ability. Agonized screams rang out one after another. On the other side, a gravely wounded person was sitting there, with no strength to fight, able only to silently wait for death. But at that moment, swift footsteps rushed over. Kim Soo-hyun swung his sword without the slightest mercy and cut through the monsters. He narrowed his eyes at them, his gaze filled with killing intent. The Black Shadow now realized how dangerous he was and immediately ordered lock onto him. He commanded the monsters to kill Kim Soo-hyun directly. As soon as he gave the order, the monsters seemed to be injected with new blood and charged madly at Kim Soo-hyun. Seeing their sudden change, he was a little surprised, but he quickly came back to his senses and attacked without hesitation. Yet at that moment, the monsters suddenly exploded. When the smoke and dust cleared, only Kim Soo-hyun remained standing there proudly. He brushed the dust from his body and frowned in thought. He could withstand it with the Kraken's defensive power, but if this continued, things would be very bad. At that moment, Haxon hurried over and asked worriedly, "Kim Soo-hyun, are you all right? Why did those monsters explode?" Kim Soo-hyun shook his head slightly and said calmly, "That was probably the boss's ability." Jordan looked at him in shock. "You know the boss?" Of course Kim Soo-hyun knew it. It was the former monster spirit master, a beast-type boss that manipulated animals. It was extremely intelligent, skilled in magic, and possessed many abilities that were difficult to deal with. To be honest, the current situation was not optimistic at all. They needed to protect the wounded, stay on guard against the Chaos Guild's people, and continuously fight these monsters without rest. Kim Soo-hyun thought for a moment, then spoke. "I'll deal with the boss. Once it's taken down, these small fry will leave on their own. You only need to hold out until then." After saying that, he was about to leave, but before he could take more than a few steps, Jordan grabbed him. Jordan asked in a low voice, "Don't you have anything to say? If the boss can really control monsters like you said, it will definitely focus its forces on you before you reach it. No matter how strong you are, killing it won't be easy." Kim Soo-hyun glanced at him and asked seriously, "Jordan, you call me a hero, didn't you?" He had always hated that. That title was no different from a burden to him. But when Jordan and everyone else called him that, he felt a little happy. At this point, Kim Soo-hyun smiled at him and said, "So now it's time for you to become a true hero." Hearing those words, Jordan could only sigh helplessly. "I guess I can't say anything else then, but I won't be able to hold him back for long." Kim Soo-hyun did not mind much. He said goodbye and left. Jordan watched his back and, for some reason, felt a little embarrassed. He had thought he was the hero of America, but it seemed the hero was someone else after all. On this side, Kim Soo-hyun ran straight ahead, charging into the monster's lair. As he moved, he muttered, "It's your turn, Mia." As soon as he finished speaking, Mia appeared. Immediately, he received the divine dragon's blessing, and his speed, strength, and magic power began to rise. Without the slightest hesitation, Kim Soo-hyun swung his sword, and countless rays of sword light began to dance through the air. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of monsters was killed by him. The former monster spirit master was left speechless at the sight, but very quickly, he regained his composure, and waves of sound appeared throughout the air. In an instant, the sound waves spread across the entire forest. Jordan's group outside heard the ear-piercing cries and immediately became alert. A swarm of monsters charged out from deep within the forest, while Kim Soo-hyun on this side stormed into the battlefield like a fierce god. Every swing of his sword killed a monster. Time passed like that, and Kim Soo-hyun continued slaughtering without pause. At that moment, he cut down a monster in front of him with one slash. He moved like a spirit, leaping lightly through the air, killing gods if he met gods, and killing Buddhas if he met Buddhas. After taking down that monster, he landed on a nearby tree branch while holding Mia, let out a breath, and whispered, "That should be about half of them." He had thought they were concentrating their forces on attacking him, but it seemed there were around 200 to 300 of them. If he killed them all, he would absorb too much power, so he was considering whether he could divert their attention first. With that thought, he immediately used Doppelganger. Fortunately, he had bought this in advance. In the blink of an eye, many Kim Soo-hyuns appeared in that place. Immediately, his clones charged toward the monsters. Seeing this scene, the former monster spirit master's eyes widened in shock. He increased his numbers. Mia was also very happy now. There were as many as 4 of him. That meant she would receive 4 times as much praise, didn't it? The more she thought about it, the happier she became. On this side, the former monster spirit master grew more and more confused the longer he looked. Among the people charging toward him, which one was the real one? He could not tell them apart, so he decided to hunt them all down. On this side, the real Kim Soo-hyun was rushing forward when a troop of monkeys blocked his path, making him click his tongue. Did he have to fool every last one of them? Still, there was no other way, so he hurriedly ordered Mia to attack. Hearing his words, Mia immediately breathed out a stream of fire. In the blink of an eye, scorching flames tore through the wind and rushed toward the troop of monkeys. Watching them burn to ashes, Kim Soo-hyun nodded in satisfaction and praised her. Good job. At the same time, the former monster spirit master sensed his presence. Immediately, he ordered the monsters to charge. However, at that moment, a streak of blue energy shot toward him. He hurriedly hid behind a massive ancient tree, and the energy blasts bombarded the tree. In the distance, Kim Soo-hyun saw this scene, and his expression became somewhat grave. It seemed the boss was not going to let him escape easily. With no other choice, he first had to join battle with the monsters surrounding him. Their momentum was extremely fierce, making things a little difficult for him. Under the former monster spirit master's control, the swarm of monsters charged madly toward him. In the blink of an eye, they exploded, filling the area with thick smoke. Inside the smoke and dust, Kim Soo-hyun could not help coughing twice. Seeing that Mia in his arms was already exhausted, he put her into his storage space. Leave the rest to me. After that, he slowly advanced again. Before him now was a frenzied swarm of monsters controlled by the former monster spirit master. He spoke coldly. Now let's find out who the hunter is and who the prey is. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Among the 7 difficulty levels, the Blue Dungeon's difficulty was rated at level 5 based on dungeon characteristics and difficulty evaluated on a scale. The dungeon that had appeared here was one of the most difficult blue dungeons. In his previous life, a dungeon break had occurred because the raid failed, and only after gathering high-ranking awakeners from countries around the world were they able to conquer the dungeon. While he was thinking, something that terrified him happened. A monster bit into his neck, causing fresh blood to pour out. Biting his lip hard, he could not help cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'll let my guard down. At the same time, the former monster spirit master used his magic to attack. With a boom, a massive explosion erupted. It could be said that the odds of him successfully conquering this dungeon alone were nearly 0. The former monster spirit master slowly walked forward toward the place where Kim Soo-hyun lay unconscious on the ground. But Kim Soo-hyun still did not want to give up. In his previous life, he had worked very hard. But even back then, when he possessed great power, he had still been unable to protect anything. Even after the blue dungeon break in his previous life, he had continued failing to protect people. That had made him wonder whether he was even capable of protecting himself. Why was he called a hero? From a certain perspective, seeing the despair of people whose names he did not even know, even when people were dying right in front of him, he had felt nothing at all. The only thing left had been the responsibility to save the world. Those vague thoughts had always lingered in his mind. Kim Soo-hyun could never become a hero. However, with this awakening, thinking of the people he had met, he believed Kim Soo-hyun would be different with the power he now possessed. Pale golden energy now continuously surrounded him, and he forced himself to stand up. He was certain that this time he would become a hero. Seeing this scene, the former monster spirit master's eyes widened in shock. He muttered in disbelief. You came back. Kim Soo-hyun had now recovered his stamina. He raised an eyebrow and looked at him provocatively. You called me your prey earlier, but now you're telling me I came back. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at him. The boss hurriedly retreated to dodge, but he was still hit. With a light snort, Kim Soo-hyun said coldly, Your hunt is over. Now it's my turn. At this moment, the former monster spirit master was extremely frightened. He covered one side of his shattered face, then roared fiercely, Protect me! Immediately, sound waves echoed throughout the forest. But something unexpected happened. He sat there trembling, somewhat speechless, because the battlefield on the other side had become a bloody scene of carnage. Monster corpses were scattered everywhere, and the flames in Jordan's hands continued to blaze. The people who had stayed behind to hold off the monsters had successfully cleared them out, so there were no monsters left to support the former monster spirit master. Jordan raised an eyebrow proudly. Don't look down on us. On this side, Kim Soo-hyun slowly walked toward the former monster spirit master and spoke coldly. Looks like there are no monsters left to protect you. I don't want to die, he shouted, then began to use magic. However, before he could do anything, both his hands were cut off. Naturally, it was Kim Soo-hyun's doing. In an instant, the boss's movements froze, his face filled with terror. Kim Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and said, "The people you killed probably felt the same way." As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his sword forward. It pierced straight through the boss's body. He felt that this was a chance to correct his mistakes. Both his sword and his mind felt lighter than ever before. He was deeply grateful to the original owner. Thanks to him, he had been given the chance to atone. He had killed the boss of the Blue Dungeon and prevented the disaster it had caused in his previous life. He would never forget the opportunity the original owner had given him. Outside, a group of people stood on the rooftop of a building. A young man asked suspiciously, "Did you just say the Chaos Guild's base is right there? Then why aren't we attacking? Their enemy is clearly right in front of us." The woman standing in the center was none other than Park Zion. At that moment, she was lost in thought. She recalled what had happened earlier, when Kim Soo-hyun had called her aside to talk, because they would be splitting into two groups. He would subjugate the dungeon, while Park Zion would attack the Star Guild. But after hearing that, Park Zion curled her lips into a cold sneer. She grabbed him by the collar and questioned him fiercely. "After hearing everything I said, you still dare to suggest something like that?" She warned him that she would kill Ethan, and she would not spare anyone who got in her way, even if it was him. Only then did she let him go. Kim Soo-hyun said calmly, "I know you're strong enough, but you can't defeat Ethan alone. He is a first-generation awakener, so he has accumulated his strength over a very long time. If he appears at the Star Guild, there's a high chance you and the Death God Guild will lose." At that point, he looked at her meaningfully. After a moment, he continued, "I don't want you to lose something even more precious because of revenge." Returning from her memories, Park Zion could not help sighing. What did her life matter? But since Kim Soo-hyun had said that, she also did not want the people following her to die. Seeing that she was still hesitating, the people behind her grew anxious. Someone could not hold back and said, "Hey, Kim Suk-jin, say something to her." However, Kim Suk-jin shook his head and refused. "Come on, she must have her own reasons." At that moment, the building opposite them suddenly erupted with the sound of an explosion, instantly throwing Park Zion's group into panic. What exactly was happening? Was a raid? Did someone else know that the Star Guild was actually the Chaos Guild? The person causing this chaos was Ethan. He wanted to silence the guild members. For the sake of safety, he was even attacking his own people. The other person kept begging him, swearing that he would not reveal Ethan's identity. On this side, Park Zion had already seen Ethan's figure. In an instant, her eyes filled with hatred. Ethan sat across from that person and said with a cold smile, "How can I trust you? Besides, if he let that person live, would that not be far too unfair to those who had died?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took that person's life. Right after that, he clicked his tongue helplessly. How sad. Starting today, the Chaos Guild had been disbanded. No one had any objections, right? But how could the dead possibly object to him? Just then, a cry filled with hatred suddenly rang out. Ethan, startled, he turned his head to look back, but before he could even see the person, a cold flash of light appeared before his eyes. Park Zion charged toward him with a sharp blade. He was a little surprised at first, but he quickly regained his composure and reached out to block it. He casually pushed her away, then asked who she was. Park Zion had no time to answer before he sent her flying far away. Narrowing her eyes at him, her voice was full of hatred. "I've been waiting for this day all along." Ethan was somewhat confused. He did not understand what she was talking about. Park Zion clenched her teeth fiercely. "I will kill you, no matter the cost." He stared blankly at her for a long while. In the end, he still could not remember who she was. Inside the Blue Dungeon, after Kim Soo-hyun killed the former monster spirit master, he dug out its heart and obtained a blue jewel. Holding it in his hand, he could not help sighing in admiration. Who would have thought this guy had hidden something like this inside his body? If he gave this to old man Diho, the old man would definitely love it. But Mia suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Immediately, Kim Soo-hyun cried out in panic, "Mia, that's not something you can eat." A short while later, Jordan's group arrived where Kim Soo-hyun was. Seeing the scene before them, they were instantly left speechless. He had actually taken down all those monsters. And at that moment, he was even playing around with his pet. After regaining his composure, Hackson walked over and said, "Kim Soo-hyun, we're here." Kim Soo-hyun looked at them and smiled. "Good work, Hackson. You too, Jordan." Jordan nodded slightly and said, "I didn't think you would actually be able to catch the mastermind here." Kim Soo-hyun smiled calmly. "Why isn't that surprising, is it? In any case, we need to find the exit first." At that moment, Haxin suddenly spoke up. "We found it." Kim Soo-hyun looked at him suspiciously. Jordan slowly explained. "While chasing after those monsters that suddenly scattered in every direction, we were able to find both your location and the exit. That's also why it took us a little time to get here." Kim Soo-hyun immediately suggested, "Let's move quickly. We need to hurry and hand this trash over to the association." Jordan agreed as well. "If possible, I'd rather just kill these bastards, but we need to bring them back for questioning. And one more thing." As Kim Soo-hyun said this, he looked toward Jordan, making him somewhat puzzled. Kim Soo-hyun chuckled softly and said, "Can you cover the medical guild's treatment fees for me?" Robert would go crazy because of this, but that was something to deal with after they left the Blue Dungeon. Jordan agreed without hesitation. "I'll even give you my share of the credit. After all, saying you handled this dungeon by yourself wouldn't be much of an exaggeration." But Kim Soo-hyun did not seem very interested. He hesitated and asked, "Instead, could I ask you for a favor?" Jordan asked suspiciously, "A favor?" Kim Soo-hyun nodded without hesitation. He said there was still one more person who needed help. Outside, Park Zion was still fighting Ethan. He casually counterattacked and leisurely mocked her. What kind of assassin can't even hide her own emotions? At that moment, Park Zion's face was filled with hatred as she kept swinging her sword at him. He snorted softly and said coldly, "In any case, the way you immediately came here to attack me, and that intensity in your emotions." He asked if she knew him, but Park Zion did not answer. She simply continued charging at him with her blade. Ethan raised his hand to block it and could not help clicking his tongue. It really was an annoying skill. Not only could she move swiftly in the darkness, her strength also increased rapidly. In this situation, the only thing that made things easier for him was her furious state, which allowed him to predict her actions more easily. He suddenly curled his lips into a faint smile. Should he tease her a little? Thinking this, he dodged her attacks while speaking in an extremely flippant tone. "Calm down. It looks like you hate me quite a lot. Even if that's the case, shouldn't I at least know who you are?" But Park Zion only wanted to kill him. He said with a cold smile, "Don't be like that. Who knows? Maybe I'll remember who you are from your reaction." As soon as he finished speaking, he changed into another face, then asked, "How about this? Is this the face you saw?" Park Zion bit her lip fiercely and cursed, "You bastard." Was he planning to tease her until she died? Seeing her reaction, Ethan chuckled again. "So it's not this one? What about this?" Another face appeared once more. Park Zion did not react and continued attacking. He knew he had guessed wrong again, so he frowned in thought. This was not it either. Then what about this? He changed his face again. At that moment, Park Zion's body immediately froze. That was because the face before her now was the one deeply engraved in her painful memories. Ethan said with a cold smile, "This is the one, isn't it?" At that moment, dense killing intent poured from Park Zion's entire body. She nearly screamed, "Ethan, I will kill you." However, at that moment, he thought very calmly, "But this face has done too many things. I can't remember them all." He raised his brows and looked at her, then asked with a pout, "But do you really want to kill me? So much that you haven't even realized the activation time for your skill is almost over?" As soon as he finished speaking, Park Zion's body froze. Seizing this opportunity, he punched her in the stomach. But at that very instant, Park Zion raised her hand and blocked it. Ethan gave a faint smile and said coldly, "Now that I'm looking closely at your face, I remember." At that point, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Park Zion looked at him in confusion, but very soon after, her eyes grew wet. The figure she longed for appeared in her eyes. He had actually transformed into Kihan. In an instant, Park Zion's body lost all strength and collapsed, trembling nonstop. Seeing this reaction, Ethan became even more pleased. With that kind of reaction, I must be right. Having grasped Park Zion's state of mind, he became even more mocking. This guy was pretty troublesome, if I remember correctly. If I'm not mistaken, there were 3 others back then too. You were unconscious at the time. Right after that, he transformed again, causing Park Zion's tears to flow endlessly. Before her now was Yael Jin. He even put on a worried expression and cried out, "Stand up, please." The next person was Yusik, and the last, of course, was Hyunjun. Park Zion's emotions were instantly pushed into the depths of despair. She kept begging, "Stop. Those were not people who deserved to be mocked by a bastard like Ethan." As she said this, the hand gripping her blade was almost trembling. But how could Ethan possibly let her go? He spoke coldly. Now comes the highlight. Right after that, he transformed into Kihan. He kept crying, reenacting the scene from that day. Ki-hun had begged him to spare Park Zion. Right after that, Ethan burst into mocking laughter. He was truly pathetic. He said she really should have seen what Ki-hun looked like when he killed him. The more he spoke, the darker Park Zion's face became. The more she suffered, the more pleased Ethan became. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Look at that face. I like it. This is why I can't give up acting. But he had to kill her because she already knew his identity. Still, Kim Soo-hyun probably knew who he was too. Therefore, he suggested that she kill Kim Soo-hyun with him. Once Kim Soo-hyun was dead, they would create a new guild. Park Zion stared blankly at him. Meanwhile, he continued smiling as he persuaded her. Join my guild, and you'll be able to see your lover. You won't die either. How about it? Ethan had overlooked one thing. Park Zion could act too. While he was talking, she had silently drawn a blade out from her space. She was waiting for him to move closer to her. Just as she expected, he had now brought his face close to hers. Seeing the perfect opportunity, her eyes lit up. Without the slightest hesitation, she swung her blade fiercely toward him. This action shocked Ethan. Park Zion's plan was perfect. She controlled her emotions, even while she was extremely angry and boiling with rage. She had pretended in order to carry out her plan, but she had also overlooked one thing. Before she could stab the blade into his neck, she froze. Memories, recollections, and the past had created hesitation. Park Zion's blade was only 1 millimeter from Ethan's neck, yet did not cut down. As a result, it gave him the chance to counterattack. He gritted his teeth and said, rejected a second time. In anger, he raised his hand and attacked Park Zion, severely injuring her. Just like that, she was sent flying by his strike. At the same time, outside the Chaos Guild headquarters building, thick smoke and flames rose into the air, drawing the attention of the surrounding civilians, who kept discussing who had done it. Park Zion's people blended into the crowd. Someone could not help asking suspiciously, shouldn't we have gone with Park Zion? Kim Suk-jin shook his head and said no. She'll do fine. But at that moment, a voice sounded from behind them. Evacuate the civilians first. Kim Suk-jin was somewhat surprised. Jordan Rogers, why are you people? Before he could finish asking, Jordan spoke. Kim Soo-hyun told us to come here. He told us to cooperate with you and evacuate the civilians in this building. Kim Suk-jin frowned at him and asked, then why don't I see him anywhere? Jordan paused slightly and replied, there must be something urgent. He entered the building first. Up on the rooftop, Ethan was currently choking Park Zion. He snorted coldly and said, that was pretty fun. You're the first person to fight me for this long. But it's a waste of time, so let's end it here. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to finish off Park Zion. But at that critical moment, Kim Soo-hyun appeared from afar and stopped his attack. With a boom, another explosion erupted on the rooftop. Kim Soo-hyun also managed to save Park Zion. Gently placing her on the ground, he said softly, I'll keep my promise, so don't worry. After the dust and smoke dispersed, Ethan walked out from the rubble and said with a cold smile, so you're Kim Soo-hyun. You showed yourself in front of me on your own. I have a lot I want to ask you. Kim Soo-hyun snorted softly and said coldly, is that so? I have a lot I want to ask you too. He asked him if he found it fun. Playing other people to deceive them, pretending to become their loved ones in order to humiliate and look down on them, and killing people for his own satisfaction. Kim Soo-hyun's words left Ethan stunned, unsure how to react. But Kim Soo-hyun still repeated the question through gritted teeth. Was it fun? After a moment, Ethan finally regained his composure. He said indifferently, I wonder if you're talking about that thrill that fades over time. But the best part is that I never get tired of it. I could give you a thrill too. Kim Soo-hyun said this coldly, then began drawing his sword to attack. Ethan stared blankly at him and hurriedly activated his skill, but it was too slow. Kim Soo-hyun had already slashed through with a single strike. Glancing at him, Kim Soo-hyun said in a low voice, the thrill I give you will be far more fun than your game. Only at that moment did Ethan discover that a large wound had appeared on his waist, and fresh blood had begun pouring out like rain. He hurriedly landed on the ground. He reached down to clutch his wound and narrowed his eyes at Kim Soo-hyun. His expression was now filled with rage. Right after that, he began to transform. In just an instant, his clothes were torn apart by the changes in his body. When one looked again, he had transformed into a giant dragon. He roared fiercely and charged forward. I'll tear you to pieces. It was Dragonkin energy, a skill that transformed a person into a dragon. It was considered one of the strongest skills in the history of Awakeners. However, Kim Soo-hyun did not panic. He stood there calmly and laughed in contempt. That must be the reason you're so arrogant. Even so, you only obtained it by luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword in a slash. Ethan hurriedly shifted aside to dodge, then used his claws to attack Kim Soo-hyun. But Kim Soo-hyun avoided it in time. He also took the opportunity to release the sacred phoenix flame. Seeing this, Ethan opened his mouth and roared, "Who do you think you're using fire in front of?" Then he swallowed the flames whole. Narrowing his eyes at him, Kim Soo-hyun asked with a pout, "Isn't it hot?" Hearing this, Ethan snorted coldly in disdain. "I'll show you what true heat is. Watch closely. This is a dragon's fire." Right after that, he spat a blast of flame toward Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun kalmri summoned Mia. Show him what a real fire dragon is. Mia quickly appeared, then took a deep breath. Immediately, an even more brilliant flame rushed straight forward. The two flames soon collided with each other and then exploded. Seeing this, Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. That tiny dragon could actually blow away his flames. His gaze frightened Mia so much that she hid behind Kim Soo-hyun, trembling as she said, "He's glaring at me." With a soft laugh, Kim Soo-hyun hurriedly reassured her, "It's fine. You can go back inside now." Mia nodded slightly, then returned to the space, blessing him in passing. He nodded in satisfaction. Mia had always done as he wished. Just then, Ethan suddenly charged over from afar and shouted, "You shouldn't be so careless." However, Kim Soo-hyun merely curled his lips into a faint smile. He clicked his tongue and said, "I don't think so." Immediately afterward, he swung his sword again and slashed Ethan's claw, causing fresh blood to gush out continuously. Ethan's claw froze in midair. His huge body trembled nonstop before he staggered and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was in his dragonkin state, yet he was losing to Kim Soo-hyun. Could the unpleasant feeling he had sensed earlier have been fear? Thinking of this, he immediately gritted his teeth. Then he raised his head again and roared, "Don't make me laugh. Dragonkin are the strongest." At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun spoke coldly. "I'll tell you one thing. The reason I left you alone, even though I knew your identity, was because I could clear the trial tower at any time. In other words, he could kill someone like Ethan whenever he wanted." As soon as he finished speaking, his body had already closed in before Ethan. His sword moved like rolling waves, gliding across Ethan's body. Ethan violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his body now covered in wounds. At the same time, the commotion here had drawn the attention of Jordan Rogers and the others. Jordan narrowed his eyes as he looked over, muttering in confusion, "What's going on up there?" "The building is collapsing." Just as they said, the entire building was burning fiercely, and now, as if something had cut across it, it began to crumble. Jordan hurriedly ordered everyone to evacuate. Back on the rooftop, Ethan had returned to his normal state and was lying weakly on the ground. Trembling, he muttered, "Why are you doing this to me? Do you have a grudge against me too?" With a light snort, Kim Soo-hyun said indifferently, "I just don't like you." At that moment, Park Zion behind him had also awakened. Hearing the movement, he quickly turned his head and said with a smile, "I think the final preparations are complete." Park Zion slowly stood up and walked toward Ethan. Seeing her, Ethan's eyes filled with disbelief. Then he heard Kim Soo-hyun's cold voice, "I really want to kill you myself, but unfortunately, I made a promise." With that, he looked toward Park Zion and said, "Good luck. From now on, I won't lift a finger." Hearing this, Ethan suddenly burst into laughter. "What can she do?" Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at him and said, "If you defeat Park Zion, I won't do anything even if you run away." But if he tried to run now, he knew what would happen. Ethan curled his lips into a faint smile. Then he forced himself to stand, pouting as he said, "Don't change your mind." He had thought this was the end, and he laughed smugly before beginning to transform again. His face changed into Ki-hoon's face. He raised his brows and smiled, saying, "He was right. Saving you really was a good thing." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged fiercely toward Park Zion. He was certain that the foolish woman before him would never be able to attack such a familiar face. But he had miscalculated. This time, Park Zion was able to strike. A wound appeared on his body. He could not believe it. She had actually attacked without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, Park Zion's cold voice rang out again. "You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. One fight filled with hesitation was more than enough. I think you're misunderstanding something. Ethan reached out and grabbed her wrist, then snorted coldly. I can fight you normally, too. Immediately afterward, he threw a punch at her. In an instant, an invisible shockwave rang out, as if something had collided. It was Park Zion. She had blocked his fist. Taking advantage of that chance, she kicked at him. The two quickly fell into a deadlock. At the same time, outside the battle, Mia jumped out of the space again. After watching the fight for a long while, she said, "So Ethan has the advantage in ability." She was not wrong. Park Zion's skills could not compare to Ethan's, and before long, she had fallen into a disadvantage. Mia frowned as she watched, feeling somewhat worried. But at that moment, a faint purple energy suddenly appeared, then quickly surrounded Park Zion. Ethan could not help being startled. While he was dazed, a figure swept past him, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. By the time he reacted, a long cut had appeared on his face. Fresh blood began seeping out, and he glared furiously at Kim Soo-hyun. Knowing what he was thinking, Kim Soo-hyun pouted and said, "Don't misunderstand. That wasn't me." But did Ethan still have time to glare at them? With Kim Soo-hyun's reminder, Ethan suddenly realized it. Park Zion had charged at him again. He hurriedly lowered his head to dodge. Taking the chance to escape, he retreated, wanting to put some distance between them first. But he could not do it. At this moment, Park Zion's speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye she had closed in before him. Her blade slashed down, cutting into his body. Park Zion's eyes were filled with determination. She could do it. She attacked Ethan ferociously. She was going to kill him today. She thrust forward with overwhelming ferocity, forcing him to retreat again and again. But her blade did not pause for even a second. She kept pressing it against his body, biting her lip fiercely. Ethan hurriedly used his skill to block it, but Park Zion's strength at this moment was too great. The blade had nearly touched him, and he shouted in panic, "Wait." Unfortunately, Park Zion hated him so much that she wished she could chop him into 100 pieces. How could she possibly give him a chance? For her teammates, for the people who had given her light, for the man who had let her feel warmth and pulled her out of loneliness, she had to kill him. At this moment, Ethan was engulfed by fear. He kept telling her to stop, but the blade still cut down. His palm was sliced open, and he screamed again in panic, his tone full of rage. "I told you to stop, you insect." But how could Park Zion listen to him? She continued slashing down fiercely. The wound grew deeper and deeper, staining his entire body with fresh blood. After the prolonged battle, the rooftop of the building was nearly in ruins. Park Zion stood before the smoke where she had driven her enemy in. Only now did her face relax. The hatred engraved into her bones had finally been avenged. She let out a breath of relief and collapsed to sit on the ground. On the other side, Kim Soo-hyun saw something lying on the ground. It was a necklace, probably Park Zion's. He reached out and picked it up, then brought it to her and praised her. "You did well." He simply stood there looking at her, waiting for her reaction. Park Zion stared intently at the necklace in his hand. After a long while, tears began to fall from her eyes. In the end, she could not hold back and clutched the necklace tightly, crying loudly. Seeing this, Kim Soo-hyun could not help sighing. He should probably step away for a bit and give her some space. But after taking only a few steps, his body staggered and nearly collapsed. He was simply too exhausted. After that, everything was quickly resolved. Thanks to Jordan Rogers and the Death God Guild, the truth about the Chaos Guild was brought to light. Chloe and the other guild members were arrested inside the Blue Dungeon and handed over to the American Association to be dealt with. There was information that businesses were still cooperating with Chaos, so the people involved were still under investigation. But the scale was larger than expected, and the investigators were facing considerable difficulties due to insufficient information. Major television stations also reported that Ethan was the guild master of the Chaos Guild. Chloe confessed to all of Ethan's crimes, causing a massive shock. His crimes were also quickly exposed, enraging the entire world. At the same time, Kim Soo-hyun's group was also paying attention to this news. After the broadcast ended, curses rang out nonstop. Joo-ho was the first to speak. "Damn it, he really wasn't human." Hyun-sun also chimed in. "How could a person do something like that?" At this moment, Hackson looked toward Kim Soo-hyun, who was lying in the hospital bed, and said in a low voice, "Hey, even when we were inside the dungeon, Kim Soo-hyun already knew everything, didn't he?" "You will know it slightly." "Probably. This kid told us to let him know if anything happened, but he always shoulders everything alone." At this point, he sighed helplessly. Haxon felt the atmosphere had become heavy. He needed to do something. Just then, he saw a pen nearby. After hesitating for a long while, he finally picked up the pen and walked over to draw on Kim Soo-hyun's face. Seeing this, Hyun-sun cried out in alarm. "Hey, Haxon, what are you doing?" But he stubbornly kept drawing on Kim Soo-hyun's face, making Hyun-sun angrily reach out and pinch his cheek. He ignored it, drawing while complaining, "This is so annoying. He never tells us anything. Right, brother Ju-ho?" Ju-ho suddenly called out, was a little startled. Immediately afterward, he also joined in the scribbling. Hyun-sun grew even angrier and scolded. "You too, brother Ju-ho? Stop it." But Ju-ho was having a great time. He kept laughing loudly. No matter how amazing he is, he can't stop us from drawing on his face. In the end, Hyun-sun could not hold back anymore and fiercely knocked both of them on the head. Only then did they lower their heads and apologize. But Ju-ho was still very dissatisfied. He always tries to take on too much by himself. "Fine, I don't care anymore. Let's go eat." Soon, only Kim Soo-hyun remained in the room, lying on the hospital bed with his face covered in scribbles. A moment later, a wisp of black energy suddenly appeared in the hospital room. Before long, Park Zion followed it in. She looked at Kim Soo-hyun and murmured something incomprehensible. "It was you, wasn't it?" She asked this because earlier, after everything ended, Park Zion's guild had received an anonymous letter. After she read it, she was startled. It was a list of the remaining members of the Chaos Guild. She sighed as she looked at him and whispered, "Did you do this so we could take revenge with our own hands?" After all, even if the American Association caught them, at most, they would only go to prison. She did not know where he had obtained this information. She still had many things she wanted to ask him. But today, she had something else to say, so this time she would let him off. However, before leaving, she picked up the black pen and, copying Ju-ho and Haxon, drew on Kim Soo-hyun's face. Only then did she climb out the window and leave. Very quickly, her figure vanished together with the black energy. Kim Soo-hyun still lay there quietly. The only difference was that there was now an extra line of writing on his face. Elsewhere, a plane carrying away the aftermath of the recent chaotic events was preparing to leave the United States. At the same time, at Golden Tower, a man and a woman sat on the highest floor enjoying dinner. The man was the first to speak. "So, does drinking wine in such a high place feel nice?" The woman took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "What a strange question. Wine is always the same, tasteless and dull." But when she looked outside, she could not help sighing in admiration. Technology truly is amazing. Even though it's so noisy outside, there's no vibration or noise in here at all. The man chuckled softly and replied, "We used a lot of ether stones after all, so of course. Perhaps about 10% of all the ether stones in the United States were used for this building." Hearing this, the woman frowned and silently sighed at how wasteful it was, but she did not say it aloud. Instead, she changed the subject. "But hey, are you really planning to hold it? That ranking tournament." The man quickly stopped what he was doing. His lips curled in smug satisfaction. He looked at the woman and smiled. "You know it too, Aslin. I've always thought of myself as the strongest, but the world doesn't think so. Because there are too many heroes in this world who carry the title of S-Rank Awakener, and depending on their achievements, they are praised as the best. There are far too many heroes in this small world. So through this ranking tournament, I will show them that I, Golden Lohan, am the strongest." Time passed quickly. After the incident in America, Kim Soo-hyun returned and once again began climbing the tower. At this moment, he was killing a monster. Mia was also following him, leisurely sitting on his back, and when necessary, she spat flames to attack the monster. Before long, Kim Soo-hyun finally brought the monster down. Its entire head had been cut off by him, and disgusting fluids flowed out continuously. The contents of the trial tower's 30th floor were surprisingly simple. Destroy the heart hidden inside Ouroboros. However, Ouroboros was far too large. Because each of these obstacles was that huge, an entire year had passed. Mia had also grown a little bigger by now. Earlier, the guardian of the 30th floor had told him that the heart of Ouroboros was a crystal made from all the power it had accumulated throughout its life, a reservoir of pure energy. Take it and eat it, if you can then do it. But soon, he would finally be rewarded for the past 6 months. Thinking this, Kim Soo-hyun quickly delivered the final blow. His mana instantly surged without stop. His entire body was now enveloped in an enormous amount of mana. Biting his lip fiercely, Kim Soo-hyun told himself, "Don't lose your mind." From now on, he would possess this. The amount of mana continued to increase. A moment later, the mana finally reseeded. It had all been absorbed by Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun also successfully obtained Ouroboros's third eye trait, which counted as a fixed trait. His status window appeared along with it, and he looked it over. Then his eyes lit up. His current mana and mana level had finally reached 8. The difference between 7 and 8 was huge. The result was well worth the 6 months he had spent. He wanted to quickly test his newly obtained power, but there was no need to rush. He needed to prepare for the next step. As soon as January 1st arrived, the world became lively. First was the dizzying speed at which dungeons appeared. Compared to last year, dungeons were appearing at an exponential rate, and theories about the end of the world spread everywhere. Not only that, reports related to riots also began to appear. This caused anxiety and unease among the people. However, the matter quickly faded because of a second issue, an event hosted by Golden Lohan, the strongest awakener and also the richest man in the world. He released a video. Sitting on a luxurious chair, he said coldly, "I am making an announcement to S-rank awakeners all over the world. I do not like being placed in the same group as you simply because we are all S-rank." Therefore, he wanted to prove it to the entire world. At this point, he suddenly paused. Then his eyes filled with fighting spirit, and his deep voice rang out again. "I am strongest. If you have a complaint, then come fight in the ranking tournament." The video reached 100 million views in just one day, and attention shifted toward the actions of S-rank awakeners. Furthermore, the S-rank awakeners all reacted differently. Despite his challenge, some awakeners came because they looked down on his arrogance. Some came simply because they were too bored, while others came out of desire for fame and wealth. And there were many other reasons as well. At a cafe in the center of the city, Kim Soo-hyun and Joo-ho had arranged to meet here. After Kim Soo-hyun told Joo-ho his intentions, what he received in return was Joo-ho's unbelievable shock. "You're going to participate in the ranking tournament?" Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Kim Soo-hyun asked suspiciously, "Why are you so shocked?" Only then did Joo-ho realize it and hurriedly sit back down in his chair, pouting as he said, "I guess that's a reasonable reaction. After all, it really is unexpected. I never thought you'd be interested in events like this." Kim Soo-hyun chuckled softly and said calmly, "I need the winner's reward." Joo-ho thought for a moment before speaking. There was no way Kim Soo-hyun would act without thinking. There were 2 reasons why Kim Soo-hyun was participating in the ranking tournament. The first was adamantium. To forge Banmong, he needed that material. It was the best metal for conducting mana, as well as power and longevity. The only way to obtain it was through a ranking tournament. Just then, a voice interrupted Kim Soo-hyun's thoughts. "Guys!" It was Hakson's voice. He shouted joyfully, "I passed the S-rank test." Immediately afterward, he realized that everyone in the cafe was looking at him. He apologized awkwardly, covered his face in embarrassment, and went to find his table. Joo-ho did not want to look directly at him and quietly asked Kim Soo-hyun, "You're not planning to take him with you, are you?" Kim Soo-hyun chuckled twice. "I was planning to bring him along so he could gain more combat experience, but maybe I should leave that for another time." Hakson ran over from the other side, just in time to hear Kim Soo-hyun's last sentence. He asked suspiciously, "Take me where?" Neither of them answered. Joo-ho changed the subject and said, "It starts in 3 days." Kim Soo-hyun shook his head and said, "It's fine. There's still time. Go and train yourself." Before Hakson could even understand what was going on, Joo-ho dragged him away. He hurriedly spoke up, "Explain to me what's happening." But Joo-ho did not answer. He only glanced toward Kim Soo-hyun and asked, "You'll win, right?" Kim Soo-hyun froze for a moment, then said confidently, "Of course." 3 days later, the sky over the United States was brilliant once again because an incredible event was about to take place at the Golden Tower. At that moment, many people had gathered below the tower. Some had come to watch, and some were reporters. A male reporter looked at his female colleague and asked, "Let me see the photos you took." The female reporter was startled and replied, "Yes, they haven't all arrived yet, but the lineup is incredible. Wang Yu from China is here. Elena and from Russia is here, and Adele from England is here too." Then the female reporter asked, "Do you want to bet on who will win?" The male reporter said happily, "Sure. The loser has to buy the winner whiskey. I'll bet on Golden Lohan." The female reporter was a little dissatisfied when she heard that. I was about to say that. She hurriedly thought about who she wanted to bet on. Seeing this, the male reporter laughed mockingly. What are you thinking about? Even if they're S rank, who could possibly defeat Lohan? But at that moment, they realized that everyone had gathered at the entrance. The people running past them seemed to be extremely shocked by something. Then the female reporter heard someone shout loudly, "Kim Soo-hyun is here." Kim Soo-hyun really was here. Naturally, he had come to participate in the tournament. At that moment, the female reporter said with great conviction, "Hey, I'll bet on Kim Soo-hyun." Up in the tower, Haxon looked excitedly at the scenery below and kept exclaiming, "It's so high up here. I've never been in such a nice room before." Ju-ho, standing beside him, was a little calmer and said casually, "Golden Lohan, the son of a conglomerate family, is known as the man who controls ether stones. He's far stronger than us." At that moment, a staff member walked up to Kim Soo-hyun and said apologetically, "Excuse me, may I escort you gentlemen to the banquet hall on the 200th floor?" Kim Soo-hyun frowned slightly and muttered, "A banquet." In his previous life, he had never participated in the ranking tournament because he had only been A rank. He thought for a moment, but in the end, he decided to go there. At that moment, there were many awakeners on the 200th floor, and they were eating. When Kim Soo-hyun appeared, they suddenly turned their attention toward him. As Kim Soo-hyun picked up food not far away, everyone began discussing him. Some people did not even believe he was that famous Kim Soo-hyun. But one person did not think that way. He said in a low voice, "Although it's hard to recognize his true strength from that youthful appearance, he really is a monster." Kim Soo-hyun also noticed that person. He was the supernova of Europe, Castle Pass. And the curly-haired man over there was Lightspeed Louis Goman. There was also Miss Selena, who had recently become famous, and the person behind her was Shirley Chernoff. However, China's Wang Yu and Atlee were not here. Even so, none of the figures present here were weak. That was why people called it a battle among the stars. Haxon had already sat down at a dining table and kept waving at him. "Come here quickly. The food here is delicious." Ju-ho also nodded in agreement. "That's right. Eat a lot. You'll need strength to fight tomorrow." Kim Soo-hyun looked at the two of them and sighed for some reason. It seemed the two of them were enjoying themselves very much. But he had nothing to worry about regarding Haxon. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a fluctuating amount of mana. Seeing that his expression did not look good, Ju-ho asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Kim Soo-hyun only said that he had something to do, then left. That left Ju-ho and Haxon staring blankly, not knowing what had happened. At the same time, on the rooftop of the Golden Tower, a major collision was taking place, with smoke and flames flying everywhere. A hand clenched tightly into a fist hung down. It was China's S-rank awakener, Wang Yu. He roared furiously at the person in front of him. "If you've got the guts, stand still, you rat." The person facing him was Japan's S-rank awakener, Sugimoto Kenya. Sugimoto pouted and said, "I'm not fast. You're just slow because of all that fat on your body." Those words made Wang Yu even angrier. He shouted again, "Bastard, I'll cripple your arm." Immediately afterward, he charged forward. However, Sugimoto was not afraid either and said calmly, "If you can do it, then try." The two of them fiercely rushed toward each other, just like that. With a boom, an explosion caused by the powerful collision rang out. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Wang Yu widened his eyes in shock. Sugimoto was no exception. He stared in a daze, because a figure had appeared from nowhere and blocked the two of them. The newcomer was Kim Soo-hyun. He held Wang Yu's fist with one hand and tightly gripped Sugimoto's sword with the other. He said coldly, "Stop. The battle starts tomorrow." Sugimoto's expression looked somewhat ugly. He did not know when Kim Soo-hyun had appeared there. His speed was too fast to see clearly. More importantly, both his attack and that pig's attack had been blocked by Kim Soo-hyun with one hand. It seemed the rumors about him were all true. Thinking this, he immediately withdrew his sword and said quietly, "You're right. He should not waste his strength like this right before the tournament." After saying that, he left. Wang Yu watched his back, his expression gradually turning ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "How dare you? Who gave you the right to stop my unfinished fight?" Immediately afterward, he violently threw a punch at Kim Soo-hyun in front of him. Unfortunately, however, his speed could not keep up with Kim Soo-hyun. Every attack was dodged by him. Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "Looks like I'll have to use force." With a soft chuckle, he flashed closer to Wang Yu. Taking advantage of Wang Yu's huge and less agile body, he threw a punch upward from below. Wang Yu could not guard in time, and Kim Soo-hyun's fist had already reached his face. But just as Kim Soo-hyun was about to strike, a deep voice rang out. A figure walked in from the doorway and asked with a soft laugh, "What's this? Why aren't you all enjoying yourselves down in the banquet hall? Why'd you come up here? Are you planning to continue? If so, let me join in." The newcomer was none other than Golden Lohan. His sudden appearance made both Kim Soo-hyun and Wang Yu's movements freeze. Wang Yu's expression became somewhat solemn, because he sensed that the amount of mana radiating from Lohan was terrifying. After hesitating for a long while, he finally decided to withdraw his hand and said coldly, "Fine, I'll fight you in the tournament later." After saying that, he looked toward Kim Soo-hyun again and warned coldly, "You too. Just wait. I'll tear you apart." After saying that, he turned and left. Kim Soo-hyun sighed somewhat helplessly. Lohan observed Kim Soo-hyun for a long while. Only after some time did he speak. "You're much stronger and more decisive than you look, aren't you?" Kim Soo-hyun snorted coldly and replied, "I've never backed down from challenge." "Naturally, that includes you too." Hearing those words, Lohan could not help but laugh faintly and raise an eyebrow as he asked, "What do you mean?" Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at him, his face now somewhat serious. Only after a long while did he say in a low voice, "I mean that there is something I want to tell you. New ways push the old ways forward. Never be satisfied with your current self." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped toward the door. Lohan did not stop him either. After thinking for a moment, he curled his lips into a soft smile. "It seems this battle will be very interesting." The next morning, at the tournament venue, the host announced excitedly, "Thank you, everyone, for participating in this tournament. Because of security issues and several other factors, this tournament will not have a live audience." They introduced the judging panel for this tournament, the founder of the evaluation system, and also an S-rank awakener, Johnny Brad. As soon as that name came out, murmurs began spreading below. Kim Soo-hyun sank into his own thoughts. First Lohan, and now Johnny? Lohan was recognized by everyone as the strongest awakener, not only because of his ability to clear dungeons, but also because of his business talent with ether stones. Although Johnny Brad's main class was magician, he still possessed extremely great magical power. Two awakeners who were practically the strongest in the world. This opening was truly exciting. At that moment, Lohan ordered, "Johnny, you may begin." Immediately afterward, a magic circle appeared in Johnny's hand. The battle officially began. In the blink of an eye, the people on the platform gradually disappeared. So this was Johnny Brad's illusion magic? Kim Soo-hyun was thinking about whether there would be an intermediate transfer stage. But no matter what, this battle made him extremely excited. The preliminary round of the tournament had begun. The Awakeners were transported to a forest filled with both traps and monsters. The remaining 32 survivors would pass. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun was standing alone in a corner. He was thinking about one issue, the status window and the settings. Were they configured to adjust to each Awakener individually? For Johnny alone to be able to do all of this was truly impressive. Still, all he had to do was survive until he was one of the final 32. That meant there would be a melee battle. Just as he thought, a monster attacked him at that moment. Sensing the killing intent coming toward him, a streak of energy appeared in Kim Soo-hyun's hand. In the blink of an eye, it spread through the air all around him. But at that moment, another streak of killing intent struck toward him. An assassin was trying to ambush Kim Soo-hyun. But Kim Soo-hyun had already noticed his appearance and quickly dodged his attack. His speed was far faster than the assassin's, and he counterattacked almost immediately. The man was struck by Kim Soo-hyun's punch without knowing why. No one had ever seen through his ambush before. Kim Soo-hyun snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "I can see everything." As soon as he finished speaking, he put the man down and knocked him unconscious with a punch. Narrowing his eyes at him, Kim Soo-hyun was not very surprised. Was this something an average S-rank could do? At that moment, the man's body was suddenly wrapped in a streak of black energy. Kim Soo-hyun simply stood there and watched without doing anything. He secretly snorted coldly in his heart. All of you should not be satisfied with only this. The reason the world in his previous life had been wiped out was because of the increasing outbreaks. Humanity could not keep up with that speed, and in the end, it was gradually pushed to the brink of death, until the final hope, an S-rank awakener, appeared. While he was thinking, another person appeared. The man shot a bolt of lightning from his hand toward Kim Soo-hyun. In an instant, a huge hole appeared in that place. The man spoke somewhat disdainfully. I was expecting more, because everyone said he cleared the blue dungeon. Is this all you've got? Even if you're the great Kim Soo-hyun, America's god of lightning, gray, is too much for you. But as soon as he finished speaking, a streak of sword light suddenly struck and slashed across his body. Kim Soo-hyun withdrew his sword and frowned in thought. Those immersed in their positions of power had stopped training and become complacent. That man just now was a typical example. It would all lead to destruction. Everything was still the same as in his previous life. Although he had changed a few things, he could not stop the apocalypse on his own. Even if they were here to see who was the strongest, he would be the one to test them all. If they were complacent with their current positions, he would teach them a lesson. There was always someone stronger. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun received a notification that 88 people were still alive. It seemed most of the mediocre ones had already been defeated, but he did not know whether Haxin was all right. As for Haxin, he was currently facing an ambusher, the same type of assassin Kim Soo-hyun had encountered. He had become one of the first people to be targeted. Even so, Kim Soo-hyun was not too worried. He believed Haxin would be able to handle it, because he was more talented than most people. Just as Kim Soo-hyun predicted, Haxin had eliminated the assassin. In another part of the forest, figures moved swiftly through the area. A group of people seemed to be running in the same direction, but they sensed that someone was following them. They quickly stopped, and one of them suggested, if they discover the plan, it'll be troublesome. I'll handle this. But before he could do anything, an arrow suddenly tore through the wind and came flying in, directly piercing through the head of the leader. Not only that, the arrow continued shooting straight toward the back, forcing the two remaining men to dodge with difficulty. The two of them frowned slightly and muttered, "A long-range awakener?" They looked around, but could not discover who had ambushed them. In one corner of the forest, Chernov was hiding off to the side, continuously shooting arrows. One man hurriedly dodged an arrow, then caught Chernov's position. He shouted fiercely, "Over there!" The other man immediately ran in the direction he pointed to find the person. But as soon as he arrived and saw the person there, his expression turned ugly. Chernov was standing openly in front of him, not afraid in the slightest. The man frowned and said shakily, "If you're here, that means Elena is nearby too." His guess was right. Elena really was here. She was charging fiercely toward them. They had never imagined that Elena and Chernov would catch them. But no matter how suspicious he was, death was his final outcome. Chernov looked at the person landing in front of him and asked suspiciously, "Did you find them?" The person who had arrived was naturally Elena. She shook her head slightly and replied, "It seems the European awakeners are gathering in one place. I have a bad feeling about this." Chernov thought for a moment, then spoke. "Let's confirm their location first." As soon as he finished speaking, he used clairvoyance to search. This was one of his skills. It allowed him to see places very far away. In the end, he found that group of people deep in the forest. He quickly reported to Elena. They seem to be near a large tree in the north. There are about 30 people. Hearing that, Elena nodded and said, "Keep an eye on them. Let's see who those bastards are." In the north, there were many people gathered beneath an ancient tree. They were constantly counting their numbers, seemingly planning to do something. And the one who had instigated this whole affair was Adele, who was leisurely sitting with his back against that large tree. Adele curled his lips into a faint smile. "Now, I'll explain the plan. The ranking tournament, an event Golden Lohan had arranged to prove that he was the strongest, had begun with such a simple purpose, but it had become a grand festival for the people. And for the S-rank awakeners, it was both an opportunity and a stage on which they could gain even more wealth and fame. But the goal was not merely to decide the winner. It also ranked the participants from highest to lowest. The associations of various countries had come to regard this awakener ranking as a measure of national power. Among them, Europe had been criticized as being weaker than Asia and America, so they agreed to use this opportunity to demonstrate Europe's strength. Back at the tournament, beneath the ancient tree in the north, Adele glanced at everyone and spoke. "You all know the terms of the agreement, don't you?" Hearing this, a woman replied, "We eliminate the candidates in the early rounds. Then the contestants from Europe compete against each other in the final, right?" Another man spoke up. "Do we have any other choice? I don't know about the rest of you, but Golden Lohan is a monster. The only way to beat him is to work together." Adele nodded slightly, then looked toward another person and asked, "All right, have you found the positions of the other Awakeners yet?" The man nodded faintly and answered, "The radar has just detected them. I'll share their locations with everyone." Very quickly, everyone was able to see through that man's skill. Someone exclaimed in admiration, "So this is a memory-sharing skill? It's quite useful." At that moment, Adele spoke again. "Now that we know their positions, I'll explain the plan to everyone. Our objective is to eliminate the 5 candidates for the championship. Those are Wang Yu from China and Lewis, the Lightspeed Awakener. The third is Elena, and, of course, Soo-hyun will also be on this list. And the last one is the creator of the match, Golden Lohan. We will split into teams of 6, and each team will fight one target." Those people were indeed very strong, but Adele believed that if they attacked simultaneously, they would not be able to stop them. "The United Kingdom team will fight Golden Lohan." As soon as he said this, a woman hesitantly spoke up. "Although you're also on that team, I don't think you could defeat Golden Lohan with only 6 people." Adele nodded slightly. "That's why all of you must eliminate your targets as quickly as possible and join up with us. I'll buy time." After saying this, he led his team away first. Seeing this, the remaining people quickly dispersed as well. The team led by Adele was now running in Golden Lohan's direction. As they moved, someone called out to Adele. The person asked doubtfully, "If it were us, I could understand, but I didn't expect you to take part in this dirty game too. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" What he meant was that Adele could aim for the championship on his own. However, Adele merely curled his lips into a smile and said, "I only want to become the strongest." In another part of the forest, a battle was underway. Dust and smoke had spread everywhere, proof that someone had fallen. One man was clutching his arm, his expression somewhat grim. This person was an S-rank Awakener, John Kliss. Facing him was Soo-hyun. He looked at him coldly. "I heard you were the first Awakener in India to reach S-rank. The rumors said you were India's hero, so I had high expectations. But in the end, this was all he could do." Soo-hyun's words made John grind his teeth in rage. He shouted fiercely, "You bastard! I'll kill you no matter what." As soon as he finished speaking, an iron hand appeared. Soo-hyun raised his head and watched it grab toward him. However, he was not very worried. He calmly looked at John and mocked him with a smile. "Looks like this skill is quite useful." In the blink of an eye, Soo-hyun was imprisoned inside John's iron thorn cage. Seeing this, John became even more smug. No one has ever escaped from this cage. The hundreds of thorns inside will tear you to pieces. But at that moment, a beam of sword light suddenly slashed toward him. Before he could even see who had attacked, he was taken down. A man slowly walked over and said disdainfully, "We didn't even need to come here. Looks like that Soo-hyun guy is just weak. Nothing like the rumors about him." It was the group from Adele's plan. Someone asked in doubt, "But it seems like he isn't dead yet. What do we do now?" Another person thought for a moment before answering. "If we just leave him like this, he'll die. And if his strength only amounts to this much, we can easily defeat him in the finals, can't we?" The rest of the group agreed. There was no need to pay any more attention to him, so they turned and headed toward Adele's location. But at that moment, the expression of the man leading them suddenly darkened. He turned his head toward the others and shouted, "Everyone dodge!" The others looked at him in surprise. Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the forest. Meanwhile, on a distant cliff, a figure was watching everything. That person was Golden Lohan. He frowned and muttered, "What a huge shockwave. Who was that?" But as soon as he finished speaking, his voice was suddenly interrupted by someone's laughter. He glanced downward. He saw a young man carrying a blade running toward him. The one who had arrived was Hak-jun. His head was already covered in sweat, and he kept muttering, "Just how strong have you become?" Hearing this, Golden Lohan asked suspiciously, "You know that magic?" Hak-jun gave a soft laugh and replied, "Of course, because that's my brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Golden Lohan with his blade. Golden Lohan dodged the attacks while frowning and asking, "I don't understand what you're talking about." All languages should have been unified in this illusion. He could not have a proper conversation with Hak-jun, so he decided to go there and see for himself. Immediately afterward, countless arrows appeared in his hands. The rain of arrows instantly tore through the wind and flew forward. Hakjun was somewhat terrified as he faced them. Seeing this, Golden Lohan raised his brows and sneered. But right at that moment, he saw something in the sky. A huge dragon suddenly appeared, and there was a figure on its back. He frowned and muttered, "Who is this guy now?" The one who had arrived was Hyung-ki. He had acted to block the rain of arrows for Hakjun. At this moment, Hyung-ki looked down from the sky, his presence extremely imposing. And Hakjun had also realized two truths. First, if Hyung-ki had not intervened, he would have had only one path, death. And the second was that the difference between him and those two was enormous. On this side, Golden Lohan did not back down at all. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Hyung-ki. Immediately afterward, he shouted loudly, "Then let's begin." In an instant, his surroundings were enveloped by powerful bolts of lightning. Seeing this, Hyung-ki's expression immediately darkened. This was far too dangerous. Immediately afterward, he shouted, "John." Following his shout, the huge dragon spat out a massive blaze. With a boom, the cliff immediately exploded, dust and debris flying everywhere. Yet from within the rubble, Golden Lohan still slowly emerged. He smiled disdainfully and said, "So this is dragon fire? How ferocious." Now, it was his turn to attack. However, at that moment, he realized something. There was no one in front of him anymore. That huge dragon had already flown farther and farther away. He ground his teeth in anger. They ran on the dragon's back. Hyung-ki was so frightened his face had turned pale. He cried out, "We nearly died." Hakjun, behind him, laughed happily and said, "Thanks for helping me." Hyung-ki scolded him in displeasure. "Don't thank me. Where did you get the courage to attack Golden Lohan?" Hakjun, not understanding why he was being scolded, hesitantly said, "He targeted me first." But very quickly, he stopped caring and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to save me, brother." Hearing this, Hyung-ki said irritably, "Why are you calling me brother like we're close?" He said he had saved Hakjun because he needed someone to help him. The current situation was rather abnormal. The European Awakeners had gathered together and formed an alliance. Hakjun was surprised after hearing this. "Isn't that against the rules?" Hyung-ki curled his lips and replied, "It's a survival strategy. That's why I'm trying to pull you over to my side." Hakjun nodded slightly. "I understand, but this direction is." Hyung-ki gave a soft laugh and said calmly, "That's right. They're going to join hands with Soo-hyun." Back at Soo-hyun's battlefield, after that explosion occurred, the entire stretch of forest had been greatly affected. The people were the same. The leader of that group had been standing closest and had lost an arm. He glanced around searching. Where are the others? Did they all run? At that moment, the device by his ear suddenly sounded. "Hey, can you hear me?" He recognized this as Timble's voice. He hurriedly answered, "How are you contacting me?" Timble, on the other side, immediately replied, "When I shared the target's locations with everyone, I also added a communication skill." "Forget that. There's a massive amount of mana, and the signs from your side have almost completely disappeared. What happened?" Hearing this, the man frowned and said gravely, "Tell Adele that Golden Lohan isn't the problem. The source of this mana is Kim Soo-hyun." Once Timble heard this, the sound was cut off. He tried to contact him again, but failed. He looked toward Adele and asked anxiously, "You heard that too, right?" Adele nodded slightly. "I heard it." The people around them also began discussing the matter. Hearing the commotion among everyone, Adele spoke to reassure them. "Everyone calm down. Timble, can you use the communication skill so that I can speak with everyone?" Timble nodded slightly, and afterward, Adele was quickly connected to everyone. He hurriedly said, "We don't have time, so I'll explain briefly." He told everyone that the massive amount of mana just now had come from Soo-hyun. According to Bobo's words, it seemed he was on the same level as Golden Lohan. Therefore, they had to adjust the plan. They would deal with Wang Yu, Elena, and Lewis later, and target Soo-hyun first. After defeating him, they would deal with the remaining group, then eliminate Golden Lohan in the preliminary round. He asked whether everyone understood. The person in the black cloak was the first to speak. Perfect timing. Elena seems to have noticed and run away. Another person replied, "Good. I'll join up with everyone immediately." The woman named Chabi also said she understood. Then she looked toward Wang Yu and snorted coldly. "Be grateful to Kim Soo-hyun. Otherwise, you would have died by my hands." Another person reminded her that there was no time left. Immediately afterward, their people withdrew, leaving only Wang Yu behind. Being ignored by others, he ground his teeth in anger. How irritating. He would definitely kill all of them. On the other side, at Soo-hyun's location, he frowned and looked at the person in front of him, falling into thought. It was that man named Bobo. While he had been contacting Timble, Soo-hyun had dealt with him in a single sword strike, but Soo-hyun had no idea who he was. Returning to a few minutes earlier, when Soo-hyun had been caught inside John's iron thorn cage. He was trapped inside that dark space, surrounded by sharp thorns. However, he said very calmly, a space-type skill? What a nuisance. Most skills of this type could only be escaped by satisfying special conditions. He might not know what those conditions were, but he could destroy it. A colossal power capable of challenging all limits, such as rules and conditions. At that time, he had used his sword along with an enormous amount of mana to destroy the Iron Thorn cage. That was how he escaped. However, the one who had used that skill was not there. Instead, there was someone else. He needed someone to explain the situation. But at that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. A mass of blue mana enveloped him. Immediately afterward, it wrapped around him like vines. Seeing this, the man hiding in the shadows instantly rushed forward. He laughed smugly. Got you. But at the same time, Soo-hyun directly shattered that stream of mana energy. Then he killed the man who had just appeared with a single punch. Soo-hyun questioned the strength he had just gauged. Was it because he had not absorbed Ouroboros' power for long? He still could not adjust his own strength. Putting that aside, he looked in one direction and said coldly, "Are you planning to keep hiding? Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, many footsteps appeared on the ground. It was the group from Adele's plan. The leader looked at him and spoke. It seems Adele's assessment wasn't wrong. Soo-hyun really is a monster. Chabi frowned slightly and said, "All right then, let's begin the subjugation of Kim Soo-hyun." At this moment, Soo-hyun had been surrounded by their people. The first to act was a masked man. He threw a chain towards Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun calmly shifted to the side and dodged. Then, in passing, he rushed toward another person and slashed out without any hesitation. The person in front of him was cut down just like that. As soon as he took one down, another one pounced at him. Soo-hyun dealt with them very calmly, countering every move with great skill. He bent his knees slightly, planted his left foot for support, and raised his sword to block that man's blade. At the same time, a beam of energy quickly appeared in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he attacked straight ahead. He took down another one, but there were truly too many of them. His sword rose and fell without stopping, and more people surrounded him. He flipped backward, dodging the attacks from the group. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck. He was slightly surprised, and before he could guard against it, he was bound tightly. With a boom, the lightning exploded in an instant. Seeing this, the group immediately rejoiced. It hit. Another man spoke up and suggested, "Now it's my turn." Bain Kim Soo-hyun. As soon as he finished speaking, magical iron chains appeared in his hands, shooting straight forward. But at that moment, a massive amount of mana was released, and those iron chains were destroyed just like that. The expressions of the group immediately turned grim. What is this? What kind of skill is that? Within the hazy smoke, Soo-hyun's eyes, filled with killing intent, stared at them. At this moment, there was not even a single wound on him, meaning all of their previous attacks had been useless. Seeing everyone fall into chaos, one man spoke to calm him down. "Don't pay attention to that. He can't move because of the lightning skill. We still have the advantage. Don't give him even a second to breathe." As soon as he said this, a group immediately charged forward. However, the moment they got close to Soo-hyun, their bodies immediately froze. They seemed to be suppressed by something. Their bodies trembled nonstop, and no matter what, they could not move. The weapons in their hands quickly fell to the ground as well. Before long, they powerlessly knelt on the ground, with only one person able to resist. Seeing that vicious aura slowly approaching him, that man could not help cursing, "Damn it, how could they possibly fight a monster like Soo-hyun?" At this moment, Soo-hyun slowly walked up to him. The ice-cold blade of his sword rested against the man's neck. Soo-hyun raised his brows, looked at him, and spoke. "You're better than I expected. I didn't think I would have to use this skill. Are you Awakeners always this close with each other? From what I know, that isn't the case." The man kept trembling in fear, because with only the slightest bit of force, the sword against his neck would certainly cut off his head. Soo-hyun did not kill him, and instead asked coldly, "What are you plotting?" Meanwhile, Adele was running towards Soo-hyun, but his body suddenly trembled, and his heart felt as if someone had seized it. The sensation was strange, but it filled him with anxious tension. He could smell the scent of death right ahead. Thinking this, he looked toward Timbul and asked, "Can you contact anyone from Kim Soo-hyun's original team?" Timbul shook his head without hesitation. Someone asked suspiciously, "Then were they killed?" He hesitated for a moment before answering. "I think so. I tried contacting them many times too, but I couldn't get through." Someone asked, "What about the other teams?" Hearing that, Timbul suddenly stopped in his tracks. He answered gravely, "Actually, after they reported that they had found Kim Soo-hyun, all signals were cut off." Adele's expression grew uglier and uglier as he said in a low voice, "So the only survivors are the 6 of us." But they did not know that they had already entered the devil's sights. By the time they realized it, the scene before them had already terrified everyone. A sudden whoosh tore through the air, followed by a piercing scream. One of them had lost his life, but before they could even come back to their senses, Timbul, who was beside Adele, was also killed by something, foam still bubbling from his mouth. Adele looked back in panic. The 5 people around him had all fallen. He had no idea what was happening. Just then, footsteps suddenly rang out from behind him. And once again, he felt death approaching. An invisible energy that terrified people stirred Adele's survival instincts. But Soo-hyun appeared before him like a devil and said coldly, "Nice to meet you, Adele Castle." Adele stared in horror at the enormous python before him. He was the ruler of this ecosystem, the perfect predator. At this moment, Adele's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He even forgot that he should run away. Looking at his expression, Soo-hyun chuckled and said, "I admit the plan was perfect, as expected of a championship contender. But even if Adele could overcome this hurdle, there would eventually come a time when stronger powers appeared and rendered him helpless." Adele looked at him in confusion and asked vaguely, "What do you mean?" With a light snort, Soo-hyun said coldly, "Nothing. I'm just sure you're someone who understands things. I was simply curious why you accepted that garbage proposal." "A garbage proposal?" Adele kept murmuring those words, his face extremely ugly. He had never expected that their survival strategy would be garbage in Soo-hyun's eyes. As if laughing out of shame and anger, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Immediately afterward, he attacked Soo-hyun without any warning. Soo-hyun was a little surprised at first, but he was still able to dodge. He realized that Adele was suppressing his fear. The first ability he had received from Ouroboros' third eye was Predator. As the name suggested, it was a mental ability that spread fear among opponents weaker than himself. Without enough mental strength to resist someone stronger, escaping from it would be difficult. But sure enough, there had to be a reason Adele was called the strongest in Europe. At this moment, Soo-hyun heard Adele shout, "Whether the way I did things was wrong or not, you can decide that after you defeat me." Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and said with a pout, "Then I guess I'm about to find the answer." Adele narrowed his eyes at him, his face full of fighting spirit. Soo-hyun did not back down either, and the sword in his hand was already drawn. The two of them stood facing each other like that, both giving off tremendous momentum. A second later, they both rushed toward each other. A powerful collision instantly rang out. Adele's iron fist clashed directly with Soo-hyun's sword, scattering an enormous amount of mana. Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the forest. Along with the great clash of power between the two S-rank awakeners, the preliminary round gradually entered its final moments. At present, only 41 people remained alive. Golden Lohan looked at the person standing before him and could not help clicking his tongue. "The preliminary round is ending soon. I thought everyone would rush to attack me, so I deliberately waited out in the open earlier. But perhaps all those S-ranks simply had no pride and were avoiding him. He was so bored that he had been planning to eliminate them all just like that. But it seemed that the effort he had put into waiting had been worthwhile, because a true S-rank, Park Yoon-gyu, had come to challenge him. Yoon-gyu smiled faintly and said, "I'm glad to face a strong opponent like you two." After saying that, he raised his sword and said coldly, "We've stood around chatting long enough. Let's end this." Immediately afterward, he rushed toward Golden Lohan. However, Golden Lohan still stood there calmly, without the slightest trace of panic in his eyes. Elsewhere, another battle was also taking place. It was the battle between Hak-jun and Elena. At this moment, Hak-jun gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Sword slash!" As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down fiercely, and a streak of cold light shot rapidly toward Elena. Seeing it, she hurriedly dodged in alarm. At the same time, Chernov, who was hiding to one side, saw that the situation was bad and raised his bow to shoot an arrow. The arrow tore through the air and flew straight toward Hak-Jun without the slightest hesitation. Seeing the arrow already in front of him, Hak-Jun panicked slightly. He could no longer dodge this arrow. But at that critical moment, a protective barrier surrounded Hak-Jun, saving his life. The one who acted was Hyun-Ki, still appearing the same as ever. He flew over while sitting on the back of a giant dragon. Seeing him, Hak-Jun was delighted. Perfect timing. Hak-Jun quickly landed and said calmly, "You can't handle her alone. She's also one of the contenders with a high chance of winning." Hak-Jun nodded slightly. Her ability to coordinate with teammates is also very high. Hyun-Ki frowned and muttered, "That's right. Their teamwork is the best in the world, after all." Meanwhile, Wang Yu is still surrounded. He narrowed his eyes at the group before him, a hint of anger appearing on his face. "Don't block my path forward." On Soo-hyun's battlefield, the two of them were still locked in combat. The sword in Soo-hyun's hand was like a giant dragon, constantly twisting and attacking. Adele did not back down either, blocking every move that came at him. At this moment, an enormous amount of mana appeared in his hand. Seeing it, Soo-hyun frowned. Adele raised his hand to the sky and shouted. Before long, the phantom of an enormous dragon appeared in his hand. Immediately afterward, he commanded the giant dragon to charge fiercely towards Soo-hyun. Not daring to be careless, Soo-hyun hurriedly raised his sword to defend. Adele had begun dreaming of becoming a hero when he started watching an anime as a child. It was a typical story that gave people dreams and hope through helping the weak. The dragons in super adorable chibi forms were extremely brave and loved justice, always appearing whenever someone did something wrong. When they were young, every boy wanted to grow up to become a cool man, and that was enough for Adele to dream of becoming a hero. But to him, this dream was not merely a childhood fantasy. Back then, he truly admired the White Dragon Man and dreamed of becoming a hero who helped others. And all of his efforts bore fruit. He became a hero representing the United Kingdom. However, life as a hero was far too different from what he had imagined. Once he did something wrong, the people who had once praised him immediately turned around and trampled on him. At that time, Adele realized that he was not a hero. He was just an ordinary person. Until one day, the association came to him with an enticing proposal. If the European Awakeners formed an alliance now and eliminated the contenders for victory, then in essence, that would be similar to him winning the match. If that happened, he would become the #1 hero, someone people would no longer compare with other heroes. While those thoughts were running through Adele's mind, a voice suddenly rang out and woke him up. "You're thinking too much." It's rare for someone to let their mind wander during battle, especially while fighting someone like Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun snorted coldly as he looked at him, then said contemptuously, "Didn't you know that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the third eye ability, Nullification, on Adele. In an instant, Adele's expression immediately turned ugly, because the giant dragon he had summoned had been cut into two by Soo-hyun. He cried out in disbelief. "He nullified my skill?" While he was still dazed, Soo-hyun charged forward with his sword. A flash of sword light swept across Adele's body, and Soo-hyun slashed him across the waist, causing his body to stagger and fall to the ground. Fresh blood began dripping onto the earth. Adele turned his head to look at Soo-hyun in confusion. He asked suspiciously, "Why did you only injure me this much and not finish me off? What exactly are you planning?" Soo-hyun did not seem to care much and answered calmly, "Like I said, I was just curious about the reason Adele accepted the association's proposal." As soon as these words came out, Adele was immediately stunned. Only after a long while did he speak. "Is that really all?" In the end, he leaned back against a tree and laughed loudly with emotion. "You really are a strange person." Raising his head to look at the clear sky before him, something seemed to flash in Adele's eyes. After a moment, Soo-hyun heard him sigh and say, "I'm just a little tired. I'm not confident that I can live up to everyone's expectations of a hero. Because no matter what I do, I'll be criticized. If I were the strongest, I thought I might feel a little less wrong." Hearing this, Soo-hyun finally nodded in understanding. So he was tired from the pressure of his title as a hero, just like Soo-hyun had been in the past. Adele chuckled again, his tone somewhat bitter. "Pathetic, isn't it?" But Soo-hyun shook his head and said, "No. I've seen people like that before, so I understand." Hearing these words, Adele did not ask who he meant. After hesitating for a long while, he asked seriously, "What do you think a true hero is?" The only thought it was someone who helped the weak and brought people hope and dreams, but now I'm not sure if that's right anymore. Looking at his despairing appearance, Soo-hyun could not quite bear it. He walked over and reached out, wanting to help him up. Seeing the hand extended toward him, Adele was somewhat surprised. Then he heard Soo-hyun say with a smile, "Everyone has different standards, but if that's what you think, then a true hero is exactly that kind of person. And I also think your standard is right." At this moment, Adele's expression finally improved a little. He reached out and took Soo-hyun's hand, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Soo-hyun. I think I really am a pathetic bastard. I can't believe I stopped just because I was afraid of criticism." He looked at Soo-hyun and smiled faintly. "Thanks to you, I have a new goal now. I'll become strong, both mentally and physically, so I can become the hero I long to be." Soo-hyun smiled at him for a long while. Only then did he speak. "All right, then I'll tell you my standard too." But before Soo-hyun could say it, Adele saw something. He hurriedly shouted, "Soo-hyun, behind you!" Won Yu had appeared from who knew where and was attacking Soo-hyun. He fiercely threw his fist forward, seemingly intending to finish Soo-hyun off on the spot. But his speed was too slow. Soo-hyun caught his fist without expending even the slightest effort. Adele, watching from the side, widened his eyes in disbelief. Soo-hyun glanced at Won Yu. Immediately afterward, his figure vanished. But when Adele looked closely again, countless slashes had already appeared on Won Yu's body. Just like that, Won Yu was killed by Soo-hyun and turned into a wisp of black smoke. Adele frowned deeply. Soo-hyun had actually finished off Won Yu, China Star, in a single blow. This must be Soo-hyun's true ability. At this moment, Soo-hyun sheathed his sword, smiled toward Adele, and said, "I think a true hero is someone so strong that they are invincible. That is how they can protect everyone." Immediately afterward, the preliminary round ended, and everyone returned to the arena. The reactions of the S-Rank Awakeners were divided into two groups. Some accepted the results and looked forward to what came next, while others could not accept this outcome. A typical example was Won Yu, who was now cursing in frustration. "Don't make me laugh. Do you people think I, Won Yu, can accept this result? Kim Soo-hyun, I will definitely kill you." Of course, each person's opinion of this result would change the pace of their own development. On the other hand, content about the ranking tournament had spread all across social media. The most widely circulated content was about Soo-hyun and Golden Lohan. This was naturally shocking, since each of them had defeated more than 20 Awakeners. The star of the continent, Won Yu, also received a great deal of attention, but most of it was not very positive, making him furious. Another person was Park Young-gyu. His match with Golden Lohan had become a hot topic. There were mixed opinions about the strategy of the European alliance, but they were soon drowned out by the finals the next day. After it ended, they returned to their rooms to rest. While scrolling through his phone, Joo-ho said emotionally, "I expected it, but everyone's reactions really are no joke." He glanced towards Soo-hyun and asked, "Why didn't you summon Mia during the preliminary round?" Soo-hyun slowly explained, "She's been in the subspace ever since we came out of the trial tower, so I asked Hyung-ki. Hyung-ki said she's about to undergo a sudden growth spurt. She's currently in a growth period." After hearing this, Joo-ho nodded. "I see. If the expert said so, then Mia must be growing." Soo-hyun nodded slightly and replied, "She's a living creature, after all." At this moment, he received a message from Ji-seon, a photo along with a congratulatory message. He smiled unconsciously. It seemed that she was still doing well. Hak-jun suddenly cut in and said, "Speaking of that, let me ask something." "Ishayum Kishui." Soo-hyun asked with some confusion why. Hak-jun slowly explained, "Hyung-ki helped me during the preliminary round. I went to his room to thank him, but I got kicked out. I'm sure it's because he was embarrassed." Hearing these words, Soo-hyun and Joo-ho's expressions became somewhat hard to describe. After a moment, Soo-hyun finally said meaningfully, "You really are sociable." The next day, the finals of the ranking tournament began. Johnny appeared there, as usual, to set up the formation. A moment later, Golden Lohan explained the rules of the tournament. As mentioned before, the finals will be conducted in one-on-one matches. If you kill someone, you will be penalized with a loss, so be careful. After saying that, he displayed the list for everyone to see. Soo-hyun looked through it and frowned. Golden Lohan was quite far from him. Another thing he noticed was Adele's match. Adele saw it too and walked to his side, then said quietly. Looks like we'll meet in the quarterfinals. I won't let myself lose like I did yesterday. With a chuckle, Soo-hyun said happily, I'm looking forward to it. But the match between them never took place because Adele was defeated by his opponent. The miserable scene in the arena left the spectators in the stands horrified. Seeing this, Soo-hyun's expression darkened. Although Adele no longer had the strength to fight, his opponent still walked over and dragged him up. He smiled savagely and said, What are you doing? You can't pass out in front of me. He still wanted to play a little longer, and Adele had unwittingly become the sacrificial lamb. Going back to before the match between Adele and Thomas, everyone had been talking a great deal about Adele. Some even thought he seemed much stronger than he had been in the preliminary round. Adele stepped onto the arena stage, his eyes constantly searching for someone. At last, his gaze stopped on Soo-hyun, who was seated in the stands. He wanted to fight Soo-hyun again as soon as possible. This time, he definitely would not lose. Soo-hyun also sensed his gaze and smiled in spite of himself. Adele no longer hesitated. He could not wait for this match. Adele was regarded as one of the candidates for the championship, just like the other high-level Awakeners. No one doubted his victory at all. But Thomas, standing on the arena stage at that moment, seemed somewhat gloomy. Adele narrowed his eyes at him, unable to stop a trace of suspicion from rising. Who was this man? He had never seen him before, and he had not seen him in the preliminary round either. But that no longer mattered. No matter what, he would defeat him and climb up the rankings. He would defeat all the Awakeners now, called the strongest, and confidently become a true hero. But the moment the match began, streaks of black energy suddenly surrounded Adele, leaving him stunned and speechless. Thomas had also vanished in the blink of an eye. By the time he appeared again, he was already behind Adele. Glancing at the other man, Adele's face showed a hint of shock. 1 second later, his body also staggered and collapsed to the ground. The people in the stands could not help but panic at the sight. Thomas smiled savagely as he looked at Adele. Want to play with me? As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over, grabbed Adele by the hand, and dragged him up from the ground. He tortured Adele over and over, while Adele was unable to resist. What happened afterward was not a match, but a one-sided assault. Even when Adele's whole body was covered in blood and he lay motionless on the ground, Thomas still did not feel satisfied. That was why Adele became the sacrificial lamb. He became a sacrifice for the unknown Awakener Thomas Matillas, allowing Thomas to forcefully assert his existence to the entire world. Everyone in the stands watched his savage actions, somewhat at a loss for words. Only Soo-hyun's eyes were filled with rage. After that, the tournament still continued as usual, perhaps because everyone had basically grasped one another's level from the preliminary round. But things progressed faster than expected because Naver had withdrawn, so Soo-hyun automatically advanced to the second round. In addition, Hak-jun, Aslin, Hyung-ki, and Eun-gyu advanced to the second round, and the next match began immediately afterward. It was the match between Miraji Rogun and Lohan. Lohan looked at the person before him, raised an eyebrow, and said, Miraji Rogun of Africa, correct? Rogun asked suspiciously, You know me? With a soft laugh, Lohan calmly replied, Of course. Didn't you once say that even if the whole world opposed you, you could still hold out for an entire day? At this point, Lohan curled his lips in contempt and said, Then let me ask you one thing. Does the whole world you spoke of include him? As soon as those words came out, Rogun's expression immediately turned ugly. Their conversation ended right there, because the match had begun. In an instant, Lohan's figure vanished without a trace. Rogun's eyes swept around as he searched. Was he on the left or the right? But very quickly, he realized where he was. He was above him. Lohan looked down from above, extremely arrogant. Without the slightest hesitation, he used his entire body to press down on Rogun's shield. Dust and smoke scattered everywhere in an instant, and even the people in the stands were affected. Hak-jun cried out in shock. Unbelievable. Was the force of that ordinary attack really that strong? Soo-hyun also found this rather strange, and he frowned as he fell into thought. At that moment, on the arena stage, after Rogun withstood the attack, he swung his hammer toward Lohan. His hammer smashed directly into Lohan's back. However, the man before him vanished like dust dissolving into the air. By the time he appeared again, he was already behind Rogun, asking coldly, "You know, don't you?" A newborn baby believes that what it sees is the whole world. A child has a family, a student has a school, an adult has a workplace. All of humanity lives in its own world, but the world is far larger than we imagine. If you only live within it, then the world you live in will never become any bigger. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of large wings suddenly appeared behind his back. He raised an eyebrow and said, "That is why I created this ranking game, so that I could make his world larger." Soo-hyun, watching from the stands, could not help but be stunned. He can throw mana to that extent? This is dangerous. At that moment, Lohan charged fiercely toward Rogun again. A massive amount of mana moved with the momentum of tearing through the wind. Not daring to be careless, Rogun hurriedly raised a shield to defend himself and gritted his teeth as he said, "I will block every attack you throw this way." With a boom, a great blazing flame suddenly appeared in front of him. In an instant, two powerful forces collided. But Rogun's shield did not hold for long before it shattered. His eyes could not help but widen in terror, because a sharp fragment was only 1 millimeter from his neck. With the slightest touch, blood would be drawn. He sat on the ground in shock. Thomas had actually pulled back at the final moment. Otherwise, Rogun might have won. While he was still dazed, the sharp fragment in front of him transformed into a hand. It gently touched the middle of his forehead. Lohan had already stood before him, smiling coldly as he said, "Congratulations. Your world has just become larger." The match ended. The winner was Lohan. Hak-Jun clicked his tongue and sighed in admiration. "Lohan is cooler than I thought." That match was really impressive. Soo-hyun, seated beside him, did not say a word. He was still sunk in his own thoughts about the process by which Lohan had become stronger. Because Lohan was called the best in every field, Soo-hyun had thought he would be arrogant. In the end, Lohan had started climbing the rankings to prove he was the best. However, it was not because of arrogance, but because of curiosity and the desire to challenge the title of the best. Thinking of this, Soo-hyun could not help but smile. He really was a formidable man. The next match of the first round proceeded just as everyone had predicted, and the winner was Elena. Lewis also won and would advance to the second round. And in the second round, there were not many surprises either. Aside from Hak-Jun, who had just risen to S rank, winning. No, there was one more surprise. That was Hyung-ki losing to Eun-gyu. On the third day of the finals, only 8 people remained, and the matches would be divided into 4 pairs. The first match was Thomas and Soo-hyun. The second match was Aslin and Hak-Jun. Next was the match between Lohan and Eun-gyu. The final match was Lewis and Elena. And at last, the matches of the final round began. In the stands, Soo-hyun was standing opposite Thomas. The MC asked Thomas what he thought and invited him to say a few words. He smiled happily and said, "This ranking game is very fun." His statement was too short, leaving the MC somewhat surprised. After that, the MC asked Soo-hyun. He said coldly that he would do his best in this match. At that moment, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, mixed with hatred as well, perhaps because of Adele's match. Thomas, on the other hand, did not seem to care much. He kept jumping up and down with delight. At the same time, in the stands, Hak-Jun was somewhat worried. It seemed Soo-hyun intended to fight Thomas seriously. It was true that Thomas was dangerous, but everyone believed Soo-hyun would win. After reading through the situation, Hak-Jun could only silently tell Soo-hyun to be careful. At that moment, the MC's voice rang out again. "That is enough idle chatter. Contestants, please get ready. Kim Soo-hyun versus Tomas Matillas." The first match of the semifinals officially begins. Everyone in the stands was looking forward to this battle, including the other 6 people remaining in the semifinals. The instant the match began, Soo-hyun shot forward like lightning and grabbed Thomas by the face with his hand. He violently slammed him into the ground. Seeing this, Hak-Jun cried out happily, "Nice." Aslin's brows furrowed slightly. That was the way Thomas had attacked Adele. Lohan also smiled unconsciously. He is taking revenge. He is more sentimental than I am, isn't he? The arena stage was now covered in dust and smoke. However, Thomas was still safe and sound because he had created a protective shield. He curled his lips into a smile and said, "What a surprise." Soo-hyun was somewhat shocked. He used a shield creation skill, and is such a short time? Thinking that, he raised an eyebrow and said, "You're fast. Pretty cool. Let me ask you something." Thomas looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What?" Soo-hyun practically spoke through gritted teeth. "In the match with Adele, when the winner had already been decided, why did you keep trying to break his bones?" "That." Thomas froze slightly and muttered. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Because it was fun." As soon as those words came out, Soo-hyun's expression immediately darkened. In an instant, a massive amount of mana enveloped his body, making Thomas tremble in fear. Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "Fine. Now let me make this even more fun for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched fiercely, directly shattering Thomas's protective shield. But very quickly, Thomas created another one. Thomas trembled as he looked at Soo-hyun and said in fear, "Wait." Soo-hyun frowned slightly in surprise. He canceled the old shield skill and created a stronger new one. That was a bit unexpected, but he said very calmly, "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you have power, you must take responsibility for it. If you cannot do that, you will become a monster." Immediately afterward, he continued attacking Thomas. Aslin exclaimed in disbelief. "He is overwhelming him?" Lohan nodded slightly in agreement. "That's right. I knew Soo-hyun was very strong, but I did not expect his fist to be this powerful. I should prepare myself." On the arena stage, Soo-hyun showed no mercy at all as he continued attacking Thomas. He shattered Thomas's protective shield, snorted coldly, and said, "Your name is Thomas, right? You can still control your skill despite the shock waves through the ground. Otherwise, everything would already be over." Impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw another punch, but it was still blocked by the protective shield. However, Soo-hyun did not care. He had no intention of letting Thomas off at all. He shouted, "It's over." A massive amount of mana in his hand struck out again, frightening Thomas so badly that his whole body trembled. Ignoring Thomas's terrified screams, Soo-hyun repeatedly smashed his body into the ground, causing cracks to split across the surface. But he still kept attacking. Only at that moment did his expression suddenly darken. The people in the stands were no exception. Johnny could not help but say, "I think the match is only beginning now. I don't like this. I don't like this." Amid his trembling murmurs, the air around them suddenly turned black. Soo-hyun glanced at these things. He recognized this skill, and his eyes unconsciously contracted. This skill was the Dark Forest. Dark Forest was a top-level spatial skill, and it could be considered one of the 10 greatest skills of all time. In Soo-hyun's previous life, the Dark Forest had once appeared right in the middle of a city and taken the lives of thousands. Thomas was the culprit behind that incident. This time was even more troublesome, because Soo-hyun's third eye had no effect on it, so he had to use force. Thinking that, he quickly drew his sword. The area around the blade carried a massive amount of mana as he struck. However, Soo-hyun's movement immediately froze when he discovered that it reflected him back. In other words, space folded in on itself and reversed the effect. Frowning fiercely, he wondered how he could escape. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out behind him. A girl who had appeared from who knew where rushed over and threw her arms around him, crying for help non-stop and even saying joyfully that she was glad he had come. Soo-hyun was somewhat surprised and glanced at her. He had originally intended to ask why she was here, but before he could finish, an explosion suddenly sounded behind him. Smoke and fire flared into the air, and desperate cries for help rang out without stopping. Some people even demanded to know why Kim Soo-hyun had not arrived yet. Soo-hyun blinked as he looked at the people running chaotically through the smoke and flames, and he could not help but sneer. So this was what the Dark Forest was. This was a scene he would never forget, no matter how much time passed. Riots had broken out in Tokyo and London at the same time, and he had been forced to choose one of the two places. He had ultimately chosen Tokyo to go to first, and after that, a tragedy occurred in the other place. London was burned to the ground. By the time he rushed there, corpses were piled up like mountains. He could only kneel on the ground, shedding tears nonstop. He cried out in grief, "I'm sorry. I am truly sorry." Soo-hyun stood blankly in place. After a while, he finally said helplessly, "This is worse than I thought. It reminds me of terrible memories." It was deliberately stirring up his traumatic memories and deliberately trying to break his spirit. At that moment, the girl behind him suddenly questioned him. "Why? We trusted you and waited for you. Why did you abandon them? If you had been there, they would have lived." She questioned his choice. Why had he gone to Tokyo? Not only that, a series of accusatory voices from other people rang rang out one after another. Faces filled with resentment and eyes full of unwillingness continued staring at Soo-hyun. Amid those countless accusations, Soo-hyun only stood there silently. The girl now grabbed him by the neck, her eyes vicious as if she wanted to curse him. However, he did not waver at all. Mana had begun gathering in one place. Immediately afterward, it struck toward that woman without hesitation. The girl before him immediately questioned him. "Now you even want to kill us?" As expected, you were only playing the role of a hero. With a cold snort, Soo-hyun said calmly, "Think whatever you want. Go ahead and resent me and curse me." When the girl heard that, she immediately burst into laughter. "So you admit it. How was the act? Was it fun playing with other people's lives?" Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at her and said coldly, "I don't care what you people say. If I were going to stop here, I would never have started in the first place." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword high. His low voice continued to ring out. "So watch carefully the path I walk from now on. The tears you have shed and the pain of losing the people precious to you will not happen." If he failed, then they could curse him and mock him. Immediately afterward, he slashed down. A huge crack appeared in the ground, and those faces filled with hatred quickly vanished as well. Immediately afterward, a tremendous amount of mana shot out from the ground, causing cracks to appear even in space. But Soo-hyun was still inside the dark space of the dark forest. He could not help but frown. Even though he had escaped the illusion, this skill still had not been dispelled. At the very least, that attack just now had made this skill more unstable. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Soo-hyun. It was actually a child. He narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead and said coldly, "You should know that trying to provoke me now is useless." But that child still slowly walked forward. He looked at it warily, raising the sword in his hand as well, preparing to attack. But the very moment the child came before him, his eyes widened in terror. The child suddenly reached out toward him. He asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" He stared blankly at it for a long while, and only then did he reach out and touch its hand. In an instant, a fragment of memory flowed into his mind. Whose memory was this? In that memory, a man was holding a shard from a glass bottle. He seemed to be searching for something, muttering nonstop, "Where's that brat? How dare he do that to his own father?" At the same time, a figure was hiding in fear under the bed. It was a familiar face, Thomas as a child. This was Thomas's memory. Thomas's past appeared through the dark forest. It was a hell that never ended. No matter how much time passed, no matter how many pages of the calendar were turned, his miserable life did not end. Thomas was abused both physically and mentally. As a result, he grew up with the body of an adult while he was still a child. Then one day, when his stepfather came home drunk, he opened a refrigerator to look for food, but there was no meat. In his rage, he saw Thomas curled up in the corner of the wall. Immediately, his anger erupted violently. The moment Thomas saw him, he trembled in fear. The man reached out and grabbed a knife from the kitchen, his lips curling into a savage smile. He said, "So you were here." Thomas's face grew more and more panicked. His voice trembled as he called out twice, "Dad." But that bastard had not the slightest mercy. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged the knife into Thomas's hand. His face was immediately filled with satisfaction. Because Thomas was still young, he could only endure the beating in silence. Instinctively, he thought that he had to run away. As long as it was as far away as possible, anywhere would do. That was what he thought. Would his wish come true? That was when a place to escape to appeared, the Tower of Trials. From then on, Thomas began living in the Tower of Trials. Perhaps because he possessed an innate talent, or because no trial could be harder than what he had experienced up to that point. Thomas grew stronger and stronger. After he defeated the monster on the 150th floor, he climbed on top of that monster and kept shaking it, saying, "Play with me a little longer." And that was how the Tower of Trials became Thomas's only source of joy. But for some reason, Thomas returned to the real world. His bastard father spent every day drinking himself into a stupor and was good for nothing. As soon as he saw Thomas return, he began cursing nonstop. "You bastard. Instead of being grateful that I raised you, you dare to run away." Thomas still looked terrified. In a trembling voice, he begged, "I'm sorry. I only left until you calmed down, Dad. Please don't hate me." But that bastard still fiercely beat and cursed him. "Shut up, you disobedient little brat. I need to teach you a lesson. No, don't hit me." Thomas raised both hands to block him. Just when it seemed that the man's hand was about to strike down, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared before him, making him panic. He was so frightened that he wet his pants, his voice shaking terribly. "What is this?" Thomas looked at him and said through clenched teeth, "I didn't want to do this." His bastard father trembled as he asked, "Have you become an awakener?" After that, Thomas went to the center for testing, and he was evaluated as an S-rank awakener. But his frightened demeanor still remained. Trembling, he walked to his bastard father's side. The man held his shoulders and asked nervously, "What rank are you?" Looking at his expression, Thomas trembled in fear and stammered that he was S-rank. He still thought that he would be cursed at again. But this time, the man embraced him tightly and expressed his love. "I love you, Thomas." He said that everything he had done up to now had been because he loved him and that he wanted him to understand that. And Thomas actually believed him, nodding happily. Of course, his bastard father became excited when he heard that. "As expected of my son. Then why don't you make me even happier?" The ranking tournament would begin soon, a tournament organized by Golden Lohan. So the man brainwashed Thomas, pushing him to participate in this competition, and Thomas truly agreed. Even now, that psychological shadow still covered Thomas's memories. Soo-hyun, who had witnessed everything, felt some sympathy as he walked over to Thomas and called out to him. But Thomas only buried his head in his knees and cried, begging nonstop, "Don't hit me." Soo-hyun sat down in front of him and said calmly, "I won't hit you." He said that he had accidentally seen Thomas's memories, so there was something he wanted to ask him. Thomas still did not raise his head for a long while and remained sitting there, trembling. After waiting for a long while, he finally said quietly, "Ask what?" Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at him and asked suspiciously, "Why did you return to the real world? Wouldn't it have been better for you if you had stayed in the tower?" "Your father," Thomas said quietly. "If I didn't have my father, I would be truly lonely." Hearing this, Soo-hyun was somewhat speechless. He asked in return, doubtful, "You couldn't get away from your father just because you were afraid of being lonely?" But he received no answer from Thomas. He only thought for a while, then reached out toward him again. He smiled and said, "Then do you want to come with me? There's still many good people in this world." In other words, he was telling Thomas to become friends with him. At this moment, Thomas finally raised his head and looked at him. Immediately afterward, he broke into a happy smile. With Thomas moved, the battle officially came to an end. In the next match, Hakjun unfortunately lost to the American opponent, Aslin, and afterward Aslin also withdrew. Soo-hyun did not participate in the semifinals and advanced straight to the finals. When Aslin returned to the stands, Golden Lohan smiled and said, "Congratulations, miss." Aslin only asked indifferently, "But where did Johnny go?" Golden Lohan shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure. He said he had something urgent to take care of." Elsewhere, in a star-filled sky, a figure was there, doing who knew what. Immediately afterward, a deep voice suddenly rang out. "So you are here." That person turned out to be Johnny. He hurriedly knelt and said respectfully, "Greetings, Emperor and Predator." That deep voice rang out again. "Enough with those tedious greetings. What about him?" Johnny nodded slightly and replied, "I have gathered information on all the heroes in this world, but there is no information on Kim Sung-in at all." The other person asked suspiciously, "Are you certain?" He nodded and replied, "I am certain." The other person continued, "He must definitely be in his own country. Open a spatial gate and send the army to his country. He will certainly come and kneel to beg." He wanted to capture Kim Sung-in alive. Johnny was slightly startled, then hurriedly said, "Your wish is my command." The next quarterfinal match was between Golden Lohan and Eun-gyu. Golden Lohan looked at the person before him, nodded, smiled, and said, "At last, I get to face you again. Let's finish the match we left unfinished in the preliminary round." Eun-gyu nodded with a smile and said, "All right. This time, I'll give it everything I have." But at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He said apologetically to Golden Lohan, "May I take this call for a moment?" Golden Lohan nodded without hesitation. "Of course." He quickly answered the phone and asked in annoyance, "What is it?" I clearly said I was on vacation during the ranking tournament, but the person on the other end told him shocking information. "Director, this is an emergency. A blue dungeon has appeared in Korea." The person on the other end said there was no time left and told him to hurry back. After that, Eun-gyu announced his withdrawal, and Golden Lohan automatically advanced to the semifinals. The final match of the quarterfinals was the confrontation between Elena and Lewis. In the end, Lewis won, but because his injuries were too severe, he could not participate in the next match. At that moment, however, the host spoke up to announce, "The schedule has been changed as follows. The semifinals that were originally about to take place will not be held because several contestants have withdrawn or been injured. Tomorrow, the final match between Golden Lohan and Soo Hyun will take place." Golden Lohan glanced at Soo Hyun and said, "As expected, you are the one I must face. Good luck." Soo Hyun smiled unconsciously and replied calmly, "Good luck to you too. I'll see you tomorrow." That evening, in a small house on the outskirts of the city, trash and glass bottles were scattered everywhere. A man, dead drunk, lay in that heap of garbage. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of the door. The man knew nothing and was still sleeping with his mouth open. Only when he heard a knock at the door did he slowly open his eyes. Angrily, he cursed, "Which bastard is banging on the door in the middle of the night?" He cursed as he went to open the door, but the moment he opened it, he was punched in the face. The one who struck him was Soo Hyun. He looked at the man coldly and said, "Good evening. I'm Thomas's friend." The man stared at him in terror, not knowing what was happening. The door to his house slowly closed. From inside that small house, screams began to ring out. The next day, an unconscious man was found in the slums of New York with both legs shattered. And when it was discovered that he was also a serial killer, he was sentenced to death. The person who provided the information was said to have disappeared without a trace. At the same time, at the tournament arena, today was the final match. People had gathered there in great numbers since early on. Juho looked around and could not help exclaiming, "Wow, there's so many people. It must be because this is the final." But on this side, Hakjun did not look very happy. He was holding on to Thomas. "All right, we understand. Stop it. If you keep this up, you're going to fall." But Thomas did not listen either and stubbornly wanted to climb down. Seeing this, Juho could not help sighing. For some reason, everything is noisier than usual today. Going back to before the final, after the match ended, Soo Hyun brought Thomas back to his place and explained everything to Juho and the other. At first, the two of them were still a little hesitant, but in the end, they agreed. They began discussing plans for the future, and Soo Hyun also told them to take care of Thomas. Hakjun had happily stepped forward at that time and accepted the responsibility. "Don't worry, just trust me." Soo Hyun frowned and said, "Thomas is older than you, so respect him." When Hakjun heard that, he was displeased. "No way." Juho then spoke up and cut in. "In any case, we need to find him a place to stay in Korea." Soo Hyun replied calmly, "Don't worry. Once we get there, we'll find one." Immediately afterward, they welcomed Thomas into their group. Feeling this sensation for the first time, Thomas was a little startled at first. Then he happily replied, "Nice to meet you both." That was why Hakjun was so exhausted today. He held tightly onto Thomas, not letting him run down to find Soo Hyun. Juho ignored the two of them, making a fuss, and glanced down below to look for their seats. "Let's see, where are our seats?" He also muttered suspiciously, "Who will win the final?" As soon as he said that, a voice answered. It was Adele's voice. "Soo-jun, it's obvious." When Juho saw who had arrived, his expression immediately turned panicked. If Adele met Thomas here, it would be over. He hurriedly looked toward Hakjun and the other, quickly saying, "Hakjun, our seats are over there." But Hakjun and Thomas kept making noise, each saying one thing after another, causing Adele to notice them as well. However, Thomas was the first to see Adele, and he was somewhat startled. Hearing the sound, Adele also glanced back. Thomas did not know what to say to Adele. He had indeed gone too far the other day. In the end, Adele only sighed and said, "Go quickly. It's not like we have any close relationship." Seeing the awkward situation, Juho hurriedly urged them to leave. "That's right, Hakjun, let's go." Hakjun obediently took Thomas and left. But before leaving, Thomas suddenly murmured, "I'm sorry," startling Adele. Thomas said apologetically, "It was only a match, but I went too far. I am sorry." Adele smiled unconsciously, curled his lips, and said, "Are you apologizing?" At this point, he immediately stood up and smiled. "It's fine. I was just too weak. I'll become stronger. Next time I won't lose." Thomas was very innocent and said whatever he thought. "All right, you're too weak right now, so you have to get stronger." After hearing that, Juho panicked and hurriedly scolded him. "Shut up, please." A moment later, the host's voice rang out. "You have all waited long enough. This is the ranking tournament, where 175 S-rank Awakeners participated. After a long journey, only 2 people remain. These two have displayed overwhelming power throughout the competition. Those two were, of course, Golden Lohan and Soo-hyun. A match that will show everyone which of these two heroes is the strongest. The final match officially begins. As soon as those words ended, the two rushed toward each other. Two streams of mana quickly collided. With a boom, an explosion immediately rang out from the tournament stage. Dust and smoke covered a large area. Soo-hyun glanced at the person standing in the smoke. Golden Lohan also stepped out from within it and asked suspiciously, "Why do you keep dodging?" However, Soo-hyun did not answer. The very moment Golden Lohan attacked, he immediately dodged. Golden Lohan spoke in some irritation. "Stand still, will you?" Only then did Soo-hyun smile and say, "If that's what you want." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned back, and the sword in his hand slashed down repeatedly. The sword was wrapped in a large amount of mana. In an instant, it charged fiercely toward Golden Lohan, but he still avoided it. However, Soo-hyun did not give him any time to breathe and continued attacking. In the stands, the spectators cried out in disbelief. "What is happening? They're so fast. I can't see anything." At this moment, Wang Yu's face became even more panicked. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Is this Kim Soo-hyun's true strength?" Even Adele on this side could not believe what was unfolding. It seemed his previous goal had been nothing but a fantasy. He had thought that once he reached S rank, he would have caught up to Soo-hyun, but he had been wrong. The two people on the tournament stage at this moment had already surpassed the limits of humanity. At the same time, Soo-hyun and Golden Lohan were still locked in a struggle on the stage. The sword light in Soo-hyun's hand kept striking out, but Golden Lohan was no ordinary person either, and he blocked Soo-hyun's sword. Curling his lips into a faint smile, Golden Lohan said calmly, "It seems you like fighting head-on, don't you?" "Maybe." Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. Both of them had finished probing each other, so now they were beginning to get serious. Immediately afterward, a blue flame appeared in Soo-hyun's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately threw it toward Golden Lohan. Seeing this, Hak-jun immediately praised him. "Good, nice hit." Juho, beside him, clicked his tongue in agreement. Golden Lohan will probably be badly hurt. But they had guessed wrong. Within the divine fire swirling in the air, Golden Lohan's figure still stood towering there. In an instant, Hak-jun's expression immediately turned ugly. He didn't even lose a single hair. "No way." On this side, Soo-hyun was not very surprised either and said calmly, "Just as I expected, divine fire isn't enough to injure you. This is the characteristic of the Archangel. With the power of an angel, he possessed an enormous amount of mana. Moreover, his resistance to magic was also terrifying. It had been evaluated as the best characteristic in Soo-hyun's previous life." At this moment, Golden Lohan narrowed his eyes at Soo-hyun and said with a smile, "Impressive." Now was his turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it took shape. It shot forward with enough force to tear through the wind, and its target was naturally Soo-hyun on the opposite side. He narrowed his eyes at the thing rushing toward him. Immediately afterward, he created a defensive shield. The two powerful forces collided in an instant, and with a boom, another explosion rang out across the arena stage. Stones and soil flew everywhere, swept up by the impact of the mana. Up in the stands, Hyuk-jun and the others could not help covering their eyes. Juho said with emotion, "There's too much debris. I can't see anything." Lohan narrowed his eyes and stared into the wreckage, but for a long time, there was no reaction. And the people in the stands, unable to see Soo-hyun, began to discuss among themselves. "Is it over? There's no way he could survive that blow." Even Rogun's side thought the same. He couldn't possibly withstand that attack. But at that moment, a strange change occurred beneath the arena stage. Within the hazy smoke, strands of purple aura suddenly appeared. Soo-hyun was still standing there, completely unharmed. Only now, his entire body was emitting a terrifying purple aura. Lohan, who stood opposite him, naturally sensed it. He could not help gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it. So this is how everyone feels when they look at him every day. At that moment, looking at Soo-hyun made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was because of Aoboros's third eye, which had also been summoned in spirit form. Soo-hyun sighed helplessly. He had not expected that he would have to use it. After saying that, he looked back toward Lohan and raised his eyebrows provocatively. You said you wanted to broaden your horizons, didn't you? Then has this satisfied you? At that moment, Lohan's body could not help trembling. He gritted his teeth and said, that's enough. A chill suddenly surged up his spine. He had finally met a worthy opponent. He had waited far too long for this day. He could defeat him. Thinking this, he activated the skill Archangel's Divine Punishment and quickly charged towards Soo-hyun. He shouted triumphantly, from today onward, I will be the strongest. Hearing this, Soo-hyun merely curled his lips into a faint smile, and the sword in his hand began to swing. He raised his eyebrows provocatively. Come on. Immediately afterward, Aoboros's spirit form and Lohan's divine punishment began to rush forward. The instant they collided, another massive explosion erupted on the arena stage, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the place was covered in smoke, dust, and mana. Lohan was now searching for Soo-hyun's figure. He frowned in thought. What exactly had just happened? He recalled the moment when his divine punishment collided with Aoboros's spirit form. A faint purple energy had suddenly appeared, wrapping around Aoboros. Immediately afterward, divine punishment had plunged directly into the giant serpent's body. At that moment, Lohan had smiled proudly. As expected, he was the winner. However, his joy did not last long before the giant serpent's body dissolved into nothingness. A cold sword appeared in its place. Under his shocked gaze, Soo-hyun's figure was charging toward him at close range. The sword in his hand was like a blade meant to claim a life, and he slashed down without the slightest hesitation. Lohan suddenly realized that the giant serpent had only been a fake. While he was stunned, Soo-hyun had already struck. In an instant, Lohan's expression turned extremely ugly, because the thing truly clashing with him was a slash amplified by mana. Startled, he retreated to dodge. Unfortunately, it was already too late. His body was struck by Soo-hyun's slash, forcing him backward. Soo-hyun slowly advanced toward him, the sword in his hand still not lowered. Lohan narrowed his eyes at him and laughed inwardly. He understood now. In the end, he had lost to a new world. Soo-hyun was now standing opposite him, but he did not do anything. Lohan was already heavily injured. Even if they continued fighting, he would only lose to Soo-hyun. Up in the stands, because of the effect of the mana, the spectators could not see anything at all. They kept discussing who exactly had won. Hyuk-jun was no exception. He looked toward Juho anxiously. No way. Juho was also extremely nervous, but he still calmly reassured him. It'll be fine. He isn't the kind of person who gets defeated so easily. But at that moment, Thomas suddenly shouted, Soo-hyun won. Juho immediately asked in surprise, did you see what just happened? However, before Thomas could answer, Adele spoke first. Thomas is right. I couldn't see it to the end either, but I felt the power from the mana Soo-hyun gathered. Soo-hyun definitely won. Just then, a figure appeared beneath the arena stage through the hazy smoke. Everyone immediately turned their eyes in that direction, waiting for the moment the winner would appear. A moment later, that figure gradually emerged. Soo-hyun supported Lohan and slowly walked out. The stands instantly erupted, and Juho and the other two cheered nonstop. The others were somewhat shocked. Even in their dreams, they had never imagined that Soo-hyun could defeat Lohan. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lohan could not help laughing softly. This feeling was truly strange. He had never expected someone else to take all the attention. Soo-hyun raised his eyebrows at him and jokingly asked, are you complaining? No. Lohan shook his head with a pout and answered indifferently. Strangely enough, I don't hate it. Immediately afterward, the host's voice rang out. The entire arena is now a complete mess. But no matter what, we still have to do what must be done. The final winner of the ranking tournament is Soo-hyun. After the result was announced, Juho and the other two cheered even louder. Adele could not help revealing a satisfied smile as well. Even Wang Yu was content at that moment. In truth, there was nothing shameful about losing to the champion. To celebrate Soo-hyun's victory, the organizers did not hesitate to set off a grand fireworks display. Juho and the other two were extremely happy at that moment. One of their own had won. Adele also sincerely congratulated the person who had pulled them out of the mud. Lohan and Ashlyn also applauded in response. However, Ashlyn was a little curious. She looked toward Lohan and asked, "How does it feel to lose for the first time?" Lohan snorted softly and replied, "My blood is boiling." After saying that, he suddenly snapped his fingers and called out, "Hey, winner." Immediately afterward, a pair of wings carrying a microphone flew in front of Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun looked at him in confusion. "What is this for?" Lohan smiled happily and said, "Give a victory speech. How does it feel to be the strongest awakener in the world?" Soo-hyun frowned and pondered for a long while. Only then did he speak in a low voice. "It doesn't feel good or bad. It only feels like I've taken one more step forward." Hearing this, Lohan could not help laughing softly. "You've become the strongest, and yet it only feels like one step forward? Sounds like you already have a clear goal." Soo-hyun did indeed have a goal far higher than this. After thinking silently for a moment, he spoke with determination. "I will continue climbing toward the peak until the very end, so that I will no longer be stopped by towering obstacles." I'm sure everyone felt it during the ranking tournament too, that the security and pride brought by the title of S rank is actually holding everyone back. As a result, everyone is forced to kneel before even higher walls. Although each person must decide for themselves whether to take the next step, one thing is certain: I will continue to grow stronger. If everyone stops here, then in the next stage, you won't be fighting alongside me. You'll be standing behind me, protected by me. If you don't want that, then walk your own path. At this point, he raised his head and looked toward everyone in the stands, raising his eyebrows provocatively. "Try to surpass me." His words seemed to awaken the awakeners present, including Lohan. And that was how the ranking tournament, despite its countless problems, ended in brilliant success. After returning to the Golden Building, Soo-hyun's reward was delivered directly into his hands. It was the thing he had longed for, adamantium. Soo-hyun accepted the reward, extremely happy in his heart. In some ways, this had been the true goal of the ranking tournament. At last, he would be able to possess the strongest weapon, Banmon. Meanwhile, another problem was occurring in Korea. In the conference room of the Korean Awakener Management Association, many people had gathered. The person sitting in the central seat was Dewey Ui. He slowly spoke. "Since the association and the guilds have all gathered, we will begin the meeting. The topic is one you all already know: the two blue dungeons that have appeared at Iamo Bridge. They appear at around 3 in the afternoon, and this is the first time they have appeared simultaneously in the same area. For that reason, they have been named the Twin Blue Dungeons. According to our calculations, there is a high possibility that both outbreaks will occur at the same time." Eun-gyu frowned and asked, "How much time do we have for now until then?" I thought for a moment before answering. "I estimate about 2 weeks to 1 month." Hearing this, CEO Cheon snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. "Why is there such a large margin of error?" Another person also nodded in agreement. One green dungeon alone was already enough to wipe out a city, but now there were 2 blue dungeons? And at a time like this, when most of the S ranks were at the ranking tournament, they did not have enough people to raid the dungeons. Dui nodded slightly and replied with a grave expression, "That's right. We are currently short on S ranks, so the expected raid preparation time is 1 week. If we don't resolve this as soon as possible, there is no doubt that Seoul will be devastated." At this moment, Eun-gyu asked in a low voice, "Have you tried contacting Soo-hyun?" Dui nodded slightly and replied, "I have, but the ranking tournament has only just ended, so I don't know whether he can come immediately. At the very least, we should draw up a dungeon raid plan." As soon as these words came out, someone spoke up in dissatisfaction. "Good grief, what are you so worried about? You have our Haho Mask Guild." The person who had just spoken was Kwon Ji-hun, chairman of the Awakener Guild Haho Mask. Dui glanced at him and said coldly, "This discussion is over, Ji-hun." Ji-hun nodded indifferently and replied, "I know. You said you would make Soo-hyun the raid team leader. But he also said that they did not know when Soo-hyun would arrive, and they could not just wait forever." As soon as these words came out, another person spoke in agreement. "He's right. Right now, the association has many awakeners preparing for the raid. It isn't just the Haho Mask Guild." This person was Lim Chong-hun. In his opinion, the Awakener Association and the Haho Mask Guild should form an advance team and enter first. When Dui heard this suggestion, he frowned. So this was what they wanted. This Awakener Association had originally been founded on the premise of protecting the rights of Awakeners. But gradually, They only raided dungeons that could earn them money and refuse the management agency's control. They had become a greedy organization that cared only about their own interests. Their goal this time was probably fame and the profits inside the blue dungeons, which was why they had come here seeking permission to raid. Thinking this, Dui sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. The agency prioritizes the safety of the citizens and the city, and we want a more reliable plan. Since there is still no objective data, if the advance team from the Haho Mass Guild and the Awakener Association fails, it may very well cause the outbreak to happen earlier than expected. His words made Ji-hun so angry that he gritted his teeth, but Dui ignored him. However, at that moment, Chong-hun took out a stack of documents and said, "If you need objective data, we have it here." Dui reached out and accepted it, then asked with some doubt, "What is this?" Chong-hun slowly explained, "We sent a request and received it from the United States agency. This is proof that even with the Chaos Guild appearing and causing trouble inside a blue dungeon, they still had an 80% chance of successfully completing the raid." He asked, "Do you still think Korea's strongest forces won't be able to succeed?" Dui looked at the stack of documents in his hand, then fell into deep thought. Chong-hun became even more smug, believing that he had succeeded. But before long, Dui slammed the documents down onto the table. He spoke bluntly. "Even so, for safety reasons, we still need to wait for Soo-hyun. Moreover, for a blue dungeon, we need at least 3 S ranks." As soon as these words came out, the room was enveloped by a massive amount of mana. Ji-hun's low voice rang out again. "You sure talk a lot. So what you're trying to say is that the Haho Mass Guild isn't trustworthy, right?" Chong-hun, sitting beside him, was somewhat surprised that he would do this. Eun-gyu looked at him calmly and did not move. Seeing that the situation on his side was not good, Dui immediately activated his mana to resist. Seo Cheon and the others shouted angrily, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Withdraw your mana right now." Jae-hun was not afraid either. He snorted coldly and cursed in anger. "Don't move. Right now, I feel like beating someone up." Seo Cheon did not back down either and shouted fiercely, "You think you're something special? Then let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to rush forward and fight. But at that moment, Eun-gyu spoke up to stop him. "Enough." Seo Cheon turned his head and said in dissatisfaction, "Captain, do you want me to just sit here and watch?" But before he could finish speaking, he shuddered in shock. Even Ji-hun's side furrowed his brows tightly. That was because Eun-gyu was now releasing his own pressure. A tremendous amount of mana surged out, attacking Ji-hun's mana. He gritted his teeth and said, "I said enough." In an instant, the two streams of mana continuously collided with each other. Eun-gyu frowned and looked toward Ji-hun in warning. But Ji-hun was utterly tactless and continued allowing his mana to run rampant. Seeing this scene, Chong-hun immediately panicked. Eun-gyu was the strongest person in the management agency. In truth, he was the reason why the Awakener Association had tried to avoid conflict with the management agency. If they opposed him, they would gain nothing from it. Thinking this, Chong-hun hurriedly stood up to mediate. "What's wrong with you two? Don't fight among yourselves. That's enough. Chairman, you should apologize too." At this point, he used voice transmission to say to Ji-hun, "You know the agency controls dungeon raid rights. Opposing them now won't do us any good." Hearing this, Ji-hun immediately frowned. Immediately afterward, he unwillingly withdrew his mana. Only after seeing him withdraw his mana did Eun-gyu nod in satisfaction, and he also withdrew his own mana. Then he looked toward Ji-hun and said, "I can see your potential." But he hoped Ji-hun would understand that they were preparing for the worst-case scenario. Only after completing all preparations would they begin the raid on the twin blue dungeons. His words seemed to anger Ji-hun again. He stood up from his chair and rushed in front of Eun-gyu, gritting his teeth as he cursed. "So what you mean is that we're not strong enough?" Chong-hun shined helplessly. "I told you to control your temper." But as a hot-tempered person, Ji-hun could not endure it. He challenged Eun-gyu, "Come outside. I'll show you that we're strong enough to raid the dungeon." Eun-gyu reached out and pushed away the arm that Ji-hun had been about to place on him. Then he accepted the challenge. Fine. He would teach him a lesson he would never forget. However, Ji-hun was not afraid. He said arrogantly, "If I win this match, I want the right to raid the twin blue dungeons." Hearing this, Dui shouted angrily, "The raid leader has already been decided." However, Eun-gyu patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. "It's fine. Instead of sitting here talking, using action will be faster." Ji-hun stepped outside and snorted coldly. I like your confidence. Don't take back your words later. Eun-gyu curled his lips in disdain. That's my line. Don't worry. I'm not that petty. Ji-hun glanced at him provocatively. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway, startling him. Soo-hyun appeared with Ju-ho and the other two, smirking as he said, "Looks like something interesting is going on here. Let me join in too." He swept his gaze over everyone and gave a confident smile. Seeing him, Ji-hun immediately cried out in panic. "Kim Soo-hyun, today's ranking tournament should already be over. Why are you here?" Soo-hyun calmly explained, "I got help from Lohan earlier. Back when he was still in America, after Lohan heard that he had to return, he came to find him. I heard you need to go back to Korea right away. Use this." As he spoke, he handed him a feather. Soo-hyun asked suspiciously what it was. Lohan explained, "This is a heavenly realm feather. It allows the user to teleport to a place from their memories." After hearing his explanation, Eun-gyu nodded in understanding. "So that's how it was. Thank you for responding so quickly to the association's mission." Soo-hyun shook his head and replied with a smile, "No, I should thank you for giving it to me. Anyway, what is going on? I want to hear the situation." Ji-hun frowned slightly in thought. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "It's nothing much. Uncle Eun-gyu and I were arguing over the rights to raid the twin dungeons." As soon as he finished, Soo-hyun said in a deep voice, "That's strange." Ji-hun narrowed his eyes at him, waiting for what came next. Soo-hyun snorted coldly and said, "The right to raid that dungeon was mine from the start. So why are the association and the guild now deciding who has the right to it?" As soon as those words came out, Ji-hun's expression turned ugly, and he stammered, not knowing how to explain. Chong-hun was also extremely flustered at that moment. He cursed inwardly that they were finished. Although the guild chairman had acted aggressively earlier, at the time it had been a good opportunity to seize the rights. However, if their opponent was Soo-hyun, the strongest awakener in the world, then winning would be harder than reaching the heavens. Soo-hyun was also narrowing his eyes at them. In his previous life, this guild had caused plenty of trouble. At that moment, Eun-gyu finally spoke to explain. "I am ashamed before you, Soo-hyun, but the problem between the association and the guild began before this." At that point, he drew his sword and said that he would settle it himself. Soo-hyun silently shook his head. Guilds really were troublesome. It would be best to resolve them quickly and decisively. Thinking that, he nodded in agreement. "Fine, since I'm sure both the guild and the association have their reasons, fight for the right to raid the twin dungeons." As soon as those words came out, Ji-hun's and Chong-hun's expressions immediately turned ugly. Ji-hun gritted his teeth and said, "How is that any different from telling us to go home empty-handed? This is basically a threat." Soo-hyun shrugged indifferently and said calmly, "Who said I would be the one taking part? You'll fight him." As soon as he finished, he pointed at Hak-jun beside him, leaving Hak-jun stunned for a long while. When Hak-jun finally reacted, he looked at Soo-hyun in disbelief. But in the end, they still decided to gather at the Awakener Association's training ground. Soo-hyun spoke first. "We'll begin in 5 minutes, so prepare until then." Hak-jun, standing beside him, glanced at him and asked, "Soo-hyun, why are you suddenly doing this to me?" Soo-hyun chuckled and replied, "Sorry, I just went with it without thinking." Eun-gyu also came over to his side then. He said apologetically, "Soo-hyun, I'm sorry. This escalated because of me." Soo-hyun smiled faintly and shook his head. "It's all right. The guild would have kept picking fights with the association one after another anyway, even if this incident hadn't happened. More importantly, the problem would become more serious if they chose to act rebellious and refuse to cooperate during the raid. Your judgment was probably the only way to control the guild. And if it's you, there's no way you would lose to an idle bum like him." Eun-gyu nodded confidently. "Of course, but that doesn't mean Ji-hun is an easy opponent. He didn't become S-rank for no reason. He may be able to defeat Hak-jun, who only just became S-rank." However, Soo-hyun calmly reassured him. "Don't worry. In terms of ability, Hak-jun was the best among all the Awakeners Soo-hyun had ever met." On the other side, Chong-hun walked over to Ji-hun and said, "Guild chairman, this is nonsense, but in the end, you probably made the right decision." Ji-hun nodded slightly and replied, "I'm not sure about Kim Soo-hyun or Park Eun-gyu, but that brat is nothing at all." He was very confident. The twin dungeons would be theirs. At that moment, Soo-hyun spoke again to remind them. "All right, if you're ready, I'll explain the rules. For safety, the two of you will fight barehanded. You may use skills. If one of you gives up or can no longer fight, the other will be the winner. And now, the match between Hak-jun and Ji-hun officially begins." The two of them quickly took their stances. In the blink of an eye, Ji-hun charged straight toward Hak-jun. His fist was already right in front of Hak-jun's face. Hak-jun hurriedly raised his hand to block it, unable to help thinking to himself that Ji-hun was very quick. Ji-hun's striking speed was truly fast. He continuously forced Hak-jun into a defensive position. But so what if he was faster? That was not a problem. With that thought, Hak-jun reached out to block Ji-hun's fist. He only needed to land one hit. Immediately afterward, he threw a counterpunch, but there was no sign of Ji-hun in front of him. Hak-jun's pupils contracted unconsciously. He had disappeared. By the time Ji-hun appeared again, he was behind Hak-jun. He reached out and grabbed one side of Hak-jun's face tightly. Then he viciously slammed him down into the ground. Seeing this, Juho immediately shouted anxiously. Hak-jun, Seo Cheon spoke up nervously. Is it over already? I also sighed helplessly. Maybe this really is too much for someone who only just reached S rank. The people from the Awakener Guild, on the other hand, were delighted. Shang-hun smiled smugly. Jae-hun's teleportation type skill was the very reason he had become S rank. He believed they had won this match. After pinning Hak-jun to the ground, Jae-hun curled his lips into a grin and said, "Now the raid rights are ours." But at that moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong, because Hak-jun's hand had grabbed his arm. Hak-jun said in a low voice, "You're only fast." Other than that, Jae-hun had nothing. Those words immediately enraged Jae-hun, and he shouted, "You bastard! What is with this strength?" But before he could finish wondering, he felt his body shift. Hak-jun lifted him into the air with only one hand. Then, without any hesitation, he threw him away like a ball, and Jae-hun's body slammed hard into the ground. The situation changed in an instant, and Juho's group was overjoyed. Chang-hun, on the other hand, was so shocked he was speechless. There was no doubt that Hak-jun was the winner of this match. Outside the arena, Soo-hyun curled his lips into a faint smile. It was just as he had predicted. A moment later, Yehun's subordinates finally reacted. They ran to his side and shouted urgently, "Mr. Chang-hun, please check the guild master's condition." Chang-hun hurried over to examine him. Only after a long while did he let out a sigh of relief and say, "Thankfully, he isn't seriously injured. He only lost consciousness." Even so, he could not believe Jae-hun had lost so easily. Hadn't Hak-jun only recently reached S rank? He had never expected things to turn out like this. In this situation, they would no longer be able to fight for the raid rights. On the other side, Hak-jun kept blaming Soo-hyun. "Do you know how scared I was that I'd mess everything up? Please ask for my opinion first." Soo-hyun reached out and patted his head, smiling as he said sorry. But he said he had known Hak-jun would not lose. As soon as those words came out, Hak-jun froze. A moment later, he said firmly, "Of course. One day I'll defeat you." Soo-hyun was somewhat speechless. At that moment, he glanced toward the people on the other side, then slowly walked over to them. He spoke coldly. "Do you understand now why the association won't hand the raid over to you? No matter how many outstanding awakeners you have, in the end, your strongest fighting force is your chairman." But he lost to Hak-jun, who only recently reached S rank. Of course, Hak-jun's speed of growth was thanks to that absurd ability, one even better than what he had possessed in Soo-hyun's previous life. But Soo-hyun did not say that aloud. He glanced at them and continued in a low voice, "You want to raid a blue dungeon with skills like that? Are you planning to commit suicide? Treat this match as a lesson and consider your precious lives carefully." However, those words did not reach Chang-hun's ears. He still wanted to enter the blue dungeon. Thinking that, he hesitantly looked at Soo-hyun and said, "I understand what you mean. Then please let us join the raid team. If we go together, the formation will definitely be more complete." Soo-hyun looked at him with some anger. Simply participating in a blue dungeon would bring tremendous experience, and considering the benefits Chang-hun would obtain afterward, Soo-hyun could allow them a small share of the profits. So Chang-hun proposed handing over 70% of what they collected. Soo-hyun snorted coldly and said, "Then let me ask you this." Chang-hun's expression changed slightly. Then he heard Soo-hyun say coldly, "To all of you, is the blue dungeon nothing more than an opportunity, or just a matter of reputation and money?" Seeing Soo-hyun angry, Hak-jun hurriedly wanted to stop him, but Soo-hyun continued to question them. "I just want to know whether you've ever thought about it. Is it normal for dungeons to appear all over the world? Is there nothing beyond the dungeons? What if one day those dungeons swallow the entire world?" He narrowed his eyes at Chang-hun and asked, "Have you ever thought about that?" Step by step, he pressed closer to him and said coldly, "Listen carefully. As long as I want to, eliminating your pathetic little guild would be as easy as breathing. I am only postponing it because I have more urgent matters to deal with." As soon as those words came out, Changhan's face immediately changed. He trembled so badly that he could not stand steady. He was going to die. Of course, he did not want to die, so he hurriedly begged, "Spare me. I am sorry." At that moment, Soo-hyun in front of him was like a demon god, someone who could take his life at any time. Soo-hyun unconsciously snorted and warned coldly, "This is your last chance. There won't be a next time." After the commotion, Soo-hyun and Eun-gyu returned to the meeting room. After learning of his plan, Eun-gyu hesitantly asked, "Are you serious, Soo-hyun? You want to raid a blue dungeon by yourself?" Soo-hyun calmly took a sip of water. Then he nodded and replied, "Yes. I'll handle one, and Juho, Hakjun, Thomas, and the association will handle the other." Eun-gyu frowned at him and said worriedly, "That's too reckless. I think it would be better if all of us went together and cleared them one dungeon at a time." However, Soo-hyun was very firm. "No, I need to do it myself." Then he made a suggestion that shocked Eun-gyu. "Leak the information to the press that I will raid one of the blue dungeons alone." 2 hours after Hakjun's match, a car was leaving. It was Jae-hun's group's car. After hearing Changhan's account, Jae-hun gritted his teeth and asked, "Really?" Kim Soo-hyun said that. Recalling the scene from before, Changhan had promised Soo-hyun that he and the top 10 guilds would withdraw from this matter. Jae-hun frowned and looked out the window for a long while, as if he were thinking about something. A moment later, he called out Jong. The person whose name was called immediately answered. "Yes, Chairman." Jae-hun ordered in a low voice, "Call the other guilds and gather 20 talented people." Jong-gyu was slightly startled. Then he heard Jae-hun grit his teeth and say, "Damn it, Kim Soo-hyun messed with the wrong person. He has to die." A few days later, the day of the Ionwa Bridge raid finally arrived. Reporters had gathered on the bridge. They blocked Soo-hyun's group, constantly throwing questions at them. However, Soo-hyun did not care and did not answer a single one. In the end, DUI had to step forward and handle it. "We will take questions after the raid is over. The association will contact everyone then, so for now, please leave." On the other side, Juho anxiously advised him, "If you sense danger, don't push yourself. Leave immediately. We'll finish faster, so we'll meet up with you as soon as we're done." Soo-hyun chuckled and nodded. "I know. Then I'll go first." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Eun-gyu looked toward Juho and suggested, "We should begin too." Juho nodded slightly and replied, "You're right. Let's go." Immediately afterward, they also left. The raid on the blue dungeons began that night. When there was no one left on the bridge, strange black holes suddenly appeared. Before long, Jae-hun appeared with a group of people. Jae-hun shouted an order, "All right, let's hunt Kim Soo-hyun. Let's play." Immediately afterward, they also entered the blue dungeon gate. At the same time, in the distance, someone was secretly watching everything, as if this had already been predicted. Back in the meeting room, when Soo-hyun and Eun-gyu were discussing their strategy, Soo-hyun said to him in a low voice, "No, I'll do it myself. That way, the guild will come after me and interfere." Eun-gyu asked in some surprise, "Did you already predict what would happen then? Because of competition between guilds or for revenge? In my previous life, the Haho Mass Guild and the guilds used this method to deal with dungeons that had not yet been successfully raided and receive praise for preventing an outbreak. Those shameless bastards. This time, things won't go their way." That was why Soo-hyun had suggested Eun-gyu leak the news to the press that he was raiding a blue dungeon. The guild would definitely follow him, and they had to collect evidence when they did. The person secretly collecting that evidence was DUI. He looked toward the dungeon and said, "I'll leave the rest to you, Soo-hyun." Inside the dungeon, Soo-hyun dealt with a group of monsters as soon as he entered. His sword was already stained with black blood, but he showed no sign of retreating. A moment later, Jae-hun's group also appeared in that same place. Jae-hun walked around and inspected the bloodstains, discovering that the monsters had been dead for some time. Then he turned to his people and said, "Kim Soo-hyun has gone deeper in. Maintain formation and follow the trail." As soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately accepted the order and moved out. But before leaving, Jae-hun could not help muttering, "How are sand scorpions considered bosses in golden dungeons, but only ordinary monsters here? Is this what a blue dungeon is like?" Thinking that, he turned and ordered, "All right, begin." But before he could finish speaking, a voice interrupted him. "Who said you could go?" He immediately turned to look, then shouted, "It's Kim Soo-hyun." Jae-hun's group instantly became alert and took battle stances. Jae-hun looked into the air and shouted, "Where are you, Kim Soo-hyun? Come out right now." As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted, because at that moment, the ground began shaking violently. A massive amount of mana was emanating, terrifying him. Along with it came a gloomy voice. "Stop!" Jae-hun glanced behind him and saw Soo-hyun standing there. But at this moment, Soo-hyun's entire body was surrounded by a terrifying aura of death. He warned coldly, "If you move, I'll kill you." At the same time, in a forest, Seo Cheon was leading the Ace Guild's people as they ran forward. Behind them was a group of monsters. Seo Cheon kept provoking them. "Follow me, you worms." Someone spoke up, advising him not to overdo it, but he did not listen. In a very playful tone, he mocked the monsters. "If you want to eat me, then chase me." His words truly enraged the monster behind them, and its eyes immediately turned blood red. Someone shouted in dissatisfaction, "Seo Cheon, you idiot, it's gone berserk. Why did you have to overdo it?" But Seo Cheon still smiled in a way that made people want to hit him and said, "This is more fun, and this way we'll finish sooner." Immediately after that, they lowered their heads and ran. Right then, Eun-gyu appeared. Without saying a word, he swung his sword down. His eyes were extremely resolute at that moment. With a single slash, a powerful ray of sword light shot out, cutting down many of the monsters behind them. The leading monster was furious at that moment. But Eun-gyu's sword continued to dance through the air, sending out another barrage of sword lights. Monster corpses soon littered the ground. Just then, Seo Cheon shouted from atop the cliff, "Captain, there aren't any left." Eun-gyu shook his head slightly and replied, "There's no time to rest. Prepare for the next step of the plan." Hearing that, Seo Cheon nodded and accepted the order. Immediately after, he saw something in the distance, clicked his tongue, and said, "As expected, the moment they hear a commotion, they come running." Disgusting. Below the cliff he was standing on, a great many monsters had truly appeared. Right after that, he shouted, "It's time to carry out the next step." It was not only him. Hak-jun and Thomas were beside him as well, and they had also joined this plan. Back in the Blue Dungeon, Jae-hun's group was trapped in an extremely dark place. Behind Jae-hun, cries for help kept ringing out. His expression was extremely ugly. In the end, he could not hold back and begged, "We were wrong." However, the giant python's death-filled eyes still stared fixedly at him. He immediately shouted in terror, "Stop!" But at that very moment, the giant python's body suddenly vanished. Thanks to a faint glimmer of light shining down, he saw a figure standing on the other side. He immediately frowned, his face filled with disbelief. The person standing before him at that moment was Soo-hyun. Jae-hun laughed in anger. So that snake was an illusion. But what is this? A cave. While he was still doubtful, cries for help rang out behind him again. When he looked back, he saw a giant centipede swallowing one of his men. Immediately after, a great deal of black energy appeared all around him as well. He had been surrounded by a swarm of monsters. He cried out in fear, "These monsters are." He could no longer keep his composure. There were too many of them. This was the worst possible situation. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Where the hell did you bring us?" With a faint laugh, Soo-hyun said indifferently, "There's no need to be so afraid. Thanks to my skill, they still haven't attacked." This was the deepest part of the dungeon. If he was not stupid, then he should know exactly how dangerous a blue dungeon was. Yet he had still chased after money and fame because of his greed. He was a parasite threatening the world. Therefore, it would be better for the world if he disappeared. Hearing those words, Jae-hun's body could not stop trembling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Save me. The reason I tried to get close to you was..." But before he could finish, Soo-hyun coldly cut him off. "Save you? What would you say to the lives you've destroyed?" Jae-hun froze slightly, then trembled and collapsed to the ground. That was right. Many people had died because of him. If they could, they would ask him why he had done it. At that moment, Soo-hyun was floating in the air with the sacred phoenix flame. He looked down at him coldly and snorted. "That is my answer. Now it's your turn to experience it." As soon as he said that, the monsters below slowly advanced toward John. He was so frightened that he shouted, "Don't come here! Don't come near me, you bastards!" The pain and suffering of the people he had killed had to be tasted by him. Looking at the giant monster opening its mouth as it approached him, Jae-hun's face changed color, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Soo-hyun simply floated above, calmly watching the miserable scene below. Only after all of Jae-hun's men were wiped out did he land on the ground. He stood on the cliff and frowned at the monsters staring fixedly at him. Eyes filled with malice watched him like prey in the darkness. He looked at them coldly, curled his lip, and said, "You ate that much and you're still hungry?" At that moment, they had already surrounded him. He clicked his tongue and remarked, "Looks like you won't be able to eat anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, divine fire appeared in his hand, ready to burn them. Meanwhile, in a certain forest, Seo Cheon had just finished taking down a monster and was sitting off to the side to rest. He could not help letting out a breath of relief. "I thought we were about to die, but we've done enough, right?" After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Juho beside him. Juho nodded slightly, but quickly sighed. Looking at the people in front of him, he could not help cursing. "Damn it, I don't even know who the real monsters are anymore." At the same time, Eun-gyu was also silently observing Hak-jun and Thomas. Both of them were very impressive. One had exceptional combat instincts and mana, allowing him to freely use many different skills. The other strengthened his body with mana and focused solely on destructive power. The latter was more like him, but judging by his growth rate, he would soon surpass him. Thinking of this, Eun-gyu could not help sighing. Then he spoke. "We'll rest today to reorganize the team. There probably won't be any more monsters coming. Just in case, gather a night watch group." Immediately afterward, they began to rest as night slowly fell over the forest. Their group split up to stand watch, while another group went to sleep. Eun-gyu leaned against the trunk of an ancient tree and quietly listened to Hak-jun making a fuss. "So, this is the night watch group I've only ever heard about. It's not exactly a pleasant experience." After that, Juho's mocking laughter sounded. "At least you can be confident that you're lucky you're not the one lagging behind at the very end. But even heroes can't escape night watch duty." Hak-jun froze slightly and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean? What hero?" And those reporters earlier were really annoying. Juho asked why. Hak-jun curled his lip and said, "It was just too overblown. What did I even do?" At this point, Hak-jun suddenly hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, "The title of hero is meant for people like Lohan or Soo-hyun. For me, everyone's expectations, cheers, and encouragement. They're all a burden." Hearing those words, Juho glanced at him, unsure of how to react. At that moment, Hak-jun suddenly gave a faint smile. "I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm just complaining a little, so don't worry." Juho frowned and thought for a while before speaking. "No, I was remembering someone who once said the exact same thing as you." Hak-jun asked in surprise, "What?" Juho slowly explained. "Last year, when Soo-hyun and I faced the Kraken in the Blue Dungeon, someone said that looking at Soo-hyun made him feel small, and that light was so dazzling it burned everything around it. He told me I should be careful. Even though I was aware of it myself, I didn't want to admit it. So I immediately raised the test difficulty from level 5 to level 6. Hearing this, Hak-jun finally nodded in understanding. "No wonder you disappeared last year. And I also felt like you suddenly became stronger." Juho gave a faint laugh and continued, "But I nearly died because of a small difference in strength." Hak-jun looked at him in some confusion. Juho slowly said again, "It was a matter of talent. That was my limit. If Soo-hyun hadn't stopped me, I would have died." He had thought a lot about what Soo-hyun had said. At that time, he finally realized his own limits, and he had thought that someone like him could not stand in the same space as people like them. Hak-jun frowned slightly, not knowing how to respond. But Juho did not seem to care much and continued. "But I realized something after hearing Soo-hyun's words. From the beginning until now, he has never fought for himself. He has always moved forward only for everyone else in order to stop destruction. He is cool, dazzling, and brilliant." At this point, Juho raised his head and looked at the bright moon high above. After pondering for a long time, he said seriously, "I decided that even if I'm burned by that brilliant light, I will follow it no matter what." He asked Hak-jun, "Have you ever thought that you, too, might be a pillar for others to rely on, the way Soo-hyun is for me?" Hak-jun froze slightly, then burst into laughter. "That's not fair at all." If you put it that way, then Hak-jun had no choice left but to stop running away. And so, in the darkness of the night, the two of them talked until morning. At the same time, in the Blue Dungeon, Soo-hyun had already gone deep inside and eliminated many monsters. At that moment, he was standing before a large door. He guessed that this was probably the boss room. He placed his hand on the door, seemingly about to push it open and enter, but he hesitated slightly. That was because the signs of the blue dungeon had appeared far too quickly. At this rate, Fafnir would appear soon as well. But this time he would defeat it. Immediately afterward, he pushed the door open and entered. But at that exact moment, something suddenly pulled him backward. Soo-hyun was somewhat surprised and quickly flipped around. There's still another living creature here. But when he looked carefully, his eyes shrank back. That was because standing before him was a familiar figure. It was little Mia, who had not appeared in a long time. Mia was very happy to see him again, so she kept licking his face. Before long, his face was covered in saliva. He said with some difficulty, "Mia, I know you're happy to see me, but can you stop for a moment?" At his words, Mia immediately stopped. He reached up to wipe his face and sighed inwardly. "It's covered in drool. Did she get bigger, so there's more drool too?" Thinking that, Soo-hyun glanced at Mia again and asked, "By the way, are you done with your growth process?" Mia nodded epidi. Only then did he realize that she understood what he was saying more and more clearly. But it still felt like something was not quite right. He raised his head and looked at Mia for a long while before hesitantly saying, "You're smaller than I expected." As soon as those words came out, Mia immediately lowered her head, clearly looking very sad. Seeing this, Soo-hyun could not help panicking. "Did that hurt your feelings?" He hurriedly explained, "What I meant is, Mia, you're the perfect size." In an instant, Mia became excited again, then pointed toward the door. Soo-hyun frowned and asked, "Open the door? You want to show me how strong you are?" Mia nodded vigorously again, indicating that he was exactly right. He slowly walked toward the door, calculating inwardly. Size isn't what matters. Let's see how much she has grown. Thinking this, he pushed the door open and entered. Immediately, he saw a large monster in front of him. There were many red eyes on its head. Without the slightest hesitation, it attacked Soo-hyun with its tentacles. He hurriedly shouted, "Mia, show it your breath." As soon as he finished speaking, Mia took a deep breath. Immediately afterward, she spat out a powerful dragon breath. A sharp tearing sound rang out, and Soo-hyun could not help frowning. This power was far beyond imagination. A brilliant flame appeared before him, and a monster from moments ago was engulfed in a sea of fire. Seeing this, Soo-hyun's face showed shock. With just one move from Mia, he had defeated the boss of the Blue Dungeon without expending any effort at all. Mia turned her head and looked at Soo-hyun extremely proudly, her eyes clearly asking to be praised. Looking at the miserable scene in front of him, Soo-hyun was truly somewhat speechless. "Mia, can you really do that?" A single blast of her flame had burned the entire boss to ashes, leaving not even a piece of its corpse behind. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of Eungyu's group, after searching for a long time, they finally found the teleportation gate. Only after seeing it did Eungyu let out a breath of relief. It's over. It had taken them 3.5 days to conquer the Blue Dungeon. 5 people were lightly injured and 1 was seriously injured, but there were no casualties. Most of that was thanks to Thomas and Hak-jun. At that moment, he realized that he also needed to improve himself more. Thinking this, he turned to everyone and said, "Good work, everyone. The other stones that dropped from the dungeon will be delivered to you later." After everyone left one after another, Eungyu slowly walked outside. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Dui-ui, who had been waiting there. As soon as Dui-ui saw him, he walked over and said with emotion, "You completed the dungeon conquest safely. You worked hard, manager." Hearing this, Eungyu shook his head and said, "It's not over yet. We need to support Soo-hyun." However, Dui shook his head with a smile and said, "There's no need. He's already finished." As soon as those words came out, Eungyu's face filled with disbelief. At Daho's small house deep in the forest, Soo-hyun went to see him as soon as he returned. Looking at the sphere in his hand, Daho cried out in surprise, "Oh my God, is this really adamantium?" Soo-hyun nodded slightly and explained, "It's the reward I got for winning the ranking tournament. I'm only letting you take a look because I still have urgent matters to handle." Daho did not seem to care much about that, and simply focused on examining the adamantium. A moment later, he said excitedly, "I never thought I'd be able to see it with my own eyes." But at this point, he seemed to sense something. He stretched his hand towards Soo-hyun and said, "Give me your sword." Soo-hyun was somewhat startled, but he still took out his sword and handed it to him. Daho held the sword and examined it for a while before finally saying, "The blade is a little damaged." He frowned, calculating how much time it would take to repair it. "I'll need one." He seemed to have settled on time, but he stopped halfway through his sentence. Then he grinned and said, "No, half a year. I'll make you the greatest masterpiece within half a year." Soo-hyun was a little surprised to hear him say that, but he did not ask again and only said that he would wait. The next day, Korea was in an uproar. The shock Soo-hyun had caused in the Blue Dungeon became a hot topic on many websites, along with the association's announcement about the Haho Mask Guild's plan to seize control of the dungeon, on the grounds that the Haho Mask Guild's actions were malicious and illegal. The association expelled them and carried out disciplinary measures. In the conference room, Eun-gyu showed everyone the documents, then slowly said, "You can understand just by looking at these documents." In short, the times are changing. The rate at which dungeons appear is increasing rapidly, and the role of awakeners is to ensure the safety of the citizens and the nation. Soo-hyun looked through them once, then said, "Dungeons are appearing much faster than before. Is that why the administration is avoiding conflict with the Awakener Association?" Eun-gyu nodded slightly and explained, "That's right. Although the association's forces are larger than the administration plays a more important role. Whether it is providing information and items to others so that their conquests go smoothly, or granting awakeners the right to conquer dungeons." And as everyone knew, an unmanaged organization was extremely dangerous, so he wanted to dissolve them. But just as he got to this point, Joo-ho suddenly cut in. "No, we very much need united strength." Soo-hyun looked at him in some surprise, while Eun-gyu said in a low voice, "But we have no other choice." However, Joo-ho grinned and said, "We do. Just leave this case to me." At that moment, Joo-ho's face was full of confidence. Meanwhile, in a small house in the city, a man was sitting curled up on a chair. The phone he had placed on the table suddenly vibrated. A message had arrived. It was from Soo-hyun, saying that he wanted to meet him. As soon as he saw it, the man immediately panicked. He trembled and muttered, "I didn't do anything. I'm so scared, Mom." Night fell at the high-rise building belonging to the Awakener Association. Swearing rang out inside the office. "Damn it, Jaehan, that bastard. All he did was cause trouble and then die. What are we supposed to do now?" In the meeting room, everyone began clamoring at once. "What now? The association and Soo-hyun won't leave us alone." "Wait, that only applies to the bastards who helped Jaehan." "Exactly. The rest of us weren't even involved. Are they really going to round us all up?" One man shouted angrily and cursed. "You idiot, do you think they'll only do that because of this incident? They're definitely going to dig up everything that's happened until now. That's why Jang Hun called this meeting. There are only a few big shots here, aren't there?" Joo-ho, whom the man had singled out, was the vice guild master of the top 10 guild known as the department store and was an S rank. He sighed and replied, "I merely agreed with the guild master's decision." Upon hearing that answer, the man thought to himself, the top 10 guild also lived off Jaehan, so I was planning to ask him to cooperate. I was an idiot to expect anything from him. Since things had come to this, he spoke up. "Everyone listen. If we want to survive, we have to kill Soo-hyun. Otherwise, all of us are going to die." Those words shocked the entire group. They chimed in one after another in agreement. "Right, he's right. If we work together, we can defeat even Soo-hyun." They had no idea that Soo-hyun was outside, hearing every word. Jang Hun was so frightened that his face turned pale. "Mr. Soo-hyun, I never told him to do that. Please believe me. I did as you told me, so." He immediately ran off. "I have something to take care of, so I'll be going first." The people inside were still discussing it. Is that really the only way? Forget the association. Soo-hyun is clearly hostile toward us. The man leading the plan to kill Soo-hyun declared, "Then it's decided." He stirred up the crowd. "Let's kill Soo-hyun." Soo-hyun appeared right behind him and asked coldly, "Who are you planning to kill?" Everyone was startled when they saw him appear. Soo-hyun spoke in a low voice. "Can you?" With an utterly calm expression, he continued, "Can you kill me?" The man sprang up from his chair in panic. "Is that Soo-hyun? Soo-hyun Smail Makingri." What a heated discussion. "Go on. Or have you already decided to kill me?" After saying that, he beckoned them over with his hand. "Then come here." Two men from a guild were eager to get rid of Soo-hyun. "You bastard, you're too arrogant." The leader reassured them. "Don't be afraid. He's human too. We'll finish him here." With that, they released killing intent and struck straight at Soo-hyun. As he watched the waves of abilities fly toward him, Soo-hyun's gaze turned cold and sharp. A flash of light gleamed in his eyes. Soo-hyun activated the third eye. Then their attacks were nullified. The two men who had been so fired up were stunned when they saw it. "What the hell? My skill." It disappeared. Joo-ho was equally surprised. He suddenly formed a calculating smile. Then he abruptly shot to his feet. Then, step by step, he walked towards Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun stayed on guard and thought, the department store. It'll take a little time to defeat him. As for the leader, he thought gleefully he's finally going to help. That's right. With just this many people, I don't know if we stand a chance, but if Juho helps. However, Juho raised both hands and declared, I surrender. That attitude shocked everyone else. What? What did you just say? Juho wore an extremely confident expression, as if certain he had chosen the right side. Soo-hyun gestured to him. Good, you may leave. Before leaving, Juho left them with one remark. You people seem to be mistaken. I never agreed to help you. I have no desire to fight a monster like Soo-hyun. Once only those who deserved punishment remained, Soo-hyun began settling accounts. All right then, shall we continue? He activated the third eye, Predator. An invisible pressure bore down on their bodies, and all they could do was cry out helplessly, Save us! Soo-hyun began drawing his sword, his voice icy. Even though you know full well that you've become corrupt, none of you changed at all. You knew perfectly well about your own wrongdoings, yet chose to stay silent. Organizations like that have no need to exist. Every one of you should disappear today. Doo-yui behind him patted his shoulder and stopped him. Soo-hyun turned to look at him and waited for him to continue. Doo-yui suggested, leave the rest to me. Soo-hyun silently considered it. He handed the stage over to Doo-yui and said, Thank you. Soo-hyun said calmly, If you hadn't been here, I would have killed all of them. When the group heard that, they grew so tense that cold sweat poured down their faces. Now, it was Doo-yui's turn to refresh the atmosphere. Come on, let's end this frightening mood here. We have no intention of causing chaos anymore, either. With Soo-hyun's strength behind him and the administrative authority of the social organization, Doo-yui easily brought the situation under control. Doo-yui brought out a stack of documents and announced, We have gathered information on the association's crimes and corruption. The biggest problem is that these attacks were the result of the Haho Mask Guild's leadership. Therefore, the association has presented several conditions under which the social organization may continue to exist. As a result, additional rules and regulations will be added to the social organization. The leader interrupted, Wait, by whose authority are you giving us orders? Doo-yui raised his fist, filled with power, and slammed it hard onto the table, sending the papers flying everywhere. That attitude made everyone afraid. Some people objected, but they were all persuaded. Doo-yui said coldly, To be honest, every last one of you is trash. That includes you, the man standing right in front of me. The stage has been prepared. He tossed the stack of documents into the air and continued in irritation. I wish I could let Soo-hyun kill all of you, but with the current situation changing rapidly, I need your strength. With a tiger behind my back, you people want money and power, don't you? You will be provided with even more than you desire. So shut your mouths and do as I say, you pieces of trash. The fox rules the mountain. The next morning, outside in the park, people were taking walks. A little girl was humming cheerfully along the path. Sewol sat quietly on a bench. Doo-yui brought him a cup of coffee, and Soo-hyun quickly asked, Brother Doo-yui, it looks like everything has been settled, right? He replied, Of course, especially after that commotion earlier. Did you think I couldn't handle something that minor? And I've become the chairman of the association. Soo-hyun was startled when he heard that. Really? You never said you were going to go that far. Doo-yui answered wearily, I didn't have any other choice either. Otherwise, the association would collapse soon. Forcing them to obey would only delay an unavoidable explosion. It's better for me to become the chairman of the association and prevent trouble from arising in the first place. Besides, the awakened within the association are all different from you. They only act when there's something to gain, so I plan to control them by offering appropriate rewards. Soo-hyun offered his opinion. I don't think you need to go to that much trouble to maintain the association. Doo-yui was firm in his choice. No, we need them. Soo-hyun could no longer persuade him. Brother Doo-yui opened up about what he was feeling. Didn't you say it before? If this world is truly normal, then why must we always live in fear that one day the dungeons will go out of control and slaughter us all? If that moment comes, we'll need an organized force. The truth is, until now, I never understood what you were thinking at all. I didn't know anything. I simply admired your strength. Even though I've been trying all this time to chase after you, I finally understand why you keep moving forward so resolutely. Maybe I'll never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, but I'll catch up to you one day. So don't wait for me. I'll definitely support you from below. Do you understand now? Share some of your responsibility with me. I'm on your side. Soo-hyun was left speechless upon hearing that confession. He thought to himself, one sentence. Just that one sentence alone. So Soo-hyun called out, Doo-yui, you know. But now he felt that no matter what difficulties and trials they faced in the future, they would be able to overcome them together. And so, a bright smile returned to the young man's face as Soo-hyun said, "Thank you." Looking at DUI's familiar smiling face, Soo-hyun felt happy as well. Thanks to him, I can smile comfortably. On Johnny's side, he frowned in thought. A low voice rang out. "So, they did not appear this time, either." Johnny confirmed, "It seems that way, sir. Also, in the past, when I was searching for Kim Sung-in, I set up a system, but I only discovered Soo-hyun and Lohan. And although I have kept an eye on Lohan all this time, nothing else has appeared. According to my speculation, it is very possible that Soo-hyun is a fragment of God." Fanny said resentfully, "No, that cannot be. My regression is proof of that. Forget it. He is definitely returned. Moreover, I need time to recover my power. Until then, I leave everything that happens in this dimension to you." Johnny agreed. "Please leave it to me, sir." Half a year had passed since then. Thanks to Dui, Soo-hyun was able to climb the Tower of Trials at a steady pace. Notification messages appeared before him. "You have completed the trial of the 31st floor. You have completed the trial of the 34th floor. You have completed the trial of the 39th floor." Soo-hyun felt very relieved. Now that Brother Dui was leading the Awakener Association, the national agencies had also gradually cleared out the dungeons, and he managed everything better than expected, earning high praise as a trustworthy person. At a high-rise building in the middle of the city center, inside the meeting room, Eun-gyu analyzed, according to the statistics, although the number of Awakened has increased significantly over the past half year, the number of dungeons has also risen very quickly. Dui continued, "We have gained more B rank and lower Awakened, so we can deal with most yellow dungeons." But Soo-hyun knew clearly that the problem was the dungeons of A rank and above. Eun-gyu answered exactly. "In order to discover more A rank and S rank Awakened, we also need more time. If this continues, the number of Awakened appearing will not keep up with the number of dungeons, and the number of dungeons being cleared will also decrease, leading to dungeon outbreaks. For now, we will send this information to the governments of every country. It will be best for everyone to know about the incidents that may occur." "Soo-hyun, please do that." Dui spoke up. "If we're done, may I go outside now? It seems there's been a problem with a new blue dungeon that appeared near Suwon." Eun-gyu approved. "Understood. That concludes my report as well. If we receive any updates, I will contact you." He turned to remind Soo-hyun, "Soo-hyun, if you're going home now, I can give you a ride part of the way." Soo-hyun refused. "No need. Thank you." Eun-gyu was curious. "Are you going back to the Tower of Trials?" Soo-hyun denied it at once. "No, before I go there, I need to stop by somewhere first." The place he stopped by was a forge. Daho immediately greeted him. "You're here." Soo-hyun looked at him in surprise. "Sir," seeing the other man's tired expression, he asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Daho answered, "No need to worry. It's almost finished being forged. I was so excited that I forgot to rest." Soo-hyun carefully advised him, "You don't need to rush. You should take care of your health first." Daho did not want to hear it. "Stop nagging. Anyway, forget that. Hurry and take a look at this sword. You said its name was Balmung, didn't you? I heard it's a sword from ancient legend. You should have given it a new name." Soo-hyun gripped the sword's hilt tightly. He drew the blade from its sheath and examined it, thinking to himself, the sword Balmung. "It's been a long time since I held it in my hand. It still feels as familiar as ever. I should be able to use that skill now." Daho knew perfectly well. "You're dying to try it out, aren't you?" Soo-hyun awkwardly objected. "I'm not a child. Deo understood Soo-hyun's intentions. You're too obvious. Are you planning to go to the Tower of Trials?" Soo-hyun frankly admitted it. "Yes, at least there. No one will tease me." Daho gave an order to send him off. "Fine, go. This old man needs to get some sleep." Soo-hyun called out gratefully, "Mr. Daho, thank you so much." Those words made Daho pause. He smiled kindly and reminded him, "I know. Be careful." At the Tower of Trials, in front of the gate to the 40th floor, Soo-hyun slowly stepped inside. The gatekeeper of the 40th floor, Nam Chun, had been sitting there waiting for a long time. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "The big shot has arrived. So what are you curious about? How much do you know?" Soo-hyun got straight to the point. "Please tell me the difficulty of this trial first." Nam Chun casually stated a number. 600,000. Soo-hyun was left speechless after hearing it. Then he handed the payment to him. "Here, system notification. You have spent 600,000 achievement points." Nam Chun assessed him. That's a rather steep price, but you don't seem to care in the slightest. All right, thank you. Starting from the 40th floor, the difficulty of the trials will begin to be divided into tiers again, from easy to very hard. After saying that, he stood up. Well, it seems you already decided beforehand. Nam-chan offered a hint. Find a dragon pearl. That is all I can say. Soo-hyun froze when he heard those words. The dragon pearl? Is this trial related to the dragon race? Nam-chan also gave him an additional hint. And this is an extra reward from me. Think carefully about why you received this trial. And don't forget that many people are expecting you to accomplish something great. Soo-hyun was stunned when he heard that sentence. He could hardly believe it. They expect me to accomplish something great? The other gatekeepers are keeping an eye on me? Well, that doesn't matter right now. Soo-hyun was transferred into the trial space. Notification. Do you wish to begin the trial of the 40th floor? Please select a level. You have selected level 10. Please select the difficulty. Looking at the choices before him, Soo-hyun focused. What matters now is, he said, very hard, to overcome the trial before him and become stronger. Updated notification. You have selected very hard difficulty. Beginning the trial of the 40th floor. At that moment, Soo-hyun was transferred to a lush green grassland. He sensed something strange and became wary. Soo-hyun's expression gradually grew tense. It turned out that right behind him, a dragon was sleeping soundly. He was shocked. A dragon? The mission this time was save the world of the dragon race. The dragon before you will guide you. Soo-hyun was shocked. Save the world of the dragon race? This place looks so peaceful, and yet I'm supposed to save it? He immediately summoned Mia. Then he asked Mia for help. It's one of your kind. Can you try talking to it? The dragon was still sound asleep. Mia carefully observed the other dragon. It approached its oversized companion and called out once. Finally, the other dragon woke up. The dragon's claws slammed hard into the ground with a booming crash. The dragon named Blank stared at them and said, a red dragon. Is the one beside you a human? Soo-hyun thought, I can hear its voice in my head. So, this is what telepathy is? And it also seems to know the language of humans. It looks like Hyunki's young dragon, but I can clearly tell they live in two different points in time. I heard that the longer a dragon lives, the stronger it becomes. The energy it gives off is impressive. Blank asked coldly, why is a red dragon together with a human? And how did a human come here? Soo-hyun was surprised by Mia's frightened attitude, and he reached out to touch Mia's forehead. Then he explained, Mia hatched from an egg I happened to pick up by chance, and we've been together for about 2 years now. Mia is my family. Blank asked again, it hatched from an egg? Are you certain? Soo-hyun nodded in confirmation. Yes. Mia stood beside him and affirmed it once more. I hatched from an egg. Only then did Blank understand. I see. Soo-hyun noticed the other party's attitude. It had seemed displeased before, but now it had calmed down. Now I should be able to talk to it. I heard that Mia is a being above an ordinary young dragon. And according to Hyun-ki, just as dungeon ranks are divided by color, a dragon's rank is also decided from the moment it is born. Maybe I can learn something about Mia from it. Thinking that, Soo-hyun spoke up. This may be a rude question, but there's a great deal I don't know about Mia. Could you tell me more about red dragons? Blank froze when it heard that. Then it burst out laughing. You raised it without even knowing what it is. How foolish. Soo-hyun still waited for an answer. Only then did Blank get to the point. Very well. Allow me to teach you. That is the symbolic color of dragons. It is the symbol of the Dragon King. The color that signifies one is a descendant of the Dragon King. Soo-hyun broke out in a cold sweat as he listened. He could hardly believe it. The Dragon King? Mia and the dragon stared at each other. In the end, Mia's expression looked as though it had discovered something very interesting. Soo-hyun exclaimed, the king of the dragon race? Are you saying Mia is the Dragon King's child? Blank confirmed it. Yes, but I never expected such a dragon to be tamed by a human. That is why I was surprised. Soo-hyun pinched Mia's cheeks and thought to himself, I knew Mia was a special dragon, but this adorable little one is the king of the dragon race. Well, Mia is a bit too big for me to call a little one now. Mia enjoyed Soo-hyun pinking its cheeks. Soo-hyun asked further, then is Mia's family in this world too? Blank fell silent after that question, seeming hesitant. After a moment, it revealed, Mia is the only dragon left of that clan. Soo-hyun was deeply shocked to hear that. Blank continued, you will understand when you see it. Soo-hyun's entire body was enveloped in a dark blue aura. Horrified, he shouted, wait. He could not believe it. What are you doing? Then he found himself in a place where smoke and flames rose high into the sky. Blank had brought him there. It recounted, a war once took place here. Enemies suddenly appeared in our world and started a war. Countless warriors rose up against them and protected this world. At this point, Blank seemed somewhat reluctant to continue. But that day, the enemy army was too strong. Many of our kin sacrificed themselves. A tragic scene appeared before Soo-hyun's eyes, and Blank continued in pain. We spilled a great deal of blood in that war. Soo-hyun listened silently to that painful story of the past. He felt that it was so much like back then. Soo-hyun muttered, this feeling. Suddenly, something familiar appeared before his eyes, and he realized in shock, it's you. The figure of the other party appeared with perfect clarity. It was Fafnir. Soo-hyun clenched his fists tightly, forcing down the hatred in his heart. His eyes were filled with anger. Blank advised him, there's no need to be so angry. This is only a memory. Soo-hyun knew that, so he tried to restrain his emotions. He let out a breath. He's right. Emotions only weaken my combat ability. Actually, I'm glad. Now, when I meet Fafnir again, I'll be able to control my emotions. Blank praised him. You regained your composure very quickly. Are you accustomed to controlling your emotions? Soo-hyun confirmed, yes, a little. Blank replied, impressive. That is not an easy thing, especially for a human. But how do you know him? At that question, Soo-hyun's expression darkened. Soo-hyun revealed, that is the monster that destroyed my world. Blank asked suspiciously, your world? After examining him, Blank knew that he was not lying. The night sky in a memory was covered in a gloomy darkness. At that moment, Fafnir was being attacked. Soo-hyun looked in surprise at the one fighting him. A red dragon? That red dragon gathered its firepower. Then it fired straight at Fafnir. Soo-hyun thought seriously, they're fighting. That was all he could see before he was pulled back. He had returned to the lush, green meadow, and his expression was somewhat dazed. Blank said apologetically, I am sorry, but that is all I can show you. My memories only go as far as my older brother's death in that battle. Thanks to this journey, Soo-hyun realized something. It was not only his world that had been destroyed by Fafnir. This world, too, might exist in reality. No, I shouldn't make assumptions. Blank invited him along. Let us go. We can talk as we walk. Blank told Soo-hyun about the world after the war, and thanks to that, he understood the trial more clearly. Blank recounted the ending. In the end, all the red dragons died, and the world was destroyed. But the dragon race did not go extinct. Other dragons like me survived because we were hibernating while the war took place. When we awoke, we began restoring our world and bringing life back to it. But the war still has not ended. The leader of the monsters disappeared, but many monsters still remain in this world. So we have only been able to reclaim part of our territory. By the time Blank had said that, it had brought them to its kingdom. We are here. This place is our new home. It landed on the ground. Then its dragon body began transforming into a human form. Blank said comfortably, that's better. Soo-hyun was surprised. I've seen transformation magic before, but I've never seen anyone transform into a human. Curious, Soo-hyun asked, is it that comfortable to be in human form? Blank rubbed his aching shoulders and said, as a dragon, I am very heavy. After coming out of hibernation, this form is better, though it consumes more mana. He called up above, we have guests. Open the city gate. The city gate slowly opened. Blank warned him in advance. I should warn you now. You will not be welcomed. Soo-hyun replied, that's fine. It's not every day a human enters a dragon fortress. Blank corrected him, not you. His gaze briefly shifted to Mia. Then he continued, I mean the red dragon. Soo-hyun froze. What? Because of Mia? Blank left only one sentence behind before entering the gate. You will know soon enough. One human and one dragon looked at each other blankly. Soo-hyun pulled himself together and said to Mia, come on, let's go. Inside the dragon village, the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. The dragon folk here, all in human form, walked along the streets, and there were happy families going out together. Soo-hyun evaluated the place. Rather than calling it a dragon village, it looks more like a human one. Blank explained that is because they realized living in human form was more comfortable, so they began living this way. Soo-hyun wondered, I understand, but there aren't that many people here. I mean dragons. Blank answered, after the war, only about 50 dragons survived. Since then, our number has only increased by around 500. Just then, someone in the distance noticed them. He exclaimed in surprise. Elder! Blank greeted him in return. It has been a long time. Silfree was delighted to see him. Is that you, Elder Blank? It has not even been that many years since you left. Did you sleep well? Blank answered, I woke up midway because of this man. Silfree turned to size Soo-hyun up. A human. His expression suddenly changed and became unpleasant when he saw Mia. Silfree stammered, "A traitor, descendant of the Red Dragons. Why are you in this city?" Blank said calmly, "Is there a problem? This is a place anyone may enter as long as they are family. As for this human, I can personally vouch for him." Silfree replied, "I have no issue with the human, but the descendant of the Dragon King abandoned us. I know you want to deny that truth." His fists trembled with anger. "Even so, the descendants of the Red Dragons are traitors." Silfree's face was full of hostility, and Soo-hyun met his gaze head-on. Silfree asked coldly, "What is it, human? Do you have something to say?" Soo-hyun said in a low voice, You insulted my child. Why should I hold myself back?" Soo-hyun reached out his hand. Shock appeared in Silfree's eyes. His entire body was pushed backward by an invisible pressure. He could not believe it. "Why did I step back?" Soo-hyun said disdainfully. "I only raised my hand, and yet you already wanted to run away. You're more cowardly than you think." Silfree stubbornly replied, "Who's afraid? Me? Afraid of human?" He gathered power in his palm and growled, "Ridiculous." Soo-hyun calmly waved his hand, and his energy spread outward. It blazed with power. Silfree also erupted with his own ability and shouted, "Turn into ashes and get lost." As soon as that man finished speaking, a surging force shot towards Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun casually waved his hand and pushed it back. "Return," Soo-hyun said in a low voice. "Take it all back." The power in his hand shot straight toward the target, and the two imposing forces collided. Then it tore through Silfree's power and pierced straight toward him. Silfree could not believe it. My breath. He pierced through it? Only when the force came crashing down on him did Silfree realize it. I understand now. He recalled it. That feeling from just now. By the time he knew what it was already too late. It was fear. Soo-hyun's power struck Silfree directly. He tried to resist, but it did not last long before Silfree began to weaken. Fortunately, Blank stepped in to help him. Silfree called out in shock, Elder! Elder! Blank said coldly, "Enough. I will overlook the rudeness you showed in front of my guest, so leave." Even after being driven away, Silfree was still unwilling to accept it and began, but Blank called out coldly, "Silfree, you know that there are those waiting for the descendant of the Dragon King, don't you? Dragons like me. Can you handle them?" Silfree gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. He declared, "I will report what happened today to Lord Canny." Blank was not afraid. "Do as you wish." With that, Silfree immediately vanished. Soo-hyun and Mia approached, and Soo-hyun said, "I want to ask you something, Blank." Blank agreed. "Ask." Soo-hyun wanted to know, why is Mia being called a descendant of traitors? Blank no longer wanted to hide it. He recounted, "Today, red dragons are labeled traitors by our dragon race. Ancient red dragons had the ability to pass through dimensions. However, according to the testimony of the orange dragons who took part in the war at the time, they abandoned their kin and went to another world. However, there are those who do not believe their testimony, myself included. But most dragons, especially the younger ones, regard red dragons as traitors and hate them." Soo-hyun asked directly, "Is there any proof that they were traitors?" Blanc replied, "No, there is only testimony." At that moment, someone appeared and said, "You still do not believe us, Blank?" Blank immediately turned his head to look. The one who had arrived was Canny, followed by Silfree, who had just gone to tattle. Blank looked warily at the newcomer. He called the other party's name, Canny. Canny shifted from his original position. He instantly appeared opposite Soo-hyun. Blank's face showed a bit of concern. "If you are here, that means..." The space where they stood suddenly changed. Canny's attendants were transported there. The two of them were surrounded. Soo-hyun thought in surprise, teleportation? There are this many people with such a valuable skill? And judging by the dragons standing near Blank as well, it seemed that not everyone who came was Canny's ally. Perhaps because they were yellow dragons, their abilities were very different from the blue dragon earlier. Two of them spoke up and asked, "Is that the human who came with the descendant of the Dragon King?" Descendant of the Dragon King? How ridiculous. It is merely a relative of those traitors. They began arguing. "Do not say things that have not been proven, and you have no reason to be angry." Canny waved his hand as a signal. "Enough." Soo-hyun thought to himself, "That's right. No matter how outstanding the energy of the yellow dragons may be." Canny spoke. "Listen to me." Soo-hyun judged that he was still the strongest among them. Canny asked, "Why have you come here, one of the bloodline of traitors?" Mia cried out a few times in response. Canny smirked, seeming interested. So the esteemed descendant of the Dragon King is an idiot who cannot even speak. Mia was deeply saddened when I heard that. Canny continued attacking it. Is crying to earn others' pity all you can do? How pathetic. Unable to listen any longer, Blank said, Canny, you know that descendants of the Dragon King develop more slowly than other dragons. This child is clearly still very young. Do you truly need to speak to it in that tone? When Su Hyun saw Mia crying, he immediately grew angry and said, First it was that blue dragon earlier, and now it's you dragons. A palm strike shot out from him. Su Hyun growled, Why do you insist on making Mia cry? Those people immediately felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them. Canny was stunned. He also could not remain comfortable. Looking at Su Hyun as his power erupted, Canny found it hard to believe. Is this the power of a human? Su Hyun growled. How can you be certain that the red dragons betrayed your race? Canny replied, I personally witnessed the red dragons abandoning us. Then that means you cannot prove anything. But it does not matter. I cannot interfere in the affairs of the dragon race. So there is only one thing I want to say. You should take your anger out on the red dragons who abandoned you. Canny was stunned by those words. What? Su Hyun pointed at the pitiful Mia and said, This child is not the one who abandoned you. And yet you isolate and bully Mia simply because they share the same bloodline? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Canny's tone was full of suspicion. What is your relationship with that little dragon for you to be so angry? I cannot understand it. Su Hyun placed his hand on Mia, then affirmed once again, This child and I are family. Those words left Canny dazed. Then he suddenly laughed and asked, Family? How interesting. It is true that it has nothing to do with what happened in the past. But hatred is not so easily erased. Su Hyun answered warily, What do you mean? Canny replied, I will give it a chance to atone. Blank must have already told you. Our race is currently mired in war. Reclaim the Dragon Pearl Forest. Then it can atone, and you and that dragon may receive recognition from the entire dragon race. Blank was shaken when he heard that demand, and he shouted angrily, Canny, how is that any different from telling them to go die? Canny said casually, I am not forcing them. The choice lies in the hands of that human and the red dragon. So what will you do? Fine. I accept your condition. Blank shouted anxiously, You fool! Do you know what kind of place that forest is? It is where the strongest monsters gather. We had tried to reclaim it several times, but we failed every time. If a human like you goes there, you will die instantly. Su Hyun denied it. No, this level of difficulty is perfect for crushing their pride. The three of them moved to a forest, and by the time they arrived, it was already dusk. Blank introduced it. This is the Dragon Pearl Forest. Su Hyun replied, Thank you for guiding us here. We'll be going now. Mia also cried out a farewell to him. Blank could not bear to watch them walk into danger. He grabbed Su Hyun's hand. Don't go. I told you earlier, this place isn't just ordinarily dangerous. There are still dragons who believe in the red dragons, though not many. I'll go with them and negotiate with Canny. Su Hyun pulled his hand back and reassured him, Don't worry, I'll definitely come back alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them disappeared, leaving Blank standing alone in the wind. All he could do was pray, Elder Elite, please watch over those two children. At that moment, Su Hyun was facing a ferocious pack of dragons. He remarked, This situation reminds me of the old days. The pack of dragons stalked towards Su Hyun. He immediately drew his sword, and murderous intent surged up around him. He exclaimed excitedly, Let the slaughter begin. With a single slash, the head of the dragon before him was severed. Behind Su Hyun, another dragon roared and charged in. He thought to himself, This should be enough to hold them back. I'll control it. The system notified him as he activated his ability, the Predator's Third Eye. Just as the dragon behind him charged forward step by step, Su Hyun tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and silently poured more power into it. A sharp sword stroke cut through, and that dragon was also split in two in an instant. Su Hyun's aim was this. If I do it this way, I'll consume less mana and can defeat them quickly. The violent slaughter unfolded in tense fashion. Looking at the sword stained with dragon blood, he was not particularly surprised. As expected, Su Hyun was satisfied with his new sword. Balmung really is different. Behind him lay the scattered corpses of the dragons. Meanwhile, at Canny's castle, one of his subordinates asked, Lord Canny, do you intend to just leave those two alone? I cannot forgive them. Think about it. A descendant of the red dragons, the ones who abandoned their own kind, has once again been recognized as the emperor's heir. Those who agree with me have already prepared. If you permit it, we will confront that human and the descendant of those traitors immediately." Kenny calmly set his teacup down on the table and said, "Do not worry, Raph. That turtle lives in the Dragon Pearl Forest." The subordinate did not understand. "What turtle?" Kenny recalled a memory. Then he answered, "The Titan turtle. We lost many dragons to it. Even I nearly lost my life." Raph was surprised. "Is it that strong?" "But the human we met in the village also seemed very powerful." Kenny replied confidently, "For a human, he is indeed quite strong. However, if what we saw in the village was everything he has, then he cannot defeat the Titan turtle single-handedly." Meanwhile, Soo-hyun was in the gloomy forest. He received a series of notifications. "Your stats have increased. You have received 2,000 achievement points. You have received 3,000 achievement points." Soo-hyun pondered. "My stats increased this much just from hunting? Nice. This really is a useful hunting ground. Maybe it's because this trial is related to Yumiya, but in truth, it isn't complicated at all." He happily rubbed Mia's face and praised her. "It's all thanks to you, little one." But after that, he did not see any more monsters. Suddenly, both of them grew alert as they sensed danger. Disbelief appeared in Mia's eyes. She growled defensively while staring in one direction. Startled, he asked, "What is it, Mia?" Soo-hyun felt that sound. Mia's expression was extremely serious. He guessed, "Is a heartbeat?" Suddenly, a surge of power erupted beneath their feet, sending both of them flying. Soo-hyun called out anxiously, "Mia." Understanding his intent, she carried him and leaped high into the air, escaping the danger beneath their feet. Below them, a huge dragon-like mouth emerged from the ground. Its cold eyes stared at them. "Intruders in this place." Soo-hyun understood. "No wonder I kept wondering why there weren't any monsters anymore. So we've entered the territory of a Titan turtle. It's the one that survived in the memory Blang showed me last time. Its extraordinary defensive ability is something you can only see in green dungeons. But this is strange. Titan turtles aren't normally territorial creatures. They can't control their intense hunger, so as far as I know, they always wander around. Is it protecting something?" Soo-hyun thought it over for a while. When he saw Mia's fiercely hostile expression, he was surprised. Soo-hyun guessed. Does she want to fight that thing? No, unless it's truly necessary. Mia isn't this aggressive. Could she have sensed an item related to the Dragon King? Thinking this, Soo-hyun curled his lips in an intrigued smile. He had his answer. So what it's protecting is the Dragon Pearl. Then Soo-hyun urged, "Let's go, Mia." The Titan turtle released a surge of power to chase them down, while Mia, carrying Soo-hyun, flew straight toward its enormous mouth. Then the two separated. Mia flew toward the Titan turtle's back, while Soo-hyun drew his sword in front of it. He struck down at it with all his might. Countless streaks of sword light crisscrossed with tremendous force. Soo-hyun continued straining to slash downward. He rejoiced inwardly. Great, it opened up. Then he called, "Mia, grab it." A gigantic sphere of energy was drawn toward Mia's mouth. Then she fired it straight at the Titan turtle's back. Soo-hyun seized the opportunity and acted as well. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, then drove it straight into the turtle's body. His eyes were sharp, and his cold voice rang out. "Now it's your turn." The sword Balmung unleashed its full power in this strike. Power erupted in every direction. It was time for the sea wave's sword to explode. The burst of power was so intense that the entire sky became dazzlingly bright and dense lightning spread outward. After everything, the landscape here was devastated. The Titan turtle's head fell to the ground. Soo-hyun sighed in relief and sat in the middle of the huge crater he had just created. This Titan turtle really was tough. Without Balmung and the three swords, it would have been very difficult. Three Swords Explosion was a skill with tremendous power depending on the user's mana. Together with 8th rank mana and the attack effect strengthened by mana, it became a powerful skill anyone could possess. However, it had one fatal weakness. The user had to push their own mana to the highest level. In other words, they needed a weapon capable of containing all of their mana. That was why combining this skill with Balmung was the best choice. Thanks to adamantium's properties, it was not only the strongest and hardest sword, but also had the ability to regenerate itself. Still, although these traits made it an incredibly powerful skill in my previous life, I was the only one who used it. Seeing his pet's actions beside him, Soo-hyun was surprised. "Mia, is that?" Mia was holding a chunk of the Titan's corpse in her mouth. Then everything shattered before Soo-hyun's eyes. At the Dragon Village, Blang stood on the city gate waiting. Canny asked in confusion, "Have you become close to them in such a short time?" Blang replied, "If you're just going to stand there and say nonsense, then get lost." Canny said sarcastically, "You still don't trust me? I'm your old friend, so that hurts a little." Blang answered, "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the red dragons are not the kind of people who would do something like that." Canny stubbornly insisted, "I witnessed and experienced it myself." Blang looked coldly at Canny. He spoke, "Canny, if not for you, we would not have endured this long. But now that a red dragon has returned, we must reconsider the future of our race. It isn't too late. If we gather the entire dragon race to help that human and that red dragon, we can reclaim the dragon pearl in this world." Canny cursed through gritted teeth, "That damned red dragon. If that is why you're waiting for the red dragons, then wake up from your dream. The dragon pearl is gone. That little red dragon will surely die as well. No matter what you say, my decision and the outcome will not change." Blang shouted helplessly, "Canny!" Suddenly, a stream of energy descended. The entire sky turned fiery red, and Blang was astonished at the sight. Even Canny froze in place. He exclaimed, "Impossible! This energy, could it be the dragon pearl?" Blang hurried away. He transformed into his dragon body and flapped his wings, flying into the sky. Canny watched his figure. He also transformed into dragon form. In his heart, he still could not believe it. This is impossible. The dragon pearl was definitely swallowed by the Titan turtle. Remembering Su Hyun's appearance, he thought, "Did that human kill it?" Blang immediately spotted them over there. Beneath their feet was a desolate wasteland. Both of them returned to human form. In Su Hyun's hand was a dragon pearl. The two of them hurriedly ran over. Canny was stunned. Unbelievable. Was the Titan turtle defeated by a human? Su Hyun smiled as he watched them arrive. That was fast. Blang still had not recovered from his shock. He slowly touched the dragon pearl and exclaimed, "My heavens, this really is the dragon pearl. It has been so long, truly far too long. The war against the monsters left behind in this world, and our repeated defeats were humiliating, but all we could do was settle in a small village. Every time, I thought that if only we still had a red dragon. No, if only we had the dragon pearl. This is the treasure of the dragon race. Its very existence amplifies our strength. If a red dragon uses it, we can even dominate nature. Now, both have returned to us. This world will be saved. It is all thanks to you too." After that, the dragons who sensed the power of the dragon pearl slowly flew over. Those who had been waiting for the Dragon King, like Blang, were delighted. Those who had lived since before the war shed tears of happiness. And even those who looked down on the red dragons were amazed by the dragon pearl's power. Every dragon smiled, except one, Canny. He thought angrily, "Because of him, I can no longer drive the red dragon away. The power of the dragon pearl is too great. There's no other way. I need to take a step back and make another plan." He cleared his throat and spoke. "I never expected you to kill the Titan turtle and retrieve the dragon pearl. Impressive. Thanks to your contributions, we will accept the red dragon back into our race." Su Hyun cursed contemptuously. "You really have no shame." Canny froze. "What did you just say?" Su Hyun placed the dragon pearl in Mia's mouth and declared, "Now that enough dragons have gathered here, it is time to reveal the truth. All of you watch closely. Mia is absorbing the power of the dragon pearl." The dragon pearl unleashed its power outward, and Mia also began to transform. Her scales became tougher. Her body also became enormous. Mia had now become a majestic dragon. The entire dragon race was stunned by this display of power. Su Hyun announced, "Look closely at what kind of dragon your leader is." They exclaimed in shock, "A red dragon." Such pressure. Raph turned and asked, "Elder Canny, what exactly is that dragon?" Seeing Canny remain silent, he called out, "Elder." Canny had still not regained his composure as he exclaimed, "How can this be?" He uttered a name, Elite. The dragon race cried out in astonishment. "Elite! Elite has returned. We have waited so long." Su Hyun thought to himself. Looking at him now, he really is incredible. Will Mia be able to become like that someday? Well, by then I'll probably have died of old age. Su Hyun looked at her affectionately. He recalled what that person had once said, "At most, I will live another 100 years. But the dragon will have to live in solitude for 900 years after that. It would be better if she could forget me during the remaining 900 years of her life." Su Hyun thought, "Now I understand what Hyun Ki meant, because I won't be able to stay by her side forever. Perhaps it would be better if Mia." Just then, a voice rang out. "I can speak now, right?" The entire sky suddenly erupted with blazing fire energy. Elite appeared and said with a smile, I tried to create this atmosphere, and now there's trouble. Now, can you clearly feel my greatness? How does it feel to behold the first descendant of the great Dragon King? They were astonished. His aura is completely different from what we expected. Everyone burst into laughter. Elite has always been like this. That old man is still the same after all this time. Elite asked with concern, have you all been well? I am very curious how you lived after my death. At this point, he hesitated. Still, I'm saddened that I could not witness it with my own eyes. In any case, the monster that looks like us will disappear along with us, to another world farthest from this dimension. Though I and the other red dragons died because our souls were torn apart from the overload, he will meet the same fate eventually. The crowd stirred. He died? The red dragons didn't run away? Is this a lie? This is magic too. Blang realized, yes, this is the art of resurrection. The art of resurrection was among the highest level techniques. It restored the thoughts and memories of the deceased by preserving their appearance from when they were alive. In other words, to us, Elite is already dead. Someone could not hold back and asked, Elder Canny, what is going on? Canny's back looked terribly lonely at that moment. Elite asked, how is Canny doing? I hope that child is fulfilling his duty of leading everyone. To think the only one we could rely on to look after our people after my death was that child. It is somewhat. After saying that, he smiled gently. Elite continued his message. I am sorry, Canny. You must have been under great pressure and faced many hardships, but I believe you can do it. In the distant future, I will be waiting. I entrust the Dragonkin to you. Blang finally understood. So that's what happened. No wonder I found it so strange when you emphasized that the red dragons were traitors. I will make you pay for deceiving our people. He shouted Canny's name through gritted teeth. Canny was now laughing with satisfaction. Then he said, how ridiculous. Does the truth matter so much? I am still the one who led and saved you. I worked harder and devoted myself to our people more than anyone else, and yet you still insist on searching for those red dragons. Know this clearly. I am now. Power erupted from his entire body as he declared, I am the Dragon King. Blang ordered, raise the barrier. Kenny's power shot toward them. It was blocked by the barrier created by Blang's side. The situation grew tense as the barrier was about to fail. Blang struggled and thought to himself, no, Canny is the strongest among our dragon race. I thought we could withstand his attack thanks to the Dragon Pearl increasing the power of the dragons around it. But that also means Canny is being strengthened by the Dragon Pearl too. I can't hold on much longer. Mia, with the Dragon Pearl in her mouth, stepped forward to help. Surging firepower blasted toward Canny. He stared in shock as he was struck. Canny's entire body was engulfed in burning flames. Soo-hyun smiled coldly and asked, you said you wanted to become a king recognized by the other Dragonkin. Too bad. The true king has returned. Canny coughed violently in the cloud of smoke and dust. He cried out in fury, Red Dragon. Canny's body transformed into a dragon. Then he flapped his wings, flew into the sky, and left. Blang shouted, he's running away. Don't let him escape. Soo-hyun summoned his power and said, no, we'll catch him. Let this thing live up to its name, the dragon-slaying spear. He knew that with the dragon-slaying spear alone, it would be difficult to catch him. I'll alter the principle of the wave sword just enough so the weapon won't be destroyed. He hurled that enormous force toward the target. Kenny sensed the danger, and he was shocked, not knowing what it was. Nothing can keep up with my speed. But not long after boasting, Kenny took a brutal hit. A force like heavenly lightning struck straight down onto him, drilling a huge hole through his entire body. His scream of pain rang out, and Canny's chest began to recover. He knew this was a fatal wound, but thanks to the Dragon Pearl, he could still regenerate. He was truly grateful for that. A sharp arrow continued flying toward Canny. Soo-hyun understood that it was still too early to breathe a sigh of relief. Standing on Mia's back, he said excitedly, one more time. Canny spat out a cube-shaped mass of power. Soo-hyun also gathered his strength, determined to end this once and for all. Canny fired that mass of power straight downward. Soo-hyun swung his hand, unleashing a blue wave of power, surging with lightning. The two opposing forces collided, and a brilliant display of light exploded across the sky from the clash of power. Canny stubbornly launched a barrage of scorching supernatural energy cubes. All of them shot towards Soo-hyun at once. He directed Mia, buy me some time. I'll finish him off. Mia obeyed the order and began gathering firepower. In an instant, she spewed out a surging stream of flame. Canny angrily breathed fire back to resist, cursing, "Brat, do you think you can defeat me with such chaotic power? Everything would have been better if you had simply disappeared. Why did you come back?" What? Countless streams of power shot straight towards Soo-hyun and Mia. He was obsessed with that title. The Dragon King must be me. Mia carefully watched the attacks flying toward them from their opponent. Another burst of flame came from Canny, along with his furious voice. "I am their hero." Power surged towards Soo-hyun. However, Canny's expression changed drastically. No, seeing that Mia was still safe, he could not believe it. "Impossible. My breath definitely hit your head." Only then did Mia speak. "I don't know much about kings, but the heroes I know would never look down on others. You are not a hero." Soo-hyun put his head. Well said. Those words left Canny speechless, unable to argue back. Soo-hyun brought his sword down and said, "You are not a hero." Canny froze. What? How can a human possess the kind of power? He stubbornly said, "Don't make me laugh." Before being swallowed by that force, Canny cried out, "I am a hero." Before he could finish his sentence, Canny was punished in a sea of lightning. The power erupted so violently that the aftershock spread throughout the space, and mana covered everything. Raph was astonished. Can a human really have that much mana? Lord Blang, who is that man? Blang laughed and replied, "I don't know either, but one thing is certain. He is our benefactor." After Canny's death, the misunderstanding about the Red Dragon was resolved, and their pride as a hero, not a traitor, was restored. Mia became the new Dragon King and received the dragon's oath of loyalty. But because she was still too young, Blang would guide the dragon race. The dragons, guardians of the Dragon Pearl, began fighting monsters to protect their territory, ending the half-year-long war in victory. As their world began to stabilize, the dragons started working to open up a new life. Blang and Siegfried walked through the peaceful forest. He said happily, "Great, we're almost finished." Siegfried replied, "I'm sure no one could have imagined that the Dragon Pearl Forest could change its shape into this." Blang understood. "You're right. We need to repay Soo-hyun." Someone ran up from behind and called out, "Lord Blang." Blang asked suspiciously, "What is it, Raph?" Raph reported he disappeared again. Blang was shocked. "Again? I told him to rest. Why does he like hunting monsters so much?" At that moment, Soo-hyun and Mia were enjoying the refreshing thrill of fighting monsters. Update notification. You have obtained 20,000 achievement points. Total achievement points, 8,854,455. Soo-hyun was delighted. Hunting around here really is the best. We've earned a huge number of points. This half year really wasn't wasted. The information window displayed the full power update. Name, Soo-jun. Mana amount, 83. Mana rank, 8. Strength, 89. Agility, 90. Stamina, 83. Reflexes, 91. Skill, Space Leap. Details, Skill, Transformation. Details, Skill, Divine Flame. Details, Completion rate, 99.98%. Would you like to end this trial? Soo-hyun exclaimed. The completion rate is almost done too. It's time to go back. When we first arrived, this place was dark and gloomy. I suppose saving this world has its benefits too. He noticed Mia beside him, then thought sadly, maybe Mia should. When night came, Mia flew toward the castle, and the two of them secretly opened a window. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Did you think we wouldn't notice you sneaking in?" Blang continued. "I thought we had decided to go eliminate monsters together." Soo-hyun and Mia smiled awkwardly. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I've just been doing whatever I wanted." After saying that, Soo-hyun stepped into the room. He explained, "Blang, I think it's time for me to leave." Blang recalled, "You said you came from another world, right?" Soo-hyun took the chance and said, "That's why I want to ask you for a favor." Blang agreed. "What is it? If it's for you, I'll do anything I can." Soo-hyun glanced at Mia beside him, then asked, "Mia, may I ask you to take care of her?" Blang was surprised. "What did you say?" Soo-hyun opened his heart. "I've been thinking about it constantly during my time here. Mia's lifespan is much longer than mine, and when I think about her being left alone after I die, I think it would be best for her to stay here." Blang replied, "I understand." "My answer is no," Soo-hyun said in confusion. "What?" Blang explained, "How could I decide the Dragon King's path? From the very beginning, that was never something we could choose." Both of them looked intently toward Mia. and Blank continued. The Dragon King will make her own decision. System notification. You have reached a completion rate of 99.98%. You have perfectly cleared the 40th floor trial. Your achievement ranking is being calculated. Rank 1. At the town on the 41st floor, the notification continued updating. Your stamina has increased by 1. Your mana has increased by 1. You have received 2 million achievement points. As soon as he entered the shop, the clerk asked, "Hello, what are you looking for, sir?" The system kept updating. You have received stat points as a reward. Excluding mana, one of your stats will increase. You have received the Dragon Pearl as a reward. The Dragon Pearl is said to belong to a divine beast. Total achievement points, 10,854,455. He requested, "Give me every potion you have."